Chapter 1. Songjiang Province, Western City Market in Xi'an. Substandard crystal nucleus, one tael, in exchange for 10 gene of cornmeal. Amidst the scornful gaze and mocking tone of the buyer, Shikai, clad in a blood-stained military coat and bearing a makeshift spear, felt a mix of indignation and amusement. Dahu, I traded my life for this crystal nucleus, and you offer me a mere 10 gene of cornmeal? Is your cornmeal made of gold? Listening to Shikai's words, the buyer, Wang Dahua, squinted and replied, Little Chi, look around, where can you find pure cornmeal these days? Every family dilutes their cornmeal with sawdust. If you think it's too expensive, I think it's exorbitant too. This is the price here if you refuse to trade. Many would gladly take your place. Don't feel aggrieved if you're unwilling to sell. You can go to South City, North City, or East City. Can you afford the crossing fee? Will you sell the 10 gene of cornmeal or not? Glaring at Wang Dahua's arrogant demeanor, Shikai took a deep breath and tossed the precious zombie crystal nucleus onto the table. With a small bag of cornmeal in hand, Shikai turned to leave the market. Wait a moment. Is there something else? Wang Dahua, with a flush of triumph on his face, stepped closer to Shikai and lowered his voice. Little Chi, don't pretend that the price of cornmeal isn't rising. It may not be this steep for others, but it is for you. Sometimes you need to reflect on your own circumstances. Everyone knows that this crystal nucleus could fetch 100 gene of cornmeal or 50 gene of fine rice, but alas, Boss Joe's son has taken a fancy to your sister-in-law. He's offering 500 gene of grain in exchange. And you wouldn't accept it, would you? Take my advice. A woman can be found anywhere in this world. As long as there's food, there's no shortage of women. Wang Dahua's words illuminated for Shikai the reason behind the depressingly low price of the crystal nucleus he held. If not for the fact that Wang Dahua's purchasing point was the only resource exchange in Western City, Shikai would have genuinely considered confronting him. Nodding silently, Shikai turned and walked away. Bah, asking for respect while being disrespectful. Hearing Wang Dahua insult Shikai, onlookers chuckled. Brother who, Little Chi is a renowned zombie hunter in Western City, and he's quite formidable. Aren't you afraid of crossing him? Huh, what good is being formidable? In this world, one must rely on power. I owe allegiance to Boss Joe's dock, and he's among the top 5 bosses in Western City. Am I to fear a mere commoner? If provoked, I could easily toss him out of the city to feed the zombies. The speaker's words were heedless, yet they caught the attention of a middle-aged man in his 50s, clad in a glossy leather jacket, whose gaze brightened as he watched Shikai depart. Clutching his bag of cornmeal, Shikai walked briskly, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. It had been 3 years since the Great Catastrophe, and most of the surviving humans were desperate rogues. Let alone 10 gene of cornmeal, even a single biscuit could lead to bloodshed. To keep these people in check, one must be even more ruthless. And Shikai was precisely that kind of ruthless individual. Unfortunately, in the face of greater powers, Shikai's ferocity was utterly inconsequential. His sole weapon was an antiquated hunting rifle. In contrast, Boss Joe, behind Wang Dahua, commanded at least 1,000 firearms, including over 100 automatic rifles. Shikai's reputation for ruthlessness was well known. Surrounding him were gaunt figures with ravenous eyes, eager to rob him, yet none dared to strike first, for the one who does would meet their demise. A few women, dressed in tattered stockings, lingered near a small storefront, attempting to engage him in conversation. However, a mere glance from Shikai rendered them too intimidated to approach. Their malevolence lay in their disregard for others, whereas Shikai's ruthlessness stemmed from his utter disregard for his own life. Wang Dahua had the audacity to bully Shikai because he had backing these unprotected individuals dare not. Brother Chi, wait a moment. Upon hearing his name, Shikai instinctively reached into his inner pocket, where a shortened hunting rifle lay. Turning around, he found Yang Mingliang, the prominent grain merchant of Western City, approaching, flanked by 2 burly bodyguards. Is there something you need, Boss Yang? Haha, my dear brother Chi. I bear no ill will. Shall we have a chat? Very well. Speak your mind. From a safe distance. Proximity breeds discomfort. 20 minutes later, Shikai entered a high-rise building with 2 cloth bags in hand. Though it was called a high-rise, the elevator had long ceased to function. Electricity was a scarce commodity in these times. Ascending 5 flights of stairs, Shikai knocked rhythmically on the door. After confirming the secret knock, a slender girl with a delicate face but slightly gaunt figure put down her short spear and opened the security door. "Brother, you're back." The girl, Tianlan, was 20 years old, 5 or 6 years younger than Shikai. She stood impressively tall at 173 meters, her long legs strikingly straight. Her features were lovely, with an oval face, high nose, and large eyes, embodying a classic beauty. However, her prolonged malnutrition rendered her somewhat thin. Yet, beneath her loose clothing, it was not difficult to discern that she possessed a curvaceous figure. Before the catastrophe, Tianlan was Shikai's sister-in-law. "Yes, little Lan. Tonight there's preserved meat, rice, and 2 gene of beef. Please deliver the beef to Wu Zi and Gang Zi's homes. Their children need nourishment as they grow." "Got it, brother." Tianlan responded sweetly and obediently helped Shikai out of his military coat, soon returning with water for him to wash his face. After freshening up, Shikai gazed thoughtfully at Tianlan, who was busy cooking in the kitchen. 3 years ago, a blue mist descended upon Blue Star. This mist enveloped towns, streets, and villages. Many who came into contact with the mist or attempted to escape it had a chance of transforming into zombie-like creatures. The day of the great catastrophe was also the day Shikai held his wedding. His parents, wife, father-in-law, and mother-in-law perished on that fateful day. Only Shikai and his sister-in-law, Tianlan, managed to escape. The outbreak led to a landscape strewn with corpses, and official organizations collapsed overnight. Over the past 3 years, the mist had gradually dissipated in certain areas, and survivors began to cautiously explore their surroundings in search of resources. These survivors primarily hunted zombies, as the creatures possessed crystal nuclei within their brains. While these nuclei did not enhance human evolution, they served as excellent industrial materials, biological resources, and fuel, with many more potential applications awaiting discovery. In the apocalypse, crystal nuclei were akin to currency. As order crumbled, it would eventually be restructured, as was the case in Xi'an, the first major city reclaimed by survivors in Songjiang province. Within Xi'an, 3 of the 4 districts had unified leadership. Only Western City was rife with conflicting powers, shrouded in intrigue. The man who called out to Shikai, Yang Mingliang, was a significant force in Western City and a major grain merchant. The surplus rice and meat were provided by Yang Mingliang. Undoubtedly, he sought to win Shikai over, and Shikai understood his intentions. Yang Mingliang had his eyes set on Shikai's skills. In other words, Yang Mingliang wished for Shikai, this zombie hunter, to serve as his weapon and stronghold. The food offered during the day was merely a token of goodwill. Initially, Shikai was indeed tempted, but he realized he lacked sufficient manpower and weaponry. Moreover, the cunning Yang Mingliang was unlikely to offer Shikai substantial weapon support, fearing he might lose control over him. After much contemplation, Shikai concluded that it was not the right time to align himself with Yang Mingliang. The risks were too great. "Brother, dinner is ready." "Yes, I know." As Shikai glanced outside, darkness had already fallen. He lit a candle placed in a beer bottle. The flickering candlelight illuminated Shikai's robust figure. Before he could reach the dining table, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Weapon production system 10 successfully activated, bound to host Shikai. Ding! Reward. Blueprint for a substandard repeating hunting rifle. Ding! Reward. Blueprint for ammunition 12-gauge shotgun shells. Ding! Reward. Blueprint for the M1911A1 pistol. Ding! Reward. Blueprint for 45 caliber pistol ammunition. Ding! Reward. Blueprint for grenades type 67 grenades. Ding! Reward. Blueprint for explosives black powder. Before the catastrophe, Shikai was an avid web fiction enthusiast. The concept of a system was not foreign to him. In the apocalypse, possessing such a system was akin to securing a means of survival. During dinner, Tianlan noticed Shikai seemed preoccupied. Sensing that her brother might be troubled, she refrained from prying. After 3 years in the apocalypse, The once naive girl, Tianlan, had matured remarkably. She was not one to gossip. After their meal, Tianlan stepped out of the house. Carrying 2 pieces of beef, Shikai also began to delve into the intricacies of the weapon manufacturing system. The introduction to the weapon manufacturing system was clear and concise. The energy derived from the cores of the fallen zombies powered the production of weapons, the acquisition of blueprints, and system upgrades according to the system. Achieving the pinnacle of upgrades to procure an interstellar warship was not merely a fanciful dream. Gazing at the system's overview, Shikai couldn't help but chuckle wryly. In this day and age, even systems had learned the art of embellishment. The prospect of upgrading to purchase an interstellar warship seemed as distant as a dream from a bygone era, especially after reviewing the system's exchange values. Shikai became increasingly convinced that the system was indeed spinning fanciful tales. The rudimentary weapon manufacturing system could only produce a handful of weapons provided by the system, functioning essentially as a trial version. To unlock additional features, one would need to invest spending cores. Advancing to the next level required a staggering 5,000 energy points according to the system's calculations. A substandard core could be exchanged for a single energy point, a mid-grade core for 5 points, and a high-grade core for 10 points. With such an abundance of cores, Shikai mused that he could have long since lived a life of luxury. However, upon further reflection, he realized that possessing 5,000 energy points worth of cores might prove difficult to safeguard. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, having weapons meant that Shikai could indeed forego beef. Although upgrading the system was costly, the prices of weapons were remarkably affordable. Appendix: Exchange table for the basic weapon system. A substandard core exchanges for 1 energy point. Shotgun 10. 12-gauge shotgun shells, 200. M1911 A1 pistol, 5. 45 caliber bullets, 200. Type 67 grenades, 100. Black powder, 100 kilograms. Detonators, 100 pieces. It is essential to recognize that in the apocalypse, firearms and ammunition are the currency of choice currently. Within the economic system of Sihua City, a semi-automatic shotgun could be exchanged for 100 kilograms of food or a woman of pleasing appearance. The possession of a firearm brings a profound sense of security. Shikai rummaged through a panel beside his bed and retrieved half of the substandard cores he had stored, quietly repeating the exchange mantra. The substandard cores in his hand instantly transformed into powder after converting the cores into energy points. The weapon system's storage quietly housed 10 semi-automatic shotguns, 5 handguns for 100 assorted bullets, and a full 100 Type 67 grenades. The system's storage also served as an auxiliary feature of the weapon manufacturing system, capable of being upgraded with energy points. The basic storage could accommodate 20 firearms, 1,000 bullets, 200 grenades, and 300 kilograms of explosives. The only lament was that this storage was not particularly intelligent. It could only hold weapons manufactured by the system, and once removed, they could not be returned. Reflecting on the notion that perfection is an elusive pursuit, Shikai withdrew a brand new shotgun. This firearm was classified as a substandard semi-automatic shotgun, yet its design was quite exquisite, reminiscent of the Remington 870 shotgun. However, its range was limited, with effective lethality only extending to 20 meters. Even so, this weapon was a significant improvement over the single-shot rifle he had been wielding. Whether for combating humans or zombies, this firearm held formidable potential. If the barrel were sawed off, it could become a weapon of mass confrontation. Click, click, click. After cycling the action of the shotgun, Shikai loaded 5 rounds into it. With this weapon in hand, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Brother, I'm back. Wow, you got a new gun. It looks amazing. When Tianlan returned, she was carrying a small parcel. Observing the 2 gleaming hunting rifles and a handgun beside Shikai, she felt a genuine sense of joy in a chaotic world. Possessing firearms provided a measure of security. Noticing Tianlan's beaming expression, Shikai handed her a hunting rifle and a handgun, saying, "Take these for self-defense when I'm not home. They're far more effective than that short-barreled gun of yours." "Understood, brother," she replied. By the way, brother." Wu Ji's younger brother exchanged a few auspicious words with a big guy at the restaurant today, and the big guy rewarded him with 2 packs of cigarettes. "Wu Go asked me to bring them back to you." Also, Gang G's younger sister got 2 cabbages today, so we can have some vegetables tomorrow. Accepting the cigarettes from Tian Lan, Chi Shikai took a satisfying puff. In these times, cigarettes were also a scarce commodity. Bathed in the dim candlelight, Tian Lan gazed at Chi Shikai for a long moment before her cheeks flushed, prompting her to extinguish the candle. After a brief rustling, Tian Lan nestled into the blankets. Observing her curled up like a little creature beside him, Chi Shikai sighed. We've run out of umbrellas and fishing lines. Bear with it. It won't be good if you get pregnant. It's fine. I have Yutings if worst comes to worst. I'll just give birth, brother. Tian Lan's playful tone nearly caused Chi Shikai to lose his composure. In the 3 years of the apocalypse, Chi Shikai and Tian Lan had relied on each other for survival, sharing both kinship and love. They were not bound by blood relations, nor were there moral constraints. In other words, the post-apocalyptic era had nearly eradicated moral ethics. Chi Shikai had witnessed too many atrocities committed for a morsel of food, with husbands selling their wives and sons killing their fathers. Just as Chi Shikai was preparing to transform into a wolf, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. Instinctively, both Chi Shikai and Tian Lan donned their clothes and grasped their firearms. Bang, bang, bang. Shout Chi. Open the door. I need to talk to you. It was Wang Dahe's voice. Frowning slightly, Chi Shikai tucked a handgun behind his waist and loaded the hunting rifle. Through the door, Chi Shikai inquired, Dahe, what's the matter? Shout Chi, you've gone too far. The crystal core you gave me today was fake. How could you deceive me? Wang Dahe's voice was tinged with anger, as if he had suffered a significant loss. Hearing his words, Chi Shikai chuckled. Dahe, are you trying to swindle me? While speaking, Chi Shikai glanced outside. Wang Dahe had brought 7 or 8 companions, 2 of whom were clearly armed, while the others wielded knives and clubs. It was evident that Wang Dahe did not come with good intentions. Shout Chi, what are you talking about? A fake is a fake. Open the door quickly, or I'll break it down. Wang Dahe's words reached Tian Lan's ears clearly. Chi Shikai understood Wang Dahe's intentions, and Tian Lan was equally aware. Wang Dahe's boss was Zhou Wenwei from the West City. Before the apocalypse, Zhou Wenwei was a renowned contractor in Sihua City, and his son, Zhou Zhuang, was particularly infatuated with Tian Lan, a former classmate that a month ago, Zhou Zhuang had learned of Tian Lan's whereabouts and had since been fixated on her. Over the past month, Chi Shikai had faced significant harassment from Zhou Zhuang. Even his 2 close friends, Gao Wu and Zhao Gang, had been beaten by Zhou Zhuang's men. Now, Wang Dahe's arrival was clearly an attempt to seize Tian Lan. Quietly, Tian Lan approached Chi Shikai from behind and wrapped her arms around his waist. Brother, let me go with them, that if I leave, they won't trouble you. Don't worry. I won't let that Zhou touch me. He can only have a corpse. What nonsense are you talking? In this world, there's hardly anything worth living for anymore. If I can't preserve my last shred of dignity, what meaning is there? I might as well become a zombie. Let's deal with them. Brother, stop talking nonsense. Under Chi Shikai's fierce gaze, Tian Lan rang a copper bell in the living room. Soon, a response echoed from the other side of the bell, seeing that his good friends had responded. Chi Shikai called out to the door, Dahe, are you here to take Xiao Lan away today? Xiao Qi, you're not foolish, are you? Listen to your brother. Sleeping with any woman is the same that you're a well-known figure in Sihua City. What woman can't you find? Tian Lan has been with you for so long. You might as well switch it up. Why go against young Master Zhou? Fine, I yield that I'll let Xiao Lan pack her things. What is there to pack? What does young Master Zhou lack? Hurry up. While speaking, Chi Shikai raised his hunting rifle. Hearing the sound of knocking from the heating pipes, Chi Shikai grasped the doorknob firmly. The noise from the heating pipes signified that his 2 brothers had arrived. With a creak, the security door swung open. Xiao Qi, it would have been better if you had done this from the start. We wouldn't have had so much unpleasantness. What are you doing? Put the gun down. Wang Dahe, holding a flashlight, initially wore a triumphant expression. However, upon the door opening, he was met with the sight of a dark muzzle. Bang! Chi Shikai fired the hunting rifle. A burst of flames erupted from the barrel, and the shot spread like a fan. Caught off guard, Wang Da's group was knocked down, 3 men collapsing instantly. Wang Da's arm was severed cleanly. Gasping, he slumped to the ground, clutching his arm and howling in agony. The hunting rifle's long-range power was limited, but at a distance of less than 2 meters, it became a devastating weapon Bang, without giving the assailants a chance to react. Shikai continued firing his hunting rifle. After another shot, a deep gunfire echoed from behind Wang Da's men. Damn it! How dare you cause trouble in my brother's house? Wu Zi, finish them off. Gao Wu and Zhao Gang rushed in. Both were armed with firearms. Gao Wu wielded a single-barreled hunting rifle and had a small-caliber handgun at his waist, while Zhao Gang carried a large homemade cannon capable of causing widespread damage. Boom! Bang! Bang! After firing once, Gao Wu drew his handgun and continued shooting, while Zhao Gang discarded the cannon and charged forward with a spear. In just a moment, all of Wang Da's men were taken down. The three brothers, all zombie hunters, were the apex of combat power among the surviving humans. Wang Da, clutching his arm, could not fathom why Shikai dared to attack him. Yes, his companions were not particularly skilled, but he had Zhou Wenwei backing him, a man with thousands of guns and countless followers. Did Shikai not fear for his life? The corridor was filled with the pungent scent of blood. After kicking aside the weapons from the fallen men, Zhao Gang asked, "Brother, who are these guys?" "Wang Do, Zhou Wenwei's subordinate, here to abduct Lanner." Hearing this, Zhao Gang, a towering figure at nearly 2 meters tall, was filled with rage. He raised a spear and stabbed it into Wang Da's thigh. "Gang Gang Dad, Gang Grandpa, spare me, spare me. Damn it, trying to take my brother's girl. Brother, I'll kill him." Gongzi, wait a moment. Squatting down, Shikai aimed his gun at Wang Da's head and asked, "Where is Zhou Wenwei? Where is Zhou Zhuang?" "At the Dafahao nightclub. Young Master Zhou said he would take Tianlan there. He also mentioned they were planning a duet today, as soon as Wang Da finished speaking. Gao Wu, who had remained silent until then, drew his gun and plunged it into Wang Da's neck. Only then did he notice Shikai giving him a glance, prompting Gao Wu to methodically finish off each of Wang Da's subordinates. Gao Wu had never been one to show mercy. After dispatching Wang Da's men, he coldly stated, "Brother, take the 5 and get our family to safety first. I will deal with the Zhou family." Shikai patted Gao Wu on the shoulder and replied, "We cannot stay here. Gather the supplies and head to the old residence. I have my own plans that in the apocalyptic world to survive for long. One must learn to be as cunning as a rabbit with 3 burrows. Relying solely on brute strength is utterly insufficient." After 3 years in this desolate existence, Shikai had already prepared several hiding spots. The old residence was one of them. Compared to the luxurious high-rise apartment they had previously inhabited, the old residence now stood as a dilapidated building, older than Shikai himself. The only silver lining in this post-apocalyptic world was that there were no more mortgage payments to worry about. And property values had plummeted. In this new reality, houses held the least value. Everyone preferred to live in better accommodations, leaving such old buildings deserted. Upon arriving at the old residence, Shikai first ensured the safety of their families. Beside him stood only Tianlan, as both of their parents had long since passed. Gao Wu and Zhao Gang shared a similar fate, with the only distinction being that Gao Wu had an 18-year-old brother, while Zhao Gang had a 16-year-old sister. The 3 brothers convened in the hallway, where Shikai offered each of them a cigarette. They were all of similar age, having grown up together and played on the provincial team of Songjiang. After retiring, they even attended the same sports university. Shikai and Gao Wu were on the shooting team, while Zhao Gang was part of the judo team. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the 3 had supported each other and managed to survive in the dark hallway. Only the crimson glow of 3 cigarette butts flickered, and none of the brothers spoke. Deep down, they all understood the magnitude of the trouble they had stirred. Zhou Wenwei was among the top 5 powers in the West City, and his subordinates were numerous beyond belief. He had ample resources, food, men, and firearms. Rumor had it that Zhou Wenwei possessed 10 machine guns and mortars. The marketplace at Ping Street in West City was the most lucrative spot, and Zhou Wenwei's control over it was a testament to his strength. There were even whispers that Zhou Wenwei was a pawn placed in West City by Dong Bati and Feng Erzi. The big boss of East City, it was well known that only East City maintained a complete monopoly in Beihu County. The brothers were all too aware of how deep Zhou Wenwei's background ran. After finishing a cigarette, Zhao Gang spoke first. "Brother, we cannot stay in Xi'an. The fog in the neighboring Longxing County is beginning to clear. We should leave the city and find a village to hide in. Once the fog lifts, We can head to Longshan County. It's a new city, and there will undoubtedly be plenty of supplies. With our skills, we can carve out a name for ourselves. Zhao Gang was the bravest among them. Possessing both courage and wit, he knew how to assess the situation. Facing Zhou Wenwei now would be akin to facing certain death. Zhao Gang's words made Gao Wu raise an eyebrow. Second brother, what are you afraid of? Is Zhou Wenwei not human? Can't one bullet take him down? Brother, you all should leave first. This threat must be dealt with. And how we deal with it? Gao Wu retorted. Are you not aware of how many men Zhou Wenwei has? It was evident that Zhao Gang and Gao Wu had differing opinions. They both turned to Qi Shikai, the one who always made the final decisions in their little group. Dividing another cigarette between the two, Qi Shikai calmly said, Today, Yang Mingliang approached me. He wants me to be his blade, but I refused. Given the circumstances, I believe we can turn this situation to our advantage. He seeks to exploit me, and we can do the same. Yang Mingliang has long coveted the marketplace at Yiping Street. He will undoubtedly take the bait. But brother, Yang Mingliang cannot provide us with much support. Zhao Gang expressed his concerns that as long as Zhou Wenwei is alive, he will not help us. If Zhou Wenwei dies, then he surely will. You see, second brother, I maintain that we must eliminate Zhou Wenwei. But we are only 3. Zhao Gang protested. Point 3 is sufficient. With shrewdness, we can outmaneuver them. Let me quietly inform you that I acquired a box of arms today. Shotguns, handguns, and grenades. From now on, we shall not lack for weapons. Not everyone from our previous residence was on our side. There will inevitably be loose lips that could lead to our downfall. Zhou Wenwei, who has grown accustomed to his dominance, will certainly hunt us down across West City. You may not dare to imagine, but we will strike back. He will not expect it. We will ambush him right at the entrance of the Dafahao. Zhou Wenwei is a brute, and so are we. To rise, one must step over others. Tonight, we brothers will take down Zhou Wenwei. Gao Wu and Zhao Gang's eyes sparkled at the sight of Qi Shikai unveiling a box of arms that I end this apocalyptic world. Weapons equated to life. To some extent, they were even more precious than food that I in a modest room. The 3 brothers fashioned 4 or 5 cluster grenades and packed them into their backpacks, with their bags secured and weapons in hand. The brothers prepared to set forth. When Tianlan noticed Qi Shikai preparing to leave, a flicker of worry crossed her eyes. Qi Shikai glanced at her and smiled. Little Lan'er, after tonight, brighter days await us. Brother, I'll wait for you at home. If you don't return, I won't sleep, she replied. The old door creaked softly as it closed. Watching Qi Shikai's disappearing figure, Tianlan dashed to the balcony. It wasn't until an old Nissan van vanished from her sight that she placed a bundle of explosives at her feet. Before the apocalypse, Xi'an had only 2 districts, West City and East City. Now, the 4 cardinal directions had been delineated in the aftermath of the disaster, given that Xi'an served as the gateway to Songjiang Province and bordered Liao Province. West City had effectively become a frontline defense against the undead. Thus, chaos reigned here. The Dafahao nightclub, once merely a modest karaoke bar prior to the apocalypse, had transformed into Zhou Wenwei's domain and a den of vice. In entertainment venues, the most valuable asset was undoubtedly girls, and in this new world, girls had become an abundant resource. The Dafahao was now filled with women in their 40s and 50s. However, the women here are astonishingly youthful and strikingly beautiful. Whether they're internet celebrities from before the apocalypse, white-collar workers, or university students, they can all be found here to ensure the success of their operation. Qi Shikai and his companions deliberately utilized their reserve gasoline. Qi Shikai possessed a profound understanding of the power dynamics in Xiqing. Zhou Wenwei's subordinates boasted over 100 automatic rifles, along with more than 1,000 gunmen wielding shotguns. Additionally, there were nearly 2,000 other subordinates scattered around. While the numbers and firearms were considerable, these personnel were dispersed. Typically, only 30 to 40 armed bodyguards accompanied Zhou Wenwei and his son. With a strategic advantage, their position was significantly fortified that a white Nissan van idled in the alley opposite the lavish nightclub. Qi Shikai observed that the murder of Wang Dahua seemingly failed to incite Zhou Wenwei's wrath, perhaps due to the insignificance of the victim, who was so inconsequential that Zhou Wenwei deemed it sufficient to send a few lackeys to resolve the matter. Qi Shikai's profession was that of a zombie hunter, primarily engaged in exterminating zombies outside the city to acquire crystal cores. Patience was paramount for a hunter, and Shikai possessed ample patience. After waiting for over 4 hours, around 3 in the morning, he noticed a commotion at the entrance of the nightclub. Zhou Wenwei and his son, clad in fur coats and slightly inebriated, emerged, flanked by 2 heavily made-up women. Shikai recognized one of them as a former beauty host from the 4-city television station, while the other appeared to be a minor internet celebrity. Zhou Wenwei did not venture out alone. He was accompanied by 7 or 8 loyal subordinates, in addition to their armed protectors. Most unsettling was the sight of Zhou Wenwei leading a chained female zombie, stripped bare and fitted with a steel muzzle. This particular zombie was rumored to have once been the wife of Zhou Wenwei's adversary. After eliminating his rival, Zhou Wenwei had grotesquely transformed the man's wife into a pet in a sense. Zhou Wenwei exhibited a degree of perversion. Upon witnessing the father and son exit, Gao Wu coldly inquired, "Brother, should we engage?" After sizing up the situation, Shikai replied, "Not why you see those few subordinates? They're Guolao Qi and his companions. Let them go. We must avoid killing them. Once Zhou Wenwei is dead, his subordinates will undoubtedly vie for power. Have Gongzi park the car 20 meters away. After the grenades are thrown, drive straight in. Remember, Wuzi, do not exit the vehicle." "Understood, brother." The car door creaked open. Inside, Gao Wu, seated in the passenger seat, and Shikai, in the back, readied themselves. The 2 men removed the safety caps from the cluster grenades. At the entrance of the nightclub, Zhou Wenwei was engaged in casual conversation and smoking with a few of his trusted associates. Noticing his convoy approaching, Zhou Wenwei waved dismissively, saying, "All right, everyone, head back and rest. The fog in Shuangmao town is lifted, and there are plenty of supplies inside. We have work to do tomorrow. Brother, we will take our leave then." Upon seeing the group surrounding Zhou Wenwei disperse, Shikai patted Zhao Gang's shoulder. "Gongzi, slow down the vehicle and proceed." The Nissan van roared to life, slowly exiting the alley. Zhao Gang maintained a moderate speed of around 30 to 40 miles per hour. However, the van's headlights blazed brightly. The glaring high beams forced Zhou Wenwei and his men to shield their eyes. .1 gunman, noticing Zhou Wenwei frown, shouted towards the approaching van, "What the hell? Do you even know how to drive? Are you looking to get yourself killed?" Just as the gunman finished his tirade, he observed the van come to a halt 20 meters away. Then, they heard the sound of the door opening. Sizzle, whoosh, clang. In a daze, Zhou Wenwei and his subordinates felt as if something was crashing down upon them. In his inebriated state, Zhou Wenwei instinctively glanced down to find the ground covered in smoking grenades. Clustered together, his pupils constricted as he shouted, "Grenades! Boom! Boom!" By the time Zhou Wenwei grasped the danger, it was too late. The explosive power of the 4 clustered grenades was overwhelming. Even the luxury cars parked at the nightclub's entrance were overturned. The nightclub's glass windows shattered into 1,000 pieces. Buzz! The few surviving subordinates of Zhou Wenwei barely had time to react when the white van barreled towards them. Gao Wu and Shikai propped their shotguns on the windows and opened fire. Bang! 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 Several gunmen, caught off guard and lightly injured, fell instantly as the explosions erupted. The few subordinates who had departed early were jolted back to sobriety. As they watched the white van speeding away, they instinctively prepared to give chase. To their surprise, the van made a swift U-turn and returned. "Grab your weapons. Let us kill him and avenge the boss." All of Zhou Wenwei's surviving subordinates rushed toward the trunk to retrieve their firearms. Meanwhile, Shikai, returning in his van, disembarked, clutching a shotgun in one hand and a cluster grenade in the other. Facing the oncoming crowd, Shikai shouted, "I am Shikai. Anyone unafraid of death, come forth." With that, he hurled the cluster grenade. Boom! Bang! Bang! After tossing the grenade, Shikai fired 3 shots into the as the smoke dissipated. The white van had vanished without a trace. The surviving subordinates of Zhou Wenwei exchanged nervous glances. Although they had just shouted for revenge, their motivations were twofold, a matter of pride and the need to maintain appearances. Yet they had not anticipated Shikai's audacious counterattack. Looking around, a middle-aged man named Lao Chi glanced towards the direction where Zhou Wenwei lay. The father and son duo had already disappeared from sight, and they struggled to find traces of them. With a glint in his eye, Guo Laoqi declared, "I must go to the boss's villa to protect his wife." "Hey, Laoqi, you can't go alone. I'll accompany you." These men were not genuinely concerned about protecting the boss's wife. Zhou Wenwei's villa was, in fact, his storeroom, housing the treasures he had accumulated over the years. With the death of their leader, these men vividly exemplified the saying, "When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter." Brother, that was impressively executed. Inside the speeding van, Gao Wu was brimming with excitement. For someone like Zhou Wenwei, whether before or after the apocalypse, he was a figure to be revered. Yet, such a towering figure had met his end so abruptly. Gao Wu felt he had every reason to be exhilarated. Zhao Gang, at the wheel, shared in the excitement, though he was more contemplative than Gao Wu. While the three brothers had successfully eliminated Zhou Wenwei and his son, it did not signify the end of their troubles. It was crucial to remember that Zhou Wenwei still had 2,000 to 3,000 subordinates at his disposal, a number that could easily overwhelm the three of them. Casting a wary glance at the rearview mirror and noting that no one was in pursuit, Zhao Gang inquired, "Brother, what's our next move? Should we seize Zhou Wenwei's territory?" The rear passenger, Qi Shikai, also felt a surge of excitement. However, after lighting a cigarette, he regained his composure. Successfully taking down Zhou Wenwei and his son was merely the first step. And in Qi Shikai's eyes, it was the simplest part of the plan. With no zombies present within the city and the situation relatively stable, the populace had become complacent over time. Their numbers were insufficient. With only around 20 fellow zombie hunters who might not necessarily share their objectives. "Let us head to Emerald Garden. I need to meet Yang Mingliang." With Zhou Wenwei's demise, a significant power vacuum will emerge. Yang Mingliang will undoubtedly desire to claim Zhou Wenwei's territory. Last month, his top lieutenant perished in the zombie tide, and now he lacks capable generals, and we can leverage his influence. Upon realizing that Qi Shikai had devised a strategy, Zhao Gang directed his vehicle straight toward the Emerald Garden community in the West City. In the apocalyptic landscape of Xi'an, a network still exists, albeit a localized one encompassing the entire city. An influential faction in the North City had established this network at the onset of the apocalypse by utilizing existing base stations. However, the cost of access is exorbitant. A typical monthly plan demands 100 kilograms of food or equivalent crystal core resources. Furthermore, this plan grants a mere 10 gigabytes of data and 200 minutes of call time each month, a stark contrast to the pre-apocalypse charges. With the existence of this network, the news of the murder of Zhou Wenwei and his son spread rapidly. Yang Mingliang, residing in the Emerald Garden, also received the news. Before the apocalypse, the Emerald Garden was merely an ordinary community in Xi'an. Yet after the catastrophe, Yang Mingliang expelled the original residents and transformed the entire complex into a stronghold. His family and trusted aides now reside within its confines, and the security around the perimeter is notably stringent. Qi Shikai was halted by a sentry less than 2 kilometers from the Emerald Garden. This sentry post was rather intimidating, featuring a mounted Maxim machine gun, an ancient relic seemingly salvaged from a museum. "Stop. Private property. Do not approach." The guard, upon spotting Qi Shikai's vehicle, waved his hand dismissively while raising the barrel of his bolt-action rifle. Observing the guard's impatience, Qi Shikai exited his vehicle and said, "Brother, I wish to see Boss Yang de. Do you think Boss Yang is someone you can just meet at will? I'm in a good mood today. Hurry up and leave." The guard's disdain for Qi Shikai was palpable. "Please, just inform him that I am Qi Shikai. You're that Qi Shikai, the zombie hunter who recently took down Zhou Wenwei at the Grand Fortune?" The guard's demeanor shifted instantly from arrogance to eagerness. In this era of fierce competitors, Qi Shikai's prowess was unparalleled in Xi'an. He had single-handedly dismantled one of the top 5 factions in the West City, a feat even cinema would hesitate to portray. The guard, now friendly, called out to his comrades for a report while offering Qi Shikai a cigarette. "Brother Qi, I'm Zhu Ziming, but everyone calls me Xiao Zhu. Please tell me how you dealt with Zhou Wenwei. I've always found that guy insufferable." Accepting the cigarette, Qi Shikai humbly replied, "I was just fortunate." "Ah, you're too modest, Chiga." Oh, look, the steward of Boss Yang has arrived. Well, I'll take my leave. Let us drink together sometime. Of course, Chiga, take care. Only after Chi Shirkai's vehicle disappeared from sight did Zhu Ziming muse. A true man should be as such. Glancing at his subordinates, he added, learn from this, if one person can achieve such feats, why can't you? The guards did not dare to retort. If they had the capability, they wouldn't be stationed at night watch. As Chi Shirkai approached Yang Mingliang's villa, he couldn't help but marvel at the extravagant lifestyle of the affluent. The villa, evidently renovated, boasted an expanded area and included an outdoor swimming pool, a small ski slope, and a golf course nearby. Such indulgences were far beyond Yang Mingliang's means before the apocalypse, suggesting that the end of the world had indeed favored many. After a brief moment of reflection, Chi Shirkai and his two companions were invited into the villa's grand hall. The atmosphere inside was as warm as spring, and it seemed as though no one could sense the apocalyptic reality outside. The stark contrast between the blood-stained military coats of the three brothers and the opulent villa made them appear as if beggars in a five-star hotel. Nevertheless, the palpable aura of menace surrounding them commanded respect from the villa's servants. "Ha ha, Brother Shirkai!" Yang Mingliang's robust voice resonated from afar. Upon seeing Chi Shirkai, he greeted him warmly. Wealthy in resources, Yang Mingliang had recently been plagued by anxiety, having lost a key general during a horde attack. Leaving him in a precarious position without capable men at his disposal, he had been observing Chi Shirkai for some time, and today, Chi Shirkai's presence delivered an unexpected surprise. "Boss Yang," Chi Shirkai responded. Shaking hands with Yang Mingliang, who continued, "You must be 26 this year. I'm exactly 24 years your senior. 50 in total, that if you don't mind, call me older brother." "Well then, Brother Yang, I shall consider it an honor to ha-ha. Please, take a seat. These two must be your younger brothers. Sit. Mary, bring some fruit." Yang Mingliang showed no disdain for the three men's disheveled appearance, and Chi Shirkai, not one to be pretentious, readily sat on the obviously expensive sofa. After exchanging a few pleasantries, a plump maid in a uniform arrived with a fruit platter. The selection was simple, featuring only watermelon, apples, and grapes. Yet, even these modest fruits were precious commodities, as it had been a year since Chi Shirkai and his companions last tasted fresh fruit. Although tempted, the three men refrained from eating, maintaining their composure. "What's the matter, Shirkai? Not to your liking?" Yang Mingliang inquired. "Not at all, Brother Yang. Shall we discuss business first?" "Oh, haha, certainly. I'm eager to hear what brings you here, that you've made quite a name for yourself in the West City tonight. Fame without practical gains is but an illusion, Brother Yang. Are you interested in Zhou Wenwei's territory?" Chi Shirkai's words caused Yang Mingliang's gaze to brighten momentarily, but he quickly masked his excitement with a hearty laugh. Come, let us eat some fruit." Suddenly, Yang Mingliang shifted the conversation, asking Shirkai, "My security team is currently seeking a captain for one of the squads. Would you be interested?" Yang Mingliang's unexpected invitation stunned both Zhao Gang and Gao Wu. Especially Zhao Gang, the so-called security team, was not merely a parking lot guard. It comprised Yang Mingliang's elite subordinates. As the largest grain merchant in the West City, Yang Mingliang commanded a security force of over 3,000 men, organized into 6 squads of 500 each. Should Chi Shirkai accept, he would swiftly ascend to a pivotal position among Yang Mingliang's inner circle, commanding 500 men, each armed with a firearm. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Gang contemplated speaking on behalf of Chi Shirkai. The offer was too tempting. Yet, Chi Shirkai's reaction to Yang Mingliang's proposition was one of calm indifference, devoid of excitement. Yang Mingliang couldn't help but admire Chi Shirkai's composure. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Shirkai smiled and replied, "Brother Yang, I appreciate your kindness, but I am quite accustomed to my freedom." Chi Shirkai's refusal did not surprise Yang Mingliang. He had sensed earlier that Chi Shirkai was not one to thrive under constraints. It was evident that someone of Chi Shirkai's caliber could easily secure a respectable position within any faction. His continued solitary path in this post-apocalyptic world stemmed from a shrewd understanding of its harsh realities, where leaders were often ruthless, and even the most formidable subordinates were merely expendable assets. With a hint of regret, Yang Mingliang sighed. What a pity. However, Shirkai, This captain position will always remain available for you." Upon concluding his words, Yang Mingliang slightly reclined his body, raising his right hand ever so slightly. The maid, Mary, promptly presented him with a neatly cut cigar. Gazing at Shikai, Yang Mingliang exhaled a plume of smoke and said, "Shikai, do share your thoughts." Compared to his earlier demeanor, there was a subtle hint of indifference in Yang Mingliang's tone, which was hardly surprising given that Shikai had just slighted him. However, Shikai was well prepared today. He was determined to prove that Yang Mingliang could not possibly be uninterested in Zhou Wenwei's territory. "Brother Yang, I understand your concerns. Although Zhou Wenwei is dead, his brothers remain. Recklessly attempting to seize his territory would inevitably lead to a bloody confrontation with his men. Your primary concern is the potential losses." Please continue." Yang Mingliang nodded, encouraging Shikai to elaborate. "Brother Yang, Zhou Wenwei's territory encompasses 4 streets, including the market on Hepping Street, which is the most valuable asset. That I can assist you in taking Hepping Street without requiring a single soldier from you." The words of Shikai caused the corners of Yang Mingliang's eyes to narrow slightly. Judging by his subtle expressions, it was evident that Yang Mingliang was intrigued. The market on Hepping Street was not merely a marketplace. It was a vital trade hub. Sishi City serves as the gateway to Songjiang Province, situated close to Liaozhou. Merchants from Liaozhou seeking to engage in trade with Songjiang Province must pass through Sishi City, as it is a safe passage amidst a landscape rife with zombies. Each year, Zhou Wenwei amassed a fortune simply from the city taxes collected. For Yang Mingliang, seizing Hepping Street would enable his grain convoy to trade seamlessly with Liaozhou Province. It is worth noting that the weaponry and equipment from Liaozhou are quite superior. Once this route is established, Yang Mingliang's influence could potentially triple. Yang Mingliang was acutely aware of the riches that Hepping Street could yield, and so were others. Thus, capturing Hepping Street would undoubtedly incite a bloody battle. Now, with Shikai proposing to take Hepping Street for Yang Mingliang, how could he not be swayed? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Mingliang inquired, "Brother, if we capture Hepping Street, let us divide the spoils 70-30. That I assure you, I will not shortchange you." Upon hearing Yang Mingliang's proposed division, Gao Wu's eyebrows raised in indignation, ready to erupt. It was clear that Yang Mingliang's 70-30 split could not possibly mean giving Shikai the larger share. Gao Wu believed it unfair for his 3 brothers to engage in a life-and-death struggle only to receive a mere 30% in the end. Observing Gao Wu's impending outburst, Zhao Gang swiftly kicked him to silence. Shikai, however, displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he uttered something that astonished even Yang Mingliang. "Brother Yang, for the capture of Hepping Street, I will take not a single coin. All will belong to you. Haha, brother, you're trying to play the Good Samaritan, are you? Do tell. What is it that you desire? I seek the Gaedyuan under your command." Shikai's request left not only Yang Mingliang bewildered, but also Zhao Gang and Gao Wu in a state of shock. Gaedyuan was the name of a community in the western city. The entire community boasted a pedestrian street and 8 large residential complexes, with a current population nearing 50,000 before the apocalypse. Gaedyuan was considered one of the more prosperous areas of Sishi City. However, it had since devolved into a veritable slum, a place where laborers could be found. Among all of Yang Mingliang's territories, Gaedyuan was the least lucrative. The only potential revenue from this place arose when factions required laborers, allowing Yang Mingliang to earn a modest service fee, or when his farm could benefit from inexpensive labor during the autumn harvest. In comparison to the value that Hepping Street could generate, Gaedyuan was practically worthless. Looking at Shikai in confusion, Yang Mingliang asked, "Brother, there are merely a bunch of laborers there. While you wouldn't need to support them, they bring no profit. Brother Yang, I simply desire a place to call my own." After a moment's reflection, Yang Mingliang slapped his thigh and declared, "Very well, I agree. Brother Yang, to accomplish this task, I will need some provisions to hire people. The 3 of us can certainly take down Zhou Wenwei, but we cannot capture Hepping Street relying solely on ourselves." "Haha, that's not an issue. Your elder brother has plenty of provisions to spare. I shall send you 10 tons of cornmeal for your immediate use. However, brother, I truly have no means regarding weapons. Rest assured, as for the weapons, I will find a way myself." "Agreed. Let us seal this gentleman's agreement." With a firm clap, Qi Shikai and Yang Mingliang exchanged a pledge, solidifying their gentleman's agreement. Yang Mingliang treated Qi Shikai with the utmost courtesy, even personally escorting him to the door upon his departure. It was only after Qi Shikai's figure had vanished from sight that Yang Mingliang muttered to himself, "This young man possesses quite the ambition. I wonder how far he can go in these tumultuous times." Elder brother, why would he want that desolate Gaediuan? It offers nothing but buildings and people. Inside the van, Gao Wu appeared utterly perplexed. Surely, even a 30% share of Hepping Street's profits would be more advantageous than claiming Gaediuan. Observing Gao Wu's puzzled demeanor, Qi Shikai smiled knowingly and lit a cigarette, saying, "Wuzi, what do you think is most important in this apocalypse? Food. Without food, one will starve," Zhao Gang interjected, preempting Gao Wu. "Second brother, that's not correct. It's firearms. With guns, I can seize food." "Both of you are correct, but if you ask me, the most crucial element in the apocalypse is people. Without people, who will wield your guns? We may possess firearms. But Gaediuan has residents. Does Hepping Street still hold such significance in comparison?" Qi Shikai's words left Zhao Gang and Gao Wu momentarily speechless. With people, food, firearms, and a clever strategist, it was clear that their elder brother was unwilling to settle for mediocrity. "Elder brother, now that we have people and you've located an armory, we still lack provisions," Gao Wu eventually realized, pondering the situation. "Ah, Wuzi, are you foolish? While we have no food, Yang Mingliang does. He hoards food, and we stockpile weapons. Thus, Yangge becomes our granary. Let's find a place to rest, and upon waking, we shall seek out Lao Yangpi. Currently, we possess only shotguns, handguns, and grenades. We must replenish our firepower as the most chaotic district of SN City. The West City is home to countless factions, both large and small. Numbering in the hundreds of it is conceivable that one could attain a semblance of notoriety merely between two utility poles, thus being considered a faction. Yet, among these myriad factions, only 10 truly command respect and influence. The likes of Yang Mingliang and the now-deceased Zhou Wenwei, whose household registration has been annulled by Qi Shikai, are both ranked within this elite circle. And their prowess places them among the top 5 that, after returning to the old residence and resting for a night, Qi Shikai entrusted Zhao Gang with the responsibility of safeguarding the house. Accompanied by Gao Wu, the two brothers drove to SN City's SM Road in the West City. Before the apocalypse, SM Road was an industrial zone, specializing in mechanical processing and automobile parts. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, it has transformed into one of SN City's 3 major armament factories. The faction that controls SM Road is among the top 10 in the West City and is known as the Iron Brigade. Before long, Qi Shikai found himself at the entrance of a machinery factory, which serves as the weapon sales center for the Iron Brigade. Upon stepping into the factory courtyard, he was greeted by the familiar scent of machine oil and welding. Numerous apprentices were busy forging spears, machetes, and other cold weapons, while others haggled with sales personnel. The courtyard was dedicated to the production of cold weaponry by the Iron Brigade. Upon entering the main hall, Qi Shikai was met with an array of shotguns and rifles laid out for selection. Despite the presence of rifles, many opted for shotguns. Prior to the apocalypse, there were claims that crafting automatic rifles was a straightforward endeavor. Indeed, if one disregards the legal constraints that existed before the apocalypse, gun-making could be relatively simple. However, the production of ammunition poses a significant challenge that a poorly constructed rifle risks catastrophic failure, while the simplicity of shotguns renders them far more reliable. Consequently, no faction in all of SN City chooses to employ automatic rifles produced by their own armament factories. Those seeking automatic rifles here are often novice or reckless individuals. Qi Shikai was a seasoned patron of the Iron Brigade. As he entered the hall, a voluptuous woman in her 40s approached him. "Brother Qi, you're here. It's been ages since you last visited, and Hongjie has missed you dearly. Just feel this. My heart races at the thought of you." Looking at the woman, who seemed to be adorned with a layer of makeup that was almost comical, Qi Shikai quickly replied, "Hongjie, I have no tips to spare. Go fetch Lao Yangpi. I've got a significant business proposition." Qi Shikai was well aware of the woman's background. Before the apocalypse, she was the proprietress of a foot massage street. Renowned for being the establishment star attraction, but a notorious seductress, She had once nearly lured a young Shikai into one of her dimly lit rooms. Upon hearing Shikai mention Lao Yangpi and a lucrative endeavor, her eyes sparkled with interest. Before long, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached. In the apocalypse, most individuals have slimmed down, yet Lao Yangpi weighed over 200 pounds. This was easily explained. His skills were unparalleled. Lao Yangpi, whose real name was Pai Yaoyang, had taken on the moniker due to his admiration for a particular villain from a television series. That it was rumored that he had been a top student at a prestigious industrial university before the apocalypse, excelling in both mechanical and chemical engineering. Such individuals remained highly sought after. Even in the post-apocalyptic world, Shikai had witnessed Lao Yangpi skillfully crafting handguns and shotguns, and the quality was commendable, albeit at a price. Xiao Qi, what business do you wish to discuss? After shaking hands with Lao Yangpi, Shikai presented him with a cigarette and said, Brother Pai, I am in need of a batch of submachine guns. Ah, de Zhonghua. Xiao Qi, your standards have certainly risen that I can produce submachine guns, but you must consider that my ammunition production line is lacking. The submachine guns I make may either lack rifling, which compromises accuracy, or be less powerful than shotguns. By the way, I've developed a new 11-shot shotgun. You might want to consider that. Lao Yangpi was quite forthright in his dealings. The principles behind submachine guns and automatic rifles are not vastly different, both facing the potential of catastrophic failures. Shikai had come to replenish his firepower, yet shotguns lacked the necessary strength. Brother Pai, I recall there was a submachine gun from World War II that was particularly simple to construct. Correct? It seemed to consist of only a handful of parts. Can you make it? The M3 grease gun? Crafting that is as easy as drinking water. The issue lies with the .45 caliber ammunition. Acquiring standardized rounds is no simple task. I can produce it, but the risks are high, and if it detonates, I won't be responsible for after-sales service. Fine, Brother Pai, I will take that. I will handle the ammunition issue myself. To be frank, I've made a bit of a profit. Observing Shikai's restrained smile, Lao Yangpi understood. For zombie hunters, it was not uncommon to stumble upon valuable finds. Have you made up your mind? Yes. Please create 2 for me to test. Huh. You don't trust Brother Pai's craftsmanship? Very well, just wait. Hongjia, prepare some tea for Xiao Qi. With that, Lao Yangpi entered the workshop. From the hall, one could only hear the mechanical sounds emanating from within, indicating that Lao Yangpi kept his gun-making techniques closely guarded. In less than 15 minutes, Lao Yangpi emerged from the workshop, proudly holding 2 M3 submachine guns. The efficiency was impressive. Holding the still warm weapons, Shikai couldn't help but admire Lao Yangpi's craftsmanship. His choice of the M3 submachine gun was intentional. The system had gifted him a blueprint for the M1911A1 pistol, along with a design 4.45 caliber ammunition. The most affordable submachine gun compatible with this ammunition was indeed the M3, despite being a weapon from the World War II era. It boasted superior range and power compared to the shotguns Shikai possessed. Most importantly, it offered substantial firepower, and both the bullets and the gun were reasonably priced. In a sense, Shikai had cleverly exploited a loophole in the system. With a satisfying click, Shikai chambered a round and fired the empty gun, noting the smooth craftsmanship. Producing a box of .45 ammunition, he declared, Brother Pai, let me give it a try. The rear of the hall featured a makeshift shooting range. Merely a dirt wall. Tat 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 tat. With bullets chambered, Shikai emptied an entire magazine. This extravagant display drew a grin from Gao Wu, who momentarily feared that Shikai might be overextending himself. Click! Bang! Brother Pai, let's discuss the pricing. After inspecting the submachine gun to ensure no lingering bullets remained, Shikai tossed the weapon to Gao Wu. How many do you need? Let's start with 100, but you must deliver within 2 days. And the quality must match this one. Damn. Xiao Qi, you've struck it rich. How do you wish to pay? With food or crystal cores? Lao Yangpi was evidently taken aback by Shikai's boldness. The cost of producing an M3 submachine gun is relatively low, meaning Lao Yangpi stands to gain significantly from this transaction. Let's exchange shotguns or 12-gauge ammunition instead. Woozy, show Brother Pai the goods. Gao Wu handed over a pristine shotgun to Lao Yangpi. The latter was momentarily stunned. He had never encountered such a flawlessly crafted weapon. After a moment's contemplation, Lao Yampi stated, 2 shotguns for 1 submachine gun, and I will require 10 rounds of ammunition for each shotgun. No deal. Woozy, return the gun to Brother Pai. You're being unreasonable. I'm not only doing business with you once. With that, Shikai feigned an intention to depart. After a series of negotiations, they ultimately agreed on a deal: 1 shotgun in exchange for 3 submachine guns, along with 10 rounds of shotgun ammunition. Lao Yangpi did not perceive this transaction as a loss, only as a more modest profit. However, the sheer volume Shikai required was noteworthy. Before departing, Shikai remarked, "Brother Pai, to be honest, I currently possess in excess of shotguns, over 500 and more than 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Why don't you take them all?" "Haha, brother, such a vast quantity is beyond my capacity to consume." "Take care on your way, my friend." After cheerfully bidding farewell to Shikai, Lao Yangpi returned to the office, his eyes darting with intrigue before dialing a number. "Brother, was that a bit too ostentatious just now?" On the return journey, Gao Wu felt a twinge of anxiety. Shikai's earlier mention of possessing hundreds of hunting rifles and tens of thousands of bullets had stirred his concern. The trio, Shikai and his brothers, were no ordinary men. One could hardly be a zombie hunter without a certain ferocity. Yet, each of them exhibited a distinct kind of ferocity. Shikai was a well-rounded contender, thoroughly contemplating issues and seizing opportunities with fervor. Zhao Gang was the type to charge into battle, yet he also possessed acumen. Gao Wu, however, was ruthless, calculating, and astutely meticulous. This individual spoke little, but anyone under his scrutiny would be left in dire straits. He even had a record of dueling a zombie king. Times, Shikai found Gao Wu's ruthlessness to border on the perverse. Gao Wu often gauged human nature through the lens of utmost malevolence. He suspected that Shikai's recent display of wealth might attract trouble. Observing Gao Wu's anxious expression, Shikai chuckled. Lao Yangpi's wife frequently plays mahjong with Guo Lao Chi's little wife. Lao Yangpi is not merely in the business of manufacturing and selling guns. He is also an intelligence broker. With Zhou Wenwei's demise, his subordinates will undoubtedly seek to recruit more men. These individuals wield considerable influence. 500 hunting rifles could sufficiently arm a company for Guo Lao Chi. Just imagine, if Guo Lao Chi receives news of this batch of guns, what if the other two also catch wind of it? Haha. After Shikai's brief explanation, Gao was momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, he muttered, "Big brother, your heart is truly dark. I have no choice. Our foundation is weak, that if we don't use our wits, what can we do? Engaging a life-or-death struggle with Zhou Wenwei's men might leave us vulnerable to opportunists. In these times, one must always keep their guard up." Listening to Shikai's words, Gao Wu cast an admiring glance. While Gao Wu's intellect was sharp during acts of violence, strategizing was somewhat beyond his capacity. On their way back to the old residence, Shikai received a message via intercom from Zhao Gang, announcing that Yang Mingliang supplies had arrived. Shikai refrained from disclosing the location of the old residence. After agreeing on a meeting point, Shikai accepted the 10 tons of cornmeal. Before the apocalypse, cornmeal was predominantly used as animal feed. However, in the current world, it was undoubtedly a means to stave off hunger, though its taste left much to be desired without the addition of some flour, which could be harsh on the throat. Yang Mingliang was meticulous in his dealings, and the delivery truck contained not only 10 tons of cornmeal, but also 200 kilograms of rice and half a pig, along with some fruits, vegetables, and miscellaneous items. Yang Mingliang was making every effort to win Shikai over. When the two brothers returned to the old residence in the truck, Tianlan and Zhao Xiaomei were overjoyed. Rice, a staple food, had become a rare luxury for the two girls in the post-apocalyptic world, let alone fruits and vegetables. The happiness of surviving in such times could be rather simple. Witnessing the delighted smiles of Tianlan and Zhao Xiaomei, Shikai and his brothers felt a sense of joy as well. Their relentless struggle in this harsh world was ultimately for the sake of providing a stable life for their families. Yet, to maintain such stability indefinitely, they needed to continue fighting until they had no rivals left. After concealing the truck, Shikai told Zhao Gang, "Tonight, when Xiao Yang returns, inform him not to go to work. We taken down Zhou Wenwei. His subordinates might seek revenge against you, and oh worries. I brought 2 grenades for Xiaoyang. He'll be fine. He didn't go to work today. Out gathering intel. Upon hearing Qi Shikai's concerns, Gao Wu chuckled. Big brother, that kid Liangzi is quite clever. Indeed, it's always wise to be cautious. Here's the plan. Wuzi, Gongzi, you two will reach out to the bounty hunters we have a good rapport with. Once Lao Yampi has the weapons ready, we'll be set to work. Tomorrow, Gongzi, you take a few brothers to stand guard, while Wuzi and I will head out of the city to scout. Scout! Upon learning of Qi Shikai's plan, Zhao Gang gave him a thumbs up. Qi Shikai's strategy was not particularly sophisticated, yet it directly targeted human nature. Qi Shikai was betting on the ambition of Zhou Wenwei subordinates. In the post-apocalyptic world, zombie hunters could be considered part of the middle class, able to sustain themselves and their families, occasionally even improving their rations. Most zombie hunters operated in small groups or solo. Yet within their circle, they were relatively united. After all, one never knew what kind of trouble they might encounter outdoors. The 3 brothers, Qi Shikai, Zhao Gang, and Gao Wu, had a few reliable zombie hunter friends. After careful selection, that evening, 10 zombie hunters gathered at Qi Shikai's home. Most of these hunters were young, ranging from their 20s to 30s, and they shared a common trait. They had dependents to support. Those who had nothing before the apocalypse were often labeled invincible. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, those with ties to family proved to be the most formidable. That evening, Qi Shikai treated the new brothers to a feast, and Tianlan prepared a large pot of braised pork. Such a meal was a considerable improvement for the bounty hunters. Before leaving, Qi Shikai provided each of them with 100 pounds of cornmeal. The bounty hunters felt a bit sheepish taking the food and insisted that Qi Shikai should call upon them whenever needed. That night, after tidying up the dining area, Tianlan prepared a basin of warm water for Qi Shikai to wash his feet. Gently massaging his feet, she whispered, "Brother, my life feels like a dream right now." Observing Tianlan as she attended to him, Qi Shikai smiled and gently patted her head, saying, "The good days are just beginning. By the way, Xiaolan, I sent it about time for you and Xiao Mei's monthly visitor." Tianlan was taken aback by Qi Shikai's question, her cheeks flushing as she replied, "Brother, I'm fine. It's the safe period, but Xiaomei is only 16, still a child. You should hold off a bit." Qi Shikai was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "What are you thinking? I meant for you and Xiaomei to keep your sanitary products. I have a use for them." "Brother, are you really that twisted now?" Tianlan was once again shocked by Qi Shikai. He hadn't been so extravagant in the past. "Haha, your little mind is always wandering. Zombies are quite sensitive to the scent of blood." As he spoke, Qi Shikai gazed out the window, where the outskirts of West City lay, and there were the pits he had dug for Guolao Qi and the others. Early the next morning, Qi Shikai rose early. Seeing Tianlan, who was exhausted from the previous night, he tucked her in. After adding 2 pieces of honeycomb coal to the stove in the living room, he grabbed his weapons and provisions before stepping out. As he exited, Gao was already waiting at the door. "Brother, the soundproofing in this old building is terrible. You know I'm sensitive to noise. You should move across the street. If you're envious, I'll buy you a wife later. It doesn't matter to me, but Xiaomei is still a child, getting up early to wash the sheets. Stop the nonsense. We need to head out to scout. Zombies avoid light, and their mobility is diminished in the morning. We should aim to return before noon." Qi Shikai's destination upon leaving the city was Shuangmao Town. Located 30 kilometers outside of West City, Shuangmao Town is a significant township in Xi'an City, having been a key town at the national level before the apocalypse. The town spans over 500 square kilometers and boasts a population exceeding 60,000. With both its agriculture and industry flourishing remarkably. The mist that enveloped Shuangmao Town dissipated a month ago. The composition of the mist from the cataclysm has remained a mystery. This mist would form a fog wall around the cities, and a faint haze would linger within. Humans exposed to this subtle mist face an exceedingly low probability of becoming zombies, but attempting to cross the fog wall guarantees transformation. Cities shrouded in this mist exist in a state of preservation, as if all substances other than humans have come to a standstill. The duration of the mist's presence is unpredictable. For instance, the mist in Xi'an lasted only 7 days, while that of Shuangmao persisted for a full 3 years. Generally, Cities enveloped in mist meet one of two fates. Either humanity prevails against the zombies, surviving on the resources within the town, or the zombies decimate the city, leaving scarcely any humans alive. Rarely does a stalemate between humans and zombies last long, at least not in Shikai's experience. For the various factions in present-day Xi'an, Shuangmao Town is undoubtedly a coveted prize. However, the presence of 50 to 60,000 zombies within the town poses a significant challenge. Yang Mingyang had set his sights on a grain warehouse in Shuangmao Town, containing 50,000 tons of food, which ultimately led to the demise of his top general. Had his subordinates not fought valiantly, Yang Mingliang himself might have perished there as well. Rumors are now circulating that Xi'an is preparing to form a coalition to assault Shuangmao Town. It is essential to note that this location harbors not only food, but also chemical raw materials and production lines, all of which are forms of hard currency. The route Shikai must take to exit the city is Peace Street. Yet today, the market on Peace Street is exceedingly desolate. Even the toll booths have been dismantled. The shops adorned with small pink lanterns along the street remain shuttered, and the young ladies clad in black stockings are conspicuously absent from work. Shikai even notices bloodstains on the ground, indicating that Zhou one-way subordinates have already clashed over control of Peace Street. The silence of Peace Street suits Shikai's intentions. At least he saves on the toll fee, riding his old happy motorcycle. Shikai and Gao Wu make their way towards Shuangmao Town. According to the reconnaissance from the drones, there are approximately 300,000 tons of chemical raw materials within Shuangmao Town, and the production lines are quite complete. The drones have also detected 6 medium-sized grain silos, though the total number is yet to be determined. The grain reserves in Shuangmao Town include 1 million tons of various staple foods, oils, and meats. Before the apocalypse, our family's enterprise managed the grain replacement work here. 1 million tons of food. Indeed, if we acquire this, my father could at least expand the army by 6 infantry divisions. The populace under our command would have enough provisions for a year. 1 kilometer outside Shuangmao Town, a convoy of 20 military off-road vehicles is stationed by the roadside. Nearly 100 soldiers clad in camouflage, armed with Type 95 automatic rifles, stand guard vigilantly. Beside one of the camouflaged vehicles, a girl dressed in camouflage with a high ponytail and a veil raises binoculars to survey the distant Shuangmao Town. Her fitted camouflage attire accentuates her curvaceous figure. Although her face is obscured by the veil, her beautiful eyes and remarkably fair skin are evident. Hearing the girl speak, the adjutant offers a rueful smile. Miss, all the residents in the town have already transformed into zombies. It is estimated that at least 2 mechanized infantry regiments will be required to clear this area. Moreover, this is Xi'an's territory, making it prone to conflict. The general is currently coordinating armed forces from Liaozhou to establish the Northern Alliance. Xi'an serves as the gateway to Songjiang, which is another major granary. Once the general secures Songjiang province, the 3 northern provinces will fall into his grasp. It is not an opportune moment for military action. Upon hearing the adjutant's words, the girl lets out a resigned sigh. Such a pity. When is the representative from Dongbeixian, Feng Erzi, arriving? He is already 15 minutes late. How vexing! I immediately inquire. What sound? Just as the adjutant prepares to use the communicator to ask about the situation, a sudden buzzing noise fills the air from the distant sky. Instinctively looking towards the horizon, the adjutant is taken aback. A swarm of drones. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. As the adjutant speaks, for the 50 drones, each carrying small bombs, rush in, just as one drone releases its bomb. The adjutant swiftly pushes the girl to the ground. Boom! 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 The drone assault sends the soldiers at the scene sprawling. When the girl dazedly lifts her head, she discovers that the adjutant, who is shielding her, has lost his breath. Protect the young lady. The surviving soldiers, while firing at the sky, gather around the girl. In just a single wave of the drone attack, the entire convoy soldiers are nearly annihilated. In modern warfare, drones exert a bloodline suppression over infantry. Before the soldiers can regain their composure, the roar of engines echoes from afar. The girl gazes into the distance, where a long-haired man with unnaturally fair skin is laughing raucously atop an armored vehicle. Feng Erzi, how dare you betray me? The girl curses indignantly before being ushered into the off-road vehicle by her subordinates. Meanwhile, the distant Dongbatian Feng Erzi shouts, "Don't let her escape. Capture her and form a line." I Feng Shifan abhor waste? No, waste. 15 kilometers northwest of Shuangmao town. Shikai surveys an abandoned factory and nods in satisfaction. This derelict factory is situated beside a village and has evidently been deserted for quite some time. The surrounding villages are also in a state of decay, and the area is a vast plain with little in the way of cover. For Shikai, this location is undoubtedly the perfect burial ground prepared for Zhou one-way subordinates. After marking the factory's location on the map, Shikai prepares to return to the city with Gao Wu. Execute this plan effectively. Shikai still requires extensive preparation as they step into the factory yard. Just as Shikai and Gao Wu mount the motorcycle, Gao Wu suddenly jumps down. Crouching on the ground, he listens intently for a while before saying, "Big brother, there are gunshots and the sound of vehicles. They are coming towards the factory, less than 3 kilometers away." Gao Wu possesses impressive hearing, able to detect sound from afar. Sometimes, Shikai jokingly claims that he must be akin to a dog. Before the apocalypse, Shikai had never realized Gao Wu's exceptional hearing. Noticing Gao Wu's warning of approaching individuals, Shikai points toward the factory's office building and instructs, "Let's head upstairs, push the motorcycle over, and hide it in the shed." After dealing with the motorcycle, Shikai and Gao Wu took refuge on the 4th floor of the office building. As soon as they entered an office, the two swiftly constructed a makeshift barricade using discarded furniture in front of the window. One by one, they unscrewed the safety caps off grenades and placed them within arm's reach. With their firearms prepared, the brothers fixed their gaze intently on the entrance of the factory, surrounded by vast plains. A reckless escape would render them sitting ducks. Conversely, this 4th floor provided an excellent vantage point. Each brother armed with a submachine gun could assess the situation effectively. Just as they finished setting up their position, a camouflage-painted off-road vehicle crashed through the factory's entrance. After a sudden stop, a veiled girl stumbled out of the vehicle, visibly distressed. The anxious Chui Jingwen hurried into the factory's office building, having been relentlessly pursued. Her guards all fallen, in her frantic flight, she made her way directly to the 4th floor of the office building. Opening a door at random, she concealed herself among a pile of clutter. However, the hurried footsteps echoing from the stairwell sparked a glimmer of despair in her eyes. She realized that this place might very well be her grave. Filled with reluctance, Chui Jingwen thought bitterly of her predicament. As the esteemed daughter of the Chui family, the sole offspring of the governor of Fengcheng, and a female commander of Iron City, it was unfathomable that she might perish at the hands of these petty figures. After 3 tumultuous years in the apocalypse, who could have imagined that she would meet her demise before a minor power broker in Sihua City? Chui Jingwen epitomized the privileged elite. Her father, Chui Fenghong, was a renowned businessman in Liaozhou before the cataclysm. With a family enterprise that could easily feature on the wealth rankings, the Chui family had deep roots in Liaozhou, akin to a towering presence. After the disaster, Chui Fenghong swiftly established himself in Fengcheng, leveraging his substantial resources and exceptional intellect. Over the subsequent 3 years, his influence rapidly expanded into the northern regions of Fengcheng. Now, Chui Fenghong commanded hundreds of towns and cities. With a population exceeding 8 million and trained armed personnel surpassing 100,000 in the northern regions of Liaozhou, anyone who encountered Chui Fenghong would respectfully address him as General Chui. A clear testament to his supremacy that as the only daughter, Chui Jingwen had a promising future in this new world. She was even referred to as young General Chui, effectively being Chui Fenghong's sole heir. Yet today, everything seemed to be coming to an end. In her despair, Chui Jingwen drew her sidearm, a Glock 17 pistol crafted specifically for her by her father's armory. "Father, mother, I have failed as a daughter. Let me repay you in the afterlife." She raised the firearm to her temple, her resolve unwavering as she pulled the trigger. Chui Jingwen was all too familiar with the ruthless nature of Dongbatian's subordinate. Feng Erzi, his armed forces, notorious as bandits, left devastation in their wake, akin to a locust swarm. She understood that falling into their hands would mean a fate worse than death. Click! The trigger was pulled. But the gun did not fire. Panic surged through her as she prepared to clear the jammed round. But it was already too late. Bang! The office door was kicked open, and 7 or 8 armed men stormed in. Upon seeing Chui Jingwen with a gun to her head, a burly man with a round face and stubble swiftly kicked her wrist, causing the weapon to clatter to the floor. Ugh! Chui Jingwen gasped as her gun fell. Her involuntary cry of distress ignited excitement among the armed men present, some even lowering their rifles, preparing to unbuckle their belts. This little girl has quite the spirit. Unfortunately for you, I am here. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gao Daqiang, the favored consort of Boss Feng, but I prefer to be called Peter Gao. Gao Daqiang, tall and imposing, spoke in a disturbingly effeminate tone, even in her dire situation. Chui Jingwen felt a chill run down her spine at his presence. Seeing her weapon lost, she instinctively prepared to leap from the window, but it was too late. 4 or 5 of Gao Daqiang's subordinates had already restrained her. With fury in her eyes, Chui Jingwen glared at Gao Daqiang and declared fiercely, "You have sealed your fate. I am the daughter of Chui Fenghong, the governor of Fengsheng. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my father will annihilate your entire family. My family disowned me long ago. Let me share a little secret with you. I personally killed them all after the apocalypse. Your threats hold no weight with me. Tsk, this girl has such delicate skin, and with a veil, I can only wonder what she truly looks like. But it matters little. In the dark, all women are the same. That I, Peter Gao, am not picky. I have no qualms about a hefty sow, let alone a living woman. In the adjacent room, Shikai and Gao Wu overheard the conversation clearly. However, both brothers wore expressions of confusion. Chui Fenghong, who had declared himself the governor of Fengsheng post-apocalypse, was a formidable force, possessing a pre-apocalypse official armory known for its deadly weaponry. Feng Erzi, notorious in Sihua City, was a figure of infamy, yet it was beyond comprehension that someone would dare challenge the ruler of Fengsheng. Shikai was also aware of Gao Daqiang's reputation. Despite his effeminate speech, he was a top lieutenant under Feng Erzi, known for his arrogance and ruthlessness. Hearing the raucous laughter from the next room, Gao Wu shot Shikai a glance, silently inquiring whether they should intervene. Shikai subtly shook his head, signaling for restraint. Approaching the window, he glanced out into the courtyard. 3 off-road vehicles were parked below, one being the very vehicle the girl had arrived in, while 2 armored vehicles modified from Tank 300s were evidently brought by Gao Daqiang. At that moment, the courtyard was devoid of any personnel, indicating that Gao Daqiang had already gathered everyone inside. Pointing to the rope behind Gao Wu, Shikai whispered, "Withdraw." The apocalypse had taught Shikai a critical lesson in survival. Do not be a do-gooder. If everyone were to be saved, he would have long since perished. Sometimes, fate simply dictates one's existence, and one must accept it. Chui Jingwen was destined for this calamity, yet her life was not meant to end today. Shikai was prepared to use the rope for a swift exit. While Chui Jingwen resigned herself to her fate, she understood that escape was impossible. She was doomed to a fate of torment and death. Gao Daqiang was also confident of his victory. Observing the despair in Chui Jingwen's eyes, he laughed heartily. "Boys, let's keep some order here. Line up nicely and refrain from fighting at eye. Brother Chong, do not like waste. But I have my rules, and I shall go first." One of his sycophantic underlings, upon hearing Gao Daqiang's words, immediately cheered. "Brother Chong is mighty and imposing. Just nod, and we brothers will share a meal together." There's enough for everyone, but be quick. The gunfire from Shuangmao town has attracted the zombies. We need to hasten our retreat. That on our way back, let us pay a visit to that Shikai. Damn it, Zhou Wenwei has been offering me tributes every month. Yet he ends up dead at the hands of some nameless nobody, and I'm curious to see if this person possesses any extraordinary abilities. I hear he has a woman named Tianlan. That one is quite alluring. I want to have some fun with both of them when the time comes. Let us have some fun together. Shikai has already secured the descent rope. In other words, at any moment, Shikai and Gao Wu are about to make their escape. However, Gao Daqiang's words have reached Shikai's ears with crystal clarity. Gao Daqiang has already charted a path to his demise. He intends not only to toy with Tianlan, but also to manipulate Shikai. Gao Wu, standing nearby, has become motionless, the murderous intent in his gaze manifesting palpably. After a cold smirk, Shikai approached the door, slinging the M3 submachine gun onto his back and drawing out the M1911A1 pistol from his waist. The Colt 1911A1 is undoubtedly a globally renowned firearm. With a .45 caliber and a magazine capacity of 7 rounds, its formidable caliber ensures that a shot to the body can either be fatal or leave one severely maimed. Moreover, this pistol has participated in numerous world-class conflicts, its effectiveness in real combat needing no elaboration. The reason Shikai opted for a pistol over a submachine gun is simple. His proficiency with the handgun far surpasses that with long guns. Since the age of 9, Shikai and Gao Wu have been practicing marksmanship, focusing on rapid-fire pistol shooting at a distance of 25 meters. Their shooting skills are not only precise, but also ruthless. This is the result of their childhood training. With the pistol drawn, Shikai positioned himself at the door, while Gao Wu stood beside the doorknob, one hand gripping the gun. Shikai produced a hand grenade with the other. Once ready, he exchanged a glance with Gao Wu, simultaneously igniting the grenade, which began to emit white smoke. Shikai's aim was unerringly accurate, striking Gao Daqiang's elbow with a single shot. Gao Daqiang's elbow shattered upon impact, causing his firearm to clatter to the ground. For those unfamiliar with the .45 caliber, it equates to approximately 11.43 millimeters. Even for a handgun, the power is immensely significant. Cui Jingwen, quick-witted as ever, reacted swiftly upon hearing Gao Daqiang's weapon fall. She violently thrust her head back and darted behind Shikai. From her concealed position, she peered out cautiously. Initially, Cui Jingwen had intended to leverage her feminine charm, but Shikai brusquely shoved her aside. Wu Zi, keep an eye on her. Although Cui Jingwen was technically on Shikai's side, he remained wary of her, knowing she was not one of their own. Understood, bro. After cornering Cui Jingwen, Gao Wu aimed his gun at her. The situation left Cui Jingwen in a state of shock. Setting aside her identity as a woman, she wondered why they would treat her this way based solely on her status, with a gun trained on her. Cui Jingwen began to doubt whether she had just escaped from one perilous situation only to fall into another. Her gaze shifted to Shikai's formidable silhouette, and she suddenly felt that being ensnared by Shikai was preferable to being at the mercy of Gao Daqiang. After all, this man was rather handsome. She decided that if he truly had ulterior motives, she would simply consider it a misfortune. Unbeknownst to Shikai, Cui Jingwen was lost in her peculiar thoughts. After delivering a swift kick to Gao Daqiang, Shikai coldly inquired, "What is your relationship with Zhou Wenwei?" "You? Who are you?" "Zhou Wenwei. You're Shikai." "Yes, you are Shikai. You killed old Zhou. How dare you? My elder brother will not spare you." Bang! Ah! Shikai wasted no time, shattering Gao Daqiang's leg with a single shot. "That I do not necessarily require an answer to this question. However, your response will determine whether you face punishment. Rest assured, you are destined to die today. A swift death can be a form of mercy." Shikai's chilling tone sent a shiver down Gao Daqiang's spine. He was a villain, yet the Shikai before him was even more malevolent. "Zhou Wenwei is under my command. All his weapons are supplied by me." Gao Daqiang's words momentarily relieved Shikai. Rumors in the underworld suggested that Zhou Wenwei was an underling of Feng Erzi. Given the current circumstances, it seemed this information had been disseminated by Zhou Wenwei himself. At this stage, Shikai had no desire to provoke Feng Erzi, a man audacious enough to target even the daughter of the governor of Fengcheng, certainly someone with considerable backing. Additionally, Feng Erzi was known to be unhinged. Once Gao Daqiang was dealt with, Shikai could momentarily set aside his plans regarding Zhou Wenwei. Nodding slightly, he prepared to pull the trigger. "Please wait a moment." Bang! Cui Jingwen's plea was too late. Shikai had already fired. After reloading his magazine, Shikai holstered the M1911A1 at his waist. Casting a glance at Cui Jingwen, he said, "I know what you wish to inquire. Those who dare to act against you must have their own support. I suspect there is a mole beside your father, and he may have already taken action. I have heard you are the governor of Iron City. If you believe you can control your subordinates, return to Iron City to prepare your forces. If you think you cannot manage them, find a place to hide." You may leave now. Qi Shikai's words elicited a flicker of concern on Shui Jingwen's face. Nonetheless, the admiration reflected in her gaze towards Qi Shikai was palpable. From mere fragments of information, Qi Shikai had deduced so much. It was evident he was no ordinary individual. You are Qi Shikai. Would you be interested in coming to Iron City? I can offer you the position of Chief of Staff in the 6th Division. Not interested? Let me remind you if you do not leave soon. Feng Erzi's reinforcements will arrive. Hey, poker face, don't grab my collar. I'm leaving. Shui Jingwen attempted to persuade Qi Shikai further, but Gao had already seized her and tossed her out the door. With hands on her hips at the threshold, Shui Jingwen called out, I still owe you 500 crystal cores. Just deliver them to West City. Where am I supposed to find you? Shui Jingwen's inquiry momentarily caught Qi Shikai off guard. At present, he had no stronghold or territory in West City that he would need to conquer Pingy Street before Yang Mingliang would hand it over to him. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Shikai replied, Currently, you won't hear my name in West City, but soon enough, you will. Those who seek to show off will inevitably face consequences. After muttering this under her breath, Shui Jingwen turned to leave, observing her retreat. Gao Wu queried, Brother, why not hold on to her? Could she not provide us with 500 high-grade crystal cores? Hearing Gao Wu's words, Qi Shikai chuckled softly, a hot potato. There are definitely issues within the Fengchang faction. This girl is the daughter of Cui Fenghong, the sole heir. Regardless of who wins or loses, she is not someone we can afford to meddle with at this moment. Helping her is merely a matter of convenience. If she gives us the crystal cores, that's excellent. If not, we can consider it a good deed. That Qi Shikai's capability as an elder brother extends beyond mere age. He possesses a comprehensive perspective on matters, always considering the broader implications. While Zhao Gang might ponder such issues, Gao Wu would not. His focus lay solely on killing humans and zombies. Stop dawdling. Gather the shells and fingerprints. See if there's anything of value on these individuals. Then load the bodies into the vehicle. We must make our exit. Crash! Crash! 2 modified armored vehicles, the Tank 300, were pushed into the river by Qi Shikai. Even the firearm in the hands of the formidable Gao Chang was not spared by Qi Shikai. Although these individuals wielded standard automatic rifles, Qi Shikai did not wish to leave behind any potential threat. Fortunately, these men possessed a considerable amount of valuables. They were all core brothers of Feng Erzi, and each carried numerous crystal nuclei that a hasty calculation revealed that together they possessed at least 100 crystal nuclei, including 10 high-grade ones that, in the Apocalyptic World, crystal nuclei are akin to currency. This enigmatic substance is no larger than a thumbnail, yet it is densely packed with immense energy. Inferior crystal nuclei weigh about 1 or 2 taels, medium ones around 5 taels, while high-grade nuclei can weigh as much as 10 taels. It is no exaggeration to say that crystal nuclei have played a pivotal role in humanity's ability to regain a foothold in the apocalypse. After meticulously erasing all traces, Qi Shikai and Gao Wu rode their motorcycles back to West City. Having toiled throughout the day, they returned at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Outside the city, the zombies had become increasingly active. By day, the world belonged to humanity. By night, it was the domain of the undead. After dealing with a dozen zombies on the road, Qi Shikai and Gao Wu reached the old residence. Upon their arrival, Gao Wu's younger brother, Gao Liang, rushed over in excitement. Brother Kai, today while I was out on the streets, many people were giving me gifts, saying they were for you. Brother Kai, your fame in West City has skyrocketed. Gao Liang was far more vivacious than Gao Wu. One could hardly blame him for being so lively. Before the apocalypse, he was a typical streetwise kid. Qi Shikai and Zhao Gang had often assisted this lad in fights. However, this boy was quick on his feet and remarkably astute, proving to be quite helpful to Qi Shikai and his group in the post-apocalyptic world. Qi Shikai was not surprised by the gifts being sent to him. Smiling at the array of tobacco, alcohol, and provisions laid out in the living room, he acknowledged the benefits that fame brings. Qi Shikai had overshadowed Zhou Wenwei, who was now the most prominent figure in West City. To illustrate inappropriately, Qi Shikai had once been akin to a streamer with 500 followers, but in a single PK event. He had utterly eclipsed Zhou Wenwei, a streamer with over 100,000 followers. This sudden surge in popularity had catapulted Qi Shikai into the limelight. Fame had reached a peak for Qi Shikai. Yet his prowess did not align with his renown, that he was acutely aware of this disparity, which kept him grounded. "Brother Kai, there's one more thing. Old Yangpi wants to invite you to dinner." Upon hearing the news from Gao Yang, a subtle smile graced Qi Shikai's lips. An opportunity had arisen for his strength and fame to align at Sima Road at the Dingxian Hot Pot restaurant. The apocalypse had rendered the world particularly surreal. In Sima City, some struggled to find enough to eat, while others dined out for hot pot, as if the apocalypse had never occurred. Some could afford multiple wives, while others were so impoverished they sold their spouses or sent them to work in the trade. Everything was dictated by power. Those with the means feasted, while the powerless were devoured. To a certain extent, the underlying logic of existence before and after the apocalypse appeared quite similar. The sole distinction was the heightened brutality and chaos of the New World. Dingxian Hot Pot Restaurant was the most bustling establishment on Sima Road. The proprietress, Ma Jiajia, was a strikingly beautiful young woman. It was rumored that she was the mistress of the Iron Group's leader. The true power behind Sima Road. When Qi Shikai arrived at Dingxian Hot Pot Restaurant at 7 in the evening, the restaurant was at its liveliest. Early spring in Sima City remained quite chilly. Yet the hot pot restaurant felt as warm as spring. Equipped with a gas fireplace, it was far from cold that Qi Shikai entered the hot pot restaurant accompanied by Gao Wu and 2 other brothers. As soon as they arrived, the proprietress, Ma Jiajia, recognized Qi Shikai. With a charming smile, she approached, extending her delicate hand. "Are you Brother Qi?" "Hello, I am the owner." Ma Jiajia appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. Standing approximately 165 centimeters tall. Dressed in a snug purple sleeveless dress, she showcased her perfect figure. Through the reflection in the mirror, Qi Shikai could even see the phoenix tattoo adorning her back. This woman was not unfamiliar to Qi Shikai. Before the apocalypse, she had been a prominent internet celebrity in Sima City, a social media influencer who managed to survive until now must have either connections during the day or powerful allies at night. In any case, she was a woman with a background. "Hello, I am looking for old Yampi. Brother Pai has been here for a while. Please, Brother Qi, come inside and bring your brothers along." M8 Judja was impeccable in her hospitality. As Qi Shikai and his companions ascended the stairs, whispers filled the lobby below. "Is this really Qi Shikai? The most renowned figure in West City. He looks so young. Does age even matter in these times? Do you think Qi Shikai is the fiercest of them all in West City? Not necessarily. West City was a remote area even before the disaster, known for its formidable individuals. Li, Taiwei, Shenma, Xiaofei, Huang, Xia, and Dewei are recognized as the 9 great warriors of West City, all of whom are of beastly caliber. And what's the use of being fierce? Zhou's brother may have died, but his companions are still alive. Indeed, just wait and see. Qi Shikai won't be so arrogant for long. Heard he has a particularly alluring sister-in-law. If he gets taken down, you must be out of your mind. Don't say that in front of us. Try saying it in front of Qi Shikai. I wouldn't dare." Those who could afford to dine at the hot pot restaurant were certainly individuals of some stature in the apocalypse. However, for someone of Qi Shikai's caliber, everyone dared only to converse behind his back. The apocalypse had its own survival rules. Not everyone excelled in ruthlessness, nor were all individuals desperate outlaws. A formidable figure like Qi Shikai, who wielded dozens of firearms, was someone whom few would dare to provoke. Even the 9 great warriors of West City would think twice before confronting him. Upon entering the private room, Qi Shikai found old Yangpi already present, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Upon seeing Qi Shikai, old Yangpi stood and approached him, saying, "Welcome, Xiaoqida, Wuzi is here too." "Who are these 2 brothers?" "Brother Pai, these are my friends, Li Hongyan and Zhang Tao." Besides Gao Wu, 2 zombie hunters had accompanied Qi Shikai. Both were around 24 or 25 years old and of modest height. Li Hongyan stood at only 165 centimeters, sporting a cherubic face that radiated friendliness. Zhang Tao, similar in height to Li Hongyan, exuded a demeanor akin to Gao Wu, standing silently with a poker face as if everyone owed him money. After exchanging pleasantries and taking their seats, Old Yangpi poured white liquor for everyone present, saying, "Shao Qi, let us eat first. This beef and mutton is freshly hunted by the grain team from the wild. It's very fresh." The grain team, also known as the hunting team, differed from the zombie hunters as they specialized in outdoor hunting. The fog of the disaster transformed humans into zombies, but it had drastically altered the genetics of animals. Nowadays, animals had enhanced reproductive capabilities, fiercer temperaments, and superior meat quality. During times of food scarcity, wild animals became a crucial source of sustenance for humanity. Observing the table laden with an array of meats, Shikai lit a cigarette and remarked, "Brother Pai, you are notoriously stingy. If you're splurging today, there must be something important to discuss. I cannot in good conscience partake in this meal without knowing the matter at hand. After all, one should be cautious when it comes to matters of sustenance." "Ha ha, my brother speaks plainly. The thing is, didn't you mention having a batch of hunting rifles and ammunition?" "Indeed, Brother Pai. Are you interested in acquiring them?" Shikai replied with a hint of amusement. "Little brother, are you teasing me? I work for the Iron Group. Even if I acquire them, my profit would be minimal. This gentleman is interested in your batch of firearms, and I'm merely here to facilitate the connection." The middle-aged man beside the old sheepskin, who had remained silent since Shikai entered the room, was intently scrutinizing him. Listening to the old sheepskin's words, Shikai turned and inquired, "My friend, can you handle 500 hunting rifles and 10,000 rounds of ammunition?" "Not a problem," came a reply to, "Ha, splendid. How should I address you?" "My surname is Li." "Very well, Brother Li. Currently, a fine 5-shot rifle is worth 100 kilograms of cornmeal, and each bullet weighs 1 kilogram. The market price for 500 rifles amounts to 50 tons of cornmeal, while 10,000 bullets require an additional 10 tons of grain in total. That equates to 60 tons of grain. However, with Brother Pai's intervention, I could offer you a discount of 55 tons. Of course, equivalent crystal cores and other supplies are also acceptable." "Brother Li, do you find this price unreasonable?" Shikai's request was far from exorbitant. Yet the corners of Brother Li's mouth twitched at the thought 55 tons of grain could sustain a multitude of people. This quantity of supplies also represented a significant figure for his clandestine employer. Although his heart bled at the thought, Brother Li maintained an air of nonchalance and said, "All right, when shall we conduct the transaction?" With a glint in his eye, Shikai cheerfully responded, "Brother Li, we are all involved in the West City trade. Such a substantial quantity of supplies cannot be transacted in one go. If you fear me, I certainly have my own reservations." Upon hearing this, the old sheepskin chuckled and remarked, "Little brother, isn't there an elder brother present?" Listening to the old sheepskin, Shikai's expression hardened as he retorted, "Brother Pai, let me clarify. Even a single loaf of bread could lead to dire consequences. What do you think?" Shikai's words rendered the old sheepskin speechless. After a sheepish chuckle, the old sheepskin declared, "You two continue your discussion. I shall indulge in some drinks. Then, Brother Li, let us reconvene here tomorrow evening in this very establishment, and in this private room, we shall initially trade 20 rifles and 300 rounds of ammunition. Does that sound agreeable? We all need to establish a foundation of trust." Brother Li pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well. Excellent. Brother Pai, Brother Li, allow me to toast to both of you," raising his glass of baijiu. Shikai downed it in one gulp. "I have matters to attend to now. Brother Pai, Brother Li, I shall take my leave. There is no need for you to see me out," setting down his glass. Shikai and his companions departed the private room, leaving the table untouched. After observing Shikai and his group exit, the old sheepskin lit a cigarette with a grin and said, "Old Li, I have fulfilled my obligations. The rest is no longer my concern. How you proceed with the transaction and its extent is beyond my purview, and why compensation must not be diminished." Once the old sheepskin departed, Brother Li moved to the adjacent private room. Despite the earlier silence during their meal, this room was filled with over 30 individuals, a dozen of whom brandished automatic rifles. At the center sat none other than Guo Laoqi, a trusted aide of Zhou Wenwei. "Old Li, is there no opportunity?" Brother Li, whose full name was Li Fu, was also one of Guo Laoqi's confidants. Hearing Guo Laoqi's inquiry, Li Fu shook his head. The moment those four took their seats, a sense of danger was palpable. They never removed their overcoats, and one could clearly discern the bulge of explosives beneath them. It's a pity. I find myself wondering where this fellow acquired such an abundance of explosives. Akin to a superhuman, Guo Laoqi had initially set up a trap, yet his inherently cautious nature prevented him from acting without complete assurance. Moreover, he understood the temperament of these zombie hunters. Unlike Guo Laoqi, who viewed others' lives as expendable, zombie hunters held their own lives in equal disregard. A band of true desperados. Should Guo Laoqi dare to act today, Shikai and his companions would not hesitate to obliterate the entire building. One of Guo Laoqi's brothers, displeased by this notion, interjected, "Seventh brother, Shikai is fierce, but we are fierce too. Why should we fear him?" Guo Laoqi was amused by the bravery of his subordinate. Before he could encourage his men further, the door to the private room swung open, and Ma Jia strode in, her expression tinged with anger. Upon seeing Ma Jia, Guo Laoqi's eyes glimmered with possessiveness. Ma Jia was a captivating woman, and Guo Laoqi had long wished to count the feathers of the phoenix tattooed on her back. However, her mysterious background deterred him from making any rash moves. "Miss, what troubles you? Who has upset you? Speak to your elder brother. I will help you seek justice." Taking a deep breath, Ma Jia replied, "Brother Guo, my Ding Xian is for discussing matters with everyone, not for setting up a trap. If you wish to set a trap, that is acceptable, but you mustn't provoke those desperate individuals." Jia's words were forceful, leaving Guo Laoqi perplexed. "Miss, what is the matter? Calm down and share your concerns with your elder brother." "Let him speak." Jia gestured toward a manager behind her. The manager, visibly shaken, stated, "We discovered a remote-controlled bomb in the kitchen, attached to the gas pipeline. The restaurant is filled with gas fireplaces, and some are even enhanced gas fireplaces. If it detonates, we would all be blown to smithereens." The manager's revelation caused everyone in the room to gasp in shock. If that device were to explode, the entire two-story building would collapse. "Brother Guo, I welcome you to dine at Ding Xian. However, if you attempt such antics again, do not blame me for turning hostile." With that, Ma Jia turned on her heel and exited the private room, leaving only the silhouette of a phoenix in her wake. Guo Laoqi cursed Ma Jia's arrogance under his breath as the door closed behind her. Yet, he dared not act against her. He truly could not grasp her connections. The atmosphere in the private room turned awkward. After a lengthy silence, Li Fu suggested, "Seventh brother, shall we proceed with a straightforward transaction? 500 rifles would be sufficient to form a squad. With these 500 men, we could undoubtedly seize Peace Street. Old Li, let us prepare for both possibilities. Tomorrow, we will first finalize the deal with the one surnamed Qi, then you will send someone to ascertain where he resides. Damn it, 50-plus tons of grain could sustain countless lives. If the opportunity arises, we must seize it. I do not wish to part with grain, but I must acquire the rifles." The following evening, at Ding Xian Hot Pot Restaurant, Shikai had yet to arrive at the appointed hour. Li Fu waited patiently for half an hour, but Shikai's figure remained absent, just as Li Fu was about to lose his patience. Shikai finally entered the private room. "Apologies, Brother Li. I was delayed by matters outside the city. Shall we proceed with the inspection?" The words were casual, but Li Fu, who had initially felt slighted, smiled and replied, "Not at all. Let us begin." Shikai brought only Gao Wu, Li Hongyan, and Zhang Tao with him. With a thud, 6 large canvas bags were placed on the table. Even from a distance, Li Fu could smell the distinct aroma of gun oil. Inside the canvas bags were 20 hunting rifles and 300 rounds of ammunition. Li Fu, knowledgeable about firearms, extracted one rifle for inspection. Upon examination, he recognized its superior quality. Though a hunting rifle, Shikai's craftsmanship far surpassed that of products from the old sheepskin factory. While the effective range of a hunting rifle may be limited, it boasts a wide impact area. In the apocalypse, ammunition is precious, and few factions possess the resources to train sharpshooters. For this reason, hunting shotguns are undoubtedly the weapon of choice. Satisfied that the firearms were in order, Li Fu handed 2 grain vouchers to Shikai. These vouchers, issued by Yang Mingliang, a prominent grain merchant, serve as a form of hard currency in Xian City. After all, transporting hundreds of kilograms or tons of grain is quite inconvenient. Grain vouchers effectively resolve this issue, and Yang Mingliang's reputation ensures their reliability. Upon securing the vouchers, Shikai remarked, "Brother Li, the next transaction will likely be in 3 days. As I have encountered a minor complication." "Understood, brother. Feel free to notify me whenever the time is right for a deal." "Not a problem." Shikai arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After his exit, Li Fu summoned a younger associate and inquired, "Did Shikai leave the city today?" "He did, but we dared not follow him near Shuangmao town due to the overwhelming number of zombies." "Very well. Find the Duan family brothers and bring them to me. In the entirety of Xian City, there are no two individuals more adept at tracking than these two brothers." "Understood, Brother Fu." For 3 consecutive days, Shikai has been leading a group out of the city. Li Fu has also employed the renowned tracking duo, Duan Jun and Duan Bao. However, Shikai is exceedingly vigilant, and the brothers have come perilously close to being discovered multiple times. Consequently, Li Fu has been unable to ascertain the exact location of Shikai's secretive abode. 3 days later, Shikai once again engaged in a transaction with Li Fu. This time, the exchange consisted of 50 hunting rifles and 500 rounds of ammunition. Observing the rifles, which bore no discernible differences in craftsmanship, Li Fu was nearly certain that Shikai's arms depot lay just outside the city. After all, there are no substantial munitions factories within Xian City, and such craftsmanship could only indicate stored weaponry. Furthermore, Shikai has not made any significant moves to transport goods into the city, suggesting that the armory must indeed be situated beyond its borders. While Li Fu was making his moves, Shikai was not idle either. He was aware that he was being followed. However, Shikai refrained from deliberately leading anyone to the abandoned factory, as appearing too inept would raise suspicions. Within his old residence, Shikai felt it was nearly time to bring matters to a close. Just as he pondered whether there were any remaining loopholes, Gao Wu's younger brother, Gao Yang, approached him with an air of mystery. "Brother Kai, you must reward me with a pack of cigarettes." Gazing at the beaming Gao Yang, Shikai chided playfully, "What are you doing smoking at such a young age? Have some candy instead." Accepting the milk candy Shikai offered, Gao Yang grinned broadly. "Brother Kai, you really ought to reward me with a pack of cigarettes. Look at this." As he spoke, Gao Yang mysteriously produced a non-internet capable phone and handed it to Shikai. Upon inspecting the photos on the phone, Shikai chuckled. The image revealed a woman in her 30s, adorned in luxurious attire, entwined with a man in his 40s. The man exuded an aura of strength, reminiscent of a formidable bear that, in terms of physical prowess, Shikai doubted he could best him. From the photo, it appeared the couple had just exited a room. The woman was none other than Li Juan, the wife of Guo Laoqi. Before the apocalypse, Guo Laoqi had been associated with Zhou Wenwei, who was then the major construction magnate in Xian City. Guo Laoqi managed a demolition company under Zhou Wenwei's command. His significant fortune was largely attributable to marrying a good woman. Li Juan is Zhou Wenwei's cousin, and it was through this connection that Guo Laoqi gained prominence. Their marital bond was notably strong, with Li Juan being attractive, albeit with a somewhat fiery temperament. Guo Laoqi's rise was fundamentally rooted in his relationship with Li Juan, as he harbored genuine feelings for her. However, the man accompanying Li Juan was not Guo Laoqi. Shikai recognized him as Hong Tao, Guo Laoqi's sworn brother, known for his brawling prowess under Zhou Wenwei's command. Guo Laoqi, Hong Tao, and Zhang Huaqing were the 3 most capable individuals among Zhou Wenwei's subordinates. All in their 40s, Guo Laoqi possessed the greatest strength, followed by Zhang Huaqing, with Hong Tao being the weakest. The duo of Guo Laoqi and Hong Tao could easily overpower Zhang Huaqing. Yet every man harbors ambitions of being the leader. Recent conflicts had led Hong Tao to withhold his efforts, indicating a growing rift between them. Observing the situation now, it was evident that Hong Tao's lack of initiative stemmed from his exertions being directed towards Guo Laoqi's wife. With this photograph in hand, confirming the connection between Li Juan and Hong Tao, Shikai felt emboldened. It is a profound taboo in the underworld to seduce a brother's wife. "Liangzi, take this. Thank you." "Brother Kai." Gao Yang's eyes gleamed with delight upon receiving the cigarettes Shikai tossed to him. His motivation, however, was not a fondness for smoking, but rather a desire to assist Shikai. Liangzi, would you dare to undertake a task? If you execute it well, I shall gift you a handgun like yours, Brother Kai. Gao Yang inquired, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Ino Man is indifferent to firearms. Especially in these tumultuous times, Gao Yang possessed only a hunting rifle that had been discarded by Gao Wu. He had long yearned for a handgun. Indeed, I will present you with a Colt M1911A1. Brother Kai, shouldn't we aim for something more exhilarating? Ha! Clever, no problem, Brother Kai. I guarantee the task will be accomplished. With that, Gao Yang prepared to depart. Observing him about to leave, Shikai called out, "Be cautious. Safety is paramount. This endeavor should be a bonus, and if it fails, there is no harm done." Upon hearing Shikai's admonition, Gao Yang revealed a grenade from his waistband, assuring, "Brother Kai, rest assured, no one will capture me alive. The Gao family has no cowards." With that, Gao Yang bounced out of the room. Once Gao Yang exited, Gao Wu emerged from the adjacent room, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "Though my little brother is young, he carries my spirit. Not bad at all. Wu Zi. Keep a close watch over Liangzi. Fear not, brother. Liangzi is quite clever, but it's not just that. The Gao family has only the two of you left. We aim to train this boy, not send him to his doom. Have Hong Yin and Zhang Tao accompany him. If Liangzi truly encounters danger, I would have no face to meet your parents after my demise. Understood, brother." Survivors in a post-apocalyptic world possess their own unique strengths. Gao Yang is not only swift, but also possesses a social acumen that starkly contrasts with his brother Gao Wu's demeanor. While Gao Wu is ruthless and proud, few earn his respect. Gao Yang, on the other hand, is adept at navigating relationships, charmingly addressing everyone as brother. In the West City, there isn't a child of Gao Yang's age who is unfamiliar with him. Gao Yang had long noticed the peculiar interactions between Li Juan and Hong Tao. Aware that his brothers were planning to deal with Guo Lao Chi, Gao Yang took note of these events. The photograph presented to Shikai was captured 3 days prior. From his observations, Gao Yang noted that the two would rendezvous every 3 days, with their meetings taking place in a small apartment complex on Sima Road, which had few residents, thus offering them the perfect cover. At 4 in the afternoon, while lurking outside the apartment, Gao Yang indeed spotted Li Juan and Hong Tao emerging. One must commend Gao Yang's audacity. Upon seeing that Hong Tao was accompanied by only 2 bodyguards, he boldly made his way into the apartment. Utilizing a magnetic card to unlock the room where the two were to meet, he concealed himself in the wardrobe. In merely 3 to 5 minutes, Gao Yang heard the sound of the door opening. Bang! He perceived someone being pushed against the wall. Soon after, through a crack in the wardrobe, Gao Yang witnessed the couple tumble onto the bed. He swiftly activated his phone's recording mode. This vantage point was undoubtedly optimal for capturing the moment. 20 minutes later, the room fell silent. "Taozi, you surpassed Guo Lao Chi by leaps and bounds. 1. I love you. He made arrangements with Zhang Huaqing. Once Guo Lao Chi is out of the way, I shall marry you. Mitchum, go take a shower. Guo Lao Chi is hosting his subordinates for dinner tonight. He must have something significant in the works. What significant matter? It seems he's located an arms depot containing over 500 firearms. I'll gather more information for you tonight." Before long, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Moments later, Li Juan and Hong Tao exited the room. Gao Yang, having stowed away his phone, wore an expression of bewilderment. Could this woman truly be someone arranged by Brother Kai? It was certainly plausible. This woman was known for her flirtatious nature, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility that she had been persuaded by Brother Kai. Gao Yang is indeed a young lad. After watching a live broadcast, he felt a surge of anger. Once he had calmed down and regained his composure, Gao Yang exited the room. Shikai, upon learning that Li Juan intended to incite Hong Tao to take action, couldn't help but chuckle. This turn of events made things much easier for Shikai. After pondering for a moment, he summoned Gao Wu and instructed, "Tomorrow, we shall leave the city. This time, ensure our tail is closer behind." The following day, Shikai ventured out of the city once more. This time, the brothers Duan Jun and Duan Bao finally accompanied Shikai to the plains where the abandoned factory was located. Given the flat terrain, the two brothers dared not follow any further. However, through a comparison of maps, They had essentially confirmed that Shikai was concealing his firearms within that very factory. Upon receiving this precise intelligence, Guo was overjoyed. Fearing Shikai might leave someone behind to keep watch, Guo refrained from sending anyone to scout the scene that he was wary of alarming the enemy, as he was inherently cautious. After instructing Li Fu to cancel the third transaction with Shikai, Guo immediately began mobilizing his forces. Simultaneously, he invited his good brother Hong Tao to lend a hand. Nevertheless, Guo was prudent and did not ask Hong Tao to bring too many men along. While Guo was cautious, he was caught off guard by Li Juan. Upon learning of this development, Hong Tao promptly informed Zhang Huaqiang. All three factions were beginning to stir with anticipation that, to be precise, not only were the three factions preparing, but Shikai was also making his own arrangements. Inside the old residence, Shikai was finalizing plans with his two brothers and Gao Yang. Only those closest to him were privy to Shikai's scheme. Even Li Hongyan and Zhang Tao, who were quite close to Shikai, remained unaware of the specifics. After lighting a cigarette for each of the three, Shikai spoke coldly. Liangzi, tomorrow you will go to Hepping Street to keep watch. I will provide you with a new phone. Remember to send me a coded message once Guo, Hong Tao, and Zhang Huaqiang have all left the city. That IT must be in code. Gangzi, you will go to Geyuan tomorrow morning to hire some, and IT doesn't matter if they can fight. The more, the better. Don't hesitate to spend on food. Wuzi, take some of our zombie hunter friends to raid Guo residence. They likely possess many valuable items that, if you don't have enough hands, ask Liangzi to find some younger brothers for you. Damn it, I want the food, but I won't part with the guns WY tomorrow. The entire West City and the whole of Xi'an will echo with our names. Early the next morning, there were numerous storefronts by the market on Hepping Street. Many of these establishments were foot massage and reflexology shops adorned with small pink lanterns. At the crack of dawn, Gao Yang forcefully opened the door of one such shop. After knocking for a full 5 minutes, a middle-aged woman, her face slightly altered from cosmetic procedures, yawned and opened the door. Foot massage. In the hall, Gao Yang commanded as he stepped inside. The foot massage shop had an excellent location, offering a clear view of the checkpoint for exiting West City, despite the chaos of recent days. The market on Hepping Street remained under the control of the remnants of Zhou Wenwei's faction. Like Yang Mingliang, all forces in West City were eager to seize Hepping Street, yet none wished to take the first step. The control of Hepping Street lay with Zhou Wenwei's faction, specifically with Guo, Hong Tao, and Zhang Huaqiang, who took turns overseeing it daily. Gao Yang, under the guise of seeking a foot massage, was indeed just there for that purpose. After a full hour of massage, the proprietress looked at him with a flirtatious smile and said, "Little brother, how about an extra hour? 10 pounds of grain will do. My technique is particularly good." Gao Yang, glancing at the wrinkled face of the proprietress, grimaced. Despite once being a carefree youth, he was still a young man at heart. He had no intention of accepting this woman's advances. If he wanted to extend his session, there were plenty of younger women on this street. Had it not been for the advantageous view, he would not have chosen this place, producing a bag containing a pound of cornmeal. Gao Yang replied, "Continue the massage." The proprietress felt a surge of anger but dared not express it, knowing Gao Yang was armed. An hour of foot massage for a pound of cornmeal. Such was the simple joy of men in the apocalypse. With an abundance of food and supplies, one could find even greater happiness. Just as Gao Yang's feet were about to feel raw, he suddenly spotted a convoy approaching. The convoy consisted of approximately 150 vehicles, including over 10 large trucks, clearly transporting people. After the first convoy exited the city for over 10 minutes, another convoy of similar size followed suit. Gao Yang recognized members of Hong Tao's and Zhang Huaqiang's factions among the vehicles. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Shikai's number. "Brother, send me some food. I don't have enough for the massage." "All right, I understand." The proprietress of the shop was thrilled to hear Gao Yang's words, and her massage became even more vigorous. Back at the old residence, Zhao Gang and Gao were preparing to carry out their plans. Shikai, fully equipped, pushed a BMW motorcycle out of the garage. This motorcycle was Shikai's prized possession. Compared to his old vehicle, this one was incredibly powerful, though it consumed a significant amount of fuel. Had today's events not been so crucial, Chi Shikai would have hesitated to use it. After filling the BMW's tank, Chi Shikai took out a small bottle containing blue liquid and poured it into the fuel tank. The half-full tank quickly expanded to full capacity upon contact with the blue liquid. This blue substance, known as oil overlord, alters the molecular structure of the fuel when combined that a single bottle of oil overlord was worth 50 pounds of grain. With preparations complete, Tianlan, clad in a down jacket, anxiously handed a helmet to Chi Shikai. "Brother, do you really have to go? Who would willingly risk their life?" Chi Shikai replied, "This requires precision. I must go myself to ensure success. Hand me that barrel." Noticing Chi Shikai point to a plastic barrel, Tianlan's fair face flushed slightly. Inside was the secret weapon Shi and Zhao Xiaomei had been accumulating recently. Once donned with a helmet and seated on the BMW, Chi Shikai looked at Tianlan and said, "Today our entire crew will mobilize. You and Xiaomei should head to the abandoned bathhouse on the outskirts of the city. I have stored food, fuel, and weapons inside. The women's bathhouse has a tunnel leading directly outside the city that I have arranged vehicles outside. If anything goes wrong, take Xiaomei and flee." "Understood, brother." With no further delay, Chi Shikai swiftly rode towards the city's outskirts. "Lanjia, are you worried about Gij?" Zhao Xiaomei, her twin ponytails bouncing as she approached, asked innocently. "Xiaomei, every time Gij leaves, I prepare myself for the possibility that he may not return if he doesn't come back. Life would lose its meaning. Then why do you never stop him?" Zhao Xiaomei queried, confusion evident in her eyes. In her mind, if one wished to prevent their partner from facing danger, one ought to dissuade them from taking risks. "Silly girl, you don't understand. Brother is a man of great ambition. He is like a fierce tiger. How can he be confined to the home like a house pet?" With that, Tianlan, who had been protected by Chi Shikai for 3 years, knew she was not merely valued for her beauty. She truly understood Chi Shikai and was aware of the fiery passion that lay within him. Moreover, she recognized that her fate was intertwined with his. If Chi Shikai were to be lost, Tianlan would accompany him. Without Chi Shikai by her side, Tianlan lived each day as if it were her last out on the provincial road outside Xian City. A sleek motorcycle sped along. Chi Shikai, having set his direction, drove towards Shuangmao town. At that moment, several zombies were already wandering around the outskirts of Shuangmao town. Roar! Upon hearing the sound of a motorcycle, a zombie with a ghastly complexion and bulging eyes sprinted towards him. Unlike the leisurely zombies of yore, these post-apocalyptic creatures were capable of running. As the undead creature approached, Chi Shikai let out a cold chuckle. Drawing his pistol to fire a shot, bang! The bullet pierced through the zombie's skull, and the creature, once in full stride, collapsed as if its power had been abruptly cut off. The gunshot startled the surrounding zombies, and dozens of them began to charge towards Chi Shikai. Even within the town of Shuangmao, a horde of zombies emerged. After gauging the wind speed, Chi Shikai secured a plastic barrel on the motorcycle and, extracting a sharp object, punctured the barrel. The foul stench of blood nearly overwhelmed him. Yet the zombies in the town went into a frenzy. Their incessant howls echoed as Chi Shikai observed a dark line forming in the distance, the tide of corpses. In this desolate era, zombies had poor vision but possessed acute hearing and smell, particularly sensitive to the scent of blood associated with a woman's menstruation. Chi Shikai's secret weapon was utterly lethal to the undead. With a smirk, he revved the motorcycle towards the abandoned factory in the distance. Fearing that a confrontation between Guo Laoqi and his companions would end in a stalemate, he felt compelled to escalate the situation. Upon reaching Shuangmao town, he found that Guo Laoqi's group had just arrived at the factory as well. The contingent of 500 to 600 individuals quickly commenced a search of the expansive facility. However, after more than 20 minutes, not a single gun or bullet had been discovered. Following closely behind Guo Laoqi, Hong Tao appeared somewhat uneasy, his gaze frequently drifting towards the horizon. Guo Laoqi had come seeking firearms, but Hong Tao was there for his life. The lack of weapons heightened Hong Tao's sense of foreboding. "Seventh brother, did we make a mistake?" As soon as Hong Tao's words fell, Li Fu approached, his expression unsettling. "Seventh brother, you need to come here." Curiously, Guo Laoqi inquired, "What is it?" "Seventh brother, we found something in a box. You should see for yourself." With that, Li Fu turned his face away, shrouded in mystery. Guo Laoqi took the envelope handed to him by Li Fu and, upon opening it, was met with photographs. The moment he recognized the individuals depicted, his countenance shifted dramatically. Taking a deep breath, Guo Laoqi instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist and smiled at Hong Tao, saying, "Tao Di, we have a lead. Come help me strategize that I'm here, seventh brother." Hong Tao, oblivious to any disquiet, approached Guo Laoqi, knowing that now was not the time for action. After calling out to Hong Tao, Guo Laoqi exchanged a knowing glance with Li Fu, who nodded and quickly signaled a few gestures. "Seventh brother, what clues do we have?" As Hong Tao stepped closer, Guo Laoqi wrapped an arm around his neck in a familiar gesture, one they had shared before, which had never felt amiss. Yet, as Guo Laoqi embraced him, Hong Tao instinctively sensed a chill creeping down his spine. It was the aura of impending death. Both men, seasoned in the brutal realities of this world, were acutely aware of the deadly atmosphere. Before Hong Tao could react, Guo Laoqi erupted with rage. "Hong Tao, I trusted you like a brother, and you slept with my wife. You shall die." With his dagger poised, Guo Laoqi lunged at Hong Tao's neck. Although Guo Laoqi played the part convincingly, he overlooked a crucial detail. Prior to engaging with Zhou Wenwei, Hong Tao had been a key member of the boxing team in Sihua City. In terms of skill, Hong Tao was far superior to Guo Laoqi. As the dagger struck, Hong Tao instinctively raised his arm to shield his neck. The blade pierced through his arm, causing him to cry out in pain. "Damn it!" In agony, Hong Tao retaliated with a punch to Guo Laoqi's face and then turned to flee. Bang! 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 Witnessing Guo Laoqi's failure, Li Fu drew his weapon and fired, with a fair degree of accuracy. Li Fu's shot struck Hong Tao in the back. However, Hong Tao's remarkable physical condition, honed from his exploits, along with the fact that he was wearing a bulletproof vest, meant that Li Fu's small-caliber pistol could not penetrate his armor. "Kill him. Whoever brings me Hong Tao's head will be rewarded with the rank of squad leader." Guo Laoqi was genuinely furious. His feelings for Li Lijuan ran deep, and he regarded Hong Tao as a brother. The betrayal of these two individuals was intolerable to him, and he was resolute in his intent to kill Hong Tao. Meanwhile, Hong Tao, gritting his teeth in pain, made his way back to his comrades, who were taken aback at the sight of his blood-soaked arm. "Tao Ge, what happened?" "Damn it, the plan's been compromised. Kill Guo Laoqi." In an instant, the factory erupted in gunfire. The sudden clash resulted in casualties on both sides, with over 10 individuals falling. Yet soon enough, Guo Laoqi, leveraging his numerical advantage, cornered Hong Tao within a factory building. Bang! Bang! Ka-thump! The sound of shotguns, handguns, automatic rifles, light machine guns, and homemade grenades echoed in chaotic succession. Both factions were blinded by rage, and Guo Laoqi was determined not to relent until Hong Tao was dead. Trapped within the confines of the factory, Hong Tao could barely lift his head. Grabbing a walkie-talkie, he shouted, "Zhang Huaqiang, if you don't come in now, I'm a goner." Outside the factory, nearly 800 of Zhang Huaqiang's men awaited, including some of Hong Tao's own. Listening to the gunfire and Hong Tao's desperate call, Zhang Huaqiang smirked coldly. "Brother Chang, should we move in?" One of his trusted aides queried. "Look at you, so eager. Let us wait another 10 minutes. Once they've exhausted themselves, we'll swoop in. If we can recruit Guo Laoqi and Hong Tao's forces, we'll become the kings of the West City. This will be a classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits in the shadows." Ah, ha ha! 10 minutes later, Guo Laoqi had yet to breach the factory where Hong Tao was hiding. Seeing the stalemate, Guo Laoqi, his eyes wild with frustration, barked, "Bring me gasoline. I want to burn this son of a bitch." Guo Laoqi was genuinely desperate, ready to resort to even gasoline, a strategic resource, as a weapon. Just as he finished speaking, the roar of engines echoed from outside. Turning, Guo Laoqi's expression shifted in alarm. "Seventh brother, watch out." A bodyguard lunged to push Guo Laoqi to the ground. Rat-tat-tat. 2 light machine guns mounted on an off-road vehicle opened fire. Caught in a crossfire, Guo Laoqi was momentarily dazed. "Capture the office building." To the office building. Zhang Huaqiang's entry turned the tide of the battle. Guo Laoqi, who had been pressing the attack on Hong Tao, now found himself on the defensive. Zhang Huaqiang and his nearly 1,000 men cornered Guo Laoqi in the office building. Yet neither side could gain entry immediately, as Zhang Huaqiang lacked heavy weaponry. The only 2 mortars at his disposal were insufficient to breach the steel-reinforced concrete structure of the office. Engaging in close-quarters combat would be unwise. Casting a glance at Hong Tao, who was directing the battle from the front, Zhang Huaqiang wore a cruel smile. After 2 minutes, he grabbed a loudspeaker and shouted, "Old 7, come out, let us have a chat. We're all brothers here. We can talk this out." "Zhang Huaqiang, what do you want to talk about?" "You come and take my life," from his vantage point on the 4th floor of the office. Guo Qi, his head wrapped in a bandage, grimaced in pain. Following the application of a special ointment, his wound had stopped bleeding, yet it still throbbed painfully. "Old 7, we're all brothers. Just surrender, and I promise not to harm you." "Want to talk? Fine, you kill Hong Tao, and then I'll talk to you." Guo Qi's retort drew a cold laugh from Hong Tao. Turning to Zhang Huaqiang, he said, "Qiangzi, what do you think we should do?" In the fleeting moment that Hong Tao turned, Zhang Huaqiang's gun was already pressed against his forehead. Bang! With a pair of eyes filled with unwillingness, Hong Tao lay stiffly on the ground. Upon witnessing Zhang Huaqiang shoot Hong Tao dead, his brothers were instantly ready to explode with rage. At this crucial juncture, Hong Tao's foremost brother stepped forward and shouted, "Brothers, do not move." Hong Tao was disloyal and treacherous. Seducing heir saw. He deserves his fate. Brother Chong is the true leader worth our loyalty. Brother Chong, I propose a decree. Whoever takes down old Wuqi shall inherit Hong Tao's position. What say you? Very well, brother. I accept your proposal. Brothers, Brother Chong is benevolent. All true men, charge with me. With that, Hong Tao's confidence surged forward, and many others, spurred on by his fervor, followed suit. In the chaos of the times, these gunmen changed leaders as casually as they would change wives. A handful of Hong Tao's most loyal followers attempted to resist, but they were swiftly gunned down, and one noticed that after a few paces, Hong Tao's confidence slowed his steps. Zhang Huaqiang merely smiled at him. This man had long been bribed by Zhang Huaqiang. Gazing at the distant office buildings, Zhang Huaqiang knew the tide had turned. With Hong Tao's men serving as cannon fodder, capturing Old Wuqi was merely a matter of time. The power of the West City had firmly settled in Zhang Huaqiang's hands. The resolve of both Old Wuqi's subordinates and Hong Tao's men was far from unwavering. After some contemplation, Zhang Huaqiang called over a comrade with a sniper rifle slung over his shoulder, saying, "Xiao Fei, if you see Old Wuqi, take him out with a shot. Once he is dead, the outcome will be assured." "Understood, Brother Chong." "Brother Chong. Brother Chong. Something's gone awry." Just as Zhang Huaqiang was about to give Xiao Fei further instructions, a panicked sentry rushed over, his face a mask of alarm. "What's the matter?" in such a flurry. "A horde of corpses, they're a horde of corpses." "What?" Buzz before Zhang Huaqiang could fully process the situation. A series of screeching brakes echoed from outside the gate. A striking motorcycle came to a halt at the entrance. Light as a feather, Shikai dismounted, hurling a plastic barrel with all his might. With a crack, the barrel shattered in the courtyard. The acrid scent of blood wafted through the air, causing Zhang Huaqiang's expression to shift. At the entrance, Shikai waved at Zhang Huaqiang before mounting his motorcycle and speeding away. West City, P Street at the Hong Romance Foot Massage Parlor. The middle-aged proprietress cautiously surveyed the 30 or so burly men within her establishment. The malevolent aura emanating from these individuals was palpable. Each was clad in blood-stained military coats. They neither spoke nor wasted words, and each bore a canvas bag at their feet, visibly bulging with weapons. The mere congregation of such men in her shop was a clear indication that they were not there for leisure. If they were merely patrons, she would certainly be overwhelmed. Those who survived in the apocalyptic world possessed a keen sense of perception. The proprietress discerned that these men were evidently there for a brawl. Wrapped in a coat, Zhao Gang stood anxiously at the entrance of the foot massage parlor. Shikai had been out of the city for quite some time, and news from him was still awaited. Zhao Gang felt a twinge of anxiety mixed with regret. He shouldn't have sent Shikai alone. The risks were substantial, just as Zhao Gang was engulfed in worry. The distant roar of a motorcycle pierced through the air. Buzz! A BMW skidded to a halt at the entrance of the foot massage parlor. Shikai leaped off his motorcycle and removed his helmet. Seeing Shikai unharmed, Zhao Gang hurried forward to inquire, Brother, did it succeed? It did. Gongzi, gather the men. Have all our brothers come out. Chi Shikai's eyes sparkled with excitement. His plan had gone remarkably smoothly. Chi Shikai had lured a horde of over 10,000 zombies from Shuangmao town to an abandoned factory. This multitude of zombies would be more than sufficient to deal with old Guichi's faction, but a horde of 10,000 zombies would not easily decimate a group of over 1,000 armed men, especially since their weaponry was firearms and not mere clubs. The lethality of firearms against zombies was formidable. However, once the zombies were dealt with, it remained uncertain how much fighting capability would be left among old Guichi's 1,000-plus men. Fantastic, brother! Everyone come out! Come out! Upon hearing Chi Shikai's confirmation of success, Zhao Gang's excitement mirrored his own. With Zhao Gang's shout, nearly 500 individuals began to pour out from the alleys lining P Street. These 500 were clad in tattered clothing, with a few wielding shotguns and small-caliber pistols, while the majority brandished makeshift weapons like spears and machetes. As the throng gradually assembled at the foot massage parlor's entrance, Chi Shikai stepped inside, shedding his worn military coat and discarding on the floor. Brothers, arm yourselves. The 500 men outside were merely hired by Zhao Gang, each receiving 10 kilograms of corn flour for their participation. These men were merely there to take advantage of the situation and bolster their numbers. The true backbone of Chi Shikai's plan lay in the 30 or so men within the foot massage parlor. Prior to deciding to take action, Chi Shikai had made arrangements with some trusted zombie hunters. These hunters, through their connections, had managed to gather over 60 individuals. These 60 were the elite among the elite in this apocalyptic world. Individuals who had long danced on the precipice of death and battled with the Grim Reaper. With a clatter, Chi Shikai loaded an M3 submachine gun and addressed the gathered men. Brothers, how many times in life do we get a fight? If not now, then when? Today, I will seize Peace Street and exchange it for wealth. I won't sugarcoat it. Each of you will receive 200 kilograms of food. Not coarse grains, but fine rice and flour. Chi Shikai's proclamation sent a wave of excitement through the 30 or so men present. What did 200 kilograms of rice and flour signify? In this apocalyptic era, that amount could sustain a family of 3 for several months. Brother Chi, just tell us how to proceed, and we will follow your lead. Indeed, Brother Chi, at your command, I will storm P Street immediately. Brother Chi, let us do it. Rallying morale in the apocalypse was deceptively simple. With food, men were willing to risk their lives. After promising the zombie hunters inside some incentives, Chi Shikai stepped outside with his weapon in hand. At this moment, the 500 men Zhao Gang had gathered were already assembled at the entrance, surveying the crowd. Chi Shikai leaped atop a table and shouted, "Did Brother Gang provide you with food?" Brother Chi, Brother Gang has provided. Each family received 20 pounds, 10 kilograms, of corn flour, answered a particularly astute individual from the crowd. Even in the apocalypse, the value of individuals differed greatly. The zombie hunters who aided Chi Shikai were worth 200 kilograms of rice and flour, along with other benefits. However, these temporary hires were only valued at 20 pounds of corn flour. It was the unfortunate reality that not everyone possessed the courage and capability of the zombie hunters. Nodding, Chi Shikai called out, "Now, we're going to seize Peace Street. If we win, I will give each of you an additional 30 pounds of corn flour. For those who display exceptional valor, there will be extra rewards. But let me be clear. Once you have taken my food, you must work for me. Should anyone dare to abandon their duties, I will deal with you first." Upon witnessing the remaining provisions, the hired individuals began to exhibit a palpable excitement. Dare to claim Zhao Gang's supplies indicated that these men were not of timid disposition. In this tumultuous world, they had but one life to lose. Amidst the crowd, a pair of brothers exchanged glances after overhearing Chi Shikai's words. Both brothers stood around 1.8 meters tall, possessing striking features with prominent brows and large eyes. The elder brother, Ding Jian, was 26 years old, while his younger sibling, Ding Feng, was 24. The Ding brothers were employed at a gambling den in Gaodian, and their presence here was solely to earn some extra income. Initially, they had planned merely to make a bit of money on the side. However, witnessing the magnitude of Chi Shikai's ambitions, Ding Feng sensed something amiss. He nudged his elder brother's arm and whispered, "Brother, young Chi is about to undertake something significant. He truly has the audacity to challenge Hepping Street. He has seized this opportunity with remarkable precision, with Guo Laoqi's men having vacated the city. Today presents the perfect moment. Even if we cannot hold Hepping Street, we could still seize a considerable bounty. Young Qi must have substantial backing to procure such a large quantity of provisions. What are your thoughts, second brother? Ding Feng glanced at Qi Shikai, who was rallying the troops for battle, and continued, Brother, this is an opportunity for us if we remain tied to that small gambling den. We will surely starve, but if we can make an impression on young Qi today, we may find ourselves with a chance. Who knows, we might even be valued as brothers by young Qi, or at the very least, forge a connection to join the ranks of the zombie hunters. Our skills surpass those of many, do they not? Ding Jian was swayed by Ding Feng's words. The adage fortune favors the bold echoed in his mind as he felt the weight of the 11-shot shotgun he had surreptitiously taken from the gambling house. Then let us proceed. If we do not take the plunge now, when shall we? Within the crowd, many shared the Ding brothers' sentiments. It was well known that Qi Shikai had made various promises to the zombie hunters, and many had heard of the provisions being allocated. Why should the zombie hunters receive 200 kilograms of rice and flour, while they were limited to a mere 20 gene of cornmeal? All were men of ambition, each harboring a desire to achieve greatness. As the crowd began to roar in enthusiasm, Qi Shikai raised his hand and declared, Brothers, you are all exemplary. Show some spirit. Do not disgrace yourselves. Onward, over 500 individuals surged toward the Hepping Street Market like a tidal wave. Observing Qi Shikai's imposing presence, the small shops lining the road hastily shuttered their doors. Some experienced individuals even covered their windows with quilts. Everyone understood that a fierce battle was imminent on Hepping Street. The Hepping Street Market lay at the foot of the city walls in the West City, covering less than 20 acres. Despite its modest size, the market experienced significant daily trade volume, especially in the context of the apocalypse, although it could not compare to the thriving commerce of the pre-apocalyptic era. The city of Xi'an was strategically positioned between the provinces of Songjiang and Liaozhou, with West City serving as a crucial transportation hub, complete with a freight railway. Holding this prime piece of land yielded astonishing monthly profits, due to the internal strife among Zhou one-way subordinates. The West City market had only recently resumed operations, yet many major clients were still observing from the sidelines. Frequent skirmishes adversely affected business. No one wished for their goods to be plundered. When Guo Laoqi departed the city, he left behind a small security team of 50 at the West City market, led by a man known as Zhao San in his 40s. Zhao San sported a slick-back hairstyle and possessed a commanding presence, making him a rather distinguished middle-aged man. Within the market's management office, Zhao San leisurely sipped a cup of black coffee. Despite his lack of fondness for Zhao San, he relished the opportunity to drink coffee in front of others, viewing it as a display of sophistication. Suddenly, a loud bang interrupted his tranquility as his brother-in-law, Wang Ji, burst into the room-up brother-in-law. Trouble is brewing. Qi Shikai has brought 500 to 600 men charging toward our market. Startled, Zhao San's coffee cup fell to the ground with a crash. How many? Who? Qi Shikai. How did this scoundrel arrive? There must be 500 or 600 of them. The front ranks consist of West City's notorious armed men, zombie hunters. Hong Wu has confirmed it. They are all wielding submachine guns. That it's over. Qi Shikai is here to seize our territory. Panic coursed through Zhao San as he felt like an ant on a hot stove. Hearing Zhao San's alarm, Wang Ji asked, confused, brother-in-law, he wouldn't dare, would he? This market belongs to Boss Zhou. Although Boss Zhou is dead, his brothers are still here. You know nothing. Did Qi Shikai just return from outside the city? Yes. What time is it? If seventh brother hasn't returned yet, something must have gone awry. What shall we do? Brother-in-law, I want to confront Qi Shikai. I'm not afraid of him. Zhao San, though timid, recognized Wang Ji as a capable ally. Seeing his brother-in-law's eagerness to confront Qi Shikai, Zhao San pointed a finger at him, exclaiming, What nonsense! Do you possess 9 lives? Are you a cat with 9 lives, or a tortoise from 1,000 years? Who do you think Qi Shikai is? And Zhao Geng? What about Gao Wu? Even Guo Laoqi's fate is uncertain. For whom are we putting our lives on the line? Let's go. Grab your guns and hurry. Zhao San was a skilled negotiator, but was particularly cowardly when faced with someone as reckless as Qi Shikai. Even in his flight, he did not forget to don his knee-length overcoat. As they neared the parking lot, Zhao San suddenly had a thought. Doesn't Guo Laoqi have 20 tons of provisions to sell to Taiching? Indeed, the trucks are over there. Let us make haste. If Guo Laoqi doesn't return, he'll surely eliminate you. You understand nothing. If Guo Laoqi returns alive, we have safeguarded the provisions and can retreat. That if he does not return, that food becomes our capital. Li Renhui on Sima Road is opening a grand casino, and you know your brother-in-law's skills. Brother, our good days are upon us. From now on, I'll treat you to a life of luxury. Now let us go. I hear commotion. Without hesitation, Zhao San commandeered 2 10-ton food trucks and sped away. When faced with someone as reckless as Shikai, Zhao San was timid, yet in pursuit of wealth. His courage knew no bounds. When Shikai and his group arrived at the West City Market, they were taken aback. The once bustling market was nearly deserted, save for a few merchants, upon hearing that Zhao San had fled with his men. Li Hongyan chuckled. Chiga, this old fellow runs fast. Otherwise, I would have commanded him to stand at attention. He fears me. Hearing Li Hongyan's words, Shikai smiled. Li Hongyan was indeed not exaggerating before the apocalypse. Zhao San was a notorious hustler in gambling circles. After the world fell into chaos, his primary role was to serve Guo Laoqi, with his side business being a gambling den. During that time, it was as easy for Li Hongyan to obtain money from Zhao San's establishment as it was to withdraw from an ATM, perhaps even easier, as one did not need funds to access Zhao San's gambling den. Brother, should we call Yang Mingliang to take over? Seeing the effortless capture of the West City Market brought Zhao Gang great satisfaction. According to their prior agreement, Hepping Street was to be handed over to Yang Mingliang. Waving his hand, Shikai replied, "There's no rush. We shall wait until nightfall. Guo Laoqi and his men cannot have perished entirely if they do not return by night. It will indicate that the leaders have fallen. Only then will everything be settled. If Guo Laoqi, Zhang Huaqiang, and Hong Tao survive, we may yet have to engage in another battle. Now is not the time for celebration." Listening to Shikai's words, Zhao Gang immediately went down to make arrangements. As Shikai had anticipated, a convoy of over 20 vehicles approached the city from outside around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, standing atop the city wall. Shikai peered through his binoculars into the distance. The convoy appeared somewhat disheveled, and judging by the insignia on the vehicles, it seemed to belong to Guo Laoqi. Lowering the binoculars, Shikai chuckled. Guo Laoqi has returned. This old chap is quite the luck. Zhao Gang called for everyone to gather at the city gate. Brother, should we defend the city? They won't be able to scale the 10-meter-high wall. After casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Gang, Shikai replied, "With over 20 vehicles, at most there are 100 of them, we've dispensed with so much food, we ought to see some bloodshed. Money is not easily earned, my brother." "Hee, I understand now, brother." Zhao Gang chuckled in response to Shikai's words. Kindness does not command an army, nor does righteousness command wealth. Shikai required the accumulation of reputation and goodwill. And it was also the moment to establish his persona in the West City. The concept of standing on the city walls and confronting an enemy head-on was fundamentally different. The people of West City recognized this, as did those from Xi'an and Songjiang. Soon, Shikai's men formed ranks beneath the city wall, while Guo Laoqi's convoy halted less than 100 meters away from Shikai. Upon spotting Shikai, a startled Guo Laoqi immediately understood the situation. In the abandoned factory, Guo Laoqi and Zhang Huaqiang had encountered a horde of zombies. They had almost exhausted their ammunition before carving out a bloody path. However, their men had scattered. Zhang Huaqiang had even lost his head to a zombie king. This battle had significantly weakened Guo Laoqi. The casualties were one thing. The depletion of ammunition was a considerable loss. Now, with just over 100 men, each had less than 5 rounds of ammunition on average. With a grim expression, Guo Laoqi shouted at the distant Shikai, "Is that you, Xiao Qi?" "Hee, hello, brother Qi." "Xiao Qi, what do you mean by this?" "Brother, I won the West City and Ping Street, and I also won the West City Market. You and your men should leave West City, and I want to make things difficult for you." Shikai's words made Guo Laoqi take a deep breath. He finally realized that this entire situation had been orchestrated by Shikai from the very beginning. Coldly glaring at Shikai, Guo Laoqi shouted, Shikai, are you looking to die? Let me be frank. I am a man of Sunga. If you know what is good for you, step aside quickly, or I'll kill your entire family. Sensing his disadvantage, Guo resorted to invoking his backer. Shikai was utterly unconcerned. Once a decision for life and death had been made, could he still listen to the other party's threats? Hearing Guo shouts, Shikai readied his M3 submachine gun and shouted loudly, "Fire! I'm on it!" With that, Li Hongyan, not particularly tall, charged forward like a small mad dog, gun in hand. His speed was astonishing. Despite his youth and stature, Li Hongyan's bravery was on par with Zhao Gang's, if not surpassing it when he was in a frenzy. Zhao Gang was both brave and intelligent, whereas Li Hongyan was reckless with his own life. Leading the charge, Li Hongyan opened fire on Guo convoy as he ran. Following closely beside him was Zhang Tao. These two were inseparable, akin to the higher brothers, except when they returned home to accompany their wives. Their bond was just as evident in battle. The ferocity of Zhang Tao was nearly equivalent to that of Li Hongyan. Gunfire erupted as the two sides clashed, the sound of gunfire creating a cacophony in an instant. In the apocalypse, gunfights lacked sophistication. It was merely a contest of will and brute force. The first to flinch or flee would be the loser. A single charge could reveal the disparities between individuals. Shikai's group of over 500 split into 3 waves during the charge. To the forefront were the zombie hunters led by Shikai himself, numbering around 30, armed with M3 submachine guns, advancing in a skirmish line while firing. The second wave consisted of a group wielding shotguns and spears, hired by Zhao Gang in hopes of securing a future, totaling around 40 to 50 men. At the rear were those a bit timid, hoping to ride the coattails of fortune. After all, bullets whizzing by one's ears and the sight of comrades being hit could be quite terrifying. The zombie hunters were undoubtedly a band of reckless individuals. Even if someone was hit during the charge, as long as it was a fatal blow, they would grit their teeth and press on. This reckless charge intimidated Guo in a sense. It was his first encounter with the zombie hunters in a firefight. As Shikai's vanguard closed to within 30 meters, Guo panicked. Retreat! Retreat! Guo recognized that this battle was unwinnable. With Shikai's momentum, if they drew closer by another 20 meters, they would be overwhelmed. Once the hundreds behind them gained confidence, they would stand no chance. Guo attempted to retreat, but it was too late. As they closed in to around 30 meters, Shikai suddenly halted. Most of the zombie hunters following Shikai also came to a halt. Grenades, with a fizzing sound, over 30 grenades erupted with white smoke, including more than 10 cluster grenades. Whoosh! After throwing the grenades, Shikai's group stood their ground, firing to suppress the movement of Guo men. Out of the corner of his eye, Shikai noticed 2 figures charging forward, seemingly disregarding the grenades. Instinctively, he thought of Li Hongyan and Zhang Tao. Aside from these 2 brash individuals, he could not fathom anyone else daring to do such a thing. Hongyan, come back, Shikai shouted towards the figures in the distance. Brother Chi, I'm right here. Turning his head, Shikai saw Li Hongyan and Zhang Tao not far from him. Who dared to charge forward? Were they courting death? Shikai truly couldn't see who the 2 charging figures were. The effective kill radius of a 6th or 7th model grenade is 7 meters. Within that distance, without cover, it can inflict significant casualties. However, that does not mean standing 8 meters away guarantees safety. The shrapnel can fly over 80 meters. Shikai's group standing 30 meters away without cover was already a reckless act. Yet, astonishingly, there were those even more reckless than them. Boom! 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 The distant grenades detonated, creating a chaotic scene. Hiding inside a vehicle, Guo was too afraid to lift his head. No1 noticed that the brothers Ding Jian and Ding Feng had already charged into Guo convoy. A gunman under Guo command aimed at Ding Jian, ready to fire. Ding Jian, with his 11-shot shotgun, fired at the man, bang, at a distance of 3 to 5 meters. Ding Jian had no chance of missing. The gunman's head exploded, bang. After firing again, Ding Feng dashed towards Guo vehicle. His ability to identify Guo vehicle was partly due to Guo ostentation. Guo vehicle was coated in gold paint. After dragging Guo out, Ding Feng hurled him onto the car's roof. Leaping onto the roof, Ding Feng unleashed a flurry of gunfire at Guo Laoqi. Bang, bang, bang! Without uttering a sound, Guo Laoqi was turned into a sieve. Bang! Firing a shot in the sky, Ding Feng shouted loudly. Damn it, Guo Laoqi is dead. Who are you all risking your lives for? Put down your guns. Put them down, after Ding Feng shouted a phrase. There was a fleeting moment of silence at the scene. Both Ding Feng and Ding Jian had their backs completely drenched. The two brothers were also gambling. If Guo Laoqi had a few loyal subordinates who opened fire on them, it would instantly be turned into a sieve. This scene was clearly observed by Qi Shikai from a distance. Admiring the two brothers, Qi Shikai inquired, "Whose brothers are these? So valiant. They must be from Gao Diyuan." "Not very well known." "Brother, I will ask them their names later," Zhao Gang remarked, his eyes filled with admiration for the Ding brothers. Nearby, Li Hongyan and Zhang Tao chuckled, their gazes towards the Ding brothers reflecting a sense of appreciation. Birds of a feather flock together. Those unafraid of death tend to associate with others of the same ilk in the apocalypse. One could confidently entrust their back to such individuals. After all, no one desires a coward as their companion. The moment Qi Shikai and his group charged in, the overall situation was essentially decided. With Guo Laoqi's demise, his subordinates completely lost their fighting spirit, discarding their weapons and cowering on the ground. In this battle, Qi Shikai achieved a resounding victory, with over 30 of Guo Laoqi's several hundred subordinates killed, while the remainder were nearly all injured. Only a little over 10 emerged unscathed. Interestingly, the losses on Qi Shikai's side were unexpected. 6 of the frontline zombie hunters were injured, but none fatally. Conversely, among those at the rear, 4 were shot dead, and it was the ones hiding at the back who fell victim to stray bullets. This is one of the most intriguing aspects of a gunfight. If one dares to charge, the bullets tend to avoid them. If one hesitates, stray bullets can claim their life. Qi Shikai arranged for those injured to be sent to the hospital and subsequently confiscated Guo Laoqi's vehicles and firearms. Just as everything was settled, Qi Shikai's phone rang. It was Yang Mingliang calling. "Haha, brother, that move of yours was truly splendid. I admire you." Hearing Yang Mingliang's robust voice on the other end, Qi Shikai couldn't help but smile. Yang Mingliang, undoubtedly aware of the commotion Qi Shikai had caused, was now coming to collect his dues, especially since Qi Shikai had taken his supplies. Half an hour after Qi Shikai concluded the battle, 20 military trucks arrived at Hepping Street's market, leading with an elongated Rolls-Royce Phantom adorned in gold. Once the convoy halted, a steady stream of armed personnel disembarked. Yang Mingliang, draped in a long coat, approached Qi Shikai. Brother, a youthful hero indeed." Yang Mingliang extended his hand for a handshake, his excitement unmistakable. He had not anticipated that seizing Hepping Street would be so effortless in Yang Mingliang's estimation. If he were to take Hepping Street by himself, it would require the sacrifice of at least 1,000 to 1,800 individuals, given that Zhou Wenwei had a considerable number of capable subordinates, and the trio led by Guo Laoqi were no mere trifles. Who would have guessed that Qi Shikai would so easily conquer Hepping Street? Observing Yang Mingliang's exhilaration, Qi Shikai smiled, saying, "Brother Yang, I have returned Hepping Street in full." Generous indeed, very generous. Hearing Yang Mingliang call out to him, his steward, Lao Chao, hurried over, holding a set of car keys. Yang Mingliang took the keys from Lao Chao and pointed to a nearby medium-sized truck, laughing heartily. "Brother, that truck contains 10 tons of rice and flour, along with a ton of pork and assorted goods. Just a small token of my appreciation." Yang Mingliang was undoubtedly a master at winning hearts. He could have offered food stamps or meat tickets as gratitude, but he chose to present tangible goods. This was akin to the difference between $1 billion check and $1 billion in cash. The former is merely a piece of paper, while the latter can instill fear in a person. Yang Mingliang aimed to leverage his immense financial power to influence Qi Shikai, ensuring his unwavering loyalty in the future. This blade is exceedingly sharp. However, Yang Mingliang could discern no change in Qi Shikai's expression. Qi Shikai did not refuse the supplies. They were rightfully his. "Thank you, Brother Yang. No, it is I who should express my gratitude to you. Tomorrow morning, Lao Chao will take you to Gaodin. Gaodin will henceforth be yours." The exchange of Gaodiyuan for Hepping Street had been a prior agreement. Yang Mingliang showed no signs of reneging on the deal, as with Hepping Street in his possession, a mere Gao Yuan was of little consequence. Yang Mingliang regarded Shikai with admiration, yet he refrained from further attempts to recruit him, sensing that he could barely contain Shikai's prowess. Shikai was a formidable blade, one that could easily turn against its wielder. Patting Shikai on the shoulder, Yang Mingliang said meaningfully, "Brother, this collaboration has been quite pleasant. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues in the future, do not hesitate to call me, that I shall not keep you today. I have dinner plans with several brothers from Shiqing. We shall gather again soon." "No problem, Brother Yang. I shall take my leave now." "All right, brother. Travel safe." Shikai departed Hepping Street with over 500 followers. As they left, Zhao Gang cast a conflicted glance back, taking 3 steps before turning around. Feeling pained, Shikai teased, draping an arm over Zhao Gang's shoulder. "Brother, how can I not feel pained? The daily throughput at the Shiqing market exceeds 1,000 tons. Zhou Wenwei previously collected a tax of 1,000 for every 500. Coupled with the exit fees, entrance fees, and transaction commissions, the profits were substantial. Even a mere 30% of Hepping Street would have made us affluent." The Shiqing market in Xi'an connects 2 provinces, the grains, medicinal supplies, and oils from Songbei, along with the weaponry from Liaozhou, all needed to be traded here. The 1,000-ton throughput was merely a result of many zombies obstructing the transport. Once the roads were cleared, the numbers would be staggering. Swapping a treasure trove for a slum left Zhao Gang feeling at a loss. Observing Zhao Gang's distressed expression, Shikai lowered his voice and said, "You see, you're too hasty. Even if Hepping Street were handed to us now, we couldn't hold it. The common man is innocent, yet possessing a gem can bring trouble. Before the apocalypse, there were always those ready to pluck the fruit. After the apocalypse, they are even more ruthless. In the future, we will have food, people, and firearms that do not mention just Hepping Street. Both Shiqing and Xi'an shall belong to us." Listening to Shikai, Zhao Gang was eager to inquire about the quantity of arms Shikai had acquired. However, as a brother, he understood that some questions were best left unasked. Patting Zhao Gang's shoulder, Shikai instructed, "Settle the remaining supplies for those individuals, and ensure the families of the deceased are taken care of. Then keep those who fought valiantly with us. Tonight, I will treat everyone to dinner, especially the Ding brothers." "Understood, brother." Just as Zhao Gang acknowledged, Shikai's phone rang again. It was Gao Wu calling to Wu Zi. "How is everything on your end?" Shikai had split his forces, with him leading a charge for Hepping Street, while Gao Wu took over 30 zombie hunters to raid. After Zhou Wenwei's death, Guolao Qi and his 2 companions had divided his assets. Now that the 3 of them were also dead, the inheritance naturally fell to Shikai. Gao Wu, usually cautious and composed, spoke with a tremor in his voice. "Brother, we have struck it rich. We have become fabulously wealthy overnight. Brother, come to the old residence next to the agricultural market. I have brought everything back." Near Shikai's residence was an abandoned agricultural market. When Shikai arrived, Gao Wu was already waiting there. Upon seeing Shikai, Gao Wu rushed over and said, "Brother, come with me." As he spoke, Gao Wu led Shikai to the storeroom of the agricultural market. Upon entering, Shikai found himself somewhat bewildered. The storeroom was densely packed with over 20 large crates. Upon opening one, he discovered it brimming with grain coupons. "Brother, Guolao Qi's 3 grandsons are indeed wealthy. During this visit, I managed to seize 300 tons of grain, coupons alone, along with over 20 tons of meat, salt, oil, sugar, and various oil seeds, as well as a substantial quantity of cigarettes, liquor, high-end clothing, water coupons, and electricity coupons. There are also some gold and jewels filled in the last 10 crates." Gao Wu's bounty left Shikai gasping in astonishment. Robbery certainly proves lucrative. Shikai had to fight tooth and nail to acquire merely 20 tons of grain from Yang Mingliang. Yet Gao Wu, in a single act of plunder, had uncovered over 300 tons of supplies. 300 tons of grain could sustain 20,000 people for a month. Even if Shikai were to support 1 or 2,000 soldiers, it would suffice for 10 months. Instant wealth? Undoubtedly, it was an overnight fortune. After regaining his composure, Shikai inquired, "How many weapons, ammunition, and crystal cores do we have?" "There are almost no weapons. they must have taken them all away. As for the crystal cores, there are merely over 50 of various types. Gao Wu's words cause a flicker of disappointment in Shikai, though it was not entirely unexpected. Weapons are inherently scarce, and a lack of stockpiling is to be expected, especially since Shikai was not in dire need of them at the moment. Crystal cores hold significant value in the apocalypse, yet they are utterly useless in the hands of ordinary people. Those like Yang Mingliang and Guo Lao Qi lack the technology to refine crystal cores. Without the requisite skills, crystal cores are merely decorative trinkets, far less practical than grain. Despite his disappointment, Shikai remained quite pleased. After all, crystal cores can be obtained by slaying zombies. All right, it has been a long day. Let us go dine. Brother, you all go ahead. I'll stay here with my men tonight. Clearly, Gao Wu intended to guard this batch of supplies. Shikai, seeing that Gao Wu would not join, did not press the matter. That evening, Shikai hosted a feast for over 100 brothers, all of whom he deemed key allies. The following morning, Shikai awoke to a call from Lao Chao, the steward of Yang Mingliang. Today marked the day Shikai would take over Gaodi Yuan. Gaodi Yuan is located in the southwestern corner of Xi'an City, directly across the street from Xi and Normal University, originally known as Gaodi Jie. The entire community comprises a pedestrian street and 8 dilapidated residential complexes, each over 30 years old, spanning over 400,000 square meters. It covers approximately 600 acres. Before the apocalypse, a large real estate company from Songjiang had acquired the land for the 8 old complexes, intending to develop a large community named Gaodi Yuan. The compensation for the demolition had already been dispersed, but unfortunately, before the relocation could commence, the apocalypse struck. Now, Gaodi Yuan has become a slum in the western city, with a population exceeding 50,000, earning the moniker of Xi'an City's Kowloon Walled City. Around noon, Shikai, accompanied by Gao Wu, Li Hongyan, Zhang Tao, and more than 10 brothers, arrive at the entrance of Gaodi Yuan. Lao Chao, Yang Mingliang's steward, was already waiting there. Chao Gada, Xiao Qi has arrived. Lao Chao, in his 40s, had a round face, a broad mouth, a slight bald spot, a plump physique, and an air of arrogance about him. After shaking hands, Lao Chao casually remarked, Xiao Qi, my time is limited. I must deliver gifts to a few elder brothers shortly. Let us walk and talk. I will give you a brief overview of Gaodi Yuan. All right, Chao Ji, as they conversed, the group entered Gaodi Yuan. The community features a 600-meter-long pedestrian street flanked by 8 old residential complexes. Upon entering Gaodi Yuan, Shikai was greeted by the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Cool Q LV, Chanel handbags, clearance sale, 1 pound of grain each. Hijiri authentic collaboration sneakers, size 43, never worn, 1 pound of grain each. Rolex, Piaget, Patek Philippe watches, 2 pounds of grain for 1, 3 pound for 5. The sides of Gaodi Jie were lined with small vendors. The items they sold were once exorbitantly priced luxuries before the apocalypse. Ironically, these luxuries that could have purchased several carts of grain are now worth only a pound or 2 of grain. To some extent, the values of certain items have indeed reverted to their original worth, as seen with these luxury goods. Nonetheless, the presence of these street vendors added a touch of vibrancy to the area. Lao Chao, listening to the distant calls of the vendors, smiled at Shikai and said, Xiao Qi, compared to these people, you are indeed fortunate. Gaining the favor of the boss grants you a solid backing in Xi'an City. Gaodi Yuan is the least conspicuous territory under the boss's control, with less lucrative prospects in fact, the boss hasn't even dispatched any brothers here. However, like women, there are always ways to extract some benefits. Gaodi Yuan requires a monthly tribute of 1 ton of grain or 20 inferior crystal cores as a management fee. This revenue will belong to you in the future. Gaodi Yuan consists of 8 complexes, each led by 3 leaders, or rather, 3 factions. Lao Chao's tone was somewhat haughty, but Shikai did not take offense. While there was an air of arrogance in his words, it served as a reminder to Shikai. However, upon hearing that there were 3 factions in this territory, Shikai's brow furrowed slightly. There are factions? Of course, with over 50,000 people in Gaodi Yuan, someone must manage them. You'll be dealing with these 3 leaders moving forward. However, these leaders are all older than you. Be humble and avoid inciting their wrath. They are formidable individuals that Shikai was undoubtedly a person of considerable cunning. even when Lao Chao spoke with a condescending tone. Shikai did not take issue, recognizing Lao Chao as Yang Mingliang's confidant. Yet upon hearing Lao Chao describe the three leaders of Gao Diyuan as ruthless, Gao Wu chuckled behind Shikai. Chao Ge, just how ruthless are these three? Can knives or bullets not kill them? They have their own factions. What are they doing with their drugs? Trying to reverse the heavens. Truly capable people would have long since left Gao Diyuan. Who would waste their time squeezing profits from this group of unfortunate souls? Gao Wu's words elicited laughter from several brothers beside Shikai. Comparing oneself to these bloodthirsty men, it would be far more satisfying to slap the king of hell a few times instead. Hey Wu Zi, how can you speak like that? After Shikai chuckled at Gao Wu, he turned to Lao Chao and said, Chao Ge, please don't take offense. My brother has a rather blunt temperament. That said, we must acknowledge that whoever's bread we eat must be obeyed. Gao Diyuan now carries the Qi surname, and certain rules must naturally be adjusted. Wouldn't you agree? Old Chao was rendered speechless by Shikai's words. After a cold huff, he quickened his pace. The three brothers were waiting for him at a mahjong parlor at the end of the street. Along the way, many recognized Shikai and greeted him. These individuals were the same ones who had aided him in yesterday's skirmish. Shikai's decision to hire Zhao Gang at Gaudi Garden was indeed calculated. The residents of Gaudi Garden were impoverished, and desperation breeds audacity. The more destitute one is, the more daring they become. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for over 50 people to charge recklessly yesterday, nor would there have been typical figures like the Ding brothers. The fighting prowess of Gaudi Garden's inhabitants was only one aspect. Another was Shikai's intent to establish his reputation among them. Building his name in Gaudi Garden was crucial, as this would soon be his territory. Though Shikai had never personally experienced the intricacies of managing a domain, he had certainly observed the dynamics at play. In chaotic times, the hearts of the people are paramount. When one holds dominion over a place, especially when immediate rewards are not visible to the populace, reputation becomes the instrument of governance. Shikai's renown served as the means to manage these ordinary individuals. The number of people greeting Shikai along the way indicated that his methods were proving effective. Cheerfully exchanging pleasantries with passers-by, Shikai and Old Chao arrive at the mahjong parlor at the street's end. Old Jean, Axe Hui, Big Cat, stop your games, little Chi has arrived. Inside the parlor, three gentlemen in their 40s were engaged in a game of poker. Upon seeing Old Chao enter, a man adorned with a prominent gold tooth immediately discarded his cards, rushed over, and bowed, saying, Brother Chao, you're here. The brothers have been waiting for you. Shikai couldn't help but chuckle at Old Jin's subservient demeanor. Those in the know understood that Old Chao was merely a steward for Yang Mingliang, while those unaware might mistake him for Old Jin's father. Old Chao did not even lift his eyelids to acknowledge Old Jin. His pride was not solely directed at Shikai. He held a similar disdain for all those beneath him. After a grunt, Old Chao said, I've already discussed matters with you yesterday. This is little Shikai. Henceforth, Gaudi Garden will be his territory. He will be your future elder brother. Little Chi, allow me to introduce you. Old Jean, Jean Kylie, leader of the Jean Xin gang. Axe Hui, Dong Hui, leader of the Axe gang. Big Cat, Lu Jin Hui, leader of the Mountain Group. That's all for now. You'll get to know each other in due time. I'm leaving. Brother Chao, why not stay for a meal? I can arrange for a few girls. Old Jean suggested. After Old Chao's remarks, he turned to leave without responding to Old Jin's invitation. The three men respectfully accompanied Old Chao to the door, and throughout the entire exchange, they did not even greet Shikai. Shikai was left awkwardly standing there. Appearing neglected. One might mistakenly assume that Old Chao was the true leader of Gaudi Garden. Watching the three men's retreating figures, Shikai couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and irritation. They truly underestimate me. Hearing Shikai's words, Gao Wu clenched his teeth and said, Brother, I'll take care of those three and oh rush. Let's see what they have to say. Tianmin, call. Damn, what incredible luck. I can take them down. Bring it on, bring it on. Inside a small gambling den at Gaudi Garden, voices clamored, in this post-apocalyptic world, the pressure on people was immense, leading to a thriving gambling industry, as well as bustling hotels and bathhouses. Especially the gambling dens. The more impoverished individuals became, the more they sought solace in gambling, clinging to dreams of overnight wealth. However, the aftermath was often dire, leaving many destitute in a corner of the gambling den. Ding Jian was meticulously polishing an M1911A1 pistol while smoking a cigarette. "Brother Jian, that gun is stunning. May I hold it?" A young girl, adorned with black eyeliner and clad in stockings, approached Ding Jian, drawn by the sight of him cleaning his weapon. "Get lost. Do you think you can touch this?" Ding Jian waved his hand dismissively at the girl clinging to him. These girls were kept by the gambling den owner for moments when patrons grew weary or won big. At such times, the girls would come in handy. Unfazed by Ding Jian's rejection, the girl smiled and said, "Brother Jian, if I can't touch that gun, what about this one?" As she spoke, she reached out. "I can't believe this. Take it and scram. If you're looking for fun, go find my brother." "Thank you, Brother Jian," the girl exclaimed as she excitedly received a kilogram food voucher tossed her way, planting a quick kiss on Ding Jian's cheek before stuffing the voucher in her bosom and leaving. Once Ding Jian finished polishing his gun, he shouted towards the bathroom, "Old air! Old air! Are you done?" "Coming, brother," Ding Feng replied, approaching with a slightly unsteady gait and clutching his stomach, observing Ding Feng's pale lips. Ding Jian chided, "Look at you. After Qi Ge treated everyone, you flaunted 6 pounds of lamb, and this is what you get? Haven't you ever eaten before?" Last night, during Qi Shikai's dinner invitation, he had shared a drink with the Ding brothers and generously gifted each of them 200 kilograms of rice. Along with a pistol and 200 rounds of ammunition, Qi Shikai was known for his generosity, ensuring that food and drink were plentiful during gatherings. Ding Feng had overindulged on 6 pounds of lamb, resulting in a bout of diarrhea. "I was craving it. It's been ages since I've had meat." "All right, I just saw Qi Ge head towards a mahjong parlor. Let's go greet him. It would be wise to run errands if needed." Leaning in, Ding Jian added, "Old air, Qi Ge is our key ally. We must stick close to him and be sharp." "Understood, brother." Inside the mahjong parlor, Qi Shikai sat in a chair, smoking a cigarette while watching the entrance. He observed Old Jean and the others bowing and scraping as they escorted Old Chow out. Once Old Chow's figure disappeared, the trio finally entered the parlor. Seeing Qi Shikai smoking inside, Old Jean cheerfully approached and said, "Qi Ge, greetings. I'm Old Jean. Friend call me Big Tooth Jean. Qi Shikai replied coolly. Noting Qi Shikai's somewhat frosty demeanor, Old Jean chuckled and remarked to Axe Hui and Lao, "Qi Ge isn't much of a talker." Old Jin's words elicited a chuckle from Axe Hui and Lao, though it was unclear whether they were mocking or simply amused. Suddenly slapping his forehead, Old Jean exclaimed regretfully, "Qi Ge, forgive my forgetfulness. Let me fetch something." Shouting towards the inner room of the parlor, he called out, and 2 brothers emerged carrying bags. Qi Shikai glanced in their direction, noticing that the room seemed to host quite a few individuals. Accepting the bags from the brothers, Old Jean placed them on the table and said, "Qi Ge, from now on, you'll be our leader at Gaudi Garden. This is a small token of respect." Qi Shikai glanced at the bags and smiled, asking, "What is it?" "Open it for me to see." "I'll open it for you." "Qi Ge, it's just some cigarettes, liquor, and food vouchers." Old Jean swiftly opened the bags. While looking somewhat embarrassed, he added, "Qi Ge, Gaudi Garden isn't like the outside. It's truly impoverished here. The brothers are so destitute they could gnaw on bed sheets. This is just a small gesture from them. Please don't take offense." As Old Jin's words concluded, Axe Hui chuckled, lighting a cigarette and saying, "Big Brother Jean, aren't you insulting Qi Ge? What kind of person is Qi Ge? What kind of stature does he possess?" Qi Ge has taken on Zhou Wenwei and swept through Hepping Street. He is the warrior of our West City. How could he be so petty as to hold such things against us? Indeed, I underestimated Qi Ge. Please accept this, Qi Ge." Lao Jin spoke as he placed the items from the bag in front of Qi Shikai. The latter, seated in his chair, merely cast a cursory glance at the contents before breaking into a smile. The gifts that Lao Jin had prepared for Qi Shikai included 10 packs of cigarettes, 5 bottles of inferior white liquor, and a handful of grain coupons that, in the post-apocalyptic world, these 3 items were indeed scarce commodities. However, the 10 packs of cigarettes were the cheapest hard-pack tie by Mountain brand, and the liquor was of poor quality. The grain coupons amounted to a mere 200 kilograms of corn flour. Even the packaging of the cigarettes appeared somewhat moldy, clearly remnants of items that Lao Jin and his companions were unwilling to keep. While the three of them smoked premium brands such as Soft Zhonghua and Jiuwuji Zun, they presented Qi Shikai with such meager offerings. This was not a gesture of goodwill. Rather, it was an insult, or perhaps a veiled attempt to intimidate him. Qi Shikai understood the mindset of these three provocateurs. They had been entrenched in Gaodi Yuan for 2 to 3 years. Firmly established as local bullies, they perceived Qi Shikai as young, easily manipulated, and lacking the courage to confront them. And no matter how formidable Qi Shikai might be, he could not rival the influence of Yang Mingliang, who had maintained a loose grip on them without imposing strict constraints. Moreover, the three were astute enough not to openly challenge Qi Shikai verbally. Instead, they feigned deference while sneering at him with their pointed remarks, which, although uncomfortable, were still veiled compliments. Having discerned the psychology of the trio, Qi Shikai grasped their motivations. Ultimately, they neither regarded him as a leader nor as an equal. They believed that, devoid of any incriminating evidence, Qi Shikai would hesitate to provoke their wrath. Lao Jin and his associates were not entirely mistaken. However, they had miscalculated one crucial aspect. Qi Shikai was not akin to Yang Mingliang. Yang had a merchant's mentality, or perhaps a politician's mindset, navigating the harsh realities of the end times. With Gaodi Yuan offering little in the way of resources, Yang was reluctant to expend excessive energy. In contrast, Qi Shikai intended to cultivate Gaodi Yuan as a foundational stronghold. He would not tolerate the existence of any rival factions, even if they did not directly challenge him. Turning his gaze towards Gao Wu, who understood at a glance what Qi Shikai's narrowed eyes signified. The latter was poised to take action. Gao Wu's hand instinctively reached for his firearm, ready to execute Qi Shikai's command at a moment's notice. Just then, a desperate cry pierced the air from outside the mahjong parlor. "Brother, I beg you, my daughter is only 13. Please do not sell her to the wealthy. It would ruin her life." At the entrance of the mahjong parlor, 7 or 8 burly men wielding clubs and knives were tallying 3 or 4 dozen young girls, most of whom appeared to be around 20, while some looked barely in their teens. Each girl wore an expression of trepidation, many glancing longingly towards their distant parents. Among the crowd, a woman in her 30s, clad in a tattered down jacket, knelt on the ground, pleading with one of the men. Observing the woman bowing repeatedly, a gang member known as Shou Ho impatiently remarked, "Am I the one taking your daughter? Can you not pay the tax? I already told you. Bring me 360 jin of mixed grain, and I'll return your daughter. You don't have it, do you? Brother, you've collected taxes for 10 years in advance. We truly have no grain left. Please give me some time. Just 3 days. I will gather the grain, even if I have to sell myself. I beg you." The woman's forehead banged against the ground, clearly bruised from her fervent pleas. Listening to her desperate words, Shou Ho mocked her. "Fong Fong, do you still think this is the world before the apocalypse? Honestly, with your qualifications as a university chemistry professor, you could have made quite a fortune in a single night back then. Now, you are worthless." Leaning closer to the woman, Shou Ho whispered, "Weren't you proud? Last month, I asked you to spend the night with me, but you refused. Now, if I can't have you, I will take your daughter instead. Get lost." With that, he kicked Fong Fong to the ground. Mom, don't hit my mother." A petite girl rushed forward, her innocent face filled with desperation. A thug nearby swiftly struck her, sending her sprawling. "Xiaoya, my Xiaoya." A crowd had gathered outside the mahjong parlor, and as they witnessed the unfolding scene, a sense of numbness washed over them. Even the families of the girls being taken did not dare to speak up. Some men considered intervening, but their friends held them back. In Gaodi Yuan, a death was no different than the loss of a dog. The 3 major gangs in Gaodi Yuan were notorious for their ruthlessness. A collection of nefarious individuals. Previously, Gaodi Yuan had been under the control of Yang Mingliang, who neither cared for the people there nor collected taxes from them. But Lao Jin and his crew did. Their tax rate was not exorbitant, 30 jin of mixed grain per month or equivalent goods, but they were notorious for demanding taxes well in advance. Some families had their taxes collected for 20 years into the future. To Lao Jin and his ilk, these impoverished citizens were merely their prey to exploit. Fong Fong's eyes brimmed with despair. After 3 years of apocalypse, she had lost her husband and parents. Her daughter, Xiaoya, was her only remaining family. The thought of her little girl being sold to a wealthy nightclub shattered Fong Fong's world. Fong Jie. Fong Jie. What happened? Just as Fong Fong cried out in vain, Ding Jian and Ding Feng, brothers from the Ding family, arrived. The Ding brothers were neighbors of Fong Fong and had known her since childhood. Fong Fong, being a few years their senior, had always looked after them. Without the support of these brothers during the apocalypse, Fong Fong would not have survived. Seeing Fong Fong on the ground, Ding Jian rushed forward to inquire about the situation. Jin Zi, I beg you, lend me some grain. They want to take Xiaoye to the wealthy. She pleaded, I will find a way to repay you. I will gather the grain, even if I have to sell myself or trial drugs. Ding Jian, upon hearing Fong Fong's words, was incensed that he glanced at Shouho, then coldly said, Sister, stop talking. I will handle this. Help Fong Jie up. Standing tall, Ding Jian approached Shouho, who recognized him. Ding Jian was a familiar face in the gambling scene, and the Ding brothers had a reputation in Gaodi Yuan. Monkey, what's going on? Oh, Jin Zi, she can't pay her taxes. Is it wrong for us to collect a little tax to ensure peace in our territory? Fine, I'm not here to waste words. How much does she owe? I'll pay that. I won't give you mixed grain. I'll give you rice. Just give me the child. As he spoke, Ding Jian pulled out a stack of grain coupons. Upon seeing the grain coupons, Shouho's eyes glimmered with interest. How much do you have? Fong Jie, how much do you owe? 360 jin of mixed grain, which is a year's tax, Fong Fong replied. Ding Jian, without hesitation, produced a coupon for 100 kilograms of rice, stating, mixed grain and rice are exchanged at a rate of 2-to-1. Take the excess as your profit. Monkey, why bully a widow and her orphan? Ding Jian was known for his generosity, and he offered the 100 kilograms of grain without a moment's hesitation. Seeing the grain coupon extended towards him, Shouho grinned. Jin Zi, you are indeed benevolent. But this amount is incorrect. It's not 360 jin, it's 3,600 jin. She has been evading taxes, so we need to collect 10 years' worth in advance. Even if Ding Jian was naive, he could tell that Shouho was being deliberately difficult, intent on not releasing Fong Fong's daughter. With a glare, Ding Jian coldly replied, Monkey, don't push us into a corner. Is this really necessary? Who is pushing you? With provisions, one can lead others away. Without them, I am at a loss. For I adhere strictly to the rules. The rules set by Brother Hui. Turning around, the thin monkey bellowed at a group of burly men by the door. Is the inventory complete? Bring it in for the brothers to verify. If the big boss is pleased, perhaps we'll get a taste of the soup. After shouting this, the thin monkey beamed at Ding Jian and remarked, Jianzi, if you have provisions, now would be the time to act. That girl, Xiaoye, is rather appealing, quite enticing. The thin monkey's words left Ding Jian both amused and infuriated. Hey monkey, wait a moment, it's just over 3,000 jin of grain. I'll give it to you, I will. The thin monkey was taken aback upon hearing Ding Jian's willingness to part with the grain. Over 3,000 jin of mixed grains is no trifling amount. Not to mention one girl. Even 10 would suffice for a ransom. With a puzzled gaze, the thin monkey inquired, You truly have it? Indeed, I received it as a reward from a brother yesterday. As he spoke, Ding Jian approached the thin monkey, his hand subtly moving toward his lower back as if to retrieve a grain ticket. By the time Ding Jian stood before the thin monkey, his expression shifted dramatically, and he drew a gleaming three-edged blade from his lower back. Damn it! Grabbing the thin monkey by the collar, Ding Jian lunged the blade into his abdomen. By the time the thin monkey's brothers reacted, he had already received 7 or 8 stabs. Damn it! Let go! Beat him! After witnessing the thin monkey collapse to the ground, his subordinates brandished clubs and knives as they charged forward. Observing the oncoming throng, Ding Feng swiftly lifted his clothing and drew out an 11-shot hunting rifle he had brought from the gambling den. Bang! Who dares to move? Whoever approaches dies. After firing a shot into the air, Ding Feng advanced with the rifle ready. The commotion outside had already captured the attention of Axe Hui. Seeing his brother felled, Axe Hui stepped out of the room with a stern expression and declared, Big Ding, little Ding, with the audacity to cause trouble in my territory. Do you think you alone possess firearms? Go fetch your weapons. In a blink, several of Axe Hui's brothers emerged wielding 7 or 8 guns. Moreover, dozens of Axe gang members had gathered around them. Sizing up the situation, Axe Hui pointed at the Ding brothers and commanded, break their limbs, and sell them for experimentation. This woman should be sent to the wealthy. Women of this age possess the most allure. As for the thin monkey, take him to the clinic. Whether he lives or dies is a matter of fate. As he spoke, Axwe made to re-enter the house. With dozens of brothers and several firearms at his disposal, one Ding brother was hardly a match. When an elder speaks, the younger ones naturally comply, as they found themselves encircled by a host of thugs. Ding Jian and Ding Feng began to sweat. They had not anticipated such a large gathering at the mahjong parlor. Just as Axe gang members were about to make their move, a light, airy voice suddenly rang out from within the parlor. Wait a moment, Shikai emerged from the room, drawing the attention of everyone present. Shikai was no longer the figure clad in a tattered military coat. Dressed in a leather jacket and tactical pants, sporting a short buzz cut that accentuated his chiseled features, many were struck by the profound impression this young man left. In the apocalyptic world, one's attire speaks volumes about their identity. Clothing may hold little value in such times, yet those who struggle for sustenance would never waste effort on their appearance. Most importantly, Shikai exuded an overwhelming aura of menace, unmistakably forged in the crucible of conflict. Strolling leisurely into the throng, Shikai cast a glance at the thin monkey being lifted onto a stretcher. It was remarkable that the thin monkey, having taken 7 or 8 stabs, had yet to succumb. Perhaps Ding Jian had not struck with lethal intent. The thin monkey lay on the stretcher, a towel pressed against his abdomen. Yet the volume of blood lost rendered him a mere shell of a man. After a moment's observation, Shikai chuckled, quite the serious injury. Axwe, somewhat perplexed by Shikai's demeanor, stepped forward and said with a smile, "Brother Chi, let me take him away. It's not pleasant to gaze upon such bloodshed. I've seen my fair share of blood, but there's no need to rush him away." As Shikai finished speaking, a Colt M1911, a 1.45 caliber pistol materialized in his hand. Bang! No one could discern how Shikai had fired the weapon. When they looked back, a bloody hole had appeared in the thin monkey's head. Holding the pistol casually, Shikai took a few leisurely steps before speaking softly. The human body decays, nurturing all that exists. For him, death is merely a beginning. To merge into the cycle of this world is a privilege. Upon finishing his words, Shikai turned to Axwe with a grin and said, "Apologies, I forgot to greet the person whose life I just took." Axe Huey's expression darkened considerably. The thin monkey was one of his men, and Shikai's nonchalance in killing him left no room for dignity. Old Jean, noticing Axe Huey's displeasure, quickly stepped forward to mediate. Brother Chi, a small fry is of little consequence. If he has to be killed, so be it." Pointing to a distant group of girls, Old Jean smiled broadly and suggested, "Brother Chi, these girls are of excellent quality. Would you like to choose a couple to warm your bed?" Shikai glanced at the girls and then at Old Jean. Casually pointing his gun at the girls, he asked, "What's the situation here?" Old Jean, feigning a pitiful expression, replied, "Brother Chi, the Gaudi garden is impoverished. The brothers need to find a way to survive. As life outside improves, so must spirits. We're merely helping these girls find a way out. Isn't it better to go out and enjoy life than to languish here?" That makes sense. Old Jean has a compassionate heart. Wait, let me think. What was this behavior called before the apocalypse? Wu Zi, what's it called? Human trafficker. Yes, precisely, a human trafficker. Hearing Shikai's words, Axwe retorted, "Brother Chi, one mustn't say it like that. They owe me taxes, and without grain, they must compensate with people. Repaying debts is a matter of principle." Bang! No sooner had Axwe finished speaking than Shikai raised his hand and fired a shot into Axwe's knee. The close-range power of the .45 caliber pistol sent Axwe tumbling to the ground. Without a doubt, one of his legs was now beyond saving. Shikai's bullet had shattered his kneecap. Shikai erupted in violence. Axwe's men were incensed that a cacophony erupted as they glared at Shikai. Hurried footsteps echoed from within the mahjong parlor. More than 20 armed men charged out from within. Bang, 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 observing their hostile intent. Gao Wu, Li Hongyan, Zhang Tao, and others drew their submachine guns and fired several rounds into the ground. "Damn it! Anyone who moves dies." Gao Wu coldly glared at the armed men. showing no regard for the ragtag bunch before him. The sight of over a dozen submachine guns gave the armed men pause. Soon, one particularly bold gunman shouted defiantly, "Do you think you're the only ones with guns?" Bang, 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 before he could finish his sentence. Li Hongyan fired his weapon, flames erupting from the muzzle, instantly turning the outspoken gunman into a sieve. The short-statured Li Hongyan stepped forward, surveying the armed men, and shouted, "I am Li Hongyan. Who among you is not afraid of death?" Step forward. Li Hongyan's reckless bravado genuinely intimidated the armed men that a wolf must eat wherever it roams. Although Shikai's group numbered only a dozen, each individual was elite. Axwee's subordinates might bully the meek. But they were no match for these desperate souls. As Shikai observed Gao Wu and the others regain control of the situation, he smiled and approached Axwee, lying on the ground. Axwee clutched his leg, howling in agony. Shikai stepped on Axwee's wound. That I have a profound disdain for human traffickers. They prey on the innocent, exploiting young girls who barely understand the world. Even minors. How could you bring yourself to do such a thing? Why not sell your own wife or daughter? How depraved can one be? Is this what the apocalypse has reduced you to, lost to humanity? Axwee, allow me to enlighten you. In the past, your actions were beyond my purview. However, I have now arrived. The skies, the land, the air, and the people of Gideon now belong to me. You exchange my people for your own gain? Indeed, your life is also mine. I apologize for your past misdeeds going unchecked. But now, while others may turn a blind eye, I shall not. Turning around, Shikai gazed at Lao Jin and Lao, inquiring, "You both participated in this, did you not?" At that moment, Lao and Lao Jin were paralyzed with fear. They were akin to frogs at the bottom of a well. They had heard of Shikai's reputation. But for them, it was merely hearsay. Knowing of another's reputation can be enough to instill terror. Who could have foreseen the ruthlessness of Shikai, which surpassed even the rumors? Brother Chi, I've enough. Your hesitation indicates your complicity. Bang, bang, without lifting his eyelids, Shikai fired 2 shots, both striking Lao and Lao Jin in the knees. The distant onlookers applauded Shikai's decisive actions. These individuals had long suffered at the hands of the leaders of these 3 gangs. As he holstered his pistol, Shikai smiled at the gathering crowd. With a fist clasped in salute, he proclaimed, "Dear uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, my name is Shikai. Some of you may have heard of me, while others may not. From this day forth, Gideon shall be under my jurisdiction. Natural disasters may be merciless, but humanity possesses compassion. Your past sufferings were due to my absence. Now that I am here, no one shall dare to bully you again. We shall become one family, a family without blood ties. These individuals have humiliated their own kin, trading their sisters like livestock, unworthy of even the lowest creatures. Now, representing you all, I shall execute them." As Shikai aimed his weapon at himself, Lao Jin shouted desperately, Brother Chi, I was wrong. We were wrong. We are willing to relinquish all our assets, spare our lives. You do not recognize your wrongs. You recognize your impending death. Your appeals have been denied, and I shall proceed with your execution, effective immediately." Gritting his teeth, Axwee said, "Shikai, we were merely transacting with Brother Wei. We are Brother Wei's men. You are jeopardizing Brother Wei's business. He will not let you go." Axwee's words caused Shikai to furrow his brow slightly. Brother Wei, a formidable figure registered in Xi'an City, ranked 9th on the West City power list. Seeing Shikai's in action, Axwee mistakenly believed that Brother Wei had intimidated him. Shikai, for your own sake, let us go, or else, bang, bang, bang. After a moment's hesitation, Shikai opened fire. 3 shots rang out in succession. The 3 gang leaders, who had dominated Gideon for over 2 years, met their end. As Lao Jin and the others fell lifelessly, applause erupted from the crowd. Some even shed tears of joy. Who among them had not suffered at the hands of these 3? Beatings, insults, and theft were mere trifles. Many had lost loved ones to their cruelty. Others had seen their children sold. And some had their wives and daughters violated. To call these 3 human scum would be an understatement. Shikai's actions were undoubtedly a form of righteous retribution. The crowd erupted in applause. Shikai grinned as he holstered his weapon. With both hands raised, he proclaimed, "Dear family, I have come to Gideon for 3 matters. Fairness, fairness, and once more fairness. From now on, I will ensure that every individual in Gideon has food to eat and lives with dignity. No longer shall men be subjected to cries of violence, nor shall women demean themselves. Children must continue their education. I hereby declare an indefinite crackdown in Gideon that I will conduct a public trial of the remnants of Lao Jin's criminal gang. Strict investigation, rigorous examination, and severe punishment shall be enforced. I, Shikai, vow to restore Gideon to its rightful glory. Furthermore, I announce that Gideon shall be tax-free for 3 years. Hooray! Brother Chi has arrived, a new era dawns." The crowd erupted once more in fervent support for Shikai's management of Gideon. Their enthusiasm reached a fever pitch as they cheered for him, questioning whether he felt cold that Shikai had indeed painted a vibrant vision while also offering tangible benefits. The crackdown dismantled the existing power structure, while the tax exemption provided relief to the struggling populace. All rejoiced, save for a few young children, who were bewildered. Why must we still attend school in this apocalyptic world? Will we never escape the confines of education? After declaring his governance, Shikai approached the Ding brothers. Upon seeing him, Ding Jian and Ding Feng respectfully greeted him. Shikai regarded the brothers with admiration. Having witnessed their bravery the previous day, he now recognized their loyalty and camaraderie, that in an age when many had grown increasingly self-serving. Such loyalty was a rare and precious quality, even before the apocalypse. Those with a sense of loyalty were hard to come by. Patting the brothers on the shoulder, Shikai praised, "You both are commendable for your loyalty and honor. The apocalypse may compel individuals toward selfishness, but we must not lose our humanity. Without humanity, what distinguishes us from soulless corpses? You two have done well." The Ding brothers felt a sense of bashfulness at Shikai's praise. Ding Feng, being the more astute of the two, scratched his head and tentatively said, "Brother Chi, we wish to follow you to Ha. Excellent. My men shall arrive shortly. Once they do, you will accompany them in capturing wrongdoers. Not only shall we apprehend Lao Jin and his associates, but anyone harboring evil within Gideon shall be taken into custody. Those who dare resist will face immediate execution." That Shikai's words were light and airy, yet they carried a palpable aura of menace. The Ding brothers understood that Shikai was preparing to enact a thorough cleansing of the entire Gideon. Before long, Zhao Gang arrived with over 30 zombie hunters at Gideon, and a massive operation of capture ensued. Leading the charge were the 30-odd zombie hunters, while the Ding brothers organized 1,000 enthusiastic civilians. This multitude set out to apprehend the remnants of Lao Jin's faction for 3 consecutive days. The sounds of gunfire echoed throughout Gideon. More than 30 gangs, including Lao Jin's, comprising over 1,000 individuals, were rounded up. Following a public trial, nearly 300 were executed on the spot. Shikai's approach to judgment was firmly rooted in a principle of severity and rigor. In the past, his actions would have been termed a crackdown, with a fundamental tenet that those deserving of execution could not be granted leniency. It could be said that Shikai had left a trail of decapitated heads in Gideon. Apart from those who were executed for their heinous crimes, the remaining offenders, deemed less culpable, were conscripted into labor camps. These individuals faced sentences of no less than 5 years, tasked with the daily construction of fortifications and the reinforcement of street defenses. Shikai's ruthless methods astonished many, and one had anticipated such a bloodletting from him so soon after taking office. Amidst the shock, the populace ceased to pay heed to Gideon, considering it merely a slum where Shikai's tumultuous actions could hardly stir significant unrest. Even Dewey, who had been referred to as a partner by Lao Jin, remained inactive, whether out of reluctance to offend Shikai or for other reasons unbeknownst to anyone in the absence of external interference. Shikai swiftly consolidated his dominion over Gideon. However, following the crackdown, he encountered a vexing dilemma. His subordinates excelled in combat and exterminating zombies, yet they possessed no insight into managing a community of over 50,000 people. In fact, their methods of governance were less effective than those of some local leaders during the mask-wearing era. Although the problem was perplexing, solutions were always within reach In a world where everything was scarce. Talent was abundant. The Ding brothers, as stalwart figures of Gaeduan, indeed assisted Qi Shikai in locating a suitable candidate for management. The mahjong parlor at the end of Gaodi Street had been repurposed by Qi Shikai into a temporary office. 2 days after Qi Shikai's purge of Gaeduan, Ding Jian arrived at the office door with a man named Sha Yongjiang, who wore crooked glasses and appeared to be around 30 years old. Before knocking, Ding Jian advised, "Yongjiang, when you meet Brother Qi, be mindful of your demeanor. Do not downplay your abilities, nor should you exaggerate. Speak candidly about whatever is asked. You are here at my behest, so do not embarrass yourself. Understand?" Yes, Brother Jian, I understand," the man named Sha Yongjiang replied while producing a box of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket. "Brother Jian, this is a small token of my appreciation. Enough of that. You're nearly broke." "Keep it for yourself," Ding Jian retorted. No, Brother Jian, please accept it as a gesture of goodwill." "Fine, but no more dilly-dallying. Brother Qi is waiting as a frail scholar." Sha Yongjiang was no match for Ding Jian in terms of physical prowess. Thus, he reluctantly put the box of cigarettes away. After knocking, Ding Jian ushered Sha Yongjiang into Qi Shikai's office. Inside, Qi Shikai had just finished his meal, and Tianlan was tidying up the dishes. "Ah, Jianzi has arrived," Qi Shikai greeted with a smile upon seeing Ding Jian. "Brother Qi, this is Sha Yongjiang." "Oh, hello, Qi Shikai said, extending his hand to shake Sha Yongjiang's. He then scrutinized him carefully. Sha Yongjiang, around 30 years old and standing at approximately 178 meters, appeared quite lean, yet his eyes sparkled with intelligence, emanating an air of scholarly demeanor. Qi Shikai's initial impression of this individual was highly favorable. Despite his tattered clothing, he maintained an upright posture. At the very least, this man had not allowed the apocalypse to bend his spine. Once everyone settled, Tianlan poured tea for the group before discreetly exiting the office. Qi Shikai offered a cigarette to both Ding Jian and Sha Yongjiang. Then cheerfully inquired, "Young Sha, there is no need for you to be anxious. Consider this a job interview. Please share your background and experiences." "Chief," Sha Yongjiang began, addressing Qi Shikai as Chief, which brought a smile to Qi Shikai's face. Sha Yongjiang's high emotional value instantly elevated his first impression. While others referred to Qi Shikai as Brother Qi, the term Chief elicited a peculiar joy within him. Sensing the shift in his own emotions, Qi Shikai discerned that Sha Yongjiang possessed something special. "Young Sha, feel free to address me more casually," Qi Shikai replied, maintaining a composed demeanor while allowing a smile to escape. The subtle grin, as difficult to suppress as a loaded AK, did not go unnoticed by Sha Yongjiang. In that moment, he realized his opportunity had arrived. Qi Shikai's smile unveiled his grand ambitions. "Young Sha, I hear from Jinzi that you were a civil servant?" "Yes, Chief. Before the apocalypse, I was merely a lowly civil servant," Sha Yongjiang replied. "Being a civil servant is commendable. It offers stability and leisure. How many young people dream of such a position before the apocalypse? Please share more." "Certainly, Chief." Sha Yongjiang began to organize his thoughts before slowly continuing. "My name is Sha Yongjiang, male, 33 years old, originally from Dongsheng District, Suiyan City. At15, I was recommended by the University of Science and Technology of China to Shuimu University. I graduated with a master's degree in economic management at 20. At T21, I serve as a village committee secretary in Majubeo Village, under the jurisdiction of Fengwang Town in Taichung City, Liaozhou Province. Primarily responsible for local poverty alleviation efforts, at T24, I was transferred to serve as vice town head of Fengwang Town. 2 years later, I was promoted to acting town head and deputy secretary of the town committee. After a year in the position of town head, I was reassigned to the Development and Reform Commission of Taichung. 2 years later, I gained the favor of the former Secretary Song Jiang, and I became his secretary. I served in that capacity for 3 years before encountering the apocalypse during a visit home to pay my respects to my ancestors. Qi Shikai listened, taken aback by Sha Yongjiang's impressive resume. Meanwhile, Ding Jian had begun to count on his fingers, trying to tally up the years. Ding Jian struggled to perceive the value of Sha Yongjiang's rapid promotions. However, the timeline of his education struck him as odd. 4 years for a bachelor's degree and 3 for a master's totals 7 years. Even if he started university at 15, graduating at 22. How could he claim to have graduated at 20? Yongjiang, are you exaggerating? I thought I told you to speak honestly. Ding Jian exclaimed, growing anxious. He had vouched for finding a talent, only to feel embarrassed by what seemed to be mere bluster, seeing Ding Jian's frustration. Sha Yongjiang quickly interjected, Brother Jian, I skipped grades. I'd already completed the required credits. You skipped grades? You can do that in university? My apologies. I've never attended university. Ding Jian was bewildered by the concept of skipping grades in university. Shikai, however, was intently focused on Sha Yongjiang. Ding Jian was fixated on the aspect of skipping grades, but Shikai recognized the substantial merit in Sha Yongjiang's rapid ascension. Put it plainly. Shikai perceived Sha Yongjiang as the protagonist of a bureaucratic tale. Those who gain admission to Shuemu University are undoubtedly geniuses. Being recommended by the University of Science and Technology of China marked him as a prodigy among prodigies. Akin to an inner disciple, the status of a selected civil servant further underscored his impressive credentials. Embarking on a political career was akin to starting with a royal flush. Moreover, Sha Yongjiang's promotions were almost perfectly timed, advancing precisely at the end of his terms. Ultimately, he became the chief secretary to the prominent figure of Songjiang. In other words, in the presence of the former secretary Songjiang, Sha Yongjiang was known simply as Young Sha. Outside of that office, the name one is called must be weighed carefully. This was no mere secretary. He was indeed Secretary Sha, or Old Ancestor. No wonder Sha Yongjiang's address of chief upon entering elicited such delight in Shikai. He was well versed in the nuances of hierarchy. Chief, Brother Jian, these are my appointment notifications from over the years that my mother framed them for me. And with the apocalypse upon us, I lost many things, leaving only this cherished memento. As he spoke, Sha Yongjiang retrieved one picture frame after another from a small backpack. Observing the numerous steel stamps upon them, Shikai realized that this individual was not being dishonest. So, was your rank before the apocalypse that of a deputy division head? Director, Sha Yongjiang replied, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Forgive my boldness, but do you have family? Chief, my parents are merely ordinary workers. In that instant, Shikai found the apocalypse to be genuinely intriguing that a 30-year-old division-level cadre and the chief secretary to the provincial committee had the apocalypse not arrived. His future would have been boundless, not to mention division level. Even a section chief is the pinnacle for many throughout their lives. Had it not been for the apocalypse, Sha Yongjiang would have been exceedingly cautious in Shikai's presence. In fact, Shikai might not have even laid eyes on him. Splendid. Jianzi, this is no mere civil servant you have found for me. You have brought forth a great talent. Shikai felt quite pleased. Sha Yongjiang possessed grassroots experience, advanced education, and had served as a chief secretary beside high-ranking officials. Most remarkably, he had not relied on any connections. Such credentials would surely suffice to manage a highland estate with ease. After receiving Shikai's compliment, Ding Jian flashed a grin and gave Sha Yongjiang a thumbs dash up. In a buoyant mood, Shikai turned to Sha Yongjiang and asked, Young Sha, given this, why not share your thoughts on how to manage the highland estate? Sha Yongjiang understood that Shikai was testing him and quickly steeled himself. Chief, over the past 3 years, I have conducted on-site investigations of the highland estate. Roughly estimating, the population is around 56,000. With the elderly over 60 being negligible, there are more than 5,000 children under 16, leaving the remainder as adults. Over 20,000 males and 30,000 females. Your efforts in eradicating organized crime have already garnered the support of the populace. Currently, the residents of the Highland Estate are very much in favor of you. However, there are 3 issues that need addressing. First, the estate lacks a stable source of income. The failure to effectively integrate nearly 50,000 laborers is a tremendous waste of resources. Secondly, the rampant proliferation of weapons has led to significant security concerns. Countless homemade firearms and cold weapons are in circulation, and incidents of private disputes resulting in death frequently occur. Thirdly, external forces are exploiting the Highland Estate. With regular occurrences of human trafficking that able-bodied individuals are sent to test drugs, women are sold to nightclubs, and children often go missing. These are the 3 primary issues currently facing the Highland Estate. We must secure a stable source of income for the residents. rein in the armed factions, and address external pressures. In mere conversation, Qi Shikai discerned that Sha Yongjiang was indeed quite capable. Each of the three problems pinpointed the core issues: finance, armed security, and foreign relations. Resolving these three matters would allow Qi Shikai to firmly establish his footing in the Highland estate. Lighting a cigarette, Qi Shikai exhaled a plume of smoke and inquired, "Since you have identified these three issues, do you have any solutions?" He decided to grant Sha Yongjiang 3 days to ponder this. Qi Shikai did not expect Sha Yongjiang to provide immediate constructive suggestions. Yet he underestimated the capabilities of the chief secretary to the provincial committee. Sha Yongjiang recognized that now was not the time to conceal his talents. In chaotic times, heroes arise, and he held a favorable view of Qi Shikai's potential. Moreover, it was only in Qi Shikai's presence that Sha Yongjiang could showcase his value. Who among the external power brokers knew who Sha Yongjiang truly was? "Chief, I have already contemplated some solutions to these three issues, and I would appreciate your guidance." Hearing that Sha Yongjiang had prepared himself, Qi Shikai realized this individual had come ready to it. Could even be said that Sha Yongjiang had been anticipating this moment for quite some time, mastering both literary and martial skills to serve the ruler. Though the apocalypse was a calamity, it was also an opportunity. Thus, it became clear why Qi Shikai felt that Sha Yongjiang had not been bent by the apocalypse. Those with ideals do not bow their heads. Individuals like Sha Yongjiang are driven by political aspirations, to cultivate one's self, manage one's family, govern the country, and bring peace to the world today as for self-cultivation. Sha Yongjiang had already achieved it. Qi Shikai could confidently assert that over 99% of people would not match Sha Yongjiang's excellence, including himself before the apocalypse, who was simply not on par with Sha Yongjiang. Regarding governance, Qi Shikai was uncertain whether Sha Yongjiang was married, but that was of little consequence. Governing was something Sha Yongjiang had been engaged in long before the apocalypse, while establishing peace was Qi Shikai's responsibility. Should Sha Yongjiang attempt to do so, it would be deemed rebellion. Ambition breeds motivation. For some, the apocalypse represents indulgence, for others, survival. Yet for Sha Yongjiang, it signifies patience, a waiting game for opportunity, a chance to soar to great heights. Qi Shikai was willing to provide that opportunity. Very well. Share your thoughts, and let us engage in our own version of the Longzhong debate today. Qi Shikai's words ignited a spark in Sha Yongjiang's eyes. His greatest fear was that Qi Shikai might merely seek a modest existence in this small locale of the Highland estate. If Qi Shikai truly harbored such thoughts, Sha Yongjiang would only regard him as a stepping stone. Lords choose their ministers, and ministers likewise choose their lords. This eternal truth was evident. However, upon hearing Qi Shikai's words, Sha Yongjiang understood that Qi Shikai was likening himself to Lu Xuanda. How could someone who compares himself to Lu Xuanda be content with a modest life? Such ambition was boundless. Organizing his thoughts, Sha Yongjiang began. Regarding the first issue, it is not particularly difficult to resolve. Chief, you have a strong relationship with boss Yang Mingliang. Currently, boss Yang has taken over the Ping Street Market, which requires a substantial workforce daily. This favor is one he would be willing to grant you. Conservatively estimating, the Ping Street Market could provide over 3,000 laborers. Moreover, boss Yang oversees the Shiqing farm, which is about to enter the spring sowing season, potentially adding another 3,000 to 5,000 laborers. As the largest grain merchant in Shiqing and a major grain supplier in Xi'an City. He also possesses many textile industries that could contribute an additional 1,000 or more laborers. These three avenues alone would stabilize the Highland estate. However, Sha Yongjiang's suggestions prompted Qi Shikai to nod repeatedly. As they indeed offered pathways for the Highland estate, it was clear that Sha Yongjiang had some reservations. Speak freely. Chief, the path forward for the Highland estate hinges on your favorable relationship with boss Yang. However, over time, this will inevitably lead to boss Yang exerting control. Allowing one's economic lifeline to be controlled is a grave mistake. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. The current strategies are merely temporary measures. Sha Yongjiang's words resonated with Qi Shikai, who recognized that his relationship with Yang Mingliang was one of cooperation. Sha Yongjiang's strategy indeed risked making the Highland estate overly dependent on Yang Mingliang. which was far from ideal. What do you propose? The key to breaking the deadlock lies in Shuangmao Town. Shuangmao Town possesses granaries and industrial raw materials. Recently, I heard that Han Sun from Xiqing is set to issue a zombie hunter license and a grain team license. With either of these licenses, or by associating with them, we could gather supplies from Shuangmao Town. This is the true pathway for the Highland Estate. Brilliant. Not only can we acquire supplies and industrial equipment, but we can also train troops. It's a twofold benefit. In fact, it's a threefold benefit. We can also seize the opportunity to investigate the situation in Lihua County. Lihua County is a major grain-producing area within Xi'an City. Once we manage to secure a few plots of land there, we will achieve self-sufficiency in grain. Sha Yongjiang's strategy encompassed not only the present but also the future. Why has Xi'an City been able to thrive so securely during the apocalypse? The answer is simple. It is a major grain-producing city. The surrounding arable land is more than sufficient to sustain the population of Xi'an City, with an eye on both the present and future. He was indeed astute. Now, please elaborate on how we should address the security situation in the Highland Estate. Sha Yongjiang's approach to the estate's finances aligned perfectly with Qi Shikai's intentions, addressing both immediate concerns and long-term sustainability. This strategy could even be regarded as a blueprint for Qi Shikai's own planning. Chief, at this stage, it is unrealistic to confiscate weapons. The apocalypse has left many without a sense of security, and disarming individuals would lead to unrest. However, we can implement a registration system for weapons and armed personnel. Once the economic policies take effect, confiscating weapons will encounter little resistance. Collaborating with law enforcement agencies can undoubtedly maintain order in Gaodi Yuan. In our outreach to the public, we must also guide them to be courageous in external conflicts yet hesitant in personal disputes. This way, the youth of Gaodi Yuan shall become your most valuable source of manpower. As for external relations, I advise you, Chief, to cultivate amicable ties with various factions. Your reputation is already commendable. Now, social connections should be your primary focus. Sha Yongjiang's latter two suggestions elicited a knowing smile from Qi Shikai. However, Qi Shikai did not concur with Sha Yongjiang's approach to external relations, as his thinking still echoed the pre-apocalyptic era. Yet, Qi Shikai understood that, ultimately, the apocalypse is dictated by the strength of one's fist. The stronger the fist, the louder the voice. With his current resources and arms, Qi Shikai pondered whom he could befriend and who he would confront subsequently. Although Qi Shikai may lack political acumen, Sha Yongjiang is utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the underworld. Today's underworld is not about human sentiments. It demands the eradication of every standing adversary. Friends must be made, yet battles must also be fought. Otherwise, Qi Shikai's considerable arsenal would be rendered meaningless. Rising from his seat, Qi Shikai called out towards the door, Xiao Laner. Soon, Tian Lan, clad in a leather jacket, entered. Brother, you called for me? Please bring me 2 food coupons worth 500 kilograms each, and they must be premium grains. Hearing that Qi Shikai was requesting a ton of fine grains, Tian Lan's eyes flickered with a hint of reluctance. Yet she swiftly produced 2 food coupons that Qi Shikai first handed one of the 500-kilogram food coupons to Ding Jian. Jianzi, your recommendations have proven fruitful. This is a reward for you. Brother Qi, you've already given me so much food. Just take it. Without allowing Ding Jian to refuse, Qi Shikai pressed the coupon into his hands. Taking the other coupon, Qi Shikai presented it to Sha Yongjiang. Chief, this... Upon seeing the 500-kilogram rice coupon, Sha Yongjiang instinctively swallowed hard, as he had not eaten rice in nearly 2 years. Your words today are worth this. I currently need a political secretary. Settle your family affairs and report for duty tomorrow. Accepting Qi Shikai's coupon, Sha Yongjiang's eyes momentarily reflected a sense of loss as he replied, Chief, my family is no longer here. I am all alone now. That will not do. How can you perform well without someone to care for you? I shall find you a wife. You are over 30. It is time to consider your future. All right. I shall return and rest well. I will come aboard tomorrow. Understood. Chief Qi Shikai's regard for Sha Yongjiang was greatly appreciated. Standing, Sha Yongjiang bowed to Qi Shikai before departing the office with Ding Jian. Once they left, Tian Lan lamented, Brother, that was a ton of rice. Observing Tian Lan's distressed expression, Qi Shikai playfully pinched her prominent nose, saying, One must spend to gain. Jiang is a fine steed. This expenditure is necessary. With your brother by your side, do you fear not enjoying good food? I am now engaged in significant matters. Tianlan, however, could not comprehend the magnitude of Shikai's significant matters. Yet she had caught on to something Shikai had just said. With a playful glint in her eyes, Tianlan wrapped her arms around Shikai's neck and coyly remarked, "My relatives have departed. I also wish to secure a future for you." Her flirtatious demeanor nearly led Shikai to contemplate an office dalliance. Before he could act, there was a loud knock at the door. "Brother, someone from Iron City has arrived. They say they are from the Iron City military governor's office." Upon hearing Gao Wu's announcement, Tianlan hurriedly adjusted her attire. Shikai swiftly returned to his chair behind the desk, suppressing his weapon. Perhaps due to recent stress, Shikai's temper was particularly volatile. After calling for entry, Gao Wu stepped into Shikai's office. "Brother, secretary from the Iron City military governor's office has come, claiming to seek you." "The Iron City military governor's office? Ha! They cannot possibly be here to settle a debt. Can they?" Tianlan was unaware of the matter concerning the governor's only daughter, Cui Jingwen. Apart from Shikai and Gao Wu, no one was privy to this information, as it also involved a trusted general of Feng Erzi from the East City. Should this information leak, Shikai would undoubtedly confront Feng Erzi prematurely. Gao Wu was equally incredulous at Shikai's words. After all, that was 500 high-level crystal cores. The top 10 factions in the West City would struggle to amass 500 high-level crystal cores in a year. "Brother, should we meet them?" "Why not? Bring them in." Shikai prepared to discuss serious matters. Tianlan quietly exited the office. She had always understood her role clearly, to manage Shikai's domestic affairs. If Shikai chose to share his external dealings, Tianlan would listen. Otherwise, she would never pry. She embodied the essence of a classical, virtuous woman. 2 minutes later, Gao Wu returned with a woman carrying a small leather suitcase. This woman appeared to be in her late 20s, with long, straight black hair cascading over a white mink coat, a leather skirt, and black stockings. Upon merely gazing at her, Shikai was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the enchanting teacher, Sasaki Akiki? Internally acknowledging the resemblance to a woman who had once enlightened him, Shikai noted that while she was not an extraordinary beauty, she exuded a captivating allure. Undoubtedly a paragon among mature women. "Greetings, Mr. Chi. I am Luo Bing, the director of the Secretary Office at the Iron City Military Governor's Office. The young lady specifically sent me to express her gratitude." Upon hearing Luo Bing's words, Shikai exchanged a glance with Gao Wu. Indeed, they had come to repay a debt. Shikai rose and approached Luo Bing, extending his hand. "Secretary Luo, welcome to Gao Di Yuan." As they shook hands, Shikai noted how remarkably soft and delicate Luo Bing's hand was. Clearly, this woman had not endured hardship in the apocalypse, nor engaged in laborious work. She even had the means to maintain her appearance. From her mere presence, Shikai discerned the profound background of the Feng City faction. After their handshake, Luo Bing placed the suitcase on Shikai's desk and opened it. Inside lay 500 gleaming high-level crystal cores. Meticulously arranged, high-level crystal cores exhibited a striking visual distinction from inferior ones. Each core, the size of a thumb, contained a swirling blue liquid, encased in a diamond-like hard exterior. Crystal cores had long remained an enigmatic substance for those in the apocalypse. Regardless of the type, they were incredibly resilient, resisting gunfire and explosives that hardly marred their diamond-like surface. Only boiling water above 100 degrees could dissolve the outer membrane, while the inner blue substance remained water-insoluble. The technology for processing crystal cores had been held by a select few, yet the products derived from them possessed formidable power. Previously, Shikai had lacked the resources to delve into the secrets of crystal cores. Yet his curiosity had intensified. Particularly, the blue substance bore a resemblance to the mist that had precipitated the apocalypse. Casting a glance at the 500 crystal cores before him, Shikai felt quite pleased. With these 500 high-level crystal cores, his system could undergo an upgrade. An upgrade would enhance Shikai's firepower. And in the apocalypse, firepower is paramount if, after the upgrade, he could acquire a few intercontinental missiles. That would truly delight him. In recent times, Shikai had managed to scrounge together less than 100 high-level crystal cores through a combination of force and theft. The gap to reach the 5,000 energy points required for an upgrade, one high-level crystal core converts to 10 energy points, necessitating 500 cores for the upgrade, remained significant. Selling off his reserve grains could bridge that gap, but depleting his food supply would strip him of his resources. He truly had not anticipated that Shui Jingwen would deliver the crystal cores. The veiled girl proved to be quite trustworthy to haha. Secretary Luo, I am immensely grateful. Wuzi, please secure the crystal cores. Once again stepping forward, Shikai extended his hand to shake hands with Luo Bing, his face reflecting gratitude as he remarked, please do extend my thanks to Miss Chui. She is a person of integrity. In response to Shikai's words, Luo Bing smiled and said, Mr. Qi, it is I who should express my gratitude to you. In terms of familial relations, I am the sister-in-law of the young lady. She continued, Jingwen is the sole heir of the Chui family, and without Mr. Qi, the consequences would be unimaginable, but a true act of valor. Indeed, Shikai chuckled, his eyes narrowing with mirth. However, hearing him speak of valor, Luo Bing inwardly scoffed at Shikai's hypocrisy. She had heard from Shui Jingwen that Shikai had nearly used a grenade to blow her up. When Shui Jingwen was in peril, Shikai had treated her not as a woman, but as if she were devoid of humanity. Simultaneously, Luo Bing harbored curiosity about one matter. Shikai appeared to be merely a leader of a small faction. So why did Shui Jingwen, the military commander of Fengchong, hold him in such high regard? A leader commanding 50,000 troops was hardly considered significant in the eyes of the Fengchong faction. Within the confines of the office, Shikai and Luo Bing engaged in polite conversation. During this exchange, Shikai subtly inquired about the happenings in Fengchong, yet Luo Bing deliberately sidestepped the matter. After meeting Shui Jingwen previously, Shikai had sought information about the situation in Fengchong. The only detail he had managed to gather was that the city was under martial law on the day of Shui Jingwen's incident. Subsequently, a portion of the 6th Division, led by Shui Jingwen, had entered Fengchong. Beyond this information, Shikai could glean nothing further. Even now, Fengchong remained under a state of martial law, leading Shikai to justifiably suspect an internal conflict within the Fengchong faction. After some time spent in conversation, Shikai smiled and proposed, Secretary Luo, if you do not mind, may I treat you to dinner this evening? In reality, Shikai was merely being courteous. Luo Bing identified herself as Shui Jingwen's sister-in-law and the head of the secretary's office at the Iron City governor's residence, held a status that might not warrant such a gesture from Shikai. To his surprise, Luo Bing readily agreed. Very well, Mr. Qi, I still have a few friends to meet. This evening, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. I possess quite a tolerance for alcohol, you know that. Very well, Shikai replied. Wuzi, ensure several of our brothers accompany Secretary Luo for her protection. Shikai was genuinely taken aback that Luo Bing did not refuse, realizing that he would need to spend considerably that evening. Thank you, Mr. Qi, but I shall bring my own guards. Luo Bing declined Shikai's offer, clearly occupied with her own affairs. In that case, should you encounter any issues, feel free to contact me. Here is my number. Until we meet this evening. Until this evening. After bidding farewell to Luo Bing, Shikai made his way to an abandoned bathhouse on the outskirts of Shicheng. Carrying with him 500 crystal cores, the company accompanying Shikai was modest. Gao Wu, Li Hongyan, Zhang Tao, and a dozen or so trusted brothers. This dilapidated bathhouse served as a safe haven for Shikai, housing a tunnel that led directly outside the city. After instructing Gao Wu and the others to stand guard outside, Shikai entered a private room and locked the door. He first retrieved the box of crystal cores, then produced a small bag filled with the crystal cores he had accumulated. Gazing at the neatly arranged cores, Shikai solemnly declared, System, upgrade, ding, energy absorbed. Energy value has reached 5,000 points. You wish to upgrade? Upgrade. The 500 high-grade crystal cores instantly disintegrated into dust, as if they had never existed. Ding. System upgrade successful. Weapon system version 1.0 loaded successfully. Ding. Reward. Weapon blueprint for AKM assault rifle, including special variants. Ding. Reward. Weapon blueprint for PKM General Purpose Machine Gun. Ding. Reward. Weapon blueprint for Remington M870 Shotgun. Ding. Reward. Ammunition blueprint for 7.62 by 39mm rifle cartridge. Ding. Reward. Ammunition blueprint for 7.62 by 54mm machine gun cartridge. Ding. Reward. Explosive blueprint for T. N.T. Explosive. Excellent. Truly splendid. What a bounty of resources from this upgrade. At that moment, Shikai's face was aglow with delight. This round of system upgrades had proven to be a tremendous value, significantly enhancing Shikai's firepower. Notably, the 3 firearm blueprints provided covered a spectrum of combat ranges. What thrilled Shikai the most was the blueprint for the PKM General Purpose Machine Gun, an armament he greatly admired. The PKM, a pinnacle of industrial achievement from the great country of Mao, measured 1,192 millimeters in length, weighed 7.5 kilograms in its bare form, and 8.99 kilograms in bipod configuration, with a tripod version weighing 16.5 kg. IT utilized 7.62 by 54 millimeters ammunition and had an effective range of 1,000 meters, boasting a theoretical rate of fire of 650 rounds per minute and a combat rate of 250 rounds per minute. IT could be fed with belts of 100, 200, or 250 rounds, delivering formidable firepower. In the pre-apocalyptic world, Shikai was an avid military enthusiast, having even visited a shooting range in the Far East to fire this very general-purpose machine gun. When it comes to modern light weapons, it is difficult to rank them definitively, but the PKM stands unrivaled among its peers. In fact, the only contender that could match or surpass it is its modern counterpart, the PKP. This machine gun is nearly devoid of flaws. Even the upgraded version of the PKM only features minor modifications to the barrel, while the receiver and automatic mechanism remain largely unchanged. This illustrates the remarkable balance achieved in the design of the PKM.AS. For weight, it is a trivial concern. Those who wield machine guns in the apocalypse possess ample strength. With this machine gun in hand, Shikai is confident that once he trains a cadre of machine gunners, he can effortlessly sweep through the hordes in Shuangmao Town. The strategy of Sha Yongjiang seems poised to commence ahead of schedule. Under the 7.62 caliber, all beings are equal. Even the Zombie King would be no match. The PKM is a delightful surprise for Shikai, while the AKM and Remington M870 serve to bolster his firepower for medium and close-range combat. The AKM, known for its durability, is undoubtedly a romantic symbol for any man. While it has its drawbacks, such as the inability to attach accessories, a high-caliber assault rifle is essential for survival in the apocalypse. An armed group equipped with standard AKMs commands respect. The Remington M870, an enhanced 5-round shotgun, boasts greater power, extended range, and superior stability. Moreover, the Remington M870 has garnered positive reviews across military, police, and civilian markets in the United States. Satisfied upon reviewing the prices of the weapons, Shikai noted the affordability. AKM Assault Rifle 1. 10. PKM General Purpose Machine Gun 1. 2. Remington M870 Shotgun 1. 10.7.62x 39mm Rifle Cartridge 1. 200. 7.62 by 54mm Machine Gun Cartridge 1. 100 T.N.T. Explosive 1. 100 kg. Given these prices, even if a weapon were to be destroyed, Shikai would still find it a worthwhile investment. He felt that the time to assemble his own team was drawing near. Furthermore, Shikai realized an intriguing detail. The upgraded system seemed to offer more economical weapon purchases in the trial version of the system. 1 energy point could be exchanged for 5 Colt M1911A1 handguns, whereas the same energy point could procure 10 AKMs. Sensing Shikai's confusion, the system provided clarification. System upgrades will optimize prices for new weapons. This is a benefit for the host. Please note that the new version of the system will not apply optimizations to the old version. For further optimization features, the host is encouraged to continue exploring. Modern weaponry favors the acquisition of the new over the old, shunning any semblance of being frugal. Shikai curled his lip at the system's response, harboring grave doubts about whether the system had fallen victim to the schemes of those selling graphics cards. After voicing his grievances, Shikai turned his attention to the system's new capabilities. The official version of the weapon system had significantly enhanced functionalities. Following this upgrade, the system granted Shikai access to purchase all blueprints for light weaponry, including various grenades and heavy-caliber machine guns. However, it was exclusively light weaponry. The artillery he longed for was conspicuously absent. Not even a rocket launcher or a light mortar was available. This deficiency inevitably left Shikai grappling with a fear of insufficient firepower. On a positive note, the system's warehouse had seen considerable expansion. IT could now accommodate 1,000 firearms, 500 kilograms of explosives, 200,000 rounds of ammunition, and 500 grenades that in some respects. Shikai had become a mobile armory. Despite the abundance of good news, his mirth dissipated upon discovering the conditions for upgrading the system to version 2.0. His expression soured, and after a moment of stunned silence, he exclaimed, "System, you're robbing me." To transition from the trial version to the official version 1.0 required merely 5,000 energy points, equivalent to 500 high-grade crystal cores. Yet, upgrading from the weapon system 1.0 to 2.0 demanded a staggering 50,000 energy points, tenfold the previous cost. Shikai chose not to dwell on it. He could always tighten his belt or perhaps engage in a bit of looting. However, the requirement to purchase 10 blueprints was utterly baffling. Although the system's weapons were affordable, the blueprints are not. The most expensive heavy machine gun blueprint cost 20,000 energy points, while blueprints for rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and shotguns were priced at 10,000 each. Grenades and handguns commanded 5,000 points. Even for the most economical grenades and handguns, acquiring 10 blueprints would still amount to 50,000 energy points. Altogether, this meant a total of 100,000 energy points required for the upgrade. Shikai felt a surge of frustration. Surely, the planners of this system must be utterly clueless. Lighting a cigarette, he muttered, "Well, ultimately, I must bolster my firepower. Sniper rifles are a must. Heavy machine guns, too. Flashbangs and smoke grenades are essential as well. Spending is inevitable. This money will be spent sooner or later. Only with investment can I become more formidable. The system is looking out for my best interests, aiming to enhance my configuration." After indulging in this self-justification for a while, Shikai managed to convince himself. Having assuaged his frustrations, he proceeded to exchange for a batch of armaments. With 100 high-grade crystal cores still in hand, equivalent to 1,000 energy points, he realized he didn't need an excessive arsenal at the moment. Nonetheless, acquiring some effective weaponry was prudent. After some contemplation, he exchanged for 20 AKM assault rifles, 20 Remington M870 shotguns, and 10 PKM general-purpose machine guns. In addition to firearms, he replenished his stock with 500 Type 67 grenades and 500 kilograms of TNT explosives. The remaining high-grade crystal cores were all converted into ammunition, yielding an astounding 50,000 rounds for the PKM machine gun. While 50,000 rounds might not seem substantial for a single battle, it was more than sufficient to train several competent gunners. After retrieving the weapons, Shikai summoned Gao Wu and the others. Upon seeing the crates of arms strewn about, their eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, have you robbed an armory?" Meanwhile, in a hotel in the West City, Luo Bing stood silently before a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the encroaching night over Xi'an City. A burly man with a buzz cut entered after knocking on the door. "Who's he? What's the situation?" Upon hearing Luo Bing's inquiry, the man named Huzi shook his head, replying, "No opportunities. The West City and the other 3 cities are fortified. The walls and moats surrounding Xi'an City are insurmountable. To pass through the checkpoints, one would have to navigate at least 6 barriers. Attempting to do so would surely alert Feng Erzi." Listening to Huzi's words, Luo Bing inhaled deeply and said, "So, this person cannot be eliminated yet? What do you think about using Shikai?" "With mere blades of firearms, he cannot achieve much. Indeed, I may be grasping at straws as the time drew near," Luo Bing stated. "I must attend the banquet. I wonder why the young lady places such importance on Shikai." As the city lights flickered to life, night enveloped the surroundings. In front of the Ding Xian hot pot restaurant, 5 armored tank, 300 off-road vehicles were parked outside. One of the vehicles even had a black cloth draped over its roof, indicating the presence of a mounted machine gun. The tank 300 A rugged off-roader from the pre-apocalyptic era, was the choice of many armed personnel. It boasted robust power and resilience against collisions. Its only drawback was its fuel consumption, but under the influence of the oil barons. This flaw was hardly a concern. Once the vehicles came to a halt, Shikai and more than 10 of his comrades disembarked. The doorman, spotting Shikai, rushed over with a beaming smile. "Brother Chi." Good evening, good evening. Has the private room number 1 become available?" "It has. The boss lady has reserved it just for you, Brother Chi." "Please, right this way to Woozy." After nodding in acknowledgement, Gao Wu, standing behind Shikai, produced a 10-kilogram food coupon and handed it to the doorman. "Thank you, Brother Chi. Take care. Be careful of the slippery floor." With the tip received, the doorman became even more attentive. Sometimes, there isn't a significant difference between the pre- and post-apocalyptic worlds. In fact, people in the apocalypse may be even more pragmatic. Shikai's elevated status allowed him to be more generous. Giving tips was not merely an act of bravado, but a means to uphold his identity as a big brother. From another perspective, providing some benefits to these minor characters could yield unexpected rewards. Even if just 1 out of 100 small figures proved beneficial, it would be a gain for Shikai, even if they had no tangible effect. These small characters could still provide emotional value. As Shikai stepped into the lobby, the boss lady, Ma Jujia, dressed in a blue and white porcelain qipao with her hair elegantly styled, approached him with a radiant smile. After a few days apart, she appeared to have gained a bit more allure. Naturally, she linked her arm with Shikai's and playfully said, "Brother Chi, it's been a while since you last visited." Glancing at Ma Jujia, who was not adorned with her usual phoenix tattoo, Shikai smiled and replied, "I waited for you to miss me before coming." "Understood, Brother Chi. I promise to ensure you are well taken care of." After inviting Shikai into the private room, Ma Jujia warmly served tea and poured water, even taking over the duties of the waitstaff. Just over 10 minutes later, Luo Bing arrived. When Ma Jujia saw Luo Bing, she was momentarily taken aback. In stark contrast to Ma Jujia, who embodied a transitional style between a mature woman and a young lady, Luo Bing radiated the allure of a fully ripe, exquisite matron. After ushering Luo Bing into Shikai's private room, Ma Jujia thoughtfully presented a bottle of her prized longmao. Subsequently, she discreetly exited the room, unaware of the conversation Shikai intended to have with Luo Bing. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was often wiser to avoid unnecessary involvement. The Dingxian hot pot restaurant remained bustling with patrons, thriving on the supply of meat from the grain teams. The enhancement of animals by the mist was evidently more effective than that of humans. The transformed animal meats were not only more delectable, but also provided substantial nutrients to enhance human functionality. Ma Jujia thrived in the West City, thanks to her unique channels. Inside the restaurant's cash register area, Ma Jujia was somewhat bored, applying nail polish while occasionally glancing up at the second floor's private rooms. Shikai's rise to prominence was nothing short of legendary, and Ma Jujia was keen on establishing a good rapport with him. Shikai was a potential asset, and individuals like him could prove beneficial at any moment. Moreover, based on the information Ma Jujia had gathered, Shikai seemed to possess a more human touch compared to the local gang leaders. Just as Ma Jujia was growing weary, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance. "How many more do you need to ask? Are you blind? Can't you count?" A loud slap followed the scolding. Ma Jujia looked up to see a young man with multicolored hair strike the doorman. Upon seeing that flamboyant hairstyle, Ma Jujia silently lamented her misfortune. Quickly donning a cheerful facade, she approached with a playful tone. "Xingge, you've arrived. What did Xiao Lu do to upset you? Get back there." After chastising the doorman, Ma Jujia turned to Xingge and said, "Xingge, the child is just naive. Please don't hold it against him." Upon noticing Ma Jujia approaching, Xingge's eyes immediately took on a lecherous gleam. "Haha, Jujia, it's been a few days, and you've grown even more alluring. Have you hit another growth spurt?" As he spoke, Xingge reached out toward Ma Jujia's waist. He had always favored her figure, which was undeniably captivating. With her voluptuous curves, she resembled a delicate branch laden with ripe fruits. "Oh dear, Xingge, you're teasing me. Is it the same as always today?" Before the apocalypse, Ma Jujia was a social media influencer, and now she was the proprietress of a restaurant. adept at navigating social interactions. Skillfully evading Xing Ji's wandering hand, she prepared to lead him upstairs. Xing Ge, however, did not behave excessively, though he was hopelessly lustful. He dared not provoke someone with Ma Zhejia's enigmatic background. He wasn't fear of her, but rather concern about his father's reprimand that held him back. Xing Ge, the Emperor's Hall, is empty today. Shall we go there? Sure. The second floor of Dingxian Hot Pot Restaurant consisted entirely of private rooms, including the Emperor's Hall, the Emperor's Luxury Hall, and the Emperor's Supreme Hall, all of which were top tier. Within these rooms, one could enjoy performances by elegantly draped beauties playing instruments or showcasing classical dances, as well as lively routines by girl groups. All services were provided in a kneeling manner, corresponding to the exorbitant price of 100 kilograms of grain just for the room rental. That it was a veritable den of indulgence. Xing Ji's Emperor's Hall required passing by Qi Shikai's No. 1 hall. Initially, Xing Ge had not paid any attention to Qi Shikai. However, when a server opened the sliding door to serve the dishes, he casually glanced inside and inquired, "Who's in there?" "It's Qi Ge." "Which Qi Ge?" "The elder brother from Gaudi Garden, the zombie hunter Qi Shikai." Upon hearing Ma Zhejia mention Qi Shikai, Xing Ge acknowledged with a grunt. Upon arriving at the Emperor's Hall, he said to Ma Zhejia, "Zhejia, please let Qi Shikai know that I've arrived out of course." Xing Ge. After arranging for Xing Ge and his party, Ma Zhejia carried a glass of wine to Qi Shikai's private room. At that moment, Qi Shikai had already consumed a fair amount of alcohol with Luo Bing. His face flushed as the director of the Iron City Governor's office. Luo Bing's social skills were far beyond what Qi Shikai could withstand. Moreover, she had a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. After both had nearly downed half a kilogram of baijiu, Luo Bing appeared entirely unfazed. Zhejia entered the room, first offering a toast to Qi Shikai. She then leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Qi Ge, Xing Ge has arrived in the Emperor's Hall. He just asked me to pass on his regards to Qi Shikai." Felt a warm breeze brush against his ear. Ma Zhejia's sweet breath momentarily stirred his emotions. Steadying himself, Qi Shikai asked, "Which Xing Ge?" "Sun Xing, the son of Boss Sunday." Upon hearing that it was the son of Boss Sun, Qi Shikai acknowledged with a slight nod. Boss Sun was one of the most significant powers in West City, second only to Han Sun, who controlled the hunting licenses and grain team permits. As the sole heir of Boss Sun, Sun Xing was famously known as the Prince of West City. Notorious for his brutish behavior, Qi Shikai understood that Sun Xing summoning Ma Zhejia to greet him was not merely a casual request. It was a demand for Qi Shikai to pay his respects and offer a toast to Sun Xing to maintain face. Qi Shikai acknowledged, but did not take it to heart. If Boss Sun were present, Qi Shikai would indeed need to offer a toast. However, for Sun Xing alone, it hardly warranted such deference. Qi Shikai's reputation was not so easily diminished. Inside the Emperor's Hall, Sun Xing grew increasingly displeased as he waited for Qi Shikai to arrive and pay his respects. A girl seated beside Sun Xing noticed and quickly said, "Xing Ge, you should try this shrimp." She had peeled a shrimp and brought it to Sun Xing's lips. Sun Xing's expression darkened as he suddenly slapped the girl across the face, causing her fair cheek to swell immediately. "I'll eat your spicy neighbor's food. Get over there and gnaw on the table edge. Dazhuang, go to Qi Shikai's private room and tell him to crawl over here on his knees to offer me a toast." What an ungrateful wretch. Understood Xing Ge. Seeing Sun Xing, with his multicolored hair, standing up in a fit of rage, Dazhuang realized the gravity of the situation. Dazhuang, despite his name, was as thin as a stick, standing at 7 meters tall and weighing barely 100 pounds. From a distance, he resembled a mere bamboo pole. Observing Dazhuang's unsteady steps and dark circles under his eyes, it was evident he was a substance abuser. Dazhuang stumbled out of the private room and made his way to Qi Shikai's door. A server at the entrance quickly interjected, "Sir, the guests inside are currently dining." Slap! Dazhuang instantly struck the female server. "Get the hell out of my way! Don't yell at me. If you keep it up, I'll send you over to the rich guy." With a loud crash, Dazhuang flung open the door to Qi Shikai's private room. Qi Shikai and his companions were all vigilant individuals. Even after consuming alcohol, they were armed with firearms and grenades, always prepared. The sounds of shouting and cursing from outside reached their ears, and upon seeing someone enter, Gao Wu and the others instinctively reached for their waists. Instead of M3 submachine guns, they were equipped with AKMs with folding stocks, significantly enhancing their firepower. "Enjoying yourselves, are you?" Shikai, as the frail figure, seemingly ready to topple at the slightest breeze, stepped inside. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. However, all eyes turned to Dezhuang, filled with perplexity. Logically, the murderous aura emanating from these zombie hunters should have been palpable enough to send an ordinary person trembling in fear. Yet Dezhuang stood unfazed, not out of extraordinary bravery, but rather due to the intoxicating effects of the substances he had consumed before arriving at the restaurant. In his current state, he felt invincible. Even if a zombie king were to appear, he would bravely confront it. Stumbling forward, Dezhuang approached Shikai, catching sight of the fine cigarette resting on the table. "Ah, a prestigious 9.5, he remarked, noting its high quality. "What a coincidence, it's the same brand as what my brother Xing smokes." With a swift motion, Dezhuang seized one of Shikai's cigarettes and lit it, exhaling a cloud of smoke directly into Shikai's face. "So, you must be Shikai. Have you no sense? How dare you call my brother Xing by his name? Do you know who he is? He is the son of Sun Laoda, the leader of the West City Gang. How dare you? Do you understand what it means that my brother Xing is here? Are you a fool? This is your chance to be his dog, and you fail to appreciate it. Now, my brother Xing offers you another opportunity to crawl on your knees and present a toast to him. From this private room all the way to the Emperor's Hall. Hurry up." Shikai stood in stunned silence as he listened to Dezhuang's words. The first rule of survival in this apocalypse was to avoid provoking zombie hunters. Individuals who danced on the edge of life and death, perpetually battling the undead. These hunters were notorious for their volatility. Even if Shikai possessed a territory, no one would dare speak to him so brazenly unless they intended to target him. Akin to the notorious Wang Dahu from West City. But Wang Dahu was likely preoccupied elsewhere now. Offending a zombie hunter was a fool's errand, as they could easily summon a horde of allies to retaliate with deadly force. Luo Bing observed Dezhuang's sudden appearance with a mere smile. Though she did not know Sun Xing personally, she was well acquainted with Sun Laoda. Before the apocalypse, Sun Laoda had been a lowly project manager under the governor of Fengsheng, Cui Fenghong, who had provided substantial support during Sun Laoda's rise. Sun Laoda's formidable power in West City stemmed from his position as the largest pharmaceutical dealer, having unlocked the formula for crystal core enhancements and possessing a wealth of effective medicines. In a world where food, weapons, and medicine were paramount, his products were invaluable, even capable of curing cancers that existed prior to the apocalypse. With such resources, it was nearly impossible for Sun Laoda not to profit. Luo Bing recognized Sun Laoda, and with a mere phone call, she knew she could command respect. Yet she remained silent, keen to observe how Shikai would handle the situation. Rubbing his head, Shikai turned to his companion, Gao Wu, and inquired, has he always been this audacious? Gao Wu, noticing Dezhuang's dazed demeanor, chuckled and replied, brother, just take him out, he's wasted. Keeping him alive is a waste of air. He's nothing but trash. Dezhuang, overhearing Gao Wu's words, retorted, oh, you think you're so tough? Do you even know who I am? I'm your Dezhuang. As he spoke, Dezhuang reached out to slap Gao Wu's face. Gao Wu, however, was no ordinary foe. With a swift movement, he rose and forcefully slammed Dezhuang's head onto the table. Drawing a concealed dagger, he aimed it at Dezhuang's throat. Gao Wu intended to take Dezhuang's life, but recalling that Shikai had not commanded him to kill, he redirected the blade, plunging it into Dezhuang's mouth instead. Gasping in pain, Dezhuang was left speechless as he crumpled to the ground. Shikai, wiping his mouth with a napkin, turned to Dezhuang and stated, as for drinking, I shall refrain from toasting with Sun Xing today. Out of respect for your connection to him, I will spare your life. This time only, from tomorrow onward, should I see you on the streets, I will not hesitate to end you. Now leave. Having received a stab, Dezhuang's eyes cleared, and the bravado he had previously felt dissipated. It dawned on him that the individuals before him were indeed fearless outlaws. Covering his mouth, he crawled out of the private room in haste. Observing the calm demeanor of Shikai, Luo Bing leaned in, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Mr. Chi, sure, now that blood has been spilled, Shall we continue our meal? Or perhaps it would be prudent to leave. I have heard of the Sun family in West City. They are quite formidable. There is no shame in avoiding conflict. With a smile, Shikai replied, avoiding his brilliance. No, it is the people of West City who ought to avoid mine. I in Sahan City, there are no specialties to speak of. We zombie hunters are the real treasures. I, Shikai, represent the face of West City. My brothers, and I fear neither death nor trouble. Secretary Luo Bing, you may leave. I shall remain here to await Sun Xing. I cannot depart. Such an exciting event cannot be missed. Luo Bing exclaimed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Just as her words left her lips, Ma Jia burst into the room. Upon seeing the bloodied table, she was momentarily taken aback. Brother Qishur, you should leave at once. Sun Xing is the notorious prince of West City. He is not to be trifled with. I have a back door. You can escape through there. Chuckling at Ma Jia's insistence, Shikai replied, Gongzi, summon our brothers. Call Jianzi and Xiaofeng. Bring everyone from Gaudi Garden to him. Jia watched as Zhao Gang made the call, her mind racing. For a brief moment, she thought Shikai had lost his senses. Was he truly intent on confronting the Sun family, the second most powerful faction in West City? Brother Qishur, please, let's not escalate this. Tomorrow, I can host a gathering to help smooth things over, all right? It's just a minor subordinate. A wise man does not suffer for the sake of honor. A boss, who truly stands to lose here, is yet to be determined, Shikai countered. Despite Ma Jia's pleas, he remained resolute. If he could not exhibit some measure of defiance as the elder brother, he might as well abandon the scene altogether. Jia, witnessing Shikai's stubbornness, felt a wave of frustration wash over her on the other side. Sun Xing was incensed upon seeing Da Zhuang return, clutching his mouth in pain. Learning that it was Shikai's men responsible for the assault, he was ready to storm over and confront him. However, the 30-odd followers accompanying Sun Xing remained frozen in place. Despite their numbers, they were merely his lackeys, none of whom were capable of a fight. Engaging in a brawl with the fiercest zombie hunters in West City, had they all drunk too much fake liquor, not everyone could be as reckless as Da Zhuang. Realizing that sending his subordinates would be akin to delivering them to their demise, Sun Xing composed himself. Very well, Shikai. You think you're the toughest in West City. Allow me to summon someone even more formidable. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed number. Dawei, I'm at Ding Xian Hotel. Bring your crew immediately. 15 minutes. If you're late, you can forget about doing business with us in the future. Now, go. After hanging up, Sun Xing sneered, the tough guy of West City. I'll find someone from the West City's elite list and see how you meet your end. Within 10 minutes of his call, a convoy of sleek Mercedes-Benz S-Class vehicles rolled up outside the Ding Xian Hot Pot restaurant. In the apocalypse, luxury cars were not uncommon, but a fleet of S-Class vehicles signified a person of considerable status, or perhaps just a matter of personal pride. As the convoy came to a halt, nearly 100 men clad in suits and sunglasses disembarked, forming a formidable presence beside their cars. The bodyguard hurriedly approached one of the vehicles, opening the door with a sense of urgency. Brother Dawei, please take your time. A robust man, just over 40, clad in a black suit and sporting a slick-back hairstyle, stepped out of the vehicle. This was Dawei, ranked 9th on the West City Brute list. His full name was Wei Xiaoyong, and prior to the apocalypse, he was a fishmonger at Dairue. When the cataclysm struck, Wei Xiaoyong wielded a fish-slicing knife, slaughtering hundreds of zombies, thus earning the title of a West City Brute. Over the past 3 years, the ranks of West City's brutes had seen numerous changes, yet Dawei continued to thrive. After stepping out, he gently dusted off a speck of dirt from his sleeves. Adjusting his suit, Dawei addressed his companions. Xiaohua, Mingzi, you two come in with me. The proprietress of this establishment is Ma Jia, and she is not to be trifled with. Listening to Dawei, one of his trusted confidants expressed concern. Brother Dawei, Shikai and his crew are ruthless. You should go in alone. To this, Dawei responded with a cold smile. The martial world values respect for one's elders. I am his senior. When I was hailed as a West City Brute, Shikai was still a nobody that nothing to fret about. With that, brimming with confidence, Dawei ascended the stairs accompanied by his 2 bodyguards. Dawei strolled leisurely into the Imperial Hall. Within, an eerie silence enveloped the room. with all present holding their breaths as they watched the irate Sun Xing nearby. A girl, her face streaked with tears, was biting the edge of the coffee table, her lips smeared with blood. Upon seeing Sun Xing, Dewey quickly donned a cheerful expression and said, "Young Master Xing, what has you so riled up?" "Ah, Dewey has arrived." Sun Xing did not even rise to shake hands. Dewey was essentially a dog for the Sun family, or more specifically, for Sun Xing, although Dewey had some business ventures of his own. His primary role involved escorting the Sun family's pharmaceutical transport vehicles to Dewey. Sun Xing was akin to a young master, someone he could not afford to offend. Pulling up a chair beside Sun Xing, Dewey inquired, "Young Master Xing, would you be so kind as to enlighten me on the situation?" "Damn it, Shikai has gone too far. He disrespected me and even harmed my underling Dewey. I need you to cripple his tendons." Sun Xing demanded. "Don't even think about backing down." Hearing this, Dewey chuckled lightly. "What a joke. Who in West City would I fear to confront? However, young Master Xing, we must prioritize the greater good. The Sun family is currently on the rise and in need of talent. That Shikai is no ordinary figure. Here's what I propose. I'll have a chat with him. As a senior in the martial world, he will grant me this courtesy. He cannot afford to disrespect me. Allow me to persuade him to lower his head and concede. Shall we? Consider this, young Master Xing. Shikai is armed and has men at his disposal. If you were to join the Sun family, it would be a great boon to you, and you would undoubtedly earn Grandfather Sun's favor." Dewey's words prompted Sun Xing to ponder. Can he really soften up? Yes, quite arrogant. After all, haha, arrogance has its limits. Here's the plan. You stay here and enjoy your drink, while I go fetch him to personally apologize to you. Fine, go ahead, Sun Xing acquiesced, even refraining from demanding a toast this time, fearing Shikai might retaliate violently. With that, Dewey rose and exited the room. Judja had been attempting to persuade Shikai to leave their private room, but he showed no intention of departing. Suddenly, the sliding door of the room was pulled open, and Judja peeked outside. At that moment, her heart sank. Dewey had arrived. Shikai and his entourage turned their gazes towards him. "Ah, Dewey," Shikai acknowledged with a mere nod. Under normal circumstances, he would greet Dewey as Brother Wei. But seeing Dewey's demeanor, it was clear he had come to support Sun Xing. Thus Shikai felt no obligation to extend such courtesy. Noticing Shikai's indifferent attitude, Dewey approached and patted one of Shikai's companions on the shoulder. "Brother, could you make some room?" The man, a zombie hunter, lifted his gaze to Dewey and, with a scowl, asked, "Who are you?" "Do I know you? Watch your tongue." Dewey's bodyguards immediately retaliated with curses. "Go ahead, keep talking." With a crack, the man Dewey had patted stood up, drawing a handgun from his waist. "Dachuan, come here." Just as tensions escalated, Shikai calmly interjected, "Hold on." After his words, Dachuan shot a glare at Dewey before stepping behind Shikai. Dewey's expression darkened, yet he took a seat, looking at Dewey seated opposite him. Shikai lit a cigarette and stated, "Dewey, you didn't come here just for drinks. Speak plainly. Our time is valuable. Shao Chi, we haven't clashed before, but I've heard of you. You are the fastest rising talent among the youth in West City. Cherish this opportunity. You've come a long way. Young Master Xing is no ordinary person, and neither is Grandfather Suenda. It wouldn't hurt to show some humility. Young Master Xing was initially going to summon the Sun family guards, but I dissuaded him, arguing that you've worked hard to get here. Thus, I suggest you consider making amends with young Master Xing. Aligning with the Sun family would surely lead to a life of luxury." Dewey's proposal was a blend of subtle coercion and persuasion, typical of an experienced player in the game. That if Shikai had any intention of siding with the Sun family, he would have likely accepted this olive branch. However, Shikai discerned a different undertone in Dewey's words. Dewey was growing old. The older one gets in the martial world, the more timid they become. Reflecting on the past year, Shikai realized he hadn't heard of Dewey engaging in any confrontations. Even when conflicts arose among their subordinates, Dewey had opted for dialogue. Understanding this, Shikai felt emboldened. The 9th-ranked figure on the West City Brute list could gain notoriety faster through confrontation than any other means. Looking at Dewey, Shikai nodded and asked, "Are you done?" "Shao Chi, Consider how you feel about this, Dewey replied, that I have no thoughts. I'm leaving now, Shikai stated, rising from his seat. Dewey, along with Luo Bing and Ma Jujia, was taken aback. Just moments ago, Ma Jujia had tried for so long to persuade Shikai not to leave, and now he was walking out. Seeing Shikai and his entourage stand, Dewey called out, "Xiao Qi, what do you mean by this?" "Nothing significant. I simply grant you this courtesy." "Who do you think you are? Do I know you? You come here seeking respect. Do you even deserve it, if you truly have the guts? Let us step downstairs and settle this. I have over a dozen brothers here." Shikai's words offered no respect to Dewey at all. With a darkened expression, Dewey stood and pointed at Shikai, saying, "Xiao Qi, young people shouldn't be so impulsive. You killed Lao Jin and his crew at Gowdy Garden, and I haven't held you accountable, have I? Enough with the nonsense." With that, Shikai drew his gun and fired. The bullet grazed Dewey's scalp. That Dewey's bodyguards didn't even see how quickly Shikai had pulled his weapon. That be why the time they reacted and attempted to draw their guns. Li Hongyan and Zhang Tao had already aimed their weapons at them. Dewey touched his scalp, feeling the blood. "Xiao Qi, I came here sincerely. Are you looking for a fight?" This was precisely what Shikai had been waiting for. "Let us go downstairs. I won't lay a finger on you while we're in here." "Downstairs? You brought your men, right?" "I won't engage unless you're fully prepared," as soon as he uttered the words. Dewey immediately regretted it. He understood that Shikai's blatant disrespect was a prelude to a confrontation, and it was destined to be a fierce one. However, Dewey found himself in a precarious position. To simply send Shikai away without action would be a blow to his pride, and he had no way to account for it. To Sun Xing engaging in a fight with Shikai left Dewey feeling uncertain. Despite the fact that Shikai had only a dozen or so followers, Dewey was still apprehensive. His mindset was emblematic of the typical petty bourgeois who finds comfort in their modest wealth. Before the apocalypse, he was merely a fishmonger, earning a meager income and lacking any social standing. Even in his own home, he had to be mindful of his wife's moods to enjoy a semblance of marital bliss. Yet the post-apocalyptic world was a different story. In the West City, Dewey had undoubtedly carved out a reputation for himself. That pre-apocalypse, he harbored a fondness for Mercedes cars, though he could never afford one. Now, he could assemble a convoy of them, smashing one after another at will. Previously, he could scarcely afford a trip to the second floor of a bathing house. Now, he maintained 7 or 8 concubines, the youngest of whom was 2 decades his junior. Such a charmed existence rendered it somewhat unrealistic for Dewey to engage in a life-and-death struggle. He had heard of Lao Jin's recent misfortunes. Dewey was the protector of Lao Jin and his 2 companions, whose primary source of livelihood was human trafficking. However, some buyers would take advantage of Lao Jin and his associates, compelling them to seek protection. And each month, they would generously pay homage to Dewey. With the demise of Lao Jin and his comrades, the loss of tribute weighed heavily on Dewey's heart, but he was truly unwilling to confront Shikai over it. Today, Dewey initially believed he could intimidate Shikai, only to be taken aback by the latter's fierce temper and volatility. While Dewey was lost in thought, Shikai had already descended the stairs with his entourage. One of the bodyguards behind Dewey inquired, "Dewey, shall we engage?" "Then we shall fight. I refuse to believe that Shikai has 9 lives. Dewey retorted. He wielded a stick, and so do I. A stick must be met with another stick, lest everyone think that Dewey has grown old. When Dewey stepped outside, he found Shikai's group already positioned to the side of the road, exuding an air of menace. Taking a deep breath, Dewey called out to his brothers, "Arm yourselves." At his command, nearly 100 of his men retrieved weapons from their vehicles. Dewey had earned his reputation in the West City through some measure of strength. All of his subordinates were armed with firearms, including nearly 20 who wielded automatic rifles, while the rest carried semi-automatic shotguns. Some even brandished homemade explosives. Dewey's men formed ranks. Shikai turned to Zhao Gang and instructed Gongzi called Jinzi and Xiaofeng to flank them. "Understood, brother." With that, Zhao Gang retreated into the crowd to make a call, then leapt atop a tank 300 SUV. After taking an automatic rifle, Dewey chambered around and stood at the forefront, shouting, "Xiao Qi, don't say that Dewey hasn't given you a chance. Although you've disrespected me, I still regard you as a friend that if you don't back down, you'll be the 300th grave I've dug. He continued, and you lot, so young and reckless, throwing your lives away. Do you really think you can take on over 100 of us? You'll be slaughtered. Consider your wives, children, and parents. As Dewey continued his bluster, Shikai merely smiled, crushing his cigarette underfoot. Fight! With that command, gunfire erupted from Shikai's side, causing Dewey to instinctively duck behind a car. Damn, this young man is far too volatile. Shikai's crew had fully armed themselves, each member equipped with a collapsible AKM, a weapon far superior to the M3 submachine guns that Dewey was taken aback by Shikai's lack of hesitation to engage. From a distance, it appeared as though they were celebrating with firecrackers. Crouching down, Dewey shouted, "Fire! Shoot! Whoever takes down Shikai will be rewarded with 500 kilograms of grain." 500 kilograms. At that moment, the two sides were separated by 100 meters, although Dewey had the numerical advantage and a surplus of firearms. Most were shotguns, effective only at close range. Essentially, it was a standoff between Shikai's dozen AKMs and Dewey's collection of automatic rifles. Shikai's group stood their ground, not even attempting to take cover. The backward force of the AKM was steady in their hands that, in an instant, Dewey and his crew found themselves unable to lift their heads. The distinction between those who feared death and those who did not became glaringly evident. Shikai's men fired into the oncoming bullets, while Dewey's brothers cowered behind their vehicles, relying on faith to shoot. Their formation began to falter, with nearly 100 men being suppressed by just a dozen. Dewey felt utterly humiliated. Bang! Rat-a-tat-tat. Dewey fired a shot into the fray, but immediately found himself under a hail of bullets. The car he hid behind erupted in sparks. Get in the vehicles. Ram them. Dewey, possessing some combat experience, realized that the distance was merely 100 meters. If they charged, they could break Shikai's formation in the blink of an eye. Dewey's men could close the distance. Once within 20 meters, they could use their numbers to overwhelm Shikai. Virum, Virum. Among Dewey's ranks, some fearless brothers climbed into a vehicle, starting it and flooring the gas pedal as they charged toward Shikai. If Dewey had been more observant, he would have noticed that Zhao Gang, Shikai's fiercest fighter, was conspicuously absent from the melee at that moment. Zhao Gang stood atop a Tank 300 SUV. A cold smile on his face, he ripped open the tarp, revealing a PCAM machine gun mounted atop the vehicle. Click! The bullet was chambered, and Zhao Gang aimed at the approaching car before pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat! Boom! The brass casings clattered atop the vehicle. A barrage of gunfire erupted from behind Shikai's group, obliterating the car charging toward them. Hearing the rapid gunfire and explosions, Dewey was taken aback. It's a machine gun. How do they have machine guns? Dewey was stunned in the post-apocalyptic landscape. Machine guns were undoubtedly a strategic weapon, boasting immense firepower and sustained fire capabilities, effective against both humans and zombies alike. However, not every faction could afford to maintain such weapons. They consumed ammunition at an alarming rate. The revelation that Shikai possessed machine guns was completely unexpected for Dewey. Damn it! How dare you challenge Chigo? Fire! While Dewey was still processing this revelation, Ding Jian and Ding Feng had already surged forth from behind, brandishing M3 submachine guns and firing at will. Following them were over 30 zombie hunters and more than 100 residents of Gaoyuan armed with shotguns. Realizing he was being sandwiched, Dewey began to sweat profusely. Retreat! Retreat! Dewey was so frightened that he didn't even dare to start the car, and the remaining men scattered through the alleyways. Brother, I'm taking people to raid Dewey's home. Gao Wu, too, was eager for a raid, and upon seeing Dewey flee, he was inspired to act. Shikai glanced at Gao Wu and smiled. Don't rush. We've already made a ruckus tonight. Let's make it even bigger. Upon hearing Shikai's words, Gao Wu's eyes lit up. Brother, let's go raid Lao Sun's place. Ha! Not yet. First, let's take all of Dewey's vehicles and send the injured brothers to the hospital. Dewey has a bar on Chonggong Road, right? Let's smash it to pieces. Shikai has sustained injuries to 3 of his brothers, one of whom has been shot in the abdomen. Fortunately, the subordinates of Dewey are armed with small-caliber automatic rifles, resulting in relatively minor injuries that in stark contrast to the losses on Dewey's side. The damage on Chi Shirkai's end is virtually negligible. Dawei alone has suffered the death of over 20 individuals. After giving a brief instruction, Chi Shirkai deliberately glanced up at the second floor of the Ding Xian hot pot restaurant. There, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Sun Xing was watching Chi Shirkai with a sullen expression. Simultaneously, beads of cold sweat trickled down his back, for he genuinely feared that Chi Shirkai might ascend and eliminate him as well. Thankfully, Chi Shirkai left with his men. Holding his phone, Sun Xing hesitated for a long moment, contemplating whether to call his father. Before he could make up his mind, the butler of Sun Laoda placed a call to him. "Uncle Shi, Xiao Xing, I am already aware of the situation. You are unharmed, so return home. Chi Shirkai is targeting Dawei, which has nothing to do with our Sun family, but Uncle Shi, I have lost face. Come home first. It is your father's wish. Ah, very well then." Chang'an Road is a major thoroughfare in the western city of Xi'an, stretching 2 kilometers and connecting the city to Sima Road. The Xi'an Animal and Botanical Park and the Sun Medical Center. The Sun Medical Center serves as the stronghold of the Sun family. Yet Chang'an Road is not considered their territory. If the western city is the most chaotic area of Xi'an, then Chang'an Road is undeniably the epicenter of that chaos. The 2-kilometer stretch is lined with hundreds of shops, the majority of which are gambling dens, bars, bathhouses, and nightclubs, venues for entertainment in a post-apocalyptic world. People seek indulgence and release. Consequently, various forms of entertainment have proliferated. Industries that were once suppressed before the apocalypse have rapidly developed, becoming more extravagant and uninhibited. Thus, the neon-lit Chang'an Road embodies a grotesque form of prosperity. Various factions, large and small, have established their enterprises here. Dawei owns 6 medium-sized bars along Chang'an Road, generating substantial profits each month. In front of the flashing neon-lit Xiaoyi bar, 300 off-road vehicles were parked. As 7 or 8 individuals emerged from the vehicles, the security guard at the entrance shouted, "Are you blind? You can't park in front of Dawei's bar. Move it, or Dawei will skin you alive." Bang! A bullet whizzed by, narrowly missing the guard's scalp. The 2 guards were instantly paralyzed with fear. Without a moment's hesitation, they dropped to their knees. "Big brother, please don't kill me. I'm just a doorman. I have an elderly mother and a daughter of 18. The 2 guards, equipped with rubber clubs, knelt swiftly, showing no hesitation. Chi Shirkai, observing the 2 guards on their knees, chuckled. Approaching them, he patted their shoulders and said with a smile, "You're in your 30s with an 18-year-old daughter? More like an 18-year-old little wife. Keep an eye on my car. Don't scratch it, all right?" Yes, of course, big brother." With that, Chi Shirkai and his group entered the bar. Inside Xiaoyi Bar, the atmosphere was vibrant and pulsating, with explosive music permeating the air, saturated with the scent of hormones. On stage, 2 slender girls were clad in minimal attire, while a throng of men below let out raucous cheers in the wake of the apocalypse. The lights no longer mattered to these revelers. As Chi Shirkai, Gao Wu, Li Hongyan, and Zhang Tao surveyed the lively crowd, they all drew AKM assault rifle from their jackets. Chi Shirkai raised his rifle and fired a half magazine into the ceiling. Da-da-da-da! The gunfire instantly drowned out the cacophony of music, drawing the attention of all present to Chi Shirkai. Soon, screams erupted, yet the majority of patrons, seasoned by experience, dropped to the ground. Paralyzed with fear, those who survived in the apocalypse possessed survival instincts. Those who could afford to indulge in the bar scene had some means. They understood that gunfire within a bar typically signaled a territorial dispute, one that rarely endangered customers. After all, injuring patrons would deter future business. In a room of the bar, a heavily tattooed man sprang up from a girl's lap upon hearing the gunfire. Without even fastening his pants, he dashed out with 5 or 6 of his bouncers, all armed with hunting rifles. Upon seeing them emerge, Li Hongyan and Zhang Tao grinned and shifted their aim. Da-da-da-da! After a few short bursts, the group of men collapsed into a pool of blood. Once Chi Shirkai had regained control of the situation, he leapt onto the stage. The 2 dancers trembled in fear at the sight of the armed Chi Shirkai. "Ah, sister, you're quite fair skinned up. Be careful not to expose yourself. Rest assured, I mean you no harm." Grabbing a microphone, Chi Shirkai proclaimed loudly, "I am Chi Shirkai. Tell the way that I have swept through his territory today. And starting tomorrow, I will hunt him down throughout the western city. He should prepare for his demise. At his command, the sound system, liquor cabinets, and glassware within the bar were all shattered by gunfire. The sound of breaking glass was immensely cathartic. Shikai and his crew grew increasingly exhilarated as they wreaked havoc. In less than 10 minutes, Shikai had laid waste to all 6 of Dewey's bars. The financial losses were not substantial, but the humiliation was immense, particularly as Shikai had publicly declared his intent to hunt down Dewey throughout the city. Upon receiving this news, Dewey immediately went into hiding. This battle had effectively shattered Dewey's morale and instilled fear within him. Especially after Shikai brandished his machine gun, Dewey was left utterly demoralized. Such a ruthless character. Who would dare to challenge him? Dewey no longer doubted that Shikai would dare to confront the Sun family. This fellow seemed oblivious to the concept of fear. In desperation, Dewey activated an external emergency hotline, seeking assistance to navigate through this predicament. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to survive in the western city. Approaching the Sun family was not an option, as the conflict was fundamentally between Shikai and Sun Shing. In a moment of inspiration, Dewey recalled an individual whom Shikai would undoubtedly respect. Taking out his phone, Dewey dialed a number. "Hello, brother. It's me, Xiaowei. You must save me. Shikai is hunting me down throughout the western city." While Dewey was demolishing bars, Sun Shing had returned home. The Sun family residence is located just north of the Sun Medical Center, separated by a single road. The Sun estate consists of 18 three-story villas, 10 of which house Sun Shing's stepmother. Upon arriving home, Sun Shing was summoned to the villa of his fourth mother. In the living room adorned with a white tiger skin carpet, Sun Shing's fourth mother, a 23-year-old model, was kneeling before Sun Laoda, massaging his legs. "Dad, I'm back." Casting a greedy glance at his fourth mother, who was the same age as him, Sun Shing lowered his head. Sun Laoda, in his early 50s, appeared remarkably youthful, his short hair devoid of any gray strands. Externally, he could easily pass for a man in his 40s. Observing the fuming Sun Shing, Sun Laoda spoke slowly. "Secretary Luo from the Iron City Military Governor's Office called me. Shikai has somehow established connections with the Fengcheng faction. It is possible that this person is a mole planted by the Fengcheng faction in the western city. You need to cease any further investigation into this matter. It's best to leave it be." Hearing his father's words, Sun Shing retorted defiantly, "Dad, I can't lose face like this. Your face more important than the family's business. If we offend the Fengcheng faction and they refuse to place orders with us, our family business could be halved. Without a market, how will I provide for you, feed you, or indulge your desires?" At Sun Laoda's outburst, Sun Shing fell silent. Sensing the tension, his fourth mother quickly interjected, "My lord, please don't be angry. It's not good for your health Shing, it's getting late. You should head back to rest." With the steps provided by fourth mother, Sun Shing took off running. Just as he reached the entrance, Sun Laoda called out to him again. "Did you take the formula from a lab?" Sun Shing nodded in response, saying, "Dad, what I took was a copy. I didn't touch the original." "How was I to know you took a copy?" "If you had taken the original, I would break your legs. Make sure to return the copy first thing in the morning. The lab's formulas are our family's lifeline." "What would happen if they were leaked?" "Don't waste your time on your bizarre experiments. I'm not trying to offend you, but are you psychologically disturbed? You've likely caused the deaths of at least 10 girls this month. You must have some issues. You should see a psychologist. I understand, Dad, I'll return it tomorrow, and I'll find a psychologist as well." After leaving fourth mother's villa, Sun Shing muttered to himself, "Why would I return it? Am I foolish, waiting for you to research a drug for your son to snatch the family fortune? Not only the copy, I have the original out. The lab's formulas are fake. The Western District of Xi'an City is an extension of the original Western District of Xi'an. To be precise, this area was once known as the western suburbs of Xi'an City. The Sun Medical Center was originally a pharmaceutical enterprise in Xi'an City, and it was quite a sizable one. Sun Laoda had previously been a project manager under the leadership of Chui Fenghong, the head of the Fengcheng faction. Before the Great Disaster, Sun Laoda had brought over 200 workers to assist in expanding the factory. After the apocalypse struck, these 200 workers became Sun Laoda's trump card. By chance, Sun Laoda discovered that there were crystal cores within the heads of zombies. Moreover, these crystal cores would melt when exposed to water heated to 100 degrees. Through the research of several scientific personnel, Sun Lauda made a miraculous discovery. The crystal cores could be integrated with modern medicine, significantly enhancing its effects. After 3 years of research and development, Sun Lauda had mastered nearly 20 formulas, including hemostatic agents, anti-inflammatory drugs, and adrenaline, which are the most sought-after commodities in the 3 northern provinces. Particularly, Sun's exclusive formula for adrenaline, known as Adrenaline Blue, could save lives as long as no vital organs were damaged. With the efficacy of a medicine, the prices naturally soared. Consequently, Sun Lauda amassed considerable wealth and raised a formidable armed force. His ambitions also began to swell. His sights were no longer limited to the Western District. In his career, Sun Lauda was sailing smoothly, yet his family life was a source of great distress. Sun Xing, as Sun Lauda's only son, was raised by his grandparents after losing his mother at a young age due to his father's busy work schedule. This led to Sun Xing becoming a spendthrift. Even before the apocalypse, he was already troublesome, and after, he became increasingly uncontrollable. Sun Lauda had considered training his second son. Before the apocalypse, he remarried and even kept a mistress. However, none of these women bore him any children. After the apocalypse, Sun Lauda sought many women, but still could not produce an heir. With so many women failing to conceive, it was clear that the problem lay with Sun Lauda himself. Initially, he had little hope, but the emergence of the crystal cores sparked a glimmer of optimism. Relying on the useless Sun Xing to inherit the family business was unrealistic. Sun Lauda needed to sire a successor. After Sun Xing left the villa, fourth mother Zhao Chunhua sweetly remarked, "My lord, Xing is just a bit impulsive. Please don't be angry that a little experience could serve him well. This is a waste of space. If he were my son, I would have long thrown him to the zombies. Chunhua, greet your cousin. Luo Bing has come to the Western District, likely seeking revenge. We shouldn't act hastily for now, but we cannot leave any traces. Once our affairs are settled, we will have a family legacy." "Understood, my lord." After responding, Zhao Chunhua, with a sultry gaze, tugged at Sun Lauda's clothing, saying, "My lord, it's getting late. We should rest, and my cousin gifted me a leopard print outfit that she wore." When Sun Xing returned to his villa, he found a row of people kneeling at the entrance. Each of them was slapping their own faces vigorously. These were the sycophants who had accompanied Sun Xing to dinner that day. Infuriated by Shikai, Sun Xing vented his frustration on these lackeys. Observing their swollen faces, he impatiently declared, "Get lost! A bunch of useless fools." Upon hearing his words, they felt as if a great pardon had been granted. Just as Sun Lauda had suggested, Sun Xing did exhibit some psychological issues. He was unpredictable, taking pleasure in tormenting others when in a bad mood. After the group of sycophants left, Sun Xing was about to enter the house when a bodyguard suddenly asked, "Young Master Xing, what should we do about Xiao Shui? Should we give her to the brothers?" As he spoke, the bodyguard leered at a large tree in front of the villa. Tied to a branch was a girl. Her mouth stained with traces of blood. She was the same girl whom Sun Xing had forced to bite the table corner at the restaurant. Sun Xing had clearly taken out his anger on Xiao Shui, believing she was the reason for his humiliation by Shikai. Fuming, he glared at Xiao Shui hanging from the tree and gritted his teeth, saying, "Isn't giving her to you too lenient? I want to use her for drug testing. Take her to my leopard room." The moment Sun Xing mentioned using Xiao Shui for drug testing, the bodyguards shivered and feared to be experimented on was akin to a fate worse than death. When Xiao Shui was brought to the leopard room, Sun Xing dismissed all the bodyguards. Although he had a penchant for cruelty, he was fiercely protective of his possessions. Unless it was a woman he had grown tired of, his subordinates were not permitted to touch them. Not only was touching forbidden, but even looking was not allowed. Once, a bodyguard had been punished by Sun Xing for merely gazing at a woman he favored, leading to the gruesome removal of the bodyguard's eyes. Another had lost his ears for eavesdropping as Sun Xing entered the leopard room. All the bodyguards returned to their quarters in the vast villa. Only Sun Xing and Xiao Shui remained. Inside the leopard room, which flickered with crimson light, Xiao Shui rubbed her sore arms, looking at Sun Xing's cold smile and glancing at the instruments of torture in the room. She sighed. If it weren't for her sister, she would not have debased herself like this. Forcing a smile, she said, "Brother Xing, I will certainly serve you well tonight." As she spoke, she began to unbutton her clothing. "Not so fast," Tonight we won't be using torture. We will test the drug. Upon hearing Sun Xing's intent to test the drug, Xiao Shue's pupils constricted in terror. Sitting on the ground, she shook her head and backed away. Pleading, Brother Xing, you can use the torture devices that I can handle it. You can whip me as you wish. I truly don't mind. Please, just don't use me for drug testing that I beg you. I will bow to you. Xiao Shui had been with Sun Xing for some time and was acutely aware of the horrors associated with drug testing. The drugs Sun Xing concocted were not intended for men, but rather for women. They were substances that could render women exceedingly promiscuous. However, the half-baked concoctions Sun Xing produced were merely prototypes. After use, they placed an immense strain on the heart, leading to rapid death within 20 hours. With the body decomposing at an alarming rate, in short, Sun Xing treated these girls as disposable items, far less valuable than silicone dolls. Ignoring Xiao Shue's pleas, Sun Xing began to prepare the materials and crystal cores. In the corner, Xiao Shui looked on in despair. The workstation. Sun Xing was brimming with excitement, meticulously comparing 2 notebooks as he crafted the drug step by step. I cannot die. If I do, my sister will have no one to care for her. I cannot die. Xiao Shu understood that pleading with Sun Xing was futile. The more she begged, the more deranged he became. Sun Xing relished the sound of women's desperate pleas. As her gaze wandered, Xiao Shu spotted a small knife, Sun Xing's instrument of torture. Her back bore the fresh scars, layered over old wounds, inflicted by this very blade. Noticing that Sun Xing was oblivious to her presence, Xiao Shu cautiously picked up the knife. Trembling, she stealthily approached him from behind. Sun Xing, engrossed in his task, remained unaware of her movements. Step by step, she drew closer, until finally, she was but a heartbeat away. Steeling herself, Xiao Shu raised the knife and shouted, "You scoundrel, demon, go to hell!" With a swift thrust, the small knife plunged into Sun Xing's lower back. The force of the blow sent him crashing onto the workbench. Turning around, Sun Xing's face twisted in disbelief as he touched his back. Feeling a numbing chill, blood. "You wretched creature! You intend to kill me!" Xiao Shu, and now shivering and retreating, was met with a brutal kick to her abdomen from Sun Xing. She staggered back a few steps, despite his malevolent nature. He was still a man, and his body had been drained of vitality, in terms of combat prowess. He and Xiao Shu were evenly matched. "You forced my hand. Why must you be so cruel? Why? All I want is to live. Is it wrong to wish for survival? I would even forsake my humanity. What right do you have to demean me further?" Clutching her abdomen, Xiao Shu's voice quivered with her grievances. Although Sun Xing appeared to be a useless scion, he had inherited a ruthless streak from his father. Xiao Shu's stab had not struck a vital point. The knife was simply too short. Had it been a dagger or a gun, that blow could have rendered Sun Xing incapacitated. Xiao Shu was adept at winning a man's favor, but she was an amateur at murder. Ignoring his pain, Sun Xing yanked the knife from his back and charged at Xiao Shu. "Don't come any closer," she cried, flailing her arms in defense. With a sharp swipe, she clawed at his face, drawing blood. In retaliation, Sun Xing thrust the knife into her abdomen. Xiao Shu, stung by the pain, clutched the blade tightly, knowing that if he withdrew it, her fate would be sealed. Their blood pooled rapidly on the ground as Xiao Shu struggled against him. Sun Xing cursed, "Wretched girl, I will not only kill you, but I will also take your sister's life. No, I will make your sister's existence a living hell. I will sell her into the cheapest brothel. Each day, I will have men ravage her." The mention of his sister ignited a fierce determination within Xiao Shu. With Sun Xing so close, she charged forward and slammed her forehead into him. He yelped in pain, dropping the knife as he clutched his nose and stumbled back. Xiao Shu realized that if she did not eliminate Sun Xing today, not only would she perish, but her sister would meet the same fate. Resolutely, she pulled the knife from her own abdomen. With gritted teeth, she lunged at Sun Xing, stabbing him repeatedly until the final blow pierced his neck. Sun Xing's cries ceased, and he fell motionless, like a doll with its batteries removed. Having slain Sun Xing, Xiao Shu felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from her. Clutching her abdomen, she murmured, "I cannot die here. I must save my sister." Assessing her profusely bleeding wound, she hastily wrapped it with a sheet. With a pallid complexion, she grasped Suanxing's pass and prepared to flee. Upon noticing 2 notebooks on the workbench, she tucked them into her coat, understanding their potential to save her life. After donning a jacket, Xiaoxue stepped out of Suanxing's villa. And oh, sooner had she covered 100 meters than she was intercepted by Suanxing's bodyguard. "Hey, weren't you with young Master Xing? What are you doing out here?" The bodyguard's inquiry caught Xiaoxue off guard, yet she managed to force a smile through her pale visage. "Brother Xing asked me to fetch my sister to attend to him," she replied, brandishing the pass. "He certainly is ruthless, covered in blood. Oh, you need a ride?" "No." "Fine, I'll let you go. Young Master Xing will just scold me again." Under normal circumstances, Xiaoxue's bloodied appearance would have raised suspicions. Yet, Suanxing was no ordinary man. No girl leaving his villa could have done so unscathed. It was evident that Suanxing had sealed his own fate. Xiaoxue smoothly navigated through 3 checkpoints, fabricating the same excuse each time. Once she exited the Sun residence, she dashed into a nearby park. The chill enveloped her, and her consciousness began to wane. She realized she was losing too much blood. 20 minutes later, Suanxing's bodyguard entered the leopard room with supper. It was now 10 o'clock at night, and Suanxing always had a late-night snack at this hour. "Young Master Xing, it's time for supper. Why is there such a strong scent of blood?" "Young Master." "Young Master." In the dim light, Suanxing lay sprawled in a pool of blood. The bodyguard approached, sighed, and discovered he was already cold. "Young Master is dead." The Sun residence erupted in chaos, under the watchful eye of the 4th concubine. Sun Laoda was abruptly awakened. Upon hearing of his son's demise, disbelief washed over his face. His estate was fortified with walls, bunkers, and nearly 500 armed guards. How could someone infiltrate and assassinate him here? Staring at Suanxing's lifeless body, Sun Laoda's face darkened as he demanded, "What on earth happened?" The circumstances were clear. The only person with the opportunity to kill Suanxing was Xiaoxue. After the bodyguard trembled through the account of events, Sun Laoda cursed Suanxing's incompetence. Glancing at the kneeling guards, he coldly declared, "My son is dead, and yet you still draw breath. Take them outside and execute them." "Master, spare us, please." The leader of Sun Laoda's guards swiftly dragged the dozen or so bodyguards out. Within 2 minutes, gunfire echoed outside. The 4th concubine, entwining her arm with Sun Laoda's, whispered, "Master, my condolences. Alas, he was my son. Despite his shortcomings, he called me father for over 20 years. Find a few masters to ensure he departs in style." Sun Laoda, ever the pragmatic man, maintained a semblance of composure even in the face of his son's death. Perhaps Suanxing had never held significant importance to him. Turning away, he commanded, "Send word to find that girl named Xiaoxue and her sister in the West City. Also, inform my friends there that whoever captures them will be generously rewarded." Having lost a son, Sun Laoda knew he could always father another. However, he could not afford to lose face. After issuing the manhunt order, a frown creased Sun Laoda's brow. He felt he had overlooked something critical. Just then, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat rushed in, panic etched across his face. "Sir, we have a situation. All 20 experimental subjects have perished. Our original formula was a counterfeit, and someone reported seeing the young master take it." The words sent a chill through Sun Laoda, his pupils contracting as he grasped what he had neglected. "Find the formula. No one is allowed to leave the premises." Sun Laoda sensed that a grave crisis was looming. On the West Ring City Highway, a convoy consisting of 10 off-road vehicles was moving slowly. The highway connected to Chonggong Road, and after finishing his business, Shikai was preparing to return to Gideon with his brothers. Since everyone had consumed alcohol, a friendly reminder, do not drink and drive. The convoy's speed was not brisk. Only in this apocalyptic era could such a leisurely pace be afforded. Otherwise, the traffic police would have been working overtime that night. Driving for Shikai was Gao Wu. As they passed by the Sea and Animal and Plant Park, Gao Wu lit a cigarette and remarked, "Brother, before the apocalypse, it never felt this desolate to come here at night. Now, traveling this road sends shivers down my spine. It's heavy with resentment. In these 3 years, there hasn't been a day without death. The grievances have reached the heavens, and even Yama must be working 996. Now, be careful. Wu Zi, or a female ghost might emerge and take you away." "Haha, brother, I'm far more fearsome than a female ghost. Do you think I'm as timid as Xiao Yang, who is scared of ghosts? Zhao Gang, sitting in the passenger seat, chuckled and added, Wu Zi, it's time for you to find a wife. I'd rather go to the second floor of a bathhouse, where 20 kilograms of grain pamper me comfortably. Women are quite troublesome, as for the Gao family, as long as Xiao Yang is there. That's enough. The brothers chatted and drove, when suddenly Gao Wu caught sight of a white shadow darting past. Screech. Gao Wu slammed on the brakes. Brother, second brother, did you see that? A white shadow, right? Damn. Is it really haunted? You all stay in the car. I'll go deal with it. If it's a female ghost, I'll make sure she dies again. Damn it, I haven't even had my fun with a female ghost yet. Gao Wu was a fearless character, even more fearsome than a ghost. Aside from Shikai, no one intimidated him. Not even second brother Zhao Gang, as he would curse back if they clashed, seeing the white shadow drift away. Gao Wu grabbed his gun and exited the vehicle. Shikai and Zhao Gang followed suit, guns in hand. After Zhao Gang stepped out and waved to the brothers in the back, dozens of them also got out of their cars. As Shikai approached, he found Gao Wu squatting on the ground, scratching his head. Looking at Shikai, Gao Wu expressed his disappointment, saying, Brother, it's not a female ghost. It's just a girl. Brother, is she trying to scam us? Gao Wu's words amused Shikai, who would dare to pull a scam in these times. Not to mention, even ordinary people wouldn't hesitate to run her over, using the car's headlights for illumination. Shikai glanced over at a girl, pale-faced and with her abdomen stained with blood, lay on the ground. Is she still alive? Zhao Gang crouched down to check for breath and lifted the girl's shirt to examine her wounds. Brother, she's alive, but she's lost too much blood. Should we help her? The girl on the ground was unmistakably Xiao Shui. Had this been before the apocalypse, such injuries would have been beyond saving. Certainly not allowing her to reach a hospital. Shikai smiled down at Xiao Shui. What should we do now? Grab the hemostatic agent and adrenaline blue. Zhao Gang nodded and went to fetch the medical kit from the car. Hearing Shikai's intention to save her, Gao Wu turned and said, Brother, the hemostatic agent and adrenaline blue are quite expensive. Both products were star items from the Sun Medical Center. The hemostatic agent works quickly to stop bleeding, while adrenaline blue can rapidly restore bodily functions as long as no vital organs are damaged. Adrenaline blue can generally bring someone back. Gao Wu was certainly knowledgeable about such matters, and he possessed a particularly ruthless heart. A pack of the hemostatic agent costs about the same as 50 kilograms of grain, while a single dose of adrenaline blue costs 200 kilograms. Neither was inexpensive, observing Gao Wu's pained expression. Shikai lit a cigarette and replied, The fact that we encountered her means that heaven doesn't want her to die. We brothers have taken many lives. Consider this an act of accumulating virtue. Just do good deeds without asking about the future. There's an old saying, the poor resort to cunning while the rich cultivate conscience. Had Shikai still been in the era of zombie hunters, he wouldn't have cared about such matters. Even if he wanted to help, he lacked the capability. However, now that Shikai was not short on money, it seemed convenient to lend a hand. Zhao Gang applied the hemostatic agent to stop Xiao Shui's bleeding and then administered a shot of adrenaline blue. After this series of actions, Xiao Shui's life was essentially saved. All that was needed was to stitch up her wounds. There was even no need to worry about infection, as adrenaline blue possesses potent antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. The power of the crystal core was truly miraculous. After just one injection, a hint of color returned to Xiao Shui's pale face. After a couple of coughs, Xiao Shui slowly awakened. Seeing a group of armed men, she realized she wasn't dead. Noticing that these individuals bore no insignia of the Sun family's security team, Xiao Shui hurriedly addressed Shikai. Brother, can you save my sister? She's in grave danger right now. Her words caused Shikai to furrow his brow slightly. Having already saved her was an act of kindness. Asking to save her sister as well. Did she really think of Shikai as a living bodhisattva? Or as a wishing well? Shikai had nearly uttered a refusal when Xiao Shui's next words left him stunned. I stole the formulas from the Sun Medical Center. They're right here with me. Brother, my life doesn't matter. Please, save my sister. Steal. Zhao Gang responded with curiosity as he took 2 notebooks from Xiao Shui's arms. Upon opening one, Chi Shikai discovered it was filled with dense formulas and recipes. Although he couldn't comprehend the content, he sensed that they appeared genuine. After stowing the notebooks, Chi Shikai inquired, "What is your sister's name? And where is she?" "My sister's name is Mu Ning, and I'm Mu Shui. She is a surgeon at the West City Hospital, residing in room 601 of building A3 of the hospital's staff quarters." "Brother, you must hurry. If you delay, it might be too late." Noting Mu Ning's name, Chi Shikai waved to the back. "Hong Yin, Taozi Dachuan, come here." Soon Hong Yin, Zhang Tao, and Wang Dachuan rushed over. Chi Shikai pulled the three aside and quietly instructed, "Wu Zi, you four take your guns and head to the West City Hospital staff quarters to pick someone up. Remember to cover your faces, steal a car in the city, don't drive our vehicle. If you can get her, great. If not, it's fine. Just don't expose yourselves. Before picking her up, ensure you observe the surroundings carefully to avoid ambush. Understood, brother?" After Gao Wu and the others drove away, Chi Shikai asked Zhao Gang to carry Mu Shui into the vehicle. They did not return to Gideon, as it was crowded and full of eyes. Instead, Chi Shikai headed straight to the abandoned bathhouse, a safer hideout. Once at the bathhouse, Mu Shui fell into a deep slumber. In a room, Chi Shikai stared at the notebook and felt a bit overwhelmed. He couldn't make sense of the content. On the way, Mu Shui had recounted the origin of the formulas. Hearing Mu Shui claim that she had killed Sun Xing, Chi Shikai found it hard to believe. Could such a frail woman truly have killed the only son of the Sun family? After lighting a cigarette, Chi Shikai asked, "Gongzi, do you think this could be true?" "Brother, if it is, we've hit the jackpot. Medicine, weapons, food, these are the most valuable resources in the apocalypse." Why was Chi Shikai inclined to save Mu Shui's sister? If the formulas were genuine, then this girl was indeed worth saving. For the formulas represented a treasure trove. Selling medicine is always a lucrative business, regardless of the time. Scratching his head, Chi Shikai murmured, "I need to find someone to verify this. Who would know?" Suddenly, Zhao Gang had a flash of inspiration. "Brother, do you remember the woman who knelt at the door when we dealt with Lao Jin?" "I recall. She was Jinzi's neighbor, right? Wasn't she arranged to teach at Gideon Primary School? I remember she was a teacher before the apocalypse. She would understand. Highland Garden has now established a school where all eligible children are required to attend. The curriculum differs from that of the pre-apocalypse or A.I. In the morning, cultural subjects are taught, while military training takes place in the afternoon. These children must learn various combat techniques, including how to deal with both humans and zombies." Ding Jian's neighbor, Gao Fong, is a teacher at Highland Garden Primary School. "Brother, that woman is no ordinary teacher. Is she a teacher like the one in Wang Wei's poetry?" "Brother, you're just joking. Gao Fong was a chemistry professor at Songjiang University before the apocalypse. When the catastrophe struck, she was giving a public lecture at Xi'an Normal College. It is rumored that she is an expert in the fields of chemistry and biology." "Is that true? Let me ask." Chi Shikai truly did not expect Gao Fong to possess such capabilities. Songjiang University is a renowned institution nationwide. Taking out his phone, Chi Shikai called Ding Jian. "Jinzi, are you home?" "Chigo, we just arrived." "Listen, Jinzi, bring your neighbor Gao Fong over. Wait, bring her and her daughter to the bathhouse. Just you and your brother, no one else. Chiga." Ding Jian found himself at a loss for words. "What's wrong? Isn't she home?" "No, it's not that. Chigo. Fenjie is fine, that she's a widow, and it's been many years. She's quite lonely during this dry spell. Chigo, with your handsome and charismatic demeanor, Fenjie would never refuse you. Who could turn down such a handsome man? But Xiaoyu is still too young. Chigo, it's not suitable. Let's wait a couple more years." Hearing Ding Jian's words, Chi Shikai was first stunned, then became infuriated, shaking off his drunkenness. "Get lost. I'm not a beast. Do you think I'm just looking for a meal? I need her for serious business. Hurry up." 20 minutes after Chi Shikai made the call, the Ding brothers had yet to arrive. Gao Wu returned first, carrying a burlap sack. He tossed the sack on a Chi Shikai's bed and grinned. "Brother, I'm back. You won't believe it. That girl has become quite a catch." "Brother, why don't you take a little wife? Xiaolan has a few days each month when she feels unwell. Someone needs to take turns." Chi Shikai looked at Gao Wu, utterly bewildered. "Did I not tell you to go pick someone up?" "Yes, where are they?" "Right here." Gao Wu pointed to the burlap sack, then opened it. Inside, a girl in pajamas with ear-length hair looked at Shikai with wide, terrified eyes. The girl was tightly bound, and tape was stuck over her mouth. Brother, our gal family is rather rough around the edges that I figure explaining would waste time, so I thought I'd just tie her up and bring her back. Brother, it seems there's real trouble at the Sun family. The streets are particularly crowded. Shikai gazed at the muffled girl, then glanced at Gao Wu, letting out a sigh. Gao Wu's methods were indeed straightforward and effective. However, it must be acknowledged that his approach yielded results. Shikai recalled a movie he had seen before the apocalypse, where the protagonist struggled to save someone while the female lead hesitated. Well done. Take a break. All right, brother. Next time you have such work, call me again. I'm addicted to snatching things. Snatching people is fine too. After Gao Wu left Shikai's room, he untied Mu Ning and removed the tape from her mouth. Once freed, Mu Ning quickly curled up in the corner. Oh, who are you? Shikai surveyed Mu Ning. The girl was indeed quite enchanting. Standing at 1.7 meters tall with impeccably straight legs, her eyes were typical fox-like, filled with allure. However, Mu Ning was still quite young. Looking to be in her early 20s, radiating youthful energy that if she had long hair, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Don't be anxious. You must be Mu Shue's sister, right? What happened to my sister? Your sister is injured. In the next room, I'll take you to see her. By the way, I heard you're a doctor. You don't look very old. I'm a medical student, but I can also be considered a doctor. Upon hearing that her sister was injured, Mu Ning's eyes filled with urgency. However, she could tell that Shikai did not harbor any ill intentions. Understood. It's just practice. Tell me quietly, how many did you accidentally kill while practicing? It was clear that someone Mu Ning's age could not have been a lead surgeon before the apocalypse. Her skills were evidently honed after the world fell apart. Since the apocalypse, countless individuals had suffered injuries, with most being the result of human conflict rather than zombie attacks. Why is Eagle Sauce the best at treating gunshot wounds? ISNT it, because in free America, gunfights occur every day. With so many patients to practice on, how could her skills not be exquisite? Mu Ning had evidently honed her craft under similar circumstances. Shikai's words caused Mu Ning's cheeks to flush. She had had about 10 patients die on her operating table. But what could she do? She was only 23 this year. During the apocalypse, she had only studied theory for a year. It was purely a case of being thrust into the deep end. However, Mu Ning had already become a competent female doctor. If she hadn't been skilled after having let 10 people die, she wouldn't be suited for this line of work. It should be noted that in the apocalypse, doctors are highly sought after. After Shikai led Mu Ning to the adjoining room, upon seeing Mu Shue, Mu Ning rushed forward. Sister, what happened to you? I'm fine. Ning that was Mr. Chi who saved both me and you. You should thank Mr. Chi. Listening to Mu Shue recount the events, Mu Ning immediately turned to kneel before Shikai. Seeing Mu Ning about to bow, Shikai quickly stopped her. Don't be in such a rush to thank me. I save her by chance that I'm saving you because she provided me with a formula. Mu Shue. I need to verify whether this formula is genuine. If it's true, I'll protect you two sisters. If it's false, and you've deceived me, you'll both have to pay the price. I'll personally send you two sisters on your way to the underworld. And no need to thank me. I am just a pure-hearted person. Mu Shue could tell that Shikai was not joking. This man exuded an aura of bloodshed. Moreover, while in the car, Mu Shue learned Shikai's name. How could someone like him go soft after being deceived? As Shikai was about to leave, Mu Ning quietly said, Mr. Chi, could you provide me with a set of surgical equipment? I need to stitch up my sister. Wait a moment. I've administered adrenaline to her. She won't die immediately that if she deceives me, your surgery will be in vain. Now, enjoy your time reuniting with your sister. With that, Shikai exited the room and called someone to guard the door. Brother, the West City has exploded. As soon as Shikai stepped out of the room, Zhao Gang approached him. Let us talk inside. Once in his room, Shikai handed Zhao Gang a cigarette and took out a lighter. What do you mean it exploded? Click. Using the lighter's flame, Zhao Gang lit the cigarette and said, Boss Sun has placed a bounty of 20 tons of grain for the capture or killing of his son as murderer and her sister. That girl in the room. Now, everyone on the streets of West City is in motion. Chi Shikai inhaled sharply. 20 tons of grain. It's a substantial sum. Brother, there's another piece of news. According to rumors, the Sun family's formula has been lost. It will take at least 2 months to restore the supply of medicine. Chi Shikai was not surprised that Boss Sun was capturing people. After all, his son was dead, and vengeance must be sought. The bounty was not unexpected. However, this rumor left Chi Shikai perplexed. Logically, the Sun family's confidentiality measures should not be so lax. I understand now. Boss Sun is stirring the grass to scare the snake. Brother, this old fellow is quite crafty. If the supply of medicine is disrupted, the forces in Sion will inevitably resort to pillaging. This serves 2 purposes. 1, to inflate prices, and 2, to identify who does not show up to steal. Those who do not will be under greater suspicion. After all, if they obtain the formula, they won TB in a hurry for medicine. Interesting, Boss Sun is certainly not to be underestimated. Chi Shikai's mind was remarkably quick, and he immediately grasped Sun Laoda's intentions. The bounty for revenge was not the real threat. It was the rumors circulating that held the true power. Wu Zi, brother, I'm here. Wu rushed over with alacrity. You are to take Hong Yin and the others back to Gaodian to gather people. Leave Jianzi and Xiaofeng with me. That a portion of your group is to scour the streets for Mu Shui and Muning. You personally lead the team to procure medicine. Buy it if you can, and if not, seize it. Seize it from the Sun family? Then, brother, you must provide me with a machine gun. No, seize from the Jibwa Sun family. Target the scalpers. At this moment, there will undoubtedly be individuals hoarding medicine at inflated prices. Do not hold back. Strike hard. I have a particular disdain for scalpers. Understood, brother. Shortly after Gao Wu departed, the Ding brothers arrived. Brother Chi, we are here. Thank you for your hard work. Funjia. Hello, I am Chi Shikai. This must be your daughter. She is truly beautiful. Here, little sister, have some candy. Gao Feng's gaze towards Chi Shikai was filled with both anxiety and gratitude. The gratitude stemmed from Chi Shikai saving her daughter, while the anxiety arose from the fact that Gao Feng had witnessed Chi Shikai take a life. The Chi Shikai of now was a stark contrast to the one she had encountered that day. With a beaming smile, Chi Shikai offered a fruit candy to Gao Feng's daughter. His demeanor resembled that of a cheerful young man. Gao Feng's daughter, Xiaoya, was somewhat timid, although labeled a little girl. She was already a girl of 13 or 14, hiding behind Gao Feng. Xiaoya dared not utter a word. Handing a bag of fruit candies to Ding Feng, Chi Shikai cheerfully instructed Xiaofeng, Jinzi, please take Xiaoya next door to rest. Funjia, come with me in a room. I have some matters to discuss with you, Mom. Xiaoya nervously glanced at Gao Feng. Gao Feng took a deep breath and smiled, saying, go rest. Mom has work to attend to. Soon, Gao Feng followed Chi Shikai into the room. The moment she entered, Gao Feng's face flushed crimson. This bathing center had been built before the apocalypse. Featuring a second floor, Chi Shikai's room was adorned with pink drapes and a large, suggestive bed, along with a uniquely designed chair. Given this layout, how could Gao Feng not comprehend Chi Shikai's intentions? Aware that there was no escaping this moment, Gao Feng resolved herself at that instant. Funjia, I called you here to ask you. Suddenly, Chi Shikai heard something fall to the ground. Turning his head, he was taken aback. Who told you to undress? Put it on, put it on. I'm not that kind of person. In the conference room of the bathing center, Gao Feng, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, had a flushed face as she examined the formula in her hands. That Chi Shikai was seated on a chair. Leaning forward, Ding Jian, who was smoking by the door, noticed Chi Shikai's unusual posture and inquired, Brother Chi, what's wrong? Are you unwell? It's nothing, just a stomachache, Chi Shikai replied casually. Upon hearing of Chi Shikai's stomachache, Ding Jian quickly said, Ergo, go get Brother Chi some medicine, and need. Medicine can be toxic. It could affect future childbirth. Gao Feng's face turned beet red at the mention of childbirth. Whether Chi Shikai was a gentleman was debatable. But he truly had not laid a hand on Gao Feng in his room. Not having touched her did not diminish Chi Shikai's respect for Gao Feng, that he never expected that Gao Feng, now a mother, could maintain such poise. Coupled with her intellectual and refined demeanor, she possessed an undeniable charm. The allure of a widow had not deceived Chi Shikai as a passionate man. He could not help but feel admiration. The only surprise for Gao Feng was Shikai's remarkable physique. Even after half an hour had passed, she regained her composure and resumed her study of the formula in front of her. Gao Feng's expertise was formidable. With a mere glance at the data, she discovered the door to a new world. It was no exaggeration to say that if humanity had discovered the crystal core before the apocalypse, the world would have undergone a transformation. Human scientific advancement could have leaped forward by a century, especially in the fields of chemistry and biology, possibly advancing 2 centuries. Half an hour later, Gao Feng sighed in relief and removed her gold-rimmed glasses. Brother Qi, the formula theoretically has no issues. This synthesis formula is divided into 2 types. One is the finished medication combined with the crystal core, and the other is chemical raw materials combined with reagents. Taking hemostatic agents as an example, the hemostatic effect is categorized into 3 levels. Level 1 hemostatic agents can handle wounds of 1 to 2 centimeters. Level 2 can manage wounds of 3 to 5 centimeters deep. And Level 3 can treat penetrating injuries. However, the synthesis formulas for Levels 2 and 3 require chemical raw materials, while I can experiment with the Level 1 hemostatic agent at any time. Gao Feng's demeanor shifted when discussing her expertise. This was the confidence that belonged to a specialist. Upon hearing that Gao Feng could conduct experiments at any time, Shikai had dinged Jian Bring in the necessary equipment. The crystal core itself possesses strong antibacterial properties, making it less picky about environmental conditions during synthesis. After more than 10 minutes, Gao Feng successfully synthesized a hemostatic agent using hydrogen peroxide and other raw materials combined with the crystal core. This hemostatic agent weighed approximately 100 grams and could be used 10 times. Gazing at the light blue hemostatic agent before him, Shikai turned to Zhao Gang and asked, "So, how much does this cost on the market?" "Brother, a level 1 hemostatic agent requires at least 15 kilograms of fine grains. If converted to coarse grains, it doubles. The hemostatic agent we previously used for Mushui was a level 2 agent, requiring 50 kilograms of fine grains." Upon hearing Zhao Gang's pricing, Shikai inhaled sharply. A 500 milliliter bottle of hydrogen peroxide, combined with the other raw materials, costs around 5 kilograms of coarse grains. And from 500 milliliters of hydrogen peroxide, one could refine 100 portions of level 1 hemostatic agents. Sun Lao must have made a fortune selling medicine all these years. Selling medicine is indeed the quickest way to make money. Gongzi, deliver the surgical equipment to Mu Ning. Tell her and her sister that they need not travel. With this formula, as long as I have a morsel of meat, they will have a bowl of soup to share. Shikai's eyes sparkled with visions of wealth. Initially, he had been troubled about the financial situation in Gaeduan, but now he had acquired a substantial economic pillar. Approaching Gao Feng, he shook her hand and exclaimed, "Fenjie, you have been a tremendous help. Can you produce all 20 formulas listed here?" Gao Feng pondered for a moment before responding. "In principle, yes, but I will need raw materials that I can manually purify the required materials. But the efficiency will be quite slowed. It would be best to have a pharmaceutical production line and a chemical production line. That can wait. What I need now is for you to familiarize yourself with these formulas as quickly as possible. Master the processes swiftly that I will handle the issues of raw materials and equipment. Fenjie, if you have any other needs, do not hesitate to let me know that I might need some assistance, for the 5 would suffice. Ideally, they should be from chemistry or biology backgrounds, but related professionals will do. Point 10. I will even kidnap 10 people for you, if necessary." Shikai glanced at his watch. It was already late at night. "Fenjie, you should rest here for the night. It's unsafe to return in the dark. Tomorrow, you will accompany me back. For some inexplicable reason, Gao Feng recalled the large bed in Shikai's room. This time, Shikai did not take Gao Feng back to his own room. Instead, she was escorted back to her daughter's room and to the doorway. Shikai specifically left Zhao Gang to stand guard. Gao Feng was now a rare gem. Such talent would not be allowed to slip away. Back in his own room, Shikai happily lit a cigarette and murmured, "Indeed, mastering mathematics, physics, and chemistry allows one to traverse the world without fear." What is most important in the apocalypse? Talent. With visions of future riches swirling in his mind, Shikai drifted off to sleep. The next morning, shortly after 7, Shikai was awakened by the sound of Gao Wu knocking on the door. "Brother, I'm back. Qi Shikai rubbed his eyes and opened the door to find Gao Wu, reeking of blood. Gao Wu clearly had not slept all night, yet he was brimming with energy, indicating a fruitful night. How's the situation outside? Everywhere is rife with looting from medicine. Why, dear brother, let me tell you, the scalpers had a most unfortunate night yesterday. Yes, soon as the news of the drug shortage at the Sun Medical Center broke. A swarm of scalpers swiftly cleared the market of all available medications, eagerly anticipating exorbitant profits. Then the real entertainment began as the big brothers of Shiqing took to the streets, capturing scalpers left and right. Seizing their ill-gotten goods, several bosses who had been supporting these scalpers were left too intimidated to utter a word. Qi Shikai, upon hearing the plight of the scalpers outside, was utterly delighted. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had suffered greatly at the hands of these scalpers, often overpaying for goods that, in truth, these scalpers are nothing to be concerned about on their own, but they are backed by powerful figures. In the past, it was inconsequential if these individuals made a bit of money, but medications are a matter of life and death. Sometimes, a single hemostatic agent can mean the difference between life and death. Who would dare allow these scalpers to raise prices on such strategic necessities? When Sun Laodao raises prices, there is little anyone can do. After all, this is a seller's market. But do these Shiqing big brothers truly believe that the 5 consecutive shots in their hands are merely for show? How did you fare? My brother, I managed to seize nearly a ton of medications, primarily crystallized synthetic agents, along with some ordinary drug. As so much. Qi Shikai was astonished upon hearing that Gao Wu had acquired a ton of medications. Unlike food, a ton of medication is no trifling matter. Seeing the look of surprise on Qi Shikai's face, Gao Wu proudly raised his chin, reveling in the thrill of being a genius at robbery. He adored this feeling so much that at times he contemplated changing his name to Gao Ziqiang or Gao Jihuan. Aside from the matter of medications, what progress has been made in tracking down those 2 sisters in Shiqing? A citywide manhunt is underway. There are checkpoints every 1 to 2 kilometers, with people going mad over the bounty. Qi Shikai nodded and said, in that case, Wu Zi, you, and Heng Yin should keep an eye on the sisters for a while. If any unexpected developments arise. Noticing Qi Shikai's eyes narrow slightly, Gao Wu nodded. I understand, big brother, we want to let anything slip, and the sisters won't have a chance to speak out of turn. Yes, just ensure their safety and prepare for contingencies. I will return to Gaudi Garden first, and I'll leave a machine gun with you. Understood, big brother. After briefing Gao Wu, Qi Shikai, along with Gao Fong and her daughter, Zhao Gang and the Ding brothers prepared to return to Gaudi Garden. Their group was rather small, comprising just over 10 individuals in 3 off-road vehicles. Shortly after departing from the bathing center, Qi Shikai spotted a checkpoint and a patrol car. At first, he felt nothing amiss. However, once they hit the street, he realized the intensity of the searches was indeed significant. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Shikai instructed Ding Jian, who was driving Jianzi, make a U-turn and take the back roads to Pingyi Street in the west. Brother Qi, that will add about 40 minutes to our journey. Let us go, better safe than sorry. All right. Qi Shikai was bold in his endeavors, yet he never neglected caution when it was warranted. If he were to be discovered leaving the bathing center, it would not bode well. After winding around to Pingyi Street in the west, Qi Shikai redirected towards the main road leading to Gaudi Garden. They had not traveled 500 meters when a checkpoint halted their progress. Stop! Halt! Inspection! Turn off the engine! A small chief approached, cursing as he came. Ding Jian removed his sunglasses and rolled down the window. What's all this racket? Don't you know whose car this is? Ding Jian's temperament was already fiery, particularly since becoming Qi Shikai's brother. In his eyes, there was only Qi Shikai, and he had a decidedly carefree attitude towards others. The inspecting chief did not recognize Ding Jian or Qi Shikai's vehicle. Seeing Ding Jian's defiance, the chief retorted, I don't care whose car it is. I don't know who you are. You can do as you please, that I'm with the Sanu gang. Get out of the car now. Before the chief could finish his sentence, Ding Jian shoved the handgun he had beside him into the chief's mouth. The smell of sulfur from the gun made the chief realize Ding Jian was not joking. Dantinomi, how about this? Ah, my brother Qi Shikai from Gaudi Garden. Qi Jida, you recognize him now? Ah. As Ding Jian brandished his weapon, the 7 or 8 armed men at the checkpoint immediately lowered their rifles. Upon hearing Qi Shikai's name, Their movements froze as if time itself had stopped. Ding Jian's voice boomed. Not far from the checkpoint, a burly man with thick brows and big eyes, upon hearing Shikai's name, rushed over. With a small run-up, the man executed a flying kick, sending the small chief flying. "Hey, watch it, man!" Ding Jian felt a sudden blur before him, as the small chief vanished from sight. Looking again, a smiling face appeared before him. Brother, is Chi-Gu around? I'm the leader of the Sanhu gang, Chi Sanhu. We are the same clan. We all share the surname Chi. 500 years ago, we were relatives, pure relatives." Upon hearing Chi Sanhu's voice, Shikai instinctively wrapped his arm around Gao Fong's curvaceous waist. "I could see this." Gao Fong's body stiffened reflexively. "Stay close to me," Shikai whispered, causing Gao Fong to momentarily freeze. Subsequently, she buried her head into Shikai's shoulder. Rolling down the car window, Shikai smiled and said, "Sanhu. Chiga, greetings." Shikai had heard of Chi Sanhu. He was a minor force in Xiqing, commanding over 100 brothers and more than 20 firearms. He primarily maintained order for the small shops along Pingy Street. In his early 30s, standing at 1.75 meters, Chi Sanhu was quite affable in appearance. Clearly, he had set out early in hopes of striking it rich. Casting a glance at Gao Fong, Shikai cheerfully remarked, "I want to shake your hand, as you seem quite busy after a long night." I understand. Chiga, you are indeed carefree." Observing the two beautiful women beside Shikai, Chi Sanhu could not help but feel envious. "All right, you carry on. Are you going to check my car?" "What is there to check?" "Brother, you're aiming for riches, right? Rest assured, if I have any news, you'll be the first to know. Just give me a taste of the meat if you're feasting." Chi Sanhu wouldn't dare to check Shikai's car, even if he had 8 lives. "All right, you carry on." The checkpoint opened, graciously allowing Chi-Gu to pass. Watching Shikai's convoy depart, Chi Sanhu sighed, such is the way of a true man. Turning to his subordinates, he bellowed, "Keep your eyes peeled. Don't stop just any car. You could end up provoking someone you shouldn't, and you wouldn't even know how you met your END for you. I'm docking you half a month's bonus for causing trouble." Reputation matters in this world. The TO thrive in the apocalypse. One must either possess substantial resources or demonstrate remarkable achievements. That Shikai undoubtedly boasted undeniable accomplishments. There is no need to elaborate on his past as a zombie hunter. He subdued Zhou Wenwei, pacified Pingy Street, claimed Gowdy Garden, and drove off away. Each of these feats is enough to elicit admiration. Chi Sanhu felt immensely fortunate to have exchanged words with Shikai. After passing through Chi Sanhu's checkpoint, Shikai encountered 8 more along the way. These individuals, like Chi Sanhu, were minor forces. While no one dared to speak out of turn, Shikai's brow had begun to furrow. This doesn't bode well, he thought, sensing the heightened intensity of the searches in Xiqing. Upon arriving at Gowdy Garden, Shikai and his companions disembarked, with a slight flush to her cheeks and an awkward demeanor. Gao Fong approached Shikai and said, "Chigu, I'll head home now." Perhaps Shikai had forgotten, for along the way he had wrapped his arm around the beautiful woman without reserve. Hearing Gao Fong's intention to return home, Shikai casually remarked, "In that case, have Gongzi accompany you to collect your belongings. You should come live with me from now on." Gao Fong was momentarily taken aback by Shikai's words, but soon nodded in understanding. She was a clever woman, well aware of Shikai's intentions. Deep down, Gao Fong knew that Shikai had summoned her not for the purpose of seduction, of course. It could not be ruled out that he might harbor such intentions in the future. However, Gao Fong did not find the idea distasteful. Presently, she understood the importance of the formula Shikai possessed, making it imperative for him to keep her close. Moreover, Shikai, being meticulous, had chosen to have Zhao Gang, his most trusted aide, accompany her instead of the Ding family brothers. Gao Fong lived in a cramped 20-square-meter tenement with no private bathroom. The entire floor shared a single restroom among more than 10 families. Each time she needed to use the facilities, she had to be vigilant against prying eyes. The Gaoduan community was an old and dilapidated neighborhood, with the better accommodations long claimed by the affluent as a single mother. Gao Fong had no choice but to reside in such conditions. After returning to her modest abode to gather a few clothes, she contemplated packing some pots and pans, only to be halted by Zhao Gang's firm intervention. Everything has been arranged for you by the elder brother. Just bring your essentials and come with me. Understood, Gang-gu. After her acknowledgement, Gao Fong and her daughter, Xiaoya, each dragging a small suitcase, followed Zhao Gang to the community committee of Gaoyuan, which had been transformed into Qi Shikai's command center since the end of the world. Upon arriving at the entrance of the command center, Gao Fong felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Surrounding the command post, walls were being erected and bunkers constructed on the roof. 2 machine gun nests loomed ominously, their dark barrels aimed menacingly at the ground below. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Once inside, Zhao Gang addressed her coldly. Teacher Gao, the first floor houses the Gaoyuan political office. The second is the operations room. The third is where the elder brother works, and the fourth is his living quarters. You will reside on the 4th floor, and you must always have someone accompany you when going out. Zhao Gang then called over a young girl dressed in a denim skirt with twin ponytails. This is my sister, Zhao Xiaomei. Xiaomei, please show Teacher Gao her room. Got it, brother. Teacher Gao, please follow me. Gao Fong was left astounded as she entered her room. It was an 88-square-meter apartment with 2 bedrooms and 2 living areas. The furnishings were complete, and it was equipped with running water and electricity. Xiaoya, intrigued, pressed the remote for the television and exclaimed, "Mom, there's really electricity here." She then rushed to the wardrobe, gasping, "Mom, look at all these new clothes." The living conditions Qi Shikai had prepared for Gao Fong were nothing short of splendid. Featuring air conditioning, a color TV, a washing machine, and an array of furniture. The clothing and bedding were all brand new, and there was an ample supply of everyday necessities such as toilet paper and sanitary napkins. Overwhelmed by the luxurious surroundings, Gao Fong could not help but shed tears. For the first time in 3 years since the apocalypse, she felt as though she were truly alive. Simultaneously, an immense gratitude towards Qi Shikai blossomed within her heart. Unbeknownst to Gao Fong, Qi Shikai was unaware of the emotions he had stirred within her. Back in his office, he initially attended to some administrative matters sent by Sha Yongjiang. While reviewing a document, Zhao Gang entered, his expression slightly off. Elder brother, Wu Zi just called. A group of people has made their way to the bathing center. Oh, soon. Someone has already ventured there. Qi Shikai had sensed the tense atmosphere during his return journey, but was incredulous that anyone could reach the bathing center so quickly. The abandoned bathing center had been meticulously chosen as a safe point for good reason. The West City was the last area reclaimed by various factions in Science City. During the final counteroffensive, nearly 300,000 zombies had been lured to the vicinity of the abandoned bathing center. The ensuing cleansing operation lasted a full month, leaving the area within a 2-kilometer radius in ruins. It was a place devoid of human presence and resources, steeped in an oppressive atmosphere. Seeing Qi Shikai's disbelief, Zhao Gang spoke seriously. A group of drug dealers was conducting a transaction there. It was purely coincidental. 10 of them were dealt with by Wu Zi, and there was no leak. Drug dealers, then it makes sense that in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, people needed outlets for their emotions. Some turned to gambling, while others sought solace in bathing. With the collapse of regulations, various drug dealers had begun to operate with impunity. Nonetheless, the factions in Science City had established a pact against drugs. Anyone daring to engage in such trade would face a united front. The eradication of drugs had not diminished in the apocalypse. It could be said that the efforts in Science City were as vigorous, if not more so, than before. Prior to the apocalypse, there had been set limits. In Science City, drug trafficking equated to death. Even a gram could lead to execution. Yet, where there was demand, a market would emerge, and clandestine transactions continued to occur. That Qi Shikai speculated that the recent crackdown in West City might have prompted these dealers to seek refuge in the bathing center. Rising from his seat, he pondered aloud. In that case, the abandoned bathing center is no longer secure. Gang Z, have Jianzi take my car and relocate them to the command center. We can do it tonight. No one would dare to search for people on my command post. Zhao Gang nodded in agreement with Qi Shikai's decision, acknowledging the risks of leaving them at the bathing center. Elder brother, this is a temporary measure. Gaoyuan is too small. If something were to happen, we would lack depth. Indeed, it's too confined. What are your thoughts? Gaoyuan comprised only 8 residential complexes along a single street. In the event of an emergency, Qi Shikai's ability to engage in urban warfare would be severely compromised. Zhao Gang seemed to have been contemplating this issue for some time. Approaching the map of West City in Shikai's office, he pointed to a specific location. Elder brother, look here. Shikai's eyes lit up as he followed Zhao Gang's finger. The point he indicated was located to the west of Gaodian, merely a street away. It was the Scion Normal University. Elder brother, Scion Normal University spans an area of 1.1 million square meters, encompassing over 1,600 acres. The building area alone is 700,000 square meters. That IT boasts complete infrastructure and various laboratories. Most importantly, it has undergone multiple transitions over the past 3 years, resulting in the construction of numerous defensive structures and bunkers. This location is easy to defend, but difficult to attack, allowing us ample time to respond to emergencies. Moreover, it forms a strategic angle with Gaodian, securing it would provide us significant maneuverability. Zhao Gang's proposal resonated deeply with Shikai's thoughts. The more he considered the Scion Normal University, the more it appealed to him. Pointing at the map, Shikai inquired, "Whose territory is this now?" Upon hearing Shikai's question, Zhao Gang chuckled, "Elder brother, it belongs to an acquaintance Dewey. After seizing the Scion Normal University, he converted it into a large warehouse. Many business owners unloading goods on P Street rent storage space here. Then that simplifies matters. Hold on. I need to take a call." The phone rang, and glancing at the caller ID, Shikai noted it was Yang Mingliang. "Hello, Yanga? Haha. What are you busy with, my brother?" Yang Mingliang's voice boomed on the other end, full of vitality, as if it were in high spirits. "I've been preoccupied. Yang, is there something you need? I miss you. Do you have time? I'd like to treat you to a meal, and a friend of mine wishes to discuss something with you." Considering Yang Mingliang's invitation to dinner, Shikai pondered for a moment before agreeing. "No problem. Yang, great. See you tonight at 6 o'clock at the Zuanhao Club. I'll be waiting for you, brother." "All right, Yang." After ending the call, Shikai, filled with curiosity, remarked, "I wonder if Lao Yang has encountered some trouble again? He doesn't sound like it. He seems quite cheerful, inviting me to dinner and mentioning another friend." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang suggested, "Should we recall Wu Zi? For the time being, it is unwise to act recklessly in broad daylight. Instead, summon Hung Yin and Taozi to come back and watch over the house. In the evening, you shall accompany me, and we shall also invite Jianzi and Xiaofeng, just the 4 of us." Hearing that Shikai required 4 individuals to attend the banquet, Zhao Gang expressed his concern, saying, "Let us keep the numbers down. We don't want any trouble." Chuckling, Gongzi remarked, "Remember, as long as the 3 of us brothers do not appear together, anyone who wishes to move against us must think twice. The men and weapons I have left behind will leave anyone confused." Zhao Gang pondered this and realized it was indeed the case. The 3 brothers seldom presented themselves together, unless it was to host a particularly significant guest. This situation created a certain dynamic. If one were to eliminate Shikai or any one of the brothers, it would be of little consequence. The bond between these brothers was akin to that of life and death. Should one perish, the other 2 would exact vengeance without hesitation. With manpower, heavy firepower, and provisions at their disposal, anyone targeted by such a group would surely find themselves in a nightmare, like a T5:30 in the evening. Shikai arrived at the Zuanhao Club half an hour early. The Zuanhao Club was owned by Han's son, the kingpin of the Western District. Hansen wielded control over the zombie hunter licenses and the grain transport permits, effectively reigning as the uncrowned monarch of the area. Strictly speaking, Shikai could be considered an employee of Han Senator. The Zuanhao Club had been transformed from a business establishment that existed before the apocalypse. The 8-story venue boasted dining, bathing, hot springs, massages, casinos, entertainment, and accommodations. As long as one had the means, the experience at the Zuanhao Club was nothing short of celestial, a paradise beyond even that of the heavens. As Shikai's 2 vehicles arrived at the entrance, 2 doormen, both standing at least 1.8 meters tall, promptly rushed over to open the car doors. "Good evening, sir." The doormen, with looks that could have secured them a spot as trainees in the pre-apocalyptic world, found their attractiveness rendered moot in the current state of affairs. Observing the eager glances of the doormen, Zhao Gang produced 2 20-kilogram grain vouchers and handed them over. These tips constituted the entirety of the doormen's income. The Zuanhao Club operated entirely under the management model from before the end times. Some employees were required to pay for their positions. For instance, These doormen were obliged to provide 500 kilograms of grain or equivalent supplies to the club each month. Tips were their sole source of income, and they were bound by contracts lasting several years. In cases of misfortune, it was not unheard of for employees to find themselves in debt upon entering the grand doors of the club. Over 20 elegantly dressed women in kipeos, revealing their thighs, greeted warmly, "Good evening, esteemed guests." These ladies were also maintained by the Zuanhao Club, each possessing beauty and grace. With that simple salutation, Shikai found himself parting with another 100 kilograms of grain. "Brother, sometimes it's necessary to rely on money to maintain status." After Shikai entered, a 20-something female manager hurriedly approached to escort him to a private room. Inside, Yang Mingliang had arrived even earlier than Shikai. "You're here, brother," Yang Go. After shaking hands and taking their seats, Shikai curiously inquired, "Yang Go, who wishes to see me?" Yang Mingliang clearly intended to build suspense. "Brother, tonight you must grant your elder brother a favor. Of course, the terms are entirely up to you." Chuckling, Shikai replied, "All right, I shall see who this mysterious guest is. Old Chow, bring the person in. Let's discuss business first, and afterward my brother and I will enjoy a few drinks." Following Yang Mingliang's instructions, the steward Old Chow promptly went next door to summon the guest. Within 2 minutes, a man in his 40s, disheveled and clad in a black suit, stepped inside. "Brother, the guest has arrived." Upon seeing the newcomer, Yang Mingliang smiled at Shikai and said, "Brother, do you recognize this person?" The four of them turned in unison, and the man at the door awkwardly greeted Xiao Qiu at the sight of this individual. The expressions of Shikai and Zhao Gang changed simultaneously. Fixating their gaze on the man, Shikai exchanged a glance with Zhao Gang. In an instant, Zhao Gang sprang to his feet. "I'll be damned. How dare you show your face here?" Boom! Zhao Gang fired his weapon. "Xiao Qi! Gongzi! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" Zhao Gang's shot blasted through the door frame, creating a gaping hole in the solid wood. Zhao Gang preferred not to carry a handgun. He was typically armed with a shotgun, the stock and barrel of which had been sawed off. Previously, he had used an old-fashioned hunting rifle, but now he wielded a Remington M870. The shot echoed through the room. Yang Mingliang was taken aback. While he had anticipated Shikai's volatile temperament, he had not expected it to be this explosive. "Brother, don't shoot, don't shoot," Yang Mingliang quickly urged Shikai. Shikai remained silent, his gaze locked onto the figure at the door. Click! A shell was ejected from Zhao Gang's firearm. Reloading, he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, if you let me kill him, it's not that Yanggu is unwilling to give you face. This bastard does not respect us." Accompanying Shikai were Ding Jian and Ding Feng. Witnessing Zhao Gang brandishing his weapon, Ding Jian pulled out an M3 submachine gun, ready to unleash a barrage at the man at the door. Ding Feng, noticing this, quickly whispered, "Are you crazy, brother? What kind of marksmanship does Gongzi have?" "Huh, just putting on a show." Realizing Ding Feng's meaning, Ding Jian quickly stepped forward, saying, "Chiga, Gangge, let me handle this. Xiao Qi, I concede. Please don't shoot." Wei Xiaoyong concede, just don't shoot for heaven's sake." The man at the door was none other than the notorious Wei Xiaoyong. Even though only a day and night had passed, Wei Xiaoyong's nerves were frayed. During this time, the entire Western District was rife with abductions. Wei Xiaoyong could scarcely distinguish between those affiliated with Shikai and those with the Sun family. Previously, Wei Xiaoyong had been impeccably dressed and meticulously groomed. Now he appeared utterly disheveled, resembling the state of General Wu during the bankruptcy of the Victoria Entertainment Center, with a fierce glint in his eyes. Shikai inhaled deeply before speaking coldly. "Gongzi, lower your weapon. Yanggu is still present." "Brother, that scoundrel dares to challenge us. I must put an end to him today." "All right, with Yanggu here, we cannot disregard his presence." "Jinzi, Xiaofeng, put your weapons down." Shikai and Zhao Gang shared an unspoken understanding. The moment they laid eyes on Wei Xiaoyong, a silent agreement passed between them. One played the role of the enforcer, the other the negotiator. Wei Xiaoyong was nearly paralyzed with fear. Circumstances breed heroes. Some rise to prominence through fortuitous circumstances. Wei Xiaoyong, the fierce man of the Western District, was such a case. Deep down, he was not truly a reckless outlaw. With a cold snort, Zhao Gang holstered his weapon. Seated, he fixed his gaze on Wei Xiaoyong, who felt increasingly uneasy under Zhao Gang's stare. I could see this moment. Yang Mingliang attempted to mediate, saying, "Brother, we came today to discuss matters between you and Wei Xiaoyong. I have heard about your situation. Wei Xiaoyong does not harbor ill intent towards you. After all, he used to rely on Sun Xing for his livelihood. Now that Sun Xing is deceased, for the sake of our brotherly bond, let us spare Wei Xiaoyong." Turning to Wei Xiaoyong, Yang Mingliang added coldly, "Wei Xiaoyong, show some respect." Yes, yes. After Yang Mingliang's prompting, Wei Xiaoyong approached Qi Shikai, saying, "Xiao Qi, bang." Zhao Gang slammed the table and shouted, "What do you call me?" Chigu, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, show mercy. Whatever you desire, I will comply. Your request will be honored. Tomorrow, I will gather all the notable brothers in the Western District for a banquet, and I will personally apologize to you. Chigu. Appraising Wei Xiaoyong from head to toe, Qi Shikai lit a cigarette. Pointing the cigarette at Wei Xiaoyong, he spoke coldly, "Wei Xiaoyong, I am not one to require much introduction. Zhou Wenwei's son has crossed me, and both he and his father have met their end. Guo Laoqi defied me, and now he too has gone to seek his fortunes elsewhere. How dare you challenge me? Chigu, I truly acknowledge my mistakes." De Wei, with his bent posture, dared not lift his head, and beads of sweat had already pooled on the ground beneath him. He had believed that by enlisting Yang Mingliang's support, Qi Shikai would show him some respect. Who could have anticipated that Qi Shikai and his entourage would be so volatile, akin to war profiteers? Logically, if Brother Yang spoke, I should grant him this favor. However, I had already made my statement. De Wei, what do you think we should do now? Yang Mingliang is an astute individual. Upon hearing Qi Shikai's words, Yang Mingliang chuckled and replied, "Brother, in this world, victory means seizing everything, while defeat entails ceding land and paying reparations. This is only natural. I have come today to protect him." Qi Shikai instantly grasped Yang Mingliang's intent. He could be more ruthless. "Fine, if Brother Yang insists, I cannot afford to lose face. You will have to relinquish the land of Xian Normal University. Had I known it was your territory, I would have dealt with it sooner. You must provide me with 10 tons of grain and 100 high-grade crystal cores." Yes, soon as Qi Shikai's demands were voiced, De Wei was left bewildered. This blow was too harsh. "Chigu, I have no issue with the land or the grain, but I simply do not possess that many crystal cores that I lack sufficient funds." Observing De Wei's lamentation over his finances, Zhao Gang interjected, "If you have no money, then borrow some, but if you can't produce it, offer up the spare parts on your person as collateral." "Enough, De Wei. My brother has already shown considerable leniency. Do not haggle further. Tomorrow, at the celebratory banquet, ensure you bring what is owed." With Yang Mingliang's words, De Wei had no choice but to swallow his pride. Seeing De Wei acquiesce, Yang Mingliang cheerfully remarked, "Brother, shall we settle this matter then? When Brother Yang speaks, it is indeed a matter of respect." "Very well, De Wei. Take your seat." The waiter began serving the dishes. De Wei, today you must raise a few more glasses in honor of Chigu. Do not be deceived by his youth. In the West City, he commands respect. As he spoke, Yang Mingliang gestured a thumbs up towards Qi Shikai. Yang Mingliang, having lived through an era, understood the intricacies of power. Strictly speaking, Qi Shikai and his group represented the 3.0 version of the Northeast arms trade, while Yang Mingliang had experienced both the 1.0 and 2.0 versions. That he firmly believed in the adage that in the world of martial arts, one should befriend those of higher standing, lest they meet their demise. The contrast between De Wei and Qi Shikai was stark. De Wei preferred a comfortable existence, while Qi Shikai was brimming with ambition. It was only natural for Yang Mingliang to protect such an individual. Moreover, by aiding De Wei in resolving this predicament, Yang Mingliang had his own plans in motion. Soon, the waitstaff at the Emperor's Club began serving the dishes. Yang Mingliang was accustomed to the array of delicacies before him. However, for Qi Shikai and his companions, it was their first encounter with such culinary delights. Dishes like orchid bear paw, assorted deer tails, and cashew dragon were merely names Qi Shikai had heard of but never seen. The offerings were traditional northeastern delicacies, which, before the apocalypse, would have warranted Shikai a seat at the table. A joke circulated about why northeastern cuisine could not enter the ranks of the 8 great cuisines, because its penalties for violations began with a 2-year minimum sentence. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, these dishes had become high-end fare. It wasn't that people had completely abandoned their inhibitions. Rather, the wilderness was teeming with ferocious beasts. The calamity had seemingly unlocked the reproductive systems of various animals, resulting in a surge of wildlife. Over the course of 3 years, these creatures had nearly overrun the land. As the wine flowed and dishes were savored, Shikai raised a glass of liquor and declared, "Brother Yang, I shall certainly grant you this favor regarding Wei's situation. There is no need for a grand banquet. Consider it an enhancement to the rations of the younger ones. Let us turn the page on this matter." "Haha, my brother is generous, thus preserving Wei's dignity. Come, let us toast." As their glasses clinked, Shikai stood and stated, "Brother Yang, that will be all for today. I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave." "Then I shan't keep you, my brother. Lao Chao, please see my brother off." Once Shikai had departed, Wei approached Yang Mingliang and expressed his gratitude. "Yang Gu, thank you for today." Yang Mingliang gazed deeply into Wei's eyes and inquired, "Wei, do you know why I chose to assist you?" "Logically, our bond is not that profound." "Yang Gu, I do not know." Yang Mingliang was both a businessman and a politician, individuals driven by ulterior motives. Every action they took bore significance. Initially, providing Shikai with grain was a strategic move to win him over. Now, assisting Wei in resolving his troubles served a similar purpose. With a pat on Wei's shoulder, Yang Mingliang smiled and said, "Little Chi is currently in his prime. Losing to him is not shameful. The more formidable he becomes, the more it highlights your greatness. After all, surviving under such a person is no small feat. You, Wei, are a prominent figure. Should you suffer a setback, you can easily reclaim your standing next time." Listening to Yang Mingliang's encouragement, Wei nodded. "Yang Gu, rest assured, I still have the courage to fight. Just do not compel me to confront him directly. That fellow truly has a gun aimed at me. Indeed, victory and defeat are the common lot of soldiers that in half a month, Boss Han will be issuing a license for zombie hunters and grain teams. You must perform well when the time comes." Upon hearing of the new licenses, Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Han Sen's hold on the West City was fortified by his own resources. He commanded a fully staffed security regiment, numbering over 3,000, each armed with automatic rifles, machine guns, grenade launchers, and mortars for supporting fire. Most impressively, Han Sen also had a battalion equipped with a 152mm howitzer. Such firepower was formidable indeed. Beyond these conventional forces, Han Sen also commanded nearly 3,000 zombie hunters and grain teams. These groups were not the same as Shikai's independent factions. The supply of crystal cores and meat in the West City stemmed from Han Sen's operations. Coupled with some peripheral forces, Han Sen's armed contingent exceeded 10,000 that the licenses for zombie hunters and grain teams were tools for Han Sen to expand his influence, also known as civilian exit permits. The citizens of Xian City were not permitted to leave at will. Each district required an exit permit to venture out. Apart from the leaders of significant powers, only zombie hunters and grain teams could leave the city. Furthermore, similar to Shikai, these zombie hunters were required to pay taxes to Han Sen each month. Indeed, even little Chi had to pay taxes. Before the apocalypse, Shikai had not met the tax threshold. Post-apocalypse, he certainly had to a certain extent. Han Sen had monopolized the supply of crystal cores and meat in West City. By commanding the zombie hunters and grain teams, Han Sen could secure a continuous stream of resources. The position of the foremost leader in West City remained virtually unchallenged. Yang Mingliang would never place all his eggs in one basket. Shikai did not wish to be overly reliant on Yang Mingliang economically. Nor did Yang Mingliang desire to depend on Shikai militarily. After all, Wei was a formidable figure in West City, and Yang Mingliang was keen to cultivate him. The following day, Wei delivered the agreed-upon items to Shikai, the land of Xian Normal University. 10 tons of grain and 100 crystal cores. In truth, the high-grade crystal cores have been lent to Wei by Yang Mingliang. With this, the matter reached a temporary conclusion that Shikai had effectively secured control over both Sea and Normal University and the Highland Garden, establishing a foundational foothold. Time flew by, and a week passed. The cold northern region began to warm, yet the spring winds in Songjiang province remained fierce on that morning. Shikai observed his subordinates conducting machine gun drills on the grounds of Sea and Normal University. The rhythmic sound of 10 PKM general-purpose machine guns firing resonated as Shikai's carefully selected 20 gunners engaged in prone shooting exercises 300 meters away. The occasional sound of shattering glass bottles echoed. The more Shikai watched through his binoculars, the more furrowed his brow became. Lowering the binoculars, he pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "Gongzi, did you expend 20,000 rounds of machine gun ammunition over the course of a week to achieve such results? 100 rounds at a belt, and you average 30 rounds to shatter a single bottle? This is merely at a distance of 300 meters, and these are stationary targets. My ammunition does not grow on trees. Furthermore, what is this nonsense about burst fire? Do you not understand the concept? Why are there still individuals who refuse to release the trigger? The results of the training have not been able to satisfy Shikai. A distance of 300 meters is already quite close for a general-purpose machine gun. Yet at such a proximity, these gunners still struggle to ensure their accuracy." Observing Shikai's discontent, Zhao Gang offered a wry smile and said, "Brother, machine guns are a technical specialty, and my understanding is merely superficial. Why not share some of your expertise?" Shikai and Gao Wu possess the finest marksmanship in this group, particularly Shikai, who is known for his swift draw and high first-shot hit rate. A 30-meter pistol target. Shikai can hit the bullseye with both guns, and every shot finds its mark. That I don't know much either. I have no trouble with pistols or rifles, but I have scarcely used a machine gun this moment. The two men exchanged bewildered glances. Shikai realized he had underestimated the complexity of the issue. Operating a machine gun is not merely about feeding it bullets. It demands experience and skill that, in contrast, shooting with a rifle is relatively easier to master. Recently, under Shikai's provision of ammunition, over 100 of his main troops have consistently achieved scores of 80 to 90 rings at a 100-meter rifle target. Yet, there has been no progress in machine gun training. That we cannot continue this way. Let us first have them practice weapon maintenance and care. This method is a sheer waste of ammunition. With Shikai's command, all machine gunners ceased fire. Lighting a cigarette, he inquired, "Where can we find a machine gun instructor?" That would be difficult to locate. In the entire West City, only Han's son has a machine gun company. He surely has an instructor, but can we borrow him? The situation seemed to have reached an impasse. There was no choice. Machine guns are invaluable. Search throughout West City for me. If that fails, send someone to other districts. With so many people in Siphon City, I refuse to believe there isn't someone skilled with machine guns. Pay whatever it takes to find one. Shikai was resolute in his disbelief that there were matters money could not resolve. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Gang suddenly had a flash of insight. "Brother, I believe there is someone who might know who can operate a machine gun." "Who?" "Old Jai from the West City Welfare Institute." "Jai Guankan?" "Ah, I remember now. He's the little old man who adopted a bunch of children, right? The bald one? Wasn't it him who asked us for some milk powder when we were trying to leave the city one year?" A vivid image of a nearly 60-year-old man with a straight posture sprang to Shikai's mind. Yes, that's him. Does he possess such capability? Brother, do you know what role old Jai played before the apocalypse? I truly do not. That he was the head of the Siphon City Military Affairs Department, responsible for conscription every year. He even came to our university for promotions. How come I have no recollection of that? You were out with Xiaolan's sister that day. Consider how long he's worked in the armed forces. He must know every type of troop and can surely assist us. Zhao Gang's words opened a new avenue for Shikai. Seeking old Jai indeed appeared to be a viable solution. "You make a valid point," he exclaimed. "Gongzi, prepare some milk powder, eggs, diapers, food, and candies. We shall pay a visit to old Jai. Not only machine gunners, but perhaps we might also procure artillerymen and other technical troops." Time was of the essence. They set off without delay. The West City Welfare Institute is located in the northeastern corner of West City and was initially a privately run nursing home. After the apocalypse, many elderly residents underwent transformation, leaving the facility abandoned. Approximately 2.5 years ago, Zhai Guanquan, the former head of the Sifan City Military Affairs Department, along with over 30 subordinates aged 50 and above, seized control of the West City nursing home. Some individuals possess an inherently kind nature, irrespective of the circumstances, and old Zhai Guanquan, embodies such a character. Since the onset of the apocalypse, countless children have become orphans, all of whom old Zhai has taken in at the West City Welfare Institute. Moreover, the relationships between men and women have become rather casual since the apocalypse, resulting in many unintended pregnancies. Those unable to care for their children often abandon them. Yet old Zhai takes them in whenever he encounters them. In less than 3 years, old Zhai's Welfare Institute has surpassed 500 orphans, including 100 infants. Old Zhai not only shelters orphans, but also provides refuge to the homeless, predominantly women and the elderly. Due to old Zhai's benevolence, the small Welfare Institute emanates a glimmer of humanity. On this particular day, the sun shone brightly, and a large iron pot was set up in the yard of the Welfare Institute. Clad in a patched cotton coat, old Zhai placed a pot of cabbage and potatoes on the fire, followed by a box of canned pork. Surrounding him were over 20 children, aged 8 or 9, who stared intently at the pot. A snot-nosed little boy, with longing in his eyes, asked Grandpa, "When can we eat meat? Every day?" I remember there used to be plenty at home, that I was picky, and my mother would scold me that I miss my mom. Gently ruffling the child's hair, old Zhai replied with a warm smile, "Soon, once this world stabilizes, we will be able to eat meat every day. Now, children, it's time to eat." The children's lunch was simple: 2 cornmeal pancakes each and a bowl of vegetable soup, with a piece of pork in every bowl. Despite the simplicity of the meal, the children devoured it with the enthusiasm of piglets. Each of these children had once been the little princes and princesses of their homes before the apocalypse, which had cured them of their pickiness. Watching the children with a sense of satisfaction, old Zhai pulled out a pipe. Before he could even light the tobacco, a worried woman in her 50s approached. This woman, Lu Taohua, was old Zhai's wife. Old Zhai doesn't have enough milk. Upon hearing Lu Taohua's words, old Zhai frowned and asked, "What happened?" "There are too many children who need to be breastfed. Currently, we have over 40 children who haven't been weaned. The milk powder is insufficient, and Dahuai is becoming malnourished." Dahuai was originally a girl abducted from a wealthy nightclub. After escaping, she discovered she was unexpectedly pregnant, and it was old Zhai who took her in. After giving birth, Dahuai gratefully became a wet nurse for some of the children. Most of the people from the northern regions are descendants of workers and inherently possess a spirit of mutual assistance. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such acts of kindness from old Zhai. Listening to Lu Taohua's concerns about Dahuai's malnourishment, old Zhai furrowed his brow and said, "I will seek help later. During the cataclysm, many people took weapons from the Military Affairs Department, and I did not refuse that. I hope they will do me this favor. I doubt that. Those people are ungrateful. Still, I must go see them. If all else fails, I will plead with them. We cannot let the children starve." This wretched world was overwhelming old Zhai with worry when Shikai's convoy arrived at the gates of the Welfare Institute. The entrance to the West City Welfare Institute is marked by a gated fence and a guardhouse. Upon spotting Shikai's convoy, an elderly man nearing 60 set down the shoe soles he was stitching. Moments later, he discreetly cocked a Type 54 pistol behind his back, after Shikai exited the vehicle and approached the guardhouse. He smiled at the old man wearing thick glasses and said, "Sir, I am Shikai from Gaediyuan, here to see Uncle Zhai." Shikai, "Young man, please wait a moment while I inquire with old Zhai." The guard took out a walkie-talkie and asked old Zhai, "There's a young man named Shikai at the gate wanting to see you. Do you know him?" "Old Xia, it's young Chi. I know him. Tell him to wait. I will come out." Putting down the walkie-talkie, old Xia smiled and said, "Young man, please wait a moment. Old Zhai will be here shortly." "Thank you, sir. Please have a smoke." As he spoke, Shikai handed Lao Xia a cigarette. Upon seeing the cigarette, Lao Xia's eyes brightened. Shikai could discern that Lao Xia was a seasoned smoker. Furthermore, it was evident to Shikai that this man was also adept with firearms. The calluses on Lao Xia's hands and the size of his joints bore testament to years of handling guns. After smoking halfway through the cigarette, Lao Xia extinguished it and carefully tucked it away. "Hey, young man, don't laugh at me. I used to be quite the chain smoker, consuming at least 2 packs a day due to work stress. Now I can't afford cigarettes. I have to save the rations for the children. Upon hearing Lao Xie's words, Qi Shikai called out to Ding Jian, Jianzi, bring over 2 packs of cigarettes. When Ding Jian handed over the cigarettes, Qi Shikai offered them to Lao Xie, saying, "Here, sir, keep these for yourself. I must say, I admire you and Uncle Zhai for your kindness in adopting so many children. I could never do that." Lao Xie did not refuse Qi Shikai's cigarettes, and the gesture left him with a favorable impression of the young man. What's there to admire? Both my and old Zhai's grandchildren are gone. Looking at these children is like seeing our grandkids again. This damned apocalypse. How much better were the old days? Just as Lao Xie's words fell, old Zhai came running over with a cheerful demeanor. Little Qi, Gongzi, Uncle Zhai. Qi Shikai stepped forward to shake hands, and old Zhai replied with a grin. Little Qi, it's been a while that I hear you're doing quite well these days. Just getting by. Uncle Zhai by the way, I brought you a ton of grain and some fruit candies, diapers, and milk powder. Hearing that Qi Shikai had brought milk powder, old Zhai's eyes lit up. Oh my, little Qi, thank you on behalf of the children. Come in, my old comrade sent me some fine tea. Let me brew you a cup. The items Qi Shikai brought were not many, but they were indeed a timely relief. After inviting Qi Shikai into the house, old Zhai brewed a pot of his treasured tea. Once seated, old Zhai curiously asked, Little Qi, you didn't come here solely to deliver supplies, did you? If there's anything Uncle Zhai can assist with, just let me know. Don't underestimate me. I'm 60 and still capable. Huh, Uncle Zhai, you don't need to fight, but I do have a little favor to ask. You were the head of the Human Armed Forces Department before, right? I'm looking for information on retired personnel in our city of Xi'an. Haha, you've come to the right person. However, little Qi, most of the current population in Xi'an consists of survivors from the apocalypse. The local residents are less than half, so it might be difficult to find. Let us take a look first. All right, follow me. Soon, Qi Shikai followed old Zhai to a storage room. After rummaging for quite some time, old Zhai finally unearthed an office computer. Dusting it off, he remarked, "This thing is out of battery, but it contains the information of all the retired soldiers from Xi'an over the past 30 years. Take it." Thank you, Uncle Zhai. Out of curiosity, old Zhai probed further. Little Qi, what kind of technical personnel are you looking for? I'm in need of a machine gun instructor. Upon hearing this, old Zhai was momentarily taken aback. Then burst into laughter. Qi Shikai was puzzled by old Zhai's reaction. Uncle Zhai, what is so funny? Seeing Qi Shikai's confusion, old Zhai chuckled. Do you know what I did before I was transferred to the Human Armed Forces Department? No, I don't know that I was a machine gunner for 10 years. I could handle light, heavy, and anti-aircraft machine guns with ease. In the military competitions, I held the record for the fastest machine gun fire. During the annual militia training in our city, I was always invited as a special instructor. Back in the day, during the Red Arrow operation on the southwestern front, old Xie and I took out over 100 enemies from a single machine gun position. Alas, only old Xie and I survived from our squad. Hearing old Zhai's account left Qi Shikai in disbelief. Old Zhai was now 60, which meant he had served about 40 years ago. To be the top performer in military competitions at that time, the prestige of those days was unparalleled. Such individuals were legends in their own right. Looking at the frail old man before him, Qi Shikai couldn't shake off the feeling that old Zhai was boasting. Noticing Qi Shikai's skepticism, old Zhai grew anxious. You still don't believe me? If you have a machine gun, I'll show you what I can do. Come on, let me demonstrate. As he spoke, old Zhai dragged Qi Shikai outside. Uncle Zhai, I believe you. All right, let's go. No, we're going. I must show you today. Qi Shikai found himself unable to refuse the determined old man. Soon, they arrived at the shooting range of Xi'an Normal University. Upon spotting the PKM general-purpose machine gun on the ground, old Zhai's eyes sparkled. Caressing the machine gun, he exclaimed, "What a fine piece! We have the Type 80 machine gun, which is a replica of this, but unfortunately it's not in service." Little Qi set up the targets. Zhao Gang, noticing old Zhai's excitement, quietly leaned over to Qi Shikai and whispered, "Brother, ammunition is quite expensive. Since we're here, let him have a go. This old man is quite stubborn." Hearing this, Zhao Gang could only smile helplessly. Watching Zhao Gang instruct someone to place chest ring targets 300 meters away, old Zhai shouted, "Gongzi, who do you think you're looking down on? Don't we have bottles? Use those instead." Uncle Zhai, Can your eyesight handle that? A bottle 300 meters away is merely a small dot. Come on, my eyesight is perfect at 5.0. Shikai couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Gang signaled for the team to set up 30 bottles on a wooden frame 300 meters away. With a click, Old Jai skillfully attached a 100-round belt to the feed tray. 8T that moment. Old Jai radiated an entirely different aura. Shikai and Zhao Gang, both accustomed to dangerous situations, could distinctly sense the murderous intent. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, Old Jai clicked the bullet into the chamber. Prepare to fire. With a series of rapid shots, Old Jai started firing. Upon seeing that Old Jai was firing in bursts, Zhao Gang chuckled, "Brother, I told you Old Jai is no good. Who fires a machine gun in continuous bursts?" But before Zhao Gang could finish a sentence, he was left speechless, his mouth agape. Bam, bam, bam. The first row of bottles shattered at 300 meters. Kneeling position. As the bottles at the base shattered, there was a brief pause in gunfire. Old Jai knelt down on one knee and set up the machine gun. Bam, bam, bam. The second row of bottles was obliterated. Jumping to his feet, Old Jai shouted, moving rapid fire. The heavy Pecan machine gun was lifted effortlessly by Old Jai. Taking small lateral steps, the remaining bottles shattered one after another. After smashing 30 bottles, Old Jai detached the belt to check the chamber for remaining bullets, then stood up, panting, "I can't do it anymore. I'm getting old. I can't breathe after a bit of exercise." "Little Chi, how was that?" The scene fell silent. Even Shikai, a sharpshooter in his own right, was left dumbfounded. Once Zhao Gang regained his composure, he rushed over to the belt Old Jai had just fired from. Counting 3 times, he stammered, "Brother, Uncle Jai fired 31 rounds and has 69 left." Hearing Zhao Gang's report, Old Jai smirked slightly. "I'm not very familiar with this gun. I missed the first shot. What a shame to waste a round." "Little Chi, don't mind your Uncle Jai." Shikai felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. This was no ordinary old man. He was clearly a seasoned veteran. The ability to maintain nearly a 100% hit rate without firing in bursts was remarkable. Old Jai's words were not exaggerated in the slightest. This was undoubtedly the caliber of a master. "Uncle Jai, you've truly surprised me. How about becoming my machine gun instructor? I may only be able to come in the afternoons, as I need to care for the children. The children have moved in. There is plenty of room here. If you move in, it'll be easier for us to take care of them. Here's the deal, Uncle Jai. I'll take care of all the expenses for your welfare home, including food, clothing, and living arrangements. My Highland Garden has a school where the children can attend. You can rest assured and train the gunners for me." Shikai has always adhered to a principle. When performing a favor, one should do it thoroughly, to the point where the other party cannot refuse. Caring for several hundred children is not a daunting task for Shikai in the present day. Point 1 Old Jai is worth 1,000 soldiers. When Shikai expressed his intention to support the children at the welfare home, Old Jai was astonished and asked, "Little Chi, you mustn't deceive your Uncle Jai. We are men of our word. If I were to perish in battle one day, then I would have no recourse. As long as I am alive, I shall take care of them." "Very well. In that case, Uncle Jai will offer you this old carcass of mine." With a sigh, Old Jai spoke with a hint of melancholy. In the past, the machine gun was the king of individual weaponry. Now, with the advent of drones, these devices have become the bane of infantry. "Uncle Jai, this is indeed a concern regarding drones. However, they're exceptionally effective against zombies. Once we eliminate the zombies, we shall have ample supplies. With resources at our disposal, there is little to fear from drones." That is indeed the case. For Shikai, Old Jai was an unexpected boon. That very afternoon, Shikai organized personnel to relocate the West City Welfare Home to the Cian Normal University. The following day, Old Jai was appointed as Shikai's machine gun instructor. Professionals should engage in their respective fields of expertise. Old Jai not only imparted machine gun shooting techniques, but also instructed on the construction of machine gun positions, squad machine gun tactics, fire support strategies, defensive fire tactics, maneuvering tactics, and training to counter snipers. Old Jai was well-versed in all these specialized techniques that in just 10 days, the 20 machine gunners under Shikai transformed remarkably. While they could not yet match Old Jai's ability to shoot a target at 300 meters with consecutive shots. During practice with fixed targets at 300 meters, These gunners could almost achieve 2 to 3 short bursts that hit their mark, that a few particularly gifted individuals could even hit the target with a single long burst. This efficiency was truly astonishing. Over the past half-month, Shikai immersed himself in observing training progress at the shooting range. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded in West City. The news had been confirmed. The leader Han Sun had announced that on April 1st, April Fool's Day, new zombie hunter licenses and grain team licenses would officially be auctioned. The entrance deposit was set at 100 tons of grain or its equivalent in supplies, with a starting auction price of 500 tons of grain or equivalent goods for each license. In no time, all major factions in West City began to prepare eagerly. Even the recently unfortunate boss son was contemplating bidding for a license. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire echoed at the CN Normal University shooting range, accompanied by old Zhai's booming voice. Rhythm, rhythm. Pay attention to the variation in long and short bursts. Your enemies are not targets. They will move. Firepower coordination. DeLong. What are you doing with your medicine? Don't you remember the principles of crossfire? Fool, 100 push-ups? Yes, yes. That's the way to do it. Keep the rhythm varied. Move, move. If you don't move, you'll be sitting ducks for artillery fire. Clad in an old-fashioned green military uniform, old Jai seemed to be transported back to his youth. Shikai nodded in approval from the sidelines. Over the course of more than half a month, these gunners trained for over 10 hours daily, with ample ammunition and food, coupled with old Jai's expert guidance. They had now taken shape. Shikai was deeply invested in these gunners, seeing them as one of his trump cards. Observing the rapid progress of the gunners, Shikai turned to Gao Wu beside him and said, Wuzi, have someone send 2 sheep and a bear to the machine gun team and bring a truckload of beer. Let's treat them tonight. Understood, big brother. Just as Shikai finished his instructions, Zhao Gang rushed over. Big brother, today is the day of the license auction. Are we really not going? What for? Old Han holds the auction once a year. These people would go to extremes for a license that we won't go. Standing out in the forest invites the wind, though we've already made enough of a name for ourselves. The machine gun team is nearly ready, and we need to head out for hunting soon. Seeing Shikai forego this auction, Zhao Gang felt a twinge of regret. Han Sen's licenses were not just ordinary licenses. Each year, Han Sen organized an auction featuring a zombie hunter license and a grain team license. Each license had 500 slots, totaling 1,000 exit permits. For the leaders of major factions, having an exit permit obviated the need for slots on the license. However, Han Sen provided more than just license slots. Every individual who successfully bid for a license would receive a map detailing resource points within a 200-kilometer radius of CN City. The map indicated where the fog would dissipate in towns and areas with abundant beast populations. These resources were what the major factions truly sought. Han Sen's zombie hunters and grain teams were numerous, and his intelligence was the most accurate. Those who secured licenses not only obtained resource points, but could also auction off their license slots. This was how Shikai and others acquired their licenses. In preparation for this auction, nearly all factions in West City had made extensive arrangements, including Yang Mingliang. Within the Emerald Garden, nearly 200 gunners were poised for action. Some wielded automatic rifles, others brandished M3 submachine guns, while the remainder carried brand-new 5-shot shotguns. Among the leading 30 elite gunners, many carried 6 or 7 grenades at their waists. For this auction, Yang Mingliang had indeed invested heavily. The auction was not merely a bidding event. Disputes could easily escalate into violence. To ensure everything went smoothly, Yang Mingliang had specifically purchased a considerable amount of weaponry from Shikai, thus yielding a small profit for Shikai. In the crowd, the fully armed Wei brimmed with confidence. After having been bested by Shikai once, Wei's reputation in West City had plummeted. He was now waiting for an opportunity to redeem himself. Observing the high morale among his men, Yang Mingliang donned a knee-length trench coat and declared with a booming voice, "Brothers, let us all strive today. Secure the licenses and I will generously reward you. Yangge is mighty. Just you wait and see." Yang Mingliang's subordinates, including Wei, cheered enthusiastically. They held great confidence in Yang Mingliang for this auction. While Yang Mingliang may not have the largest force in West City, he was undoubtedly the wealthiest. For this auction, Yang Mingliang had organized 200 of his elite soldiers alone. Additionally, he had gathered 500 men from various smaller factions in West City, outside the Emerald Garden. Over 500 individuals congregated in small groups. Chang Sanhu, of the Sanhu gang, was smoking a cigarette while scanning the surroundings. Noticing Chang Sanhu looking around, a close associate approached and asked, "Old Chi, what are you looking for?" "Ah, Old Wang, have you seen Chiga?" "Which Chiga?" "Chi Shikai, the boss of Gaudi Yuan." "Haven't seen him. Perhaps Yang Ge hasn't summoned out is that so? I was thinking of getting closer to him." "What is the matter? Are you two related?" "Guess." "Huh, I want to guess." "Yang Ge is coming. I need to get my team in order. Get in the car." Everyone get in the car. Nearly 800 individuals comprising 200 vehicles formed a long procession. These cars lined up in 3 rows, their hazard lights flashing as they advanced, creating a spectacle that was sufficient to intimidate many factions. The commotion from Yang Mingliang's side had long been reported by scouts. Within the Zuanhao Club, 3 middle-aged men were sipping tea. One man, approximately 60 years old, dressed in a red tang suit, addressed his 2 companions. "Old Sun, Old Shun, Little Yang has gathered 700 to 800 men. This time he is determined to succeed." Upon hearing the man in the tang suit, Boss Sun replied, "Sun Ge, have you considered our proposal?" "Indeed, Sun Ge. Please give it some thought." The man clad in a tang suit was none other than Han Sun, the formidable leader of Shiqing. Approaching 60 years of age, he possessed small eyes and a prominent hooked nose, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Before him stood 2 individuals, the second in command of Shiqing, Sun Laoda, and the third in command, Shun Fugui. Sun Laoda was a pharmaceutical magnate, while Shun Fugui held dominion over the energy sector in Shiqing, managing water, electricity, fuel, heating, and natural gas. He was indeed a ruthless character. With a contemplative glance at Sun Laoda and Shun Fugui, Han Sen chuckled, remarking, "Isn't this akin to asking me to operate in the shadows? Such a notion is rather inappropriate. Fairness must prevail in both conduct and dealings." Observing Han Sen's reluctance to divulge information, Sun Laoda and Shun Fugui exchanged glances before Sun Laoda proposed, "Brother Sun, we shall offer you 30%. If you permit us to proceed, we will yield that share the profits." Upon hearing Sun Laoda's offer, Han Sun burst into laughter. "Ha! The transaction price must be no less than 1,000 tons of grain, plus 30% of the resource points profits." Faced with Han Sen's audacious demands, Sun Laoda and Shun Fugui gritted their teeth and acquiesced. "Deal. Very well. I have 2 stipulations that I pride myself on fairness. The auction will commence at 11 o'clock, and everyone shall have the right to compete. My second requirement is that the people of Shiqing must maintain unity. At least on the surface, that I will not interfere with your men, your firearms, or your generals. However, a rupture in relations with Xiaoyang could complicate matters. You must understand, Xiaoyang supplies 60% of the grain to our city of Xi'an." "Understood, Brother Senator, we are fully prepared," replied Sun. As he spoke, Han Sun stood, clutching a string of prayer beads, and said, "Then I shall leave it to you. I'm growing old and lack the energy. I will take a rest while you enjoy some tea." The Bilyuakun is exceptional. After Han Sun exited the room, Sun Laoda and Shun Fugui exchanged knowing smiles. Sun Laoda retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Bring in Huang Lang." 5 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door to a young man, around 24-25, with a slender physique and dazed eyes, walked in. Hiss, Brother Sun, Brother Shun did. Xiao Huang has arrived." "How many boards did you prepare?" Observing Huang Lang's glazed expression, Sun Laoda and Shun Fugui recognized he was under the influence. "I've been at it all night, I'm fine." "Brother Sun, give your orders. The more potent I feel, the more accurate my aim." After exchanging glances, Shun Fugui gestured for Sun Laoda to speak. Lighting a cigar, Sun Laoda slowly articulated, "Xiao Huang, you are ranked 7th on the Shiqing fierce persons list that we both know of your dealings with drug traffickers and human traffickers. Without us, you would have been eliminated. Today it is time for you to repay your debts that I understand. Brother Sunday, just tell me whom to eliminate. 11 o'clock. Both Shun and I will be attending the bidding. Anyone is welcome, but we cannot allow Yang Mingliang's men entry. I will provide you with 200 brothers, all armed with automatic rifles and grenades that I ask that acceptable alongside your own men." Huang Lang nodded. Rising to his feet, All right, brother Shun, I'm off. If Yang Mingliang dares to show up, I will kill him. Good, go ahead. Once Wang Lang departed, Shun Fugue expressed concern. Brother Sun, do you think this kid, high as a kite, will be effective? No need for worry. He is devoid of humanity and quite ruthless. If he falters, we still have Elming. Even if Chi Shikai were to arrive, he would not suffice. Upon hearing Chi Shikai's name, Shun Fugue inquired curiously, Hey, did Lao Yang not summon Chi Shikai this time? What kind of person is Lao Yang? He never puts all his eggs in one basket. Chi Shikai has already helped him take Peace Street. It would be unrealistic to call on him again. Lao Yang is cunning. He awaits Chi Shikai's request for assistance. Does he truly believe he cannot function without Chi Shikai? Regardless, even if Chi Shikai were to come, it wouldn't be enough. Despite having only 30 or so men, Elming commands their loyalty. Brother Yang, as long as I am here, there will be no unforeseen circumstances. Just watch my performance today. Inside a golden Rolls-Royce Phantom, Dawei was pledging his loyalty to Yang Mingliang. Dawei had long awaited this moment of resurgence, leading a formidable team of 700 to 800 men. He had never engaged in such a lucrative endeavor. Today, Dawei intended to demonstrate to all that he was not aiming to prove his worth, but rather to reclaim what he had lost. Dawei was determined to re-establish himself. Yang Mingliang chuckled at Dawei's declarations, recognizing him as a promising talent, albeit one unfortunate enough to cross paths with Chi Shikai. After all, he was ranked 9th on the Shiqing Fierce Persons list. He must possess some level of skill. Nevertheless, it was true that no one in Shiqing dared to claim they could match Chi Shikai one-on-one, unless Han Sun intervened personally, just as Yang Mingliang intended to encourage Dawei further. Their vehicle came to a halt. Frowning, he inquired, What is the matter? Brother, someone is blocking the road. Humph, it seems someone can no longer contain themselves. Brother Yang, let me handle this, without waiting for Yang Mingliang as command. Dawei exited the vehicle, wielding an automatic rifle. In front of Yang Mingliang's convoy, over 200 individuals had already obstructed the road. Upon closer inspection, these 200 men were divided into 2 groups. 3 or 4 dozen dressed casually, while the remaining 200 donned tactical pants and combat gear, clearly trained for confrontation. Dawei stepped out. He gestured assertively. Everyone, get out of your vehicles. The sound of nearly 800 car doors being slammed open resonated throughout the area. Taking a few steps forward, Dawei shouted toward a figure 100 meters away, Hey, step forward and respond. Huang Lang, observing Dawei from a distance, chuckled. In his eyes, Dawei was hardly a threat. Huang Lang did not regard Dawei as a contender at all. Stepping forward, Huang Lang called out, Dawei, oh, Huang Lang, what is the meaning of this? Who are you blocking the road for? Dawei, possessing little respect for Huang Lang, viewed him as a man immersed in vices, drugs, gambling, and more, allegedly even involved in human trafficking. Although Dawei had served as a protector for traffickers, he had never engaged in such dealings directly. In comparison to Huang Lang, Dawei considered himself a better person. Looking at Dawei from a distance, Huang Lang replied, Dawei, this is none of your concern. The road is closed today. You ought to move along, or you may find yourself in grave danger. Haha, Huang Lang, am I mistaken in thinking you're trying to intimidate me? Do you not see how many people stand behind me? This is Yang Mingliang's convoy. If you are wise, you will leave promptly. If you do not, you will be the 300th grave that I Dawei dig. Upon hearing Dawei's words, his companions felt a sense of unease. The last time Dawei had made such a claim, he had been chased away by Chi Shikai, even relinquishing the land of Sea and Normal University. Instinctively, Dawei's men sensed impending doom. Some words ought not to be spoken lightly. The standoff between Dawei and Huang Lang unfolded just 500 meters from the Zunhao Club. Nearby, in a breakfast shop, a burly man, standing at 6 feet tall, was sipping soy milk while watching the unfolding drama. Hearing Dawei's words, the giant chuckled. Looks like Dawei is in for a beating. His companions joined in the laughter. Dawei is indeed getting old. He has become rather foolish. Sure enough, as soon as Dawei finished speaking, Huang Lang cheerfully waved his hand. All right, Wei-gu, you're impressive. I can't afford to provoke you. I'll take my leave. As he spoke, Huang Lang turned to depart. Unbeknownst to Dawei, Huang Lang's movements were not as innocuous as they appeared. One of Huang Lang's men stealthily handed him a handcrafted Mauser 98K rifle. Seeing Huang Lang retreat so easily, Dewey turned to his comrades with a grin. "Did you see that? In the world of the Jianghu, one must respect their elders. When I wielded my fish-slicing knife from Xiqing to Dongcheng." "Hey, Dewey!" Before Dewey could finish his boast, he heard Huang Lang call out to him. "What is it, Huang Lang?" Instinctively, Dewey tilted his head, a habitual gesture when he spoke. Bang! In the distance, gunshots echoed ominously. Dewey distinctly felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. Reaching up to touch it, he found his hand stained with blood. Had he not tilted his head just in time, he would have suffered a fatal blow. Hey! Before Dewey could fully comprehend the situation, Huang Lang had already cast aside his bolt-action rifle and seized an automatic rifle, charging forward. "Open fire!" The rapid staccato of gunfire erupted. Da-da-da! Bang! Huang Lang led the charge with reckless abandon, firing as he ran, managing to hit Dewey twice. The first shot was aimed straight at Dewey's head, intent on ending his life. That be why some twist of fate, Dewey narrowly avoided the lethal strike by tilting his head. However, the subsequent two shots were beyond Dewey's ability to evade. One bullet struck his arm, and the other found its mark in his thigh. Had it not been for a mere 2 inches, Dewey would have been rendered impotent. In that moment, Dewey's men were left in a state of shock. Yet, with each of Huang Lang's men armed with assault rifles, their firepower was overwhelming. Clang, clang, clang. The golden Rolls-Royce belonging to Yang Mingliang was riddled with bullets, producing a cacophony of sound. Old Chow scrambled from the driver's seat to the back, opening the door to assist Yang Mingliang in fleeing. Run, 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 brother, we can't fight back." Yang Mingliang was also bewildered. How could they have lost so quickly with 800 men? The defeat seemed utterly nonsensical. In truth, Yang Mingliang's blunder lay in the sheer number of people involved. When it came to business and maintaining relationships, he was undoubtedly an expert. However, in a fight, he was entirely out of his depth. Had he only brought his own 200 men, they could have held their ground for a considerable time. Even with Dewey being shot, it would not have resulted in such a swift collapse. Yet, upon witnessing Dewey being hit, the hired men lost all resolve, each fleeing faster than the last. Panic is indeed contagious. Yang Mingliang's elite, seeing the others retreat, succumbed to fear as well. When one person runs, 10 follow suit. Why were Shikai's men so valiant? This group dared to charge forward despite the bullets, gritting their teeth even when struck. Clearly, Yang Mingliang's men lacked such courage. Nearly 800 men disintegrated in defeat, and Huang Lang pursued them for a full 200 to 300 meters before finally halting. As for Dewey, was he alive or dead? He was alive, his 2 brothers having carried him away. What a fortunate fellow! Meanwhile, Yang Mingliang, under the protection of his bodyguards, managed to escape. Miraculously, Dewey and Yang Mingliang crossed paths. Upon seeing the blood-soaked Dewey, Yang Mingliang began to doubt his judgment for the first time, that he couldn't shake the feeling that Dewey was somewhat untrustworthy. However, Dewey had been injured for him. He had shed blood for Yang, and thus Yang Mingliang refrained from saying too much. "Brother, we have only an hour and a half until the bidding begins. What shall we do?" The butler, Old Chow, anxiously paced nearby. Time was not on Yang Mingliang's side. He was genuinely flustered, having never anticipated Huang Lang's ferocity. Though Yang Mingliang's manpower had not suffered significant losses, with only a little over 10 casualties, his men's morale had been shattered. Meanwhile, a significant portion of the hired help had scattered, disappearing without a trace. With a deep sigh, Yang Mingliang lamented, if Yen Lang were alive, that rascal would never have dared to be so brazen. Yen Lang was once Yang Mingliang's trusted general, a true warrior among warriors. While others charged forward with firearms, Yen Lang would advance with explosives strapped to him. Unfortunately, he had perished during Yang Mingliang's assault on Shuangmao town, overwhelmed by a tide of corpses. Otherwise, Yang Mingliang would have feared no one, not even Huang Lang. That Dewey caught wind of Yang Mingliang's words. His ears perked up, and he immediately began to groan. Ouch, ouch. Glancing at the bloody Dewey, Yang Mingliang stepped forward with concern. Dewey, are you all right? Ouch, ouch. Yang, I'm fine. I want to die just yet, but I can't move now. Ouch, it hurts. Yang, quickly, go to Gaudi Yuan and fetch Xiao Qi Gu. We need him. Without Xiao Qi-ge, Huang Lang won't be subdued. Xiao Qi-ge has a machine gun. Despite having been shot, Dewei was genuinely terrified of Huang Lang. In Dewei's eyes, Qi Shikai was a god of war, while the others were mere fodder. Yang Mingliang was truly reluctant to make that call to Qi Shikai. Not only was it embarrassing, but he also understood that this was a matter of life and death. Once he summoned Qi Shikai, the price would be steep. However, he was unwilling to simply walk away. Ultimately, being a person of ambition, he pondered for less than 10 seconds before dialing the number. Haha. Yang Gu, congratulations on securing the new license. Your career is about to skyrocket. Qi Shikai, unaware of Yang Mingliang's predicament, assumed he was calling to celebrate. Listening to Qi Shikai's congratulatory remarks, Yang Mingliang felt his face flush with embarrassment. Brother, let's not discuss that. We have a problem. Upon hearing that there was an issue, Qi Shikai was momentarily taken aback. What happened, Yang Gu? Your financial situation shouldn't be lacking in terms of resources and provisions. Yang Mingliang could claim second place in the West City, with no one daring to claim the first. It's humiliating. We were driven off. Brother, are you busy? If you're not, could you come lend me a hand? Don't worry, brother. I won't have you work for nothing Yang Gu, don't say another word. I'm on my way with my men that we brothers shouldn't concern ourselves with money. I'll be there shortly. No, brother, beep, beep, beep. The line went dead as Qi Shikai hung up. Old Chow asked anxiously, Go, is Qi Shikai not coming? He is, but he hung up before I could even make an offer, saying there was no need to discuss payment. That little fox Qi Shikai would not be easy to deal with that. If Yang Mingliang were allowed to set a price, it would be difficult for Qi Shikai to negotiate. Moreover, it would be a one-time deal. By not mentioning any price, Yang Mingliang would owe him a significant favor. Once the call ended, Qi Shikai erupted into laughter. He had not held high hopes for the new license. Such significant financial matters were beyond his reach. However, the fact that Yang Mingliang had been beaten presented a turning point. Yang Mingliang was reluctant to rely too heavily on Qi Shikai for military support. Yet Qi Shikai had to ensure that Yang Mingliang depended on him. Gongzi, Wuzi, gather the troops, assemble the machine gun team. After enjoying the good life for so long, it's time to test our mettle. Qi Shikai's team assembled swiftly, comprising around 120 elite soldiers, in addition to the machine gun team. There were zombie hunters and a demolition squad. This was the backbone of Qi Shikai's forces. As Qi Shikai prepared to head into battle, Old Jai rushed over. Xiao Qi, I'm coming with you. Uncle Jai, you what? Do you look down on me? I can help you set up the machine gun positions. You just keep an eye on me. All right, let us go. Dachuan, ensure Uncle Jai's safety. Soon, Qi Shikai and his men were en route to Zuanhao Club. The convoy was modest, consisting of only 30 armed off-road vehicles. 20 minutes later, Qi Shikai met Yang Mingliang at a tea house. Wei had not gone to the hospital. He had taken a hemostatic agent and was lying on a chair. Groaning, upon seeing Qi Shikai, the disheveled Yang Mingliang approached. Brother, you've arrived. And oh worries, Yang Gu. Tell me what happened. Dewei was beaten again. Qi Shikai maintained a jovial demeanor. Seemingly unconcerned about the impending conflict, Dewei greeted Qi Shikai. Chigo, it's Huang Lang on the opposite side. He is ruthless. Indeed, brother, Huang Lang must have someone backing him. I suspect it's either Lao Sun or Shun Fuguwei. It could even be a collaboration of both. Over 200 automatic rifles are not something Huang Lang can maintain alone. Recalling Huang Lang's fierce charge, Yang Mingliang still felt a chill. When Yang Mingliang mentioned Huang Lang, Qi Shikai momentarily failed to grasp the significance. Huang Lang, a weasel. Yes, that's him, short and particularly lean. A familiar face, nothing to worry about. Brother Yang, now that I'm here, just relax. What time is the bidding? 11 o'clock. Only 50 minutes left. That will settle this in 10 minutes. Brother Yang, if you're willing, come with me. If not, feel free to stay here and sip tea. Yang Mingliang hesitated not at all. Bro, I'll go with you. All right. The moment Yang Mingliang stepped out of the tea house, he inhaled sharply at the entrance. Dozens of brothers from Qi Shikai were armed with AKM assault rifles. Additionally, over 20 men were adorned with numerous grenades, while carrying objects resembling iron pots. Yang Mingliang was oblivious to when Qi Shikai had assembled such a formidable team. Such firepower was enough to establish dominance in the West City. Soon, Yang Mingliang, came to a realization that Shikai had already become a force to be reckoned with in the West City. The position occupied by the Yellow Wolf was merely a few hundred meters from Yang Mingliang's tea house. A short walk of just a few minutes. Shikai and his entourage were walking. As driving was impossible, the convoy left by Yang Mingliang had completely blocked the road. I could see that moment. The Yellow Wolf sat atop the hood of a golden Rolls-Royce Phantom, idly shaking a small golden figurine, Yang Mingliang's car emblem. Noticing someone approaching in the distance, one of the Yellow Wolf's subordinates alerted him. "Wolf brother, someone is coming." "Hiss, hiss, let them come, but wait, bring me another version." The further Yang Mingliang followed Shikai, the more uneasy he felt. He noticed that about 20 of Shikai's subordinates were carrying firearms wrapped in canvas, which appeared to be machine guns. An old man occasionally pointed towards the roadside high ground, seemingly discussing something. The Shikai before Yang Mingliang was becoming increasingly enigmatic. In the distance, the Yellow Wolf's men had already formed ranks, just as Yang Mingliang was about to caution Shikai to be careful. One of his intelligent subordinates rushed over. "Bro, someone spotted Lu Meng too." Upon hearing Lu Meng's name, Yang Mingliang's expression shifted. It confirmed. Confirmed, he's eating at that breakfast shop. Over 30 of Lu Meng's brothers are there, all with large backpacks, armed. "Bro, we're not fighting anymore." Upon learning that the formidable Lu Meng had also arrived, Yang Mingliang decided against conflict. "Why not fight, brother Yang? What are you afraid of?" "Afraid of Lu Meng. Just call him out. I'll take him and the Yellow Wolf down together." Shikai had already grown excited. His group shared a common temperament. They thrived on the prospect of conflict, a pure band of warmongers. It's not that simple. The waters here run too deep. "Brother Yang, tell me, don't you want that license?" "Of course I do." "Well then, that is settled. In this world, good things must be seized and fought for. No one will deliver them to our doorstep. All right, just stay put here. I'll go meet them." Observing Yang Mingliang's lingering unease, Shikai chuckled. "Brother Yang, you haven't seen me in action, have you? Whether it's Lu Meng or the Yellow Wolf. They re all forces in the West City, but none are stronger than me. That my stick is meant to crush sticks. Let us go." With a clatter, Shikai's men surged forward in that moment. Yang Mingliang looked at Shikai with a hint of admiration. It was a vitality unique to youth, embodying the spirit of the northern frontier, a boldness that proclaimed, "Whoever dares, let them come." Inside the breakfast shop, Lu Meng's second-in-command, Lan Chong, nudged Lu Meng's arm and said, "Brother, Shikai has arrived. The most formidable player in the West City recently. It's no surprise. He rose through old Yang's ranks, essentially old Yang's trump card. Prepare the rocket launcher and grenade launcher. The Yellow Wolf might not even be Shikai's match." Soon as Lu Meng finished speaking, his men presented 3 Type 40 rifles and 5 old-style grenade launchers. Lu Meng was clearly ready to mobilize his resources. He was indeed a warlike spirit. The first formidable man of the West City, Lu Meng, had long desired to clash with Shikai on the street. Shikai halted over 120 meters away from the Yellow Wolf. The Yellow Wolf also noticed Shikai in the distance. Upon recognizing him, the Yellow Wolf smiled. "Little Chi, long time no see." "Indeed, Yellow Weasel, it has been quite a while." The moment Shikai called him Yellow Weasel, the Yellow Wolf's expression soured. He despised being called that. Shikai regarded the Yellow Wolf with a glint of hostility. The Yellow Wolf's real name was Huang Lang. He had been a teammate of Shikai in the professional team. However, Shikai was part of the pistol rapid-fire team, while the Yellow Wolf was in the 50-meter air rifle team. Nonetheless, they maintained a decent friendship, with the Yellow Wolf even attending Shikai's wedding in the first year of the apocalypse. Shikai, the Yellow Wolf, Zhao Gang, Gao Wu, and several of Shikai's teammates had all played together. Yet the Yellow Wolf was rather selfish. During a hunting outing, he had endangered Shikai and his team in a bid for his own survival. In the end, only the 3 of them and the Yellow Wolf survived from Shikai's squad. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to say that there was a deep-seated enmity between them. The Yellow Wolf had also clearly assessed Shikai's formation. Shikai's men were dressed in a haphazard manner. Some wore tattered cotton jackets, others donned combat uniforms, while a few sported leather jackets. In stark contrast, The machine gunners were all clad in MC urban camouflage, despite the disarray of the zombie hunter's attire. Their weaponry was uniformly AKMs. Even young brothers like Ding Jian and Ding Feng had equipped themselves with assault rifles. Moreover, the Yellow Wolf was well aware of Qi Shikai's capabilities. With a flick of his eyes, the Yellow Wolf glanced at Qi Shikai's position and said, "Little Qi, we're buddies. Are you here to back up Bossian today? What else could it be? All right, we're all friends here. I'll give you this face. I'm leaving. Little Qi, just you. I want to extend this courtesy to anyone else." As he spoke, the Yellow Wolf gestured for his men to prepare for a charge. Just as he turned to walk forward, one of his subordinates discreetly handed him a loaded Mauser 98K rifle. The Yellow Wolf was exceptionally skilled with rifles, particularly precision bolt-action ones, t 100 meters. He could hit a moving coin with his rifle. He had a natural talent for shooting. Had it not been for his reckless personal life, he might have had a shot at the Olympics. Watching the Yellow Wolf's retreating figure, Qi Shikai chuckled. After all these years, the man remained the same, sly and cunning. Fixating on the Yellow Wolf's back, Qi Shikai subtly raised his hand in the distance. On a second-floor balcony, Old Jai had already set up a PCAM machine gun, aimed squarely at the Yellow Wolf. After taking a couple of steps forward, the Yellow Wolf suddenly turned around and shouted, "Qi Shikai, fire!" Before the Yellow Wolf could finish his sentence, Qi Shikai's hand had already come down. With a resounding crash, the glass windows on both sides of the street shattered in an instant. The unique sound of the PKM echoed through the air, characterized by a distinctive burst of fire. Old Jai, having already zeroed in on the Yellow Wolf, pulled the trigger as soon as the Yellow Wolf turned. The bullets pierced through, leaving the Yellow Wolf incredulously staring down at the holes in his chest. "But I'm wearing a bulletproof vest. It's a machine gun." Thud, the Yellow Wolf collapsed to the ground. "Charge, charge, charge!" As the thunderous sound of machine gun fire erupted, Zhao Geng, Gao Wu, Li Hongyan, Zhang Tao, Ding Jian, and Ding Feng charged forward without hesitation. The men of Huanglang had no opportunity to retaliate whatsoever. In the bygone era of rifle versus rifle, some could still hold their own against Qi Shikai. However, now, the crossfire from 20 PKM general-purpose machine guns was akin to the scythe of death itself. Taking cover behind vehicles proved futile, for the fragile metal of the cars could not withstand the full force of the 7.62 mm bullets. Huanglang watched as Qi Shikai effortlessly dispatched Elmeng in a single encounter. A sight he observed with keen clarity. Yet Elmeng showed no signs of trepidation. Instead, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. "Prepare. Get ready. Wait until Qi Shikai's men are halfway through, then cut them off," he commanded. "Lao Jiu, take out Qi Shikai's machine gun with the grenade launcher. Xiao Lu, fire the rocket launcher at the densely packed enemies." Elmeng was already brimming with enthusiasm. Just as he was about to lead his men into battle, he suddenly noticed a pot that had fallen at the entrance of the breakfast shop. "What the hell? Get down!" he shouted. Boom! The ground beneath him erupted, and Elmeng felt a sharp sting sear through his back as shrapnel from the explosion tore into him. A cacophony of explosions shattered the glass of the breakfast shop, sending flying steel balls and nails, injuring many of Elmeng's comrades. Rolling to his feet, Elmeng grinned through his pain and remarked, "This son of a gun knows how to play, even using a pressure cooker bomb now. But wait, this power seems excessive." It was unmistakably a pressure cooker bomb that had landed at the breakfast shop's entrance, creating a sizable crater in its wake, its explosive force rivaling that of artillery shells. Lan Chong, holding a rifle, noticed Elmeng was only slightly injured and inquired, "Brother, are we engaging?" Elmeng's band was not large, comprising merely 30 to 40 warriors, yet each was exceptionally well-equipped and battle-hardened. Lan Chong, in particular, was a fiercely competitive war profiteer. The explosion of the pressure cooker had not intimidated them. Hearing Lan Chong's words, Elmeng chuckled. "Of course we are. But what in the world is that?" Elmeng stared in disbelief at the sight outside. Whoosh! A flurry of grenades and pressure cooker bombs soared toward Huanglang's original position. Soon, the air was filled with the thunderous sounds of explosions. Lan Chong, undeterred by the chaos, prepared to charge forward, but Elmeng swiftly pulled him back. "Brother, what are you doing? Charge. Charge what? Let's go out the back." Elmeng insisted. What is the point of risking our lives for some food stamps? Where did Shikai get all this dynamite? This is outrageous. Ming observed with clarity that in just a short span, over 100 grenades had already been launched. The explosions outside rivaled the sound of firecrackers during the New Year. For those living in the apocalypse, grenades and explosives were the heavy artillery. Ming had never encountered anyone as extravagant as Shikai. Without a second thought, he led his men to flee through the back door of the breakfast shop. This battle was no longer winnable. Inside the Zuanhao Club, the leaders Sun Laoda and Shan Fugei were equally taken aback by the continuous explosions. They were not military professionals. Upon hearing the distant blasts, they speculated that the other side might have artillery. Gazing into the distance, Sun Laoda pondered aloud. Is Shikai here? But why would he have artillery? Could Huanglang possibly be faltering? Artillery was indeed a rare commodity. Even top-tier forces like Sun Laoda and Shan Fugei possessed only a few mortars among their ranks. The density of the cannon fire led them to believe that Han Sun's artillery battalion had been deployed. Just as Sun Laoda finished speaking, a subordinate rushed in to report, "Boss, Ming's men have mobilized." Upon hearing this, Shan Fugei burst into laughter. It's settled. Once Ming strikes, Shikai is as good as dead. Report, "Boss, Ming has fled." Before Shan Fugei could complete his sentence, another subordinate rushed in with news. Sun Laoda and Shan Fugei exchanged bewildered glances. Ming ran without a fight. When did he become so cowardly? A shadow of unease crossed their faces as they felt the situation slipping from their grasp. Simultaneously, they were curious about how Shikai's forces had grown so rapidly. It's fine. It's fine. Huanglang is also a brave warrior. His men are our elite. They should prevail. Sun Laoda attempted to reassure himself. He could not afford to lose this round. His pharmaceutical business had suffered a severe blow, and it would take 1 or 2 months to recover. This license was a chance for Sun Laoda to turn his fortunes around. If he failed to secure it, he would find himself in grave danger. Report, "Boss, Huanglang has fallen in battle. Our defenses are about to collapse." With a clatter, Sun Laoda's wine glass shattered on the floor upon hearing of Huanglang's demise. Shikai, observing the devastation from a distance through binoculars, was thoroughly satisfied with the explosive results. 30 burly men, throwing modified grenades with reckless abandon, were achieving distances of 70 to 80 meters. Some could even hurl them over 90 meters. Every grenade detonated mid-air, leaving Huanglang's men with no chance to react, resulting in countless casualties. To bolster his firepower, Shikai had gathered a batch of pressure cookers to fashion pressure cooker bombs, an effective anti-tank weapon in desert warfare. Enhanced with steel balls and nails to create a formidable anti-infantry device. With TNT explosives in his arsenal, the destructive capacity was unparalleled. Not only did Shikai possess formidable firepower, but his team of throwers was also meticulously selected. Most hailed from his specialized squad and sports teams, predominantly those trained in shot put, discus, javelin, and weightlifting, each more robust than the average person's calf. They were akin to human mortars, under the relentless suppression of the machine gunners and grenade throwers. Huanglang's forces quickly succumbed to chaos. Led by Zhao Gang, a charge of over 200 men shattered the remnants of their defense. Watching from a distance, Yang Mingliang was left in astonishment. This was his first time witnessing Shikai in action, but he was struck by the ferocity of Shikai's troops and the overwhelming firepower at their disposal, with AKM assault rifles, machine guns providing cover, and grenades being launched as if they were free. Their firepower surpassed that of many lower-tier forces in the western city. In his astonishment, Yang Mingliang fell into deep contemplation, realizing that he needed to reassess his approach to his relationship with Shikai. This individual could no longer simply be viewed as a blade to wield. Old Xiao, Yang Mingliang's steward, stood slack-jawed. "Brother, Xiao Qi is," but before he could finish, Yang Mingliang shot him a fierce glare. "Mind your tongue in the future. Show respect to Xiao Qi, or you may find yourself in dire straits." Chastened by Yang Mingliang's reprimand, Old Xiao withdrew his neck, now acutely aware that Shikai was far from ordinary. Unbeknownst to Shikai, Yang Mingliang's perspective had shifted. As he watched Zhao Gang and the others seize control of the battlefield, Shikai strode confidently to the center, rifle in hand. with a flourish. 5 gunners wielding PKMs quickly surrounded him, effectively sealing off all angles from which fire could be directed at him. Observing the scattered crowd and onlookers, Shikai leaped atop a vehicle. This bold maneuver sent a shiver of fear through the ranks of machine gunners surrounding him. Ignoring the potential hazards, Shikai surveyed his surroundings and bellowed, "To all who can hear, whether standing or lying down, listen. There's a popular saying about a fierce man in the Western City." Along with a catchy rhyme, 1 Lu, 2 Li, 3 Tai Wei, 4 Shun, 5 Ma, 6 Xiao Fei, 7 Huang, 8 Xia, 9 Wei. Regardless of your rankings, remember to add a horizontal inscription. Shikai is the greatest. Anyone who dares to challenge this is welcome to find me. Shikai's declaration ignited the fervor among his brothers. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat. Shikai's brothers unleashed a barrage of bullets indiscriminately into the surroundings. Everyone understood that this battle had firmly established Shikai's dominance in the West City. At the Zuanhao Club, on the 7th floor office, Han Sun reclined in a tiger skin chair, resting with his eyes closed. Knock, knock, knock. After a rap on the door, a man in his late 30s, strikingly similar to Han Sun, entered the room. "Dad, Huang Lang is dead, and Lu Meng is fled. Now, there should be no one left to impede Shikai in his bidding alongside Yang Mingliang. Should we send someone to intervene?" The speaker was Han Sen's only son, Han Bin. Gazing at his son, Han Sen chuckled. "Why intervene? We conduct our business openly. We cannot operate in the shadows. Others may do so, but we shall not. But Dad, with Yang Mingliang backed by Shikai's authority, no one will dare to raise the bid. Our licenses won't fetch a good price." Han Bin's face was etched with concern, for the auction of licenses represented a substantial income. "You are still young, needing more experience. That if you were to inherit my position, you must not be petty. What is most crucial in controlling West City? It is fairness, even if only superficial. Why must I be fair? Is it out of kindness? No, it is to maintain balance. In the past year, Sun Laoda and Shun Fugue have gained significant momentum, and this balance is no longer in place." Han Bin evidently struggled to comprehend Han Sen's strategy. "Then why allow them to act against Yang Mingliang? Wouldn't that create even greater imbalance without Shikai? Shikai is an unforeseen variable. I permitted their actions, but forbade them from delivering a fatal blow to Yang Mingliang, thus maintaining the balance. After this incident, the 3 factions will inevitably engage in a life-and-death struggle. But unfortunately, Shikai's emergence complicates matters. Presently, Sun Laoda and Shun Fugue may lack the courage to continue fighting. Yang Mingliang has wealth and resources, while Shikai commands men and firepower. What a golden partnership. A flicker of worry crossed Han Sen's eyes. The top 5 forces in West City had been weakened by Shikai, who had eliminated Zhou Wenwei and defeated Sun Laoda and Shun Fugue. The power dynamics were swiftly approaching instability, especially with the increasingly formidable alliance of Shikai and Yang Mingliang. Listening to his father's words, Han Bin frowned slightly before asking, "Should we arrange for someone to secretly raise the bids? That would be too petty. 1 license is inconsequential, but the combination of Yang Mingliang and Shikai poses a significant issue." After a moment's thought, Han Sen said, "Send a telegram to General Wu of Chunjing and summon the Yuan siblings." Upon hearing that Han Sun wanted to meet the Yuan siblings, Han Bin's eyes brightened. "To kill Shikai? Foolish. We must eliminate Sun Laoda." Han Sen's words left Han Bin bewildered once more. "Dad, I don't understand. Sun Laoda has always respected you." "Respect? Collaborating with Dongqing's Feng Erzi behind my back is what you call respect. No one is content to be second fiddle. The theft of Sun Laoda's formula presents the perfect opportunity. I anticipate that within a month or 2, Sun Laoda's team will have recreated the formula. The Yuan siblings should seize the formula and eliminate Sun Laoda. The resulting power vacuum will be sufficient for the people of West City to fight among themselves. Shikai. The greater the fame, the quicker the demise. Han Sun was evidently imparting wisdom to his son, and Han Bin regarded his father with admiration. Such shrewdness was beyond his current comprehension. In one bidding session, Han Sun had already calculated the involvement of numerous parties. At the Zuanhao Club, in the Grand Banquet Hall, the largest of its kind, capable of accommodating 1,000 diners, The hall was filled to capacity with a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and clad in a black trench coat. Was jovially distributing business cards to various bosses. "Brother, I'm Zhao San, the general manager of the Shingyadi Casino. T. Shingyadi. Beautiful female dealers are online to deal cards, offering you the ultimate experience." Originally stationed in West City on Ping Street, Zhao San had risen to prominence while stealing Gualauchi supplies. He and West City boss Li Rin opened the largest casino on Sima Road. Zhao San, a skilled operator, and Li Rin, with his connections, had become a formidable duo. Now, Zhao San considered himself a member of the upper echelons of society, even feeling a touch of surrealism. Have a casino and a five-star hotel in West City. Zhao San could never have imagined such a feat before the apocalypse. While others came to bid, Zhao San was there to network and promote his business. This man was deeply career-driven, yet he paid no mind to the indifference of the bosses to whom he handed his cards. As they were engrossed in discussions about the recent battle outside, unfazed by their cold shoulders, Zhao San's thick skin was akin to a city wall. His ears were perked, eager to catch every word. "Have you heard? Huang Lang is dead, I heard. Qi Shikai is too formidable. He's making a name for himself. He's establishing his authority. In just a month, Zhou Wenwei, Gualauchi Wei, and Huang Lang have all been dealt with by Qi Shikai. I reckon only the top 3 on the fierce man list can suppress him. That won't help. Have you heard? Lu Meng has been driven away by Qi Shikai. Now Qi Shikai has declared that in the future, the fierce men of West City must add a horizontal inscription. Shikai is the greatest. Qi Shikai. This was the name Zhao San had heard most frequently in the last 10 minutes. A wave of fear washed over him. He was grateful for his swift escape, for otherwise, he might be facing a dire fate. Zhao San's brother-in-law, Wang Ji, had fallen silent. Initially, he had considered challenging Qi Shikai, but now he lacked the courage. Qi Shikai had become a figure akin to a war god in West City. Just as Zhao San was counting his blessings, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the banquet hall. Soon after, Qi Shikai, clad in a leather jacket, entered alongside Yang Mingliang, who wore a trench coat. Everyone recognized Qi Shikai instantly. After all, his aura of menace had yet to dissipate. Many began to contemplate the upcoming auction. The decision to bid was a dilemma for them. However, Qi Shikai's actions swiftly conveyed that no choice was necessary. Approaching Yang Mingliang's seat, Qi Shikai addressed him. "Yanggu, please take a seat." "Brother, what are you up to?" "Nothing, Yanggu, just sit down. This license is yours." Yes, as soon as Qi Shikai finished speaking, he strode toward the stage. 2 singers were performing on stage, but upon sensing Qi Shikai's imposing presence, they instinctively halted. Qi Shikai pointed to one of the female singers' microphones, and she promptly handed it over. Testing, is this thing on? Come, everyone stop chatting and look at me. That man in the trench coat with the slick back hair. Look at me. My surname is Qi, and my name is Qi Shikai of Goudy Garden that I know you all came today to bid, but I am here to support my brother Yang Mingliang. This bid is for my brother Yang. Do not bother contending. Outside the club, there are 4 or 5 dozen corpses. The 7th-ranked fierce man, Huang Lang, has been turned into a sieve. I have only about 100 men outside. Anyone who refuses to submit can step outside for a showdown. I declare, anyone who dares to contest with my brother Yang, I will ensure you do not leave here alive. I will write my name backward if I allow you to survive. All right, little sister. You may continue singing. Qi Shikai's proclamation left all the bidding bosses in a state of shock. Yet, anyone who thought of challenging Qi Shikai found themselves devoid of that inclination. After all, they were not Yang Mingliang's match financially, especially with a fierce figure like Qi Shikai in the mix. The overwhelming majority abandoned the idea of bidding, realizing that provoking such a madman was unnecessary. Amid the crowd, Zhao San, who had just been threatened by Qi Shikai, was also contemplating that, in a moment of inspiration, he dashed toward Qi Shikai's seat like a little mad dog. As Qi Shikai returned his seat, Yang Mingliang grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Brother, that was impressive. To speak candidly, Yang Mingliang genuinely admires the commanding presence of Qi Shikai. This formidable aura is something Yang Mingliang lacks. Moreover, certain qualities cannot be acquired through learning. They are innate. Qi Shikai is undeniably audacious. Yet he possesses the means to be so. Upon hearing Yang Mingliang's words, Qi Shikai smiled faintly. "Brother, do as you see fit. I shall stand by you. Anyone who dares to trouble you will have to reckon with my brother's support as well." Yang Mingliang glanced around at Qi Shikai's companions, chuckling. Few have the privilege of sitting at the same table with Qi Shikai. Zhao Gang, Gao Wu, Li Hongyan, Zhang Tao, Wang Dachuan, and Old Zhai all constitute his core members. Even Ding Jian and Ding Feng, the two brothers, can only stand behind Qi Shikai as bodyguards, their accomplishments still too few to warrant a place at the table. Yang Mingliang is no fool. Qi Shikai's assistance is not given without expectation of reward. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Mingliang smiled and said, "Brother, I just dispatched 200 kilograms of grain to the nearby damaged shops in your name. Your reputation is now formidable. The next step is to cultivate your character. Allow me to assist you with this, and I shall help maintain your esteemed name. With your growing entourage, food supplies may soon become insufficient. I will ask Old Chow to send you 500 tons of grain, of which 100 tons of fine grain you may reserve for yourself. Once the 2 permits are obtained, as per usual, there will be 1,000 exit passes. I will grant you 500 slots, 250 for the grain team, and 250 for the zombie hunters. Actually, let us round that up to 600. As for the profits from the expeditions, we will share them evenly after deducting a 10% management fee for Han Senator your portion. Dear brother, you may keep. The rest, I shall claim as mine." Yang Mingliang's generosity was undeniably grand. Even Qi Shikai felt that he had received an ample offer to end this conflict. Qi Shikai gained both fame and fortune. "Ha, Brother Yang, you are too kind. Brothers, let us raise our glasses in honor of Brother Yang." Everyone raised their glasses in salute to Yang Mingliang. The provisions were unnecessary to elaborate upon. Those 600 exit passes were more than sufficient for Qi Shikai to assemble 600 capable hands. Presently, Qi Shikai lacks neither money nor grain, but he is in need of manpower. Once this snowball begins to roll, Qi Shikai's influence will expand at an astonishing rate. Just as the revelers finished their drinks, a shadow darted in from afar. Qi Shikai's brothers reacted with lightning speed. In an instant, 7 or 8 AKMs were aimed at a solitary figure's head. Zhao San felt a flash before a gun was pressed against him, nearly causing him to lose control in fear. With the automatic rifles trained on him, Zhao San raised his hands, resembling a Teletubby. "Spare me, good sirs, I mean no harm." The diminutive Li Hongyan saw it was Zhao San and leaped up to slap him across the face. "Zhao San, what are you doing here?" Faced with the sudden aggression, Zhao San was nearly paralyzed with fright. Li Hongyan was Zhao San's nemesis. He had evidence of Zhao San's prior misdeeds. Brother Yin, I'm here to present a gift to Qi Ge." Zhao San, still smiling despite the slap, piqued Qi Shikai's interest. Glancing at the distant security detail, Qi Shikai waved his hand and ordered, "Put the guns away." As Qi Shikai's men holstered their weapons, Zhao San clumsily bowed and introduced himself. "Qi Ge, I am Zhao Dalian, but friend call me Zhao San, and I run a casino called St. Gaudy on West City West Avenue. You are welcome to visit any time. This is just a small token of my esteem for you. My admiration for you. Qi Ge flows like the relentless Yangtze River, unceasing and boundless, in my heart. You are the god of war in West City. A true warrior." Zhao San's flattery was abundant, and given his spirited demeanor, he evoked little suspicion. After all, one does not strike a smiling face. Qi Shikai chuckled as he glanced at the chips in Zhao San's hand. "What are these?" "Casino chips, 10 million, available for immediate use," Zhao San replied, holding 4 or 5 such chips. Despite their quantity, they meant little to Zhao San in West City. Qi Shikai is a god of war, while in the casino, Zhao San is a god of gambling, able to dictate wins and losses at will. Observing the chips, Qi Shikai waved his hand, and Ding Jian stepped forward to collect them. Holding up his glass, Qi Shikai smiled and said, "You're a friend for coming here. Let us share a drink." Seeing Qi Shikai raise his glass, Zhao San eagerly grabbed a bottle of Maodai. "Qi Ge, you drink a glass. I'll drink a bottle." With a crack, Zhao San smashed the bottle's neck before immediately downing the contents in one go. "Brother, this guy has never seen liquor before." "Zhao San, have you never encountered alcohol?" Li Hongyan regarded Zhao San with disdain. After being scolded by Li Hongyan, Zhao Xin chuckled. I'm just thrilled to meet Chiga. Chiga, here's my business card. Should you need anything from me, feel free to ask. All right, you may go about your business. Qi Shikai replied that, Chiga, I shall take my leave now. With his head held high, Zhao San departed from Qi Shikai's table. Zhao San excelled at playing the sycophant and knew how to flatter his superiors. Such social skills are not easily replicated by the average person. Watching Zhao San leave, Li Hongyan sneered, Brother, this fellow has no shame. Do not pay him any mind. Quite amusing. Let us drink. Qi Shikai could not afford to maintain a lofty stance towards someone like Zhao San. After all, he could not contend with everyone. There are times when one must forge friendships. Moreover, a thick skin can be advantageous for Qi Shikai, to the very least. There is no one of Zhao San's ilk in his ranks. After exchanging a few casual words, the bidding officially commenced. Once Qi Shikai took the stage to deliver his remarks, the bidding lost its significance, and no one would dare compete with Yang Mingliang. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. Yang Mingliang possessed the largest grain reserves in all of West City and even the entire city of Xi'an. Additionally, many feared Qi Shikai's intervention, as the external turmoil had not yet settled. Each zombie hunter license and each grain team license had a starting bid of 500 tons of grain. Yang Mingliang, being astute, raised each bid by 300 tons, showing respect for Han Senator ultimately. The two licenses were secured for a price of 1,600 tons of grain. At that moment, Yang Mingliang felt as though he were dreaming. He realized that since meeting Qi Shikai, his endeavors had progressed smoothly, almost as if aided by divine fortune. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. 1 day. As Qi Shikai observed the training of machine gunners at Xi'an Normal University, he received a call from Yang Mingliang. Brother, spring plowing is about to commence here. Are your manpower preparations in place? We have 5,000 laborers, and I will cover their food, drink, and wages. In the city of Xi'an, at the Shiqing farm, Qi Shikai crouched down, scooping a handful of rich, dark soil, filled with a sense of wonder. This land in the north truly is magnificent. After the apocalypse, the black soil here seems to have gained even more vitality, glistening with an oily sheen in the distance. Sha Yongjiang was organizing 5,000 laborers from the Gaudi Garden to collect tools. Originally, the spring plowing in Gaudi Garden had only 3,000 farming quotas, but upon seeing Qi Shikai's face, Yang Mingliang generously added another 2,000. Sha Yongjiang's organizational skills greatly impressed Qi Shikai. Under his guidance, the 5,000 people were not in the slightest disarray. The laborers emerging from Gaudi Garden, both men and women, looked at Qi Shikai with heartfelt gratitude. This year's agricultural income has seen a significant increase compared to previous years. Not only do they receive a meal each day, but there is also a 2-kilogram grain subsidy, which was non-existent in the past. They knew that all of this was secured for them by Qi Shikai. 5,000 laborers represent 5,000 families. For these families, Qi Shikai is akin to a second parent. Casting aside the soil in his hand, Qi Shikai regarded Yang Mingliang, who was directing the farming from afar, with a hint of admiration. This man is truly a genius when it comes to agriculture. Jiangsu Province is a major grain-producing region, and Xi'an City is a significant grain-producing city as well. Although Xi'an's arable land does not match that of Lihua County, it is far from negligible. Moreover, the farmland in Xi'an is extremely concentrated. This farmland is located in the former Shiqing district, now known as Shiqing. Here, the 700,000 acres of fertile land have been transformed into a farm by Yang Mingliang. Additionally, Yang Mingliang has also cleared 3 small farms in the surrounding area, totaling 300,000 acres of arable land. With this 1 million acres of fertile land, bolstered by crystalline technology, the annual yield can reach 3 million tons, the entire population of Xi'an, due to the influx of people after the apocalypse, is only around 2 million. The quantity of grain Yang Mingliang produces in a year could sustain the people of Xi'an for 3 years, with a surplus. And this is merely the arable land within Xi'an City. If Lihua County, a major grain-producing county, were to be reclaimed, the grain output would double. It is worth noting that Lihua County has nearly 4 million acres of recorded arable land. If further land were to be cleared, the arable area could increase by at least 50%. Coupled with the farmland surrounding Xi'an, feeding tens of millions of people would be a simple task. The black soil of the north is the foundation of human survival here. At the very least, within the borders of the north, barring man-made disasters, starvation is almost unheard of. Having land is a blessing from heaven, and managing that land well is Yang Mingliang's true talent. Shikai could see that Yang Mingliang genuinely possesses remarkable abilities. When it comes to farming, Shikai is merely an observer that he excels in combat, but agriculture is not his forte. After arranging the farming plan, Yang Mingliang took 2 cigars from his maid, Mary. Approaching Shikai, he smiled and offered him one, saying, "Brother, before the apocalypse, I bought a small farm in Texas. Not even a fraction of this one compared to our black soil. That land is nothing but trash. Sometimes I think, once I retire, I'll go there to farm and enjoy my old age. But now, I can't even sustain myself with that land. Who knows when this apocalypse will end?" Yang Mingliang's tone was filled with nostalgia and contemplation, yet devoid of any hope for the future. He understood a crucial truth. His financial and military power had begun to misalign, especially in the past year. Yang Mingliang felt as though he was treading on thin ice. Initially, he had intended to bide his time, but Shikai's arrival had sparked a glimmer of hope. With Shikai providing protection, Yang Mingliang felt a bit more secure. The apocalypse would eventually come to an end. Humanity has already established a foothold over the past 3 years. What is lacking is merely sufficient firepower. Zombies, after all, are carbon-based life forms, and, as such, they cannot withstand the impact of a 7.62 caliber bullet. Oh, by the way, brother, I attended a meeting a few days ago. Han Sun intends to organize a coalition to eradicate Shuangmao Town. At that time, you might shine again, Yang Mingliang remarked. Perhaps, but maybe Han will find no need for me. Huh. How could that be? Your achievements are well known, brother. Shuangmao Town has a reserve of 100,000 tons of grain. Plus, it has a chemical production line. Who wouldn't he be tempted? The mention of the chemical production line piqued Shikai's interest. Recently, Gao Fong had become proficient in the manufacturing process of potions. However, the output had yet to increase significantly, as manual labor cannot compare to machinery. The chemical production line in Shuangmao Town represents an opportunity for Shikai. After a casual chat with Yang Mingliang left Old Chow to organize the farming, while Shikai retained a squad of 10 machine gunners to assist Yang Mingliang with security, with the firepower support of the machine gun squad. Even a small horde of zombies or an armed group would not pose a threat. In the event of an encounter, they could retreat in an orderly manner. Once everything was arranged, Shikai and Yang Mingliang prepared to return to the city. The Shiqing farm is less than 5 kilometers from Shiqing City. Inside the off-road vehicle, Tian Lan, dressed in a beige trench coat with her hair elegantly pinned up, curiously gazed out at the scenery. After 3 years, this was Tian Lan's first venture outside the city. Everything outside was a novelty to her, especially the rabbits in the fields that were the size of small dogs, which astonished her. When they were still 2 kilometers from the city walls, Tian Lan blinked her big eyes and said to Shikai, "Brother, there's a market." Following the direction of Tian Lan's finger, Shikai indeed spotted a bustling market. This market boasted over 100 stalls, frequented by zombie hunters and grain teams from Xi'an. Additionally, some merchants from P Street were conducting trade here. Yang Mingliang, in fact, still maintained some boundaries, while Xi'an prohibits entry and exit. There are still many human strongholds in the surrounding areas that, in the past, P Street in Shiqing was operated by Zhou Wenwei, who would never allow an open market. However, Yang Mingliang permitted it as long as a nominal management fee was paid. Anyone could set up a stall here. Shiqing also has shops, but they lack the vibrant atmosphere of a market. Observing Tian Lan's eager expression, Shikai signaled for Gao Wu to pull over. "Brother, what's the matter?" Yang Mingliang, curious at Shikai's halted convoy, also stopped his vehicle. "Just taking Xiaolan for a stroll great. It's been ages since I've wandered around." Soon, the group strolled into the market. Shikai's party was rather conspicuous, especially with 4 beautiful women of varying ages surrounding him. The eldest, Gao Fong, was in her 30s, while the younger ones, Xiaoya and Zhao Xiaomei, were merely in their teens. This entourage drew envious glances from many vendors. Some unsavory characters harbored ulterior motives, but upon seeing the bodyguard beside Shikai wielding an AKM, all thoughts of confrontation were extinguished. The market offered an array of snacks and trinkets. Tianlan, now no longer short of money, purchased numerous items. Qi Shikai casually browsed as well. At1 stall, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a complete set of high-definition DVDs featuring the renowned teacher San Shang. This was indeed a treasure. Qi Shikai could return home and delve into these materials with Tianlan. Just as he was about to purchase the DVDs with grain coupons, two short but exceptionally sturdy men nervously approached Qi Shikai. Noticing their demeanor, Gao Wu had already readied his rifle. Seeing the gun pointed at them, the two men quickly raised their hands, saying, "Big brother, we're selling something. Good stuff, would you be interested?" The two men did not exude any hostility. Although they were armed, they posed no real threat to Qi Shikai. He gestured for them to come closer. "What good stuff do you have? I'm not interested in ordinary items." Intrigued by the prospect, a burly man with prominent ears lowered his voice and said, "Jinghu, brother, are you interested? We've gathered information that a substandard crystal core in the West City is worth 100 gene of coarse grain or 50 gene of fine grain. Our price is reasonable. 80 gene of coarse grain for one crystal core. However, we do not accept grain tickets, as we cannot exchange them. The entry fee is exorbitant." Upon hearing about the crystal cores, Qi Shikai's interest waned. The system upgrade he required demanded a substantial investment. A high-grade crystal core costs 10,000 units, with the prerequisite for upgrade energy points being 100,000, even though Qi Shikai had recently been in a favorable position. He had only amassed 100 high-grade crystal cores. He even contemplated trading arms for crystal cores. Disappointment lingered, yet Qi Shikai never turned down the prospect of acquiring more crystal cores. Distracted, he casually inquired, "How many crystal cores do you possess?" "I will take them all. 100, replied the burly man. Qi Shikai's expression shifted at the revelation. Acquire 100 crystal cores. One would need to eliminate 100 zombies. How could someone with such capability be in such dire straits? Qi Shikai was skeptical that a person capable of slaying 100 zombies would undoubtedly be a figure of some renown in the West City. Observing the speaker's visibly tense demeanor, Qi Shikai waved his hand and instructed, "Wuzi, go and arrange for someone to bring over the grain. Don't fetch 8,000 gene. Add 2,000 gene of fine grain. Let us make it a total of 10,000 gene." According to the burly man's claim, 100 substandard crystal cores would cost 8,000 gene of grain. Qi Shikai could not carry that much grain with him, so he had to adjust the supply from Peace Street. Upon hearing that Qi Shikai would provide an additional 2,000 gene of fine grain, both burly men's eyes lit up. Before long, a truck arrived. Qi Shikai, glancing at the two men, offered them each a cigarette and asked, "Brothers, what do you call yourselves?" "Nameless soldiers. Nothing of significance." It was evident that the two men were on high alert. Qi Shikai initially intended to inquire about the origins of the crystal cores. His suspicion was not unfounded. The crystal cores they provided were indeed bizarre. Qi Shikai had already doubted the two men's claim of being able to kill 100 zombies. After receiving the cores, he became even more convinced of this. The cores handed to Qi Shikai were a bluish hue shrouded in a gray mist, unlike those extracted from a zombie's skull. This type of core was square-shaped, a form Qi Shikai had never encountered before, but he felt that these two would likely remain tight-lipped about their origins. Even if he were to detain them, he feared it might alert others. What if they were merely the hired hands? Especially given their high level of vigilance, Qi Shikai refrained from asking directly, seeing their reluctance to disclose their names. Qi Shikai smiled and asked, "Do you have a truck?" "This truck isn't mine, so I cannot give it to you. We do." The burly man with the prominent ears waved his hand, and 4 or 5 small trucks approached from a distance, accompanied by 2 or 3 dozen burly men. "All right then, you may begin loading the grain." Turning aside, Qi Shikai stepped back to smoke a cigarette, simultaneously giving Gao Wu a knowing glance. Noticing Qi Shikai's signal, Gao Wu followed him. "Brother, should we apprehend them? I find a crystal core suspicious. That might be challenging. Xiaolan and the others are still here, and I fear they might not be the main players. What should we do?" "While they load the grain, go fetch the Duan brothers." Understood. 20 minutes later, the Duan brothers arrived on motorcycles. They were also zombie hunters, albeit of an unconventional sort. Their specialty lay in tracking. Qi Shikai's elimination of Guo Laoqi's gang could be considered an indirect contribution of theirs. The Duan brothers had never aligned themselves with any faction, operating independently. Upon seeing Qi Shikai, the elder brother, Duan Jun smiled and said, "Chigo, any business to discuss?" "Ha, Duan Jun, do you see that group loading grain? Follow them and investigate their routes." "Understood. After the job is done, come to Gaudi Garden for your reward." "Haha, what reward would I need for assisting Chiga?" Duan Jun replied with a hint of formality. Soon, the burly man with the prominent ears departed, and the Duan brothers followed suit. Yang Mingliang had been watching Qi Shikai intently. Once Qi Shikai was finished, Yang Mingliang approached and asked, "Brother, what is the matter?" "Yang Ge, take a look at this." Yang Mingliang glanced at the square crystal core and was momentarily taken aback. He quickly smiled and said, "It's a fine item, but we have no use for it. The crystal core business in West City is entirely under Han San's control. We cannot penetrate that market, though let's keep an eye on it. Why would we, as brothers, be any less capable than Han San?" "Ah, haha." Yang Mingliang was initially stunned by the remark, then chuckled and said, "You rascal. Let us go to ITS getting late. I managed to secure 2 antelopes today. Let us enjoy a hot pot tonight and drink a bit more. Let us go." Qi Shikai spent the evening at Yang Mingliang's residence, drinking until 10 o'clock before returning to Gaudi Garden. Upon entering, Tianlan had already prepared a bath for him. After indulging in a venison hot pot, Qi Shikai was particularly invigorated. He had initially intended to engage in a little private lesson with Tianlan in the bathroom. However, before Tianlan could assist him with his bath, Gao Wu knocked on the door. "Brother, the Duan brothers have returned." "Oh, tell them to wait for me in the office." Upon hearing Qi Shikai was heading to attend to business, Tianlan immediately grabbed a coat and draped it over him. In the office, the Duan brothers awaited Qi Shikai's arrival, tossing a cigarette to each of them. Qi Shikai asked, "What is the situation?" "Chigo, that group has gone to the Shishan coal mine, though we sneaked a glance inside. Many people were mining. What exactly they were doing, we do not know." "The Shishan coal mine? ISNT that abandoned?" Qi Shikai's expression turned puzzled upon hearing about the Shishan coal mine, located 6 kilometers from West City. It was a small coal mine with an annual output of less than 100,000 tons. The mine had ceased operations long before the apocalypse. Qi Shikai had previously taken Tianlan's sister there for wild exploration, only to be bitten by mosquitoes. The place was so desolate that even zombies avoided it. A group of people traveling back and forth from the mine surely had ulterior motives. The Duan brothers were unaware of the crystal core situation. Their role was solely reconnaissance. Noticing Qi Shikai's skepticism, Duan Jun quickly added, "Yes, we found it strange too. Perhaps they have discovered something at the mine. We saw quite a few people carrying coal out." "I'm not certain about that. Did you find anything else?" Qi Shikai sought to gather more information. "Nothing else," Duan Jun replied, but suddenly Duan Bao spoke up. "Chiga, there's one piece of information I'm unsure about." "Go ahead." "I think I saw members of the Plum Blossom team among the miners." "The Plum Blossom team? The intelligence organization?" Duan Bao's words left Qi Shikai even more bewildered, questioning how Han San was involved in this. Just as Qi Shikai was left in confusion, Yang Mingliang suddenly called, signaling the Duan brothers to remain silent. Qi Shikai answered the phone. "Yang Ge, brother, are you still awake?" "Yes." "Immediately prepare to depart. I'm joining you to meet at Han San's residence." In West City, Han S mansion was situated in the core area. Originally a construction materials market, it had been transformed into a Jiangnan-style garden after Han San rose to prominence in West City. The mansion boasted a variety of water and stone landscapes, along with an array of rare and exotic creatures. The opulence of the apocalypse was something Han San could never have achieved in his earlier life. Gazing at the vermilion gate of Han's mansion, Qi Shikai couldn't help but smile. Wealth truly makes a difference. Hearing Qi Shikai's remarks, Gao Wu, who had been quietly advising Ding Jian, rushed over and said, "Brother, shall we seize it?" Gao has recently developed a certain addiction to robbery. During his idle moments, he often indulges in various police and gangster films that in particular, he has nearly worn out an old movie titled No Escape. He claims to be absorbing some nutrients from it, aiming to learn a thing or two from the protagonist's methods. Observing Gao Wu's enthusiastic demeanor, Qi Shikai jestingly remarked, "Isn't Han Sen's residence heavily guarded? He even has a rocket artillery battalion. Aren't you afraid?" "What do I have to fear, brother?" Those 10 vehicles are filled with explosives. I'll blow him to smithereens, Gao Wu responded, his voice lowered yet his words were chilling. The convoy that Shikai brought to the meeting comprised 20 vehicles, 10 of which were his bodyguards, with the first 2 vehicles equipped with machine guns. The remaining 10 vehicles were laden with remotely detonated explosives. Each vehicle contained around 300 kilograms of explosives. If these 10 vehicles were to explode, it would indeed create a significant stir. Once 3 tons of explosives detonated, the entire city of C and would reverberate with the noise. Han Sun was eager to commence the meeting, and Qi Shikai had to be cautious. The 10 self-destructing vehicles served as Qi Shikai's trump card. The reckless nature of his crew was ingrained in their very beings. "Brother, let us go. It's time for the meeting," Qi Shikai said to Gao Wu. While Qi Shikai conversed with Gao Wu, Yang Mingliang arrived, accompanied by the self-assured Dewey. Indeed, despite enduring numerous beatings, Dewey remained confident. After all, he now had a secret weapon. Anyone who bullied him would have to contend with Xiao Qi Gu at Gao Di Garden. Soon, Yang Mingliang, along with Dewey and Qi Shikai, accompanied by Gao Wu, arrived at the assembly hall of Han's residence. In the center of the hall stood a rectangular main table. With a tiger skin draped chair at its head point, 10 chairs were arranged around the main table, with rows of seats flanking both sides. Upon entering the hall, a steward clad in traditional attire calmly announced, "Guests, please unholster your weapons." Qi Shikai was perplexed by the request, while Dewey had already placed his firearm on the central table. A glance revealed that the table was filled with the weapons of various bosses. "Brother, could it be that the old fellow is setting up a Hongmen banquet?" "Not at all. Did you not see all those bodyguards outside?" Han Sen lacked the audacity for that. As they spoke, Qi Shikai and Gao Wu also placed their weapons on the table. The steward turned to Qi Shikai and inquired, "Mr. Qi, do you have any other weapons?" Qi Shikai, suddenly recalling, exclaimed, "Almost forgot." He then retrieved 2 grenades from his waist. Gao Wu, even more extravagant, produced forth the sight of 6 grenades landing on the table sent a shiver through all the bosses present. After years of meetings, it was the first time anyone had brought grenades. The steward's mouth twitched slightly at the sight. "Mr. Qi, please take a seat." Wait. Wu Zi, remove the explosives." Shortly thereafter, Qi Shikai and Gao Wu unloaded an additional 4 kilograms of explosives. The assembly hall fell silent. Qi Shikai's firepower alone could obliterate the room. That a few bosses were so startled they extinguished their cigarettes. "Don't put out your cigarettes. Smoke if you must. This thing is called Yang tea. Incredibly stable, Wu Zi." "Hey, brother," Gao Wu said as he brought his cigarette closer to the explosives. "Hey, Xiaoqi, what are you doing? Extinguish it." With a loud bang, everyone seated at the main table fled in terror. Qi Shikai and his companion were genuinely frightening. The steward was also taken aback. "Mr. Qi, please take your seat. Take your seat. Someone, bring Mr. Qi some tea." The finest thing. As Qi Shikai settled into his chair, he couldn't help but smile at the frightened assembly. Soon, a line of waitresses and kipeos served tea and pastries to the attendees. Qi Shikai glanced around. His seat was the second chair to the left of the main table, while the first was occupied by a ruggedly handsome man. Flanked by a burly fellow, the rugged man glanced at Qi Shikai and smiled. "Qi Shikai, you seem familiar. You must be El Meng, right?" "Ah, good to meet you, brother. Your reputation from the Zunhao Guild precedes you. I still bear 2 scars on my back from our encounter. Regardless, I admire your prowess." El Meng spoke with a grin, prompting Qi Shikai to chuckle in response. This was the fiercest man in the West City, and Qi Shikai's declaration of dominance had seemingly overshadowed El Meng. Moreover, Qi Shikai noted an intriguing detail. In Dragon Country, the left side is honored. Thus, the chairs outside the main table were occupied by well-known figures from West City. All formidable fighters, with El Meng first and Qi Shikai second. This arrangement seemed to harbor an intent of sowing discord. Clearly, El Meng recognized this as well and was eager to express goodwill. Although they had clashed before, Qi Shikai's first impression of El Meng was not unfavorable. "You, El Lao, who aren't thinking of wanting to fight me again, are you?" El Lao, who was El Meng's nickname. This man was exceptionally fierce, having once engaged in combat with a northeast Jin Jian Chung using cold weapons. In terms of combat ability, Shikai might not be his equal, though Zhao Gang could possibly hold slight advantage. Upon hearing Shikai's words, Elming burst into laughter. You want to blow me up again? Forget it. Our brothers' lives are at stake. You and I have no enmity. Fighting is unnecessary. However, when it comes to drinking, I want to yield to you. Are you up for a challenge? Why would I shy away? Let us set a match. Let us set a match. Laughter erupted from both, with Shikai regarding Elming with newfound respect for his candidness and open-mindedness. As Shikai extended his hand, Elming reciprocated, saying, Elming. After the two most formidable figures in West City shook hands, they both laughed heartily. There is a saying that when brothers face tribulations together, laughter can dissolve enmity. Although Shikai and Elming had previously clashed, they were at that time each loyal to their respective masters. Both were astute individuals who recognized Han Sen's intentions. Through the ways of the underworld, the two clever men forged a friendship, the future of their camaraderie still to be determined. The handshake between Shikai and Elming left the steward in traditional attire astonished. The seating arrangement was orchestrated by Han Sen, whose intent was clearly to create discord among the three warriors. Shikai had recently been in the limelight, and Elming was no slouch either. As a designer in the West City, Han Sen had his own agenda in mind that in this version, both Shikai and Elming were to be subdued. Who would have thought the two would become allies? It only illustrated Han Sen's ignorance of the ways of the underworld as a politician. Lord Sun has arrived. Shortly thereafter, Han Sen made his entrance. As he entered, everyone stood and greeted him. Han Sen, with a smile, gestured for them to sit. However, everyone remained standing until he took his seat in the grand chair. Once seated, Han Sen cut straight to the point. Without further ado, there have been developments of the Shishan coal mine. While Han Sen spoke, Shikai observed him closely. The top 10 powers in West City had undergone numerous changes over the past 3 years of the apocalypse, yet Han Sen had maintained his position at the pinnacle. Moreover, Han Sen was playing his cards openly, with his backing stemming from the Spring River's general's mansion. This man possessed skill, capability, and connections. He was one of the greatest adversaries on Shikai's path to advancement. For Shikai to ascend to Han Sen's position, he had two paths: either eliminate him or usurp him. As Shikai pondered these thoughts, Han Sen continued to relay the situation that on March 16th. Just a month ago, General Ma from the Hejiang Halong governor's mansion presented a batch of gifts to General Wu. This shipment was to be escorted by the Spring River General's mansion's guard unit. Logically, the journey from Halong to Spring River, merely 200 kilometers, should have been uneventful. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The guard unit's captain, Zhang Jun, had hijacked a portion of the supplies and defected. After a month of investigation, we discovered that Zhang Jun had taken refuge at the Shishan coal mine in Xi'an. The purpose of this gathering is to eliminate Zhang Jun. This is a task assigned by General Wu. Upon hearing the mention of a potential conflict, everyone instinctively lowered their heads, adopting an air of indifference as if the matter did not concern them. Although the city of Xi'an was nominally governed by the Spring River Military Command, this was merely a facade. The current situation in the northern territories was far from uniform. Even the so-called commander of the Songjiang province, General Wu, could only exert control over the Spring River region. There is little incentive for these leaders to engage in a skirmish. They would have to be quite inebriated to consider such folly. In this apocalyptic era, military force equated to capital. Why would they squander their resources to serve Han Sen's master? They were not so naive. The assembly hall fell into a sudden hush. The prominent figures resumed their respective activities, some smoking, others sipping tea, and a few engaging in muted conversations, none willing to break the silence. Han Sen had clearly anticipated this response. A faint, cold smile crept across his lips as he spoke with a measured tone. To ensure a successful capture, I have dispatched members of the Meihua team to infiltrate the Shishan coal mine for reconnaissance. Zhang Jun's forces are not numerous, comprising only around 200 men, equipped with rudimentary weaponry, shotguns, bolt-action rifles, and a limited number of automatic firearms. The scouts did not observe any heavy weaponry. However, that is not the crux of the matter. Lao Li, bring it forth. And no sooner had Han Sen's words fallen than the steward, Li Haishan, clad in traditional garments, entered with a tray. Shikai's gaze was drawn to the tray, which bore a collection of substandard crystal nuclei, square-shaped with some still bearing traces of coal residue. Many present were witnessing such nuclei for the first time. Hansen's subsequent remarks caused the atmosphere to thrum with tension. The Meiwa team had initially set out to gather intelligence on Zhang Jun's activities. But within the mine, they had uncovered these crystal nuclei. Everyone understood that such nuclei were typically found within the brains of zombies. The discovery of nuclei in a coal mine, and in considerable quantity, altered the landscape entirely. After delivering his statement, Han Sun raised his teacup and fell silent. The hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement. All the prominent figures began to engage fervently in discussion. Crystal nuclei, an essential energy resource in this apocalyptic world. Over the past 3 years, humanity's sole means of acquiring these nuclei had been through the extermination of zombies. However, slaying zombies was no simple task. They moved swiftly, possessed acute senses of hearing and smell, and, most critically, tended to swarm together. Only the most seasoned zombie hunters or well-organized armed groups could effectively hunt them. Yet there lay an intriguing point within this dynamic. Each armed faction had a finite supply of ammunition. Should they expend too much in the pursuit of zombies, they risked falling prey to the human predators that lurked nearby. In this apocalypse, humanity was often more fearsome than the zombies themselves. Otherwise, considering the organizational prowess of human factions and the industrial foundation of the Dragon Kingdom, even a paralyzed government could still eradicate zombies. Previously, factions had been compelled to hunt zombies for nuclei. Now, however, a vein of these precious resources had been discovered. This development shifted the paradigm entirely. Before long, the leader of the Iron Corps, ranking 6th in the Western City, spoke up. Sun Yi, allow me to take charge of this matter. It is my responsibility to alleviate General Wu's burdens. Boss Liu, it is not as simple as that. We too can contribute to General Wu's efforts, another leader interjected. Let us handle it, I shall take the lead. In the absence of profit, all the leaders had displayed a turtle-like reticence. However, with the prospect of crystal nuclei, they began to bicker among themselves. Only the heads of the top 10 factions could voice their aspirations, leaving figures like Shikai and Meng unable to interject. Before long, the assembly hall had devolved into chaos akin to a bustling marketplace. Meng watched the commotion with evident delight. Noticing the faint smile on Shikai's lips, Meng prodded him. Aren't you going to stake your claim? That is a mine we are discussing. Such good fortune is unlikely to fall to us mere pawns. You are no longer a mere pawn. Rumor has it that you, little Chi, are on the brink of breaking into the top 10 factions of the Western City. Who knows, you might even find yourself seated in Sun Ye's position one day. Brother, tread carefully. Rumors can be perilous. Meng's words caused Shikai's brow to furrow. This was not a comforting sentiment. Is there any truth to that? Just hearsay. Merely hearsay. Thank you, Wu Zi. I shall send you 5 crates of grenades later. The younger brothers under Gao Liang's command, with their yellow hair, were ubiquitous throughout the Western City that if there were indeed rumors, Shikai could not remain oblivious. This indicated that Meng was discreetly alerting him. Meng had his own channels of information. Seeing Shikai offer 5 crates of grenades, Meng silently praised his integrity. All right, everyone, let us not be so raucous. Han Sun gently tapped the table. Bringing the hall to a swift silence, as he surveyed the room, Han Sen's gaze settled on Shikai. Observing the amicable rapport between Shikai and Meng, he furrowed his brow slightly. Little Chi, Sun Yi, I am here. Han Sun regarded Shikai with admiration, a kind smile illuminating his face, as if the latter were his own adopted son. Little Chi, your recent prominence has been remarkable. Would you care to give it a try? Should you succeed, I would be inclined to recommend you to General Wu. Upon hearing this, Shikai cursed silently, perceiving Han Sen's words as an attempt to place him under pressure. Indeed, no sooner had Han Sen's voice trailed off than countless envious glances were directed toward Shikai. Did he desire the mine? Naturally, he did. With control over a mine, Shikai could rapidly escalate his capabilities and upgrade his systems. Yet he understood that there were no free lunches in this world. He was not Han Sen's son. Why was Han San extending such favors to him? It did not align with logic that Shikai was certain that Han San was concealing vital information regarding the Shishan coal mine. Otherwise, why would he not seize it for himself, but instead distribute the benefits? Han San was no altruist. Once this realization dawned upon him, Shikai smiled and clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Sun Yi, for your kind consideration. However, I have recently exhausted considerable ammunition, and my men are fatigued. We must also assist Brother Yang in safeguarding the spring harvest that I am truly stretched too thin. Shikai's words prompted Yang Mingliang to reconsider. He had initially intended to stake a claim as well. However, upon hearing Shikai's sentiments, Yang Mingliang opted for restraint. Very well. I shall not press you further. Little Chi, everyone desires the Shishan coal mine in that case. Let us adhere to the old custom and draw lots. Once the mine is secured, I shall take a 10% share of the profits, and the remaining 20% will be evenly distributed among those present. Having spoken, Han San's gaze shifted to one of the leaders present that, if Shikai could not be manipulated, someone else would have to be. Drawing lots was a long-standing tradition in the Western City. Over the past few years, whenever the major factions encountered unexpected resource points, fierce conflicts would ensue. To mitigate such occurrences, Han San had instituted a lottery system. Whoever drew the winning lot would manage the resource point, with a portion of its resources allocated to Han San and the rest distributed among the other factions in the Western City. Ultimately, the profits would be enjoyed solely by the winner. Han San was undoubtedly a master of balance, and this system had garnered him considerable prestige. With a clatter, stewardly Haishan approached, holding a bamboo tube. The leaders of the various factions eyed the tube with eager anticipation, as per tradition. The one who draws the red shall win the lot. Who wishes to go first? No sooner had Han San finished speaking than Li Run, the 8th-ranked leader in the Western City, boldly stood up. I shall go first. Li Run, in his 30s, was a rising star within the Western City, with over 1,000 armed personnel under his command. And bolstered by some less capable individuals, his total strength exceeded 2,000 aside from minor gambling establishments. Li Run controlled all gambling operations within the Western City. Zhao San was one of Li Ren's subordinates. Li Ren's forces were reasonably well equipped, and he also commanded a small drone squadron. Han San smiled as he regarded the eager Li Run, then glanced at stewardly Haishan, who understood the cue and approached Li Ren. Presenting the bamboo tube, Li Run rubbed his hands together excitedly before calling out 3 times, drawing a bamboo stick and placing it on the table. Have you drawn? I have drawn, with another twist of his wrist. Li Haishan approached yet another boss. Before the apocalypse, Li Haishan was a magician, and the bamboo tube had long been tampered with. Soon, a number of big shots eagerly drew their lots. When the bamboo tube reached Yang Mingliang, he instinctively extended his hand as he was about to draw. Yang Mingliang glanced at Shikai. Noticing Shikai's slight head shake, Yang Mingliang chuckled as he withdrew his hand, saying, "Look at my memory. Spring plowing is just around the corner, and I have no manpower at all. What a pity. I shall forfeit this time." Yang Mingliang's decision to forfeit came as no surprise to the crowd. Everyone understood that every spring and autumn, he was the busiest. If Yang Mingliang did not cultivate the fields, the entire city of Xi'an would struggle to find food. All right, let the drawing commence. With Han San's declaration, all the bosses lifted their hand from the bamboo slips. My apologies, everyone. I have drawn the winning lot. Li Ren laughed heartily as he looked at the bamboo slip with a red in his hand. Shun Fuge, ranked 3rd from the West City, wore a broad smile as well. Li Run was Shun Fugue's sworn brother. They were as close as a pair of pants in other words, Li Ren was supported by Shun Fugue. Observing Li Ren's success, Shun Fugue remarked, "Old heir, you must shine this time." Understood, big brother. Han San also bore a cheerful expression. Looking at Li Ren, he said with a grin, "Arun, I have always believed in you. Young and daring. In a moment, I will send you 20 mountain pigs to reward your brothers. Breakfast will be at 5, and we shall set off at 6. I will rally the brothers from West City to cheer for you." Splendid. Thank you, Master Sun. Big brother, I shall take my leave now. Well, everyone, let us return and rest. Soon, the assembly of big shots in the Hall of Brotherhood disperse. As the meeting concluded, Yang Mingliang sidled up to Shikai and asked, "Brother, are you truly uninterested in the Shishan coal mine. Qi Shikai gave Yang Mingliang a meaningful glance and replied, Yang Gu, when something seems amiss, there is often a hidden danger. Mining is a perilous business. Let us observe the situation first. Why rush if someone is willing to be the scapegoat? Your temperament does not reflect that of a man in his 20s. All right, we shall see how things unfold tomorrow. At 6 in the morning, the gates of West City slowly creaked open. Convoys of vehicles streamed out of the city, heading towards the Shishan coal mine. Qi Shikai had a small entourage of just over 30 people accompanying him. Before departing, Qi Shikai summoned Zhao Gang and instructed, if any unforeseen circumstances arise while we are outside, you must quickly secure all major traffic routes in West City. Set all bomb-laden trucks loose on the streets and detonate the amassed explosives. Understood, Big Brother. Zhao Gang nodded, his hands rubbing together in anticipation. Qi Shikai had a staggering 10 tons of explosives at his disposal, capable of razing West City to the ground. Each time Qi Shikai ventured out, he meticulously planned to avoid being caught off guard by Han Sen. By 6:30, various factions from West City arrived a kilometer away from the Shishan coal mine. At this point, Li Ren had already organized his offensive formation. Qi Shikai surveyed the scene and noted that Li Ren's forces appeared quite elite, boasting over 200 automatic rifles. Clearly, Shun Fuguei had provided Li Ren with substantial support. Apart from automatic rifles, Li Ren's regular armed personnel were equipped with semi-automatic and bolt-action rifles, firearms that were evidently not produced by the Steel Corps. This 1,000-strong force was already quite formidable. Behind this 1,000-strong contingent, Li Ren had prepared another 1,000 men, armed with an eclectic mix of weapons. Some wielded hunting rifles, others improvised spears, and still others carried bows and crossbows. Clad in a woolen overcoat, Li Ren exuded confidence. Gazing at the distant Shishan coal mine, he addressed Han's son and the others, Master Son. Big Brother, my men have already gone to persuade them to surrender. With this display, I could have scared them off myself. Arun, you certainly have a knack for strategy in combat. Seizing the moment while the others engaged in mutual flattery, Qi Shikai ascended a hillside. With binoculars in hand, he began surveying the terrain of the Shishan coal mine. The sight left him both alarmed and relieved that he hadn't rashly taken on this task. The Shishan coal mine was built upon a mountain summit, with only a 200-meter wide road leading in and out. Within that distance lay a 20-meter wide thoroughfare, surrounded by 30-degree steep slopes overgrown with weeds. With such terrain, if one prepared adequately against aerial and artillery assaults while employing 2 machine guns to block the entrance, countless lives could be lost. Even Qi Shikai would need to contemplate carefully before engaging in such a battle. Just as Qi Shikai was strategizing his approach, a vehicle stumbled down the mountain. It came to a halt beside Li Ren, and a middle-aged man, pale and missing a hand, emerged, dragging a severed head. Soon after, Qi Shikai heard Li Ren's furious shouts in the distance. Zhang Jun of the Shishan coal mine had executed the envoy sent by Li Ren. Do. The alarm sounded at the foot of the mountain. Li Ren's forces sprang into action. Noticing the commotion below, Qi Shikai immediately raised his binoculars. Li Ren's troops were surprisingly well organized. For their first assault, Li Ren dispatched over 100 men for reconnaissance. These teams of 10, wielding steel-plated blast shields, advanced in a skirmish line, 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Li Ren's vanguard was nearly at the gates of the Shishan coal mine. Yet there was no sign of movement from the mountain. Just as everyone began to feel perplexed, Qi Shikai suddenly spotted 2 heaps of debris shifting through the binoculars. It's machine guns! Rat-a-tat-tat! Bang! Bang! The Shishan coal mine erupted with a barrage of gunfire, both machine guns and automatic rifles. Many gunners, unprotected by blast shields, fell to the ground, struck down. Even those shield bearers found it impossible to withstand the force of the bullets. 1 machine gun, 2 machine guns, 3 my goodness, 6 machine guns. What kind of weaponry is this? From his vantage point, Qi Shikai could clearly see 6 machine guns stationed at the Shishan coal mine. These machine guns had a slower rate of fire, and their sound was deep and resonant, fed by belt ammunition. Gao Wu, standing nearby, also peered through binoculars and grew increasingly familiar with the scene. Brother, those are Type 92 heavy machine guns. Japanese weaponry. What is going on here? How do they still possess such relics? Qi Shikai was equally taken aback. The enemy had heavy machine guns, no less than in the blink of an eye. Li Ren's vanguard was forced to retreat, leaving nearly 40 corpses in their wake in a single encounter. The vanguard had been decimated. Li Ren's face turned ashen at the foot of the mountain. Who claimed the enemy only had hunting rifles? What was the deal with these heavy machine guns? Even blast shields, reinforced with steel, could not withstand the onslaught of heavy firepower. Han Sun, observing Li Ren's losses, revealed a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. The plan for version weakening was about to commence. Shikai and his men were merely a minor element in Han Sen's strategy. Individuals like Shun Fugui represented the true major weakening. Shun Fugui's forces were well equipped, and Han Sun did not dare to send him against the Shishan coal mine. After all, a direct assault from Shun Fugui could very well capture the mine. However, Li Ren was different. Even with Shun Fugui's support, it was limited to be crippling Li Ren. Shun Fugui would effectively lose a vital ally. The moment Li Ren realized his offensive was thwarted, he was furious. Yet, with the enemy armed with machine guns, mere infantry could not charge forward. Drone squad, move out. The drone unit in Li Ren's possession was his trump card. Soon, 30 drones carrying small bombs took to the skies. Targeting machine guns with drones was a justified strategy. Buzzing through the air as the drones soared past, Li Ren shouted, "Everyone, prepare! Get ready to charge!" Li Ren was preparing to launch a tactic of sheer numbers. Once the drones neutralized the enemy's machine guns, Li Ren was determined to seize the Shishan coal mine, even at the cost of half his forces. To him, human life was of little value. Capturing the Shishan coal mine would allow him to replenish his losses, with his elder brother, Shun Fugui, ensuring that he was compensated for any casualties. Boom, boom, boom. The machine gun positions at the Shishan coal mine were rudimentary, and after a barrage from the drones, the guns fell silent. Seizing this opportunity, Li Ren commanded his men to advance 400 meters. Simultaneously, the drones swiftly returned to reload. Once rearmed, the drones circled back over the Shishan coal mine. Observing the swarm of drones in the sky, an excited smile crossed Li Ren's face. "We're set." At a distance of 400 meters, there was ample time to charge forward. "Charge, charge, charge! Zhao San, what are you dawdling for? Get moving!" After issuing the order to advance, Li Ren spotted Zhao San, who was still lingering behind. Without hesitation, Li Ren kicked him forward. Dressed in a long coat with slicked back hair, Zhao San was momentarily taken aback, as no one had informed him that he, too, was to charge. Reluctantly, he brandished a pistol and began to move forward, albeit at a painfully slow pace. The 20-meter-wide road was crowded with Li Ren's troops. This time, as Li Ren's forces advanced to within 200 meters, no gunfire erupted from the opposite side. From a distance, Shikai discerned the dense formation of Li Ren's troops and realized he was in for a challenge. At that moment, a single machine gun would have sufficed to inflict severe casualties on Li Ren's forces. Contrary to Shikai's expectations, Li Ren's men encountered no resistance whatsoever in the blink of an eye. They closed the distance to just 100 meters from the entrance of the Shishan coal mine. Two demolition experts, laden with explosives, sprinted towards the now nearby entrance, intent on breaching it. Just as they dashed out a few dozen meters, a creaking sound echoed. The gate of the Shishan coal mine swung open. Clang, clang, clang. A dozen metal barrels rolled out from the entrance. The path leading down from the Shishan coal mine was sloped, causing the barrels to tumble rapidly. Many soldiers huddled together to avoid the rolling barrels. Amidst the chaos of Li Ren's formation, two dark gun muzzles emerged from a corner. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sudden gunfire erupted once more, and from a distance, Shikai clearly saw two streams of fire erupt. Oh no! Maxim guns! Shikai realized that two Maxim heavy machine guns had opened fire from two positions, despite their age. These weapons were formidable in trench warfare. Help! My arm! My arm! In an instant, Li Ren's forces suffered countless casualties. Li Ren, witnessing the scene from afar, was taken aback to discover that the enemy had concealed two fire points. "Drones! Drones! Strike them!" Li Ren shouted in desperation, but then yet another unexpected event unfolded. The drones, which had been circling above the Shishan coal mine, began plummeting from the sky like dumplings. Clearly, there were jamming devices within the mine. Boom, boom, boom. Bullets shattered the metal barrels, igniting a series of explosions filled with gasoline. The ensuing flames turned the mountain path into a hellish inferno. Many soldiers turned to flee, but with their backs to the gunfire. They became easy targets. Countless individuals fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Those on the mountain had some formidable equipment. Shikai, perched atop the hill, couldn't help but commend the enemy's firepower deployment. Of course, this was also due to Li Ren's reckless advance on a battlefield spanning 200 meters. Li Ren had pushed nearly 2,000 men forward in a reckless charge. It was inevitable that he would face defeat. At the foot of the mountain, Li Ren felt his heart bleed. In just these two encounters, he had lost 500 to 600 men. His forces were nearly decimated. Observing Li Ren's grim expression, Han Sen patted his shoulder and said, "Arin, victory and defeat are common in warfare. Shall we consider a change in personnel?" Upon hearing Han Sen's suggestion, Li Ren's eyes reddened. "Son, I've already lost so many men. Are we to change now? Arin, you're running a gambling house. You must not gamble with your own life. What will you do if you lose everything?" Han Sen's words left Li Ren in a quandary. The weight of his investment was too great to abandon so easily. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, Li Ren declared, "Son, order the artillery battalion to fire a concentrated barrage, just one barrage. I will lead the charge myself." Han Sen, who had secured his position in West City thanks to the support of a 152mm howitzer battalion, knew that a concentrated barrage would significantly shift the odds of battle. However, upon hearing Li Ren's request for an artillery barrage, Han Sen fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly uttered, "The artillery battalion will not move." Seeing Li Ren's face filled with defiance, Han Sen advised, "Arin, the artillery battalion must defend the other 3 districts that if we're caught off guard, we may lose even our foothold. Son, enough, my friend. Do not press Han Sen further. I will redirect 5 mortars to assist you. Try once more. This shall be your final attempt." Shun Fugue, unwilling to concede, understood the critical need for crystal cores for his enterprise. Yet, the supply of crystal cores in West City lay firmly in Han Sen's hands. Once the Shishan coal mine was secured, Shun Fugue was confident he could contend with Han Senator. Just as Shun Fugue finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the distance, where he was momentarily stunned. What on earth is that? A thunderous rumble emanated as a steel behemoth emerged from the entrance of the Shishan coal mine. From afar, it appeared as a massive iron mass lying upon the earth, its surface gleaming with metallic sheen. The dark cannon barrel pointed ominously towards the leaders of West City. All eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the hulking metal beast. Shikai was momentarily taken aback. How did the enemy acquire such a machine? "The Type 59. The Type 59 is coming down. Run, run," cried a senior figure from West City in a high-pitched alarm. The formidable steel creature was none other than a Type 59 tank. Boom! The tank fired its cannon. Although the distance was great, the psychological impact on the crowd was profound. Everyone scrambled to protect their leaders as they retreated. Shikai cast a deep glance towards the distant tank before departing in his vehicle. With heavy machine guns, drone jamming equipment, and now a tank, Han Sen had concealed many secrets in the Han residence. The gathering hall fell into a profound silence, with Li Ren appearing as dejected as a frostbitten eggplant. This battle had drained his vitality. Without several months to recuperate, he would not regain his strength. Yet, would these ravenous wolves of West City grant him the opportunity to recover? Shun Fugue's expression was equally grim, as he seemed to grasp the underlying implications. Some leaders within the crowd felt a sense of relief, grateful that they had not drawn the short straw. Otherwise, they too would have faced the same fate. As gunfire rained down on Li Ren, they were spared from being targeted. Han Sen maintained his trademark, nonchalant demeanor, reiterating his previous stance. This time, there would be no drawing of lots. Whoever captured the Shishan coal mine would claim it as their own. If no one took up the challenge, a coalition would be formed to seize it together. Upon hearing that a coalition would be formed, Shun Fugue inquired, "Son, what about the artillery battalion?" "The artillery battalion will not move." Han Sen was resolute in his refusal to deploy the artillery. That moment, everyone began to comprehend Han Sen's true intentions. He was seeking to use others to eliminate Li Ren. While resentment brewed within the group, No one dared to voice their discontent, for Han Sen's power was simply too formidable. As the leaders remained silent, Han Sen rapped the table and declared, "Very well, everyone take a day to contemplate. If no agreement is reached within a day, we will form a coalition." Shortly thereafter, the leaders began to depart from the Han residence. As they exited the gates, Yang Mingliang, still shaken, remarked, "Brother, it was fortunate that I listened to you. The Shishan coal mine is a hot potato. Yang, I intend to seize the Shishan coal mine. Yes, you were right not to pursue it before. Wait, what did you just say?" Yang Mingliang's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt as though he were hallucinating. The atmosphere had turned somewhat humid. "Brother Yang, you must escort me to meet Shun Fugue," Shikai suddenly declared after uttering a seemingly irrelevant remark. Yang Mingliang found himself utterly perplexed by Shikai's train of thought. After a moment's reflection, he urged, "There is no need, my brother. Even without the Shishan coal mine, we can still thrive. Yet, some could hardly wait." With that, Shikai cast a glance toward the direction of the Han residence. Even Yang Mingliang, who was typically slow to react, grasped Shikai's intention. A chill ran down his spine as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be? One cannot afford to slumber beside a sleeping tiger. Brother Yang, you and I, especially you, are perceived as prime targets by many." Gazing into Shikai's profound eyes, Yang Mingliang's year-long unease intensified. At that moment, he comprehended Shikai's purpose for wanting to meet Shun Fugue. Let me think. Noticing Yang Mingliang's hesitation, Shikai calmly stated, "This endeavor is not for profit, but for self-preservation. Brother Yang, our time is running short." After much contemplation, Yang Mingliang resolved, "Let us proceed to the Shun residence." 2 hours later, Shikai and Yang Mingliang departed from the Shun household, with Shun Fugue himself seeing them to the door. Upon returning to Gaeduan, Shikai immediately summoned his trusted confidants for a meeting. When it became known that Shikai intended to target the Shishan coal mine, excitement surged among the assembly. His inner circle consisted of battle-hardened individuals who never inquired about the enemy's numbers, only their whereabouts. All unanimously agreed on Shikai's plan to strike the Shishan coal mine. Only old Jai expressed his concerns, saying, "Little Chi, the terrain of the Shishan coal mine, is too confined. With too few men, we cannot advance. With too many, it's merely a tactic of overwhelming force. And without artillery, it becomes exceedingly difficult." Casting a glance at old Jai, Shikai smiled and replied, "Uncle Jai, have you forgotten the fine traditions of our army? Firepower coverage? We lack those conditions. Even if you were to provide me with the firepower from our southern campaigns, I could lead a platoon to charge down that we simply do not have artillery." It was evident that old Jai had not grasped Shikai's point. Addressing his comrades, Shikai remarked, "The veterans of your did not possess such formidable firepower." The following day, at the Han residence, the gathering hall, during the reconvened meeting, the mood was decidedly somber. The attendees had already resolved that if a coalition were formed, they would merely show up without exerting themselves, with silence enveloping the room. Han Sen stood and declared, "Since no one is interested in the Shishan coal mine, let us form a coalition. Each of our 10 families shall contribute men to seize the Shishan coal mine." "Wait a moment, Master Son," Shikai interjected from the back row before Han Sen could finish. Upon seeing Shikai's confident demeanor, Han Sen furrowed his brow. Soon, Han Sen, now wearing a smile, inquired, "What is it?" "Little Chi, rest assured I will appoint you as the vanguard." "Master Son, that is not my intention. I am saying I will take on the task of the Shishan coal mine." That a collective gasp filled the gathering hall as the leaders reacted. Everyone was acutely aware of Zhang Jun's ferocity at the Shishan coal mine, armed with machine guns and tanks. Although Shikai had recently gained considerable notoriety, that was primarily due to street skirmishes where he enjoyed an advantage in equipment. Taking on the Shishan coal mine was no child's play. As Shikai's words hung in the air, Li Ren remarked sarcastically, "Which belt was loosened to let you out? Such insolence that I am up early. How dare you speak to me like that?" Observing Li Ren's sardonic tone, Gao Wu retorted angrily, "Are you cursing me?" Li Ren was taken aback. After all, he was the elder brother in Xiqing, and Gao Wu, a subordinate of Shikai, had the audacity to insult him. "Why not? Come out. Let us settle this outside. Gao Wu, a quintessential war hawk, was undeterred by Li Ren's threats. Li Ren was nearly apoplectic with rage. He had heard tales of Shikai and his crew's arrogance, but this was beyond belief. The elder brother of Shiqing. Li Ren would not be cowed by Gao Wu. Fine, fine. Let us step outside and measure our strengths. Am I supposed to fear you? As Gao Wu and Li Ren were on the verge of a confrontation, Han Sun slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Enough of this nonsense. Little Qi, are you jesting? Master Sun, I, Qi Shikai, never joke." Han Sun pondered for a moment before saying, "We cannot provide you with much support, especially not from the artillery unit. They cannot be moved. Master Sun, I require no assistance. I am no fool. Capturing the Shishan coal mine is well within my capabilities." As he spoke, Qi Shikai shot a contemptuous glance at Li Ren. This gaze dripped with disdain. Han Sun lightly tapped his fingers on the table, uncertain of Qi Shikai's intentions, yet it did not deter him from laying a trap. "Little Qi, the original plan was to organize a coalition. Your willingness to volunteer is commendable. However, should the operation be delayed, on the 15th, we will take the Shishan coal mine. If we fail, I shall present my head. Little Qi, in the military, there are no idle words. 10 days. We will seize the Shishan coal mine in 10 days. 3 days later, at the Han residence, in an elegantly furnished study, Han Sun furrowed his brow as he toyed with a jade ornament. The sound of his palm rubbing against the jade grew increasingly irksome to him. Since ascending to the pinnacle of power in Shiqing, Han Sun had never experienced such a sensation. Qi Shikai was an enigma to him. When summoned, he would refuse, yet when everyone else was hesitant, Qi Shikai would step forward. Han Sun could not decipher Qi Shikai's maneuvers. In his eyes, Qi Shikai was indeed formidable, but with his current firepower, it was inconceivable he could conquer the Shishan coal mine. To Han Sun, the Shishan coal mine was merely a tool for periodic reduction of power among the major factions in Shiqing, a means to solidify his own authority. The Shishan coal mine was a juicy morsel, and with the artillery unit at his disposal, he could feast upon it at his leisure. Han Sun's scheme was impeccably crafted. First, Li Ren would be severely weakened. Then the coalition would be formed to further deplete their strength. Ultimately, Han Sun would deploy the artillery unit to seize the Shishan coal mine. The plan commenced smoothly until the variable of Qi Shikai emerged. "Father, Qi Shikai's men are gathering at the Shiqing farm. Our people are monitoring the perimeter." Has he indicated when he will strike?" "Not yet." Han Sun nodded and inquired, "Where are his family members?" "They are missing. Our agents could not locate them. Recently, there have been reports that Qi Shikai has dispatched a convoy to the other 3 districts. Could they be hiding there?" "Incredibly cunning," Han Sun muttered, allowing a rare expression of frustration to escape his lips. Han Sun had prepared for 2 scenarios. It would be ideal if Qi Shikai were to fall at the Shishan coal mine. However, if Qi Shikai were to capture it, he would fabricate a story about his family being kidnapped. Then, Han Sun would intervene to rescue Qi Shikai's family, with the price being the Shishan coal mine. Yet now, Qi Shikai's family had mysteriously vanished. Seeing Han Sun rattled, Han been advised, "Father, Qi Shikai has always been this cautious." Taking a deep breath, Han Sun replied coldly, "Find a way to inform Zhang Jun that Qi Shikai is about to act. I will provide him with the specifics." Then he instructed Han Bin, "When Qi Shikai makes his move, notify me. I will bring men to assist." "Understood." Just as Han Bin was about to leave the study, Han Sun called out to him, Wait a moment. What is it, father?" After pacing within the room for a few steps, Han Sun stated, "Send Zhang Jun 2 152mm howitzers, along with 100 rounds of ammunition. Zhang Jun is an artillery expert. Everyone around him knows how to use artillery. The Shishan coal mine must never fall into Qi Shikai's hands But Han Bin's heart ached at the thought. The 152mm howitzers were a significant part of the Han family's assets. "Do not hesitate. Go quickly. I have a bad feeling about this. 7 days remain." "Just 7 days? Pooh. At this moment, the Shiqing farm has delineated a separate area for Qi Shikai to establish his base. Within the training grounds, Qi Shikai is engaged in the practice of cold weapon assassination. The number of individuals training alongside him is scarce, merely a little over 10. However, each of these individuals is a paragon of excellence. Every one of them a seasoned zombie hunter, with 3 years of experience. They are all veterans, having carved their way through the apocalypse, after completing a round of shooting training with military crossbows. Zhao Gang approached and remarked, "Brother, your plan is quite sound, but our numbers are rather limited." Qi Shikai sighed in response, acknowledging the predicament. "Is there ever such a thing as perfection? If I had artillery, I would charge right in. Alas, these are the only individuals adept at close combat while remaining efficient. Too many hands would only hinder our efforts." He continued resolutely, "No worries. I shall lead the charge myself, and aim to resolve the conflict within 30 seconds. Brother, the gear has arrived, and I've also procured a batch of bulletproof vests for you." As Qi Shikai was training, Yang Mingliang entered with 2 trucks. Upon hearing of the bulletproof vests, Qi Shikai's spirits lifted significantly. "Let's halt the training for now, change into the gear, and inform the brothers to do the same." This time, Qi Shikai intended to mobilize only 200 individuals. Currently, he commands a formidable force of 300, half of whom are zombie hunters, while the rest are recruits summoned from Gaudi Garden. This 300 is merely the elite of Qi Shikai's ranks. He could easily rally 1,000 or 1,800 people from Gaudi Garden with a mere shout. But those individuals are only fit for favorable engagements. They are ill-suited for life-and-death battles like seizing mines. The attire brought by Yang Mingliang consists of the 7-style desert camouflage, albeit a counterfeit version rather than the authentic one. The purpose of the uniform change is primarily for identification between friend and foe. Although the camouflage combat suits may be subpar, the bulletproof vests are genuine. Qi Shikai's 200 or so individuals were quick to follow orders. In no time, they donned their camouflage uniforms in an orderly fashion. After adjusting the size of his tactical vest, Qi Shikai found it quite satisfactory. Yang Mingliang's eyes were filled with concern, and noticing that Yang Mingliang had something to say, Qi Shikai smiled and said, "Brother Yang, my men fear not the fray. What is there for you to worry about? Brother, you are personally leading the charge. Who else would? Among my fierce and valiant subordinates. Who could command them but me?" Yang Mingliang glanced at Qi Shikai's contingent and chuckled. Zhao Gang, Gao Wu, Li Hongyan, Zhang Tao, and Wang Dachuan, each of these individuals has emerged from the crucible of battle. Outside of Qi Shikai, none could effectively command them. While he understood, Yang Mingliang still wished to advise Qi Shikai against placing himself in danger. After all, he had witnessed the devastating defeat of Li Run. Before Yang Mingliang could voice his concerns, a report arrived from Qi Shikai's men that Lu Meng had arrived. Both Qi Shikai and Yang Mingliang were taken aback by Lu Meng's unexpected visit. Shortly after, Lu Meng was escorted into the camp. Meng, Xiao Qi. After exchanging greetings, Qi Shikai smiled and said, "Your nose is keener than a zombie, yes. You knew I had good provisions here. Huh, I have heard that you feast daily on steamed buns and roasted lamb. Surely, I can't be the only one feasting here. We can afford to supply 30 pairs of chopsticks every day. It's just in time for a meal. Let's eat together." As he spoke, Qi Shikai prepared to lead Lu Meng to the dining hall. However, Lu Meng grasped Qi Shikai's arm and said, "Let us discuss a few things before we eat." "All right, let us go." With that, the two made their way to the training grounds. Offering Qi Shikai a cigarette, Lu Meng slowly began, "You plan to strike the Shishan coal mine. I wish to join you. I have studied the firepower layout of the coal mine, that MY men can take out their machine gun posts. My brothers are skilled with rocket launchers and grenade launchers, which are designed for such targets as for the tanks. We can only overwhelm them with sheer numbers. That I see you have some heavy artillery. Sacrificing 10 lives to destroy a tank should be feasible." Lu Meng's words left Qi Shikai momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated Lu Meng would offer his assistance. Meng, the risk of seizing the mine at Shishan is substantial. I cannot afford to hire you and own need for payment. What then do you seek? Qi Shikai was even more perplexed. Lu Meng looked at Qi Shikai and smiled. Finding a trustworthy friend is not easy. You, Brother Qi, are ruthless to outsiders yet loyal to your own. That a person like me, who dances on the edge of a blade, may not see another day. When one dies, there should be someone to collect the body. Don't overthink it. I simply wish to befriend you. That I won't question your plans. Just give the orders." That Lu Meng's words were heartfelt yet probing. He sought to gauge whether Qi Shikai possessed the resolve to utilize him. A great reputation can also be a burden to AS, the top contender in the Shiqing strongman rankings. Many sought to recruit Lu Meng, yet he had numerous enemies. Having discerned the true nature of the military leaders in Shiqing, Lu Meng was reluctant to serve anyone, fearing he might be used as cannon fodder. Lu Meng was not afraid of death. Rather, he worried about his brothers and their families not being cared for. However, he held Qi Shikai in high regard and even a degree of respect. Qi Shikai's benevolence in providing for hundreds of orphans at the Old Jai Welfare Institute earned Lu Meng's admiration. Befriending someone like Qi Shikai filled Lu Meng with confidence that he understood that Qi Shikai had a plan. The final test for Lu Meng was whether he dared to place his trust in Qi Shikai. Qi Shikai chuckled at Lu Meng's words. This mission is fraught with uncertainty, isn't it? In this world, how many truly fear death? The ones who should have perished did so 3 years ago. How many can emerge victorious in close-quarters combat? Qi Shikai's boldness left Lu Meng in shock, reflecting a complete absence of hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Meng replied, "About 10 should suffice. The rest lack the necessary skills. That will do. Let us eat first. We need to restore our spirits in the coming days." That Qi Shikai felt confident in the combat prowess of the strongest man in Shiqing, as for the possibility of betrayal. He remained unperturbed. Once within Qi Shikai's camp, exiting would be no easy feat. Moreover, unless it was the last moment, only Gao Wu and Zhao Gang were privy to Qi Shikai's complete strategy. Another 3 days passed, leaving only 4 days until Qi Shikai's deadline. All of Shiqing was watching his every move, yet Qi Shikai remained perfectly still. Just as Han Sun began to grow impatient, Han Bin rushed into his study. "Dad, Qi Shikai has sent word. He will act at 3 o'clock in the morning 4 days from now." Upon receiving Han Bin's intelligence, Han Sun furrowed his brow slightly. That's so. He is timing it to the 10th day. Showing such confidence without leaving any room for error? Indeed. What preparations has Qi Shikai made? He has mobilized several engineering vehicles and reinforced them with steel plates. It appears he is preparing for a forceful push. Upon hearing of Qi Shikai's preparations, Han Sun smiled. Interesting. This man truly excels in warfare. The issue with Zhang Jun's machine guns has been resolved. However, it is unfortunate that Zhang Jun still possesses tanks and heavy artillery. Qi Shikai has truly placed himself on a precarious path. Han Sun felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of Qi Shikai's hidden cards. Once he discerned Qi Shikai's true capabilities, his worry would dissipate. Ultimately, Qi Shikai was still set on a direct assault. Han Bin was in a good mood as well. He had been through a rough patch in recent days, pouring a cup of tea for Han Sun. Han Bin curiously asked, "Dad, there's something I don't quite understand." "What is it?" "Zhang Jun is a young officer held in high regard by General Wu. How did he end up defecting? Who knows why that fellow chose to turn his back? Rumor has it that Zhang Jun stole a concubine given to General Wu by Ma Dujuan. For a woman? Is that woman Su Daji? It's hard to believe she could captivate Zhang Jun like this. Who can say? Ensure that this information reaches Zhang Jun, and simultaneously instruct our spies in Shiqing Farm to keep a close eye on Qi Shikai. This lad is exceedingly cunning." "Understood, Dad." Shishan Coal Mine. Established in the 1990s, features office buildings of a rather antiquated design. Within a lavishly adorned bedroom, Zhang Jun kneels before a Luohan bed, his gaze somewhat vacant. Reclining languidly on the bed is a voluptuous woman. "My esteemed mistress, intelligence from Xian City has arrived at How did you address me?" The woman emits a soft nasal sound, prompting Zhang Jun to reply with trepidation, "My queen." "Very obedient," she remarks. Zhang Jun, remember, I belong only to the mightiest of men. You must become the most powerful man in this world. Look into my eyes and repeat after me. As the sheer fabric is drawn aside, their eyes meet. Hers are captivating, extraordinarily beautiful. I shall become the most powerful man. I will possess my queen. I will forever be the slave of Queen Wan Quan, your most loyal servant. Such a good child. She responds here. I have prepared a bowl of stewed pear soup for you. Drink it up. Yes, my queen. Lowering his head, he approaches a table where he swiftly consumes a bowl of pale blue soup. Returning to kneel before the Luohan bed, Zhang Jun remains silent. Observers might discern a hint of mental instability in him. Gazing at the kneeling Zhang Jun, the woman named Wang Quan coolly instructs, prepare defenses according to the intelligence from Xian. Han Sun intends to use us to eliminate the forces in Xiqing. I shall accommodate him. Ready the next withdrawal point. We cannot linger here for long. Yes, my queen, I am weary. You may leave. This pair of high-heeled shoes I bestow upon you. Zhang Jun's eyes ignite with fervor as he gazes at the red-soled heels on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. After bowing 3 times, he exclaims with excitement, Thank you, my queen. Thank you, my queen. I, Zhang Jun, shall forever be your most loyal servant. Clutching Wan Chuan's heels as if they were a treasure, he departs. Only after Zhang Jun has left does Wang Quan rise. Stretching languidly, with a hint of concern in her eyes, she retrieves a blue vial and murmurs, There isn't much left. I wonder if it will last until the North Desert. She pulls out a defensive map of Shishan coal mine to study. Unbeknownst to all, the strategy for the assault and defense at Shishan coal mine is crafted by this very woman. Tonight, at 9 o'clock, Xiqing Farm. Inside the makeshift operations room, Shikai points at the battle map. Instructing Jianzi, Xiaofeng, once the battle commences, let the sound of gunfire be our signal. Upon hearing it, charge the mountain immediately. Remember, all bulldozers and engineering vehicles must advance in a line. Everyone scatter and take cover behind the vehicles. Bullets are indiscriminate. Understood, Brother Qi, Ding Jian and Ding Feng, elated, realize they will be leading their own team this time. Uncle Jacques, that I'm here. You will command the machine gun squad at not conserve ammunition once the battle begins. I do not wish to see the guns cease fire. Even if they cannot be killed, they must be made to fear. Understood. Woozy, brother, I'm here. Your task is the most critical. Before the operation begins, all 6 nails outside must be removed. Understood. Brother Shikai is aware of the presence of nails outside Xiqing Farm and knows to whom they belong. All right, it is now 9 o'clock. Dinner at 9:30. Regroup at 12 at everyone. Surrender your communication devices and maintain silence. Combat could erupt at any moment. After the others disperse, Shikai calls over LV Meng. Handing him a cigarette, Shikai queries, Do you think there are any oversights in my plan? After lighting the cigarette for Shikai, LV Meng replies, 2 issues that I've accompanied you on reconnaissance several times recently. Their nighttime defenses are quite stringent. Every 10 minutes, they fire 2 flares. There are also traps on both sides of the road. Those can be dealt with easily, but if discovered, we are finished at ITS open ground. There's nowhere to hide. Listening to LV Meng, Shikai suddenly smiles mysteriously. Meng, do you know what my father did for a living? LV Meng is momentarily taken aback by the question. The arrival of the apocalypse has been a source of immense pain for many. Pain, excruciating pain, like a knife stabbing into the heart. Numerous individuals have lost loved ones during this cataclysm. Shikai, Gao Wu, Zhao Gang, and LV Meng each have family members who perished in the apocalypse. In this grim reality, there exists an unspoken rule among survivors. Refrain from inquiring about others' family situations prior to the end. Shikai has never spoken of it, and LV Meng would not be so foolish as to ask. Reigniting his cigarette, Shikai reflects, My father was an elegant man, exceptionally refined, a quintessential intellectual. He was also quite talented and handsome. He graduated from Jinling University of Information Engineering, majoring in meteorology, a field renowned for producing meteorological experts. He was a top student with opportunities to remain in the bustling city of Jinling. However, for my mother's sake, he returned to Xian City, where he worked at the Meteorological Bureau. From the age of 8, my father began imparting meteorological knowledge to me. By 10, I could predict the weather with considerable accuracy, knowing when it would be windy, rainy, or foggy. The year of the blue fog was also during this season. Little Lon, my sister, and Liangzi contracted influenza, suffering from high fevers. The 3 of them were on the brink of collapse, and I sought out a drug dealer for medicine. The dealer informed me that while he could provide the medicine, I needed to help them seize a mine. That mine was iron, guarded by over 50 armed men, and a mountain path was even more treacherous than that of Shishan coal mine. With no choice, I realized that without medicine, there would be no saving them. Those 3 were the last of our brotherhood's kin on a foggy night. Steel and Woozy and I stealthily approached the iron mine. We engaged in silent combat, resulting in a brutal melee. That night, we eliminated over 50 foes, and the scent of blood permeated our beings. During that period, Little Lon insisted on bathing me daily, Chi Shikai narrates, as if recounting a tale. Initially, LV Meng perceives this as merely a way for Chi Shikai to ease his pre-battle nerves. Yet, as he listens further, a sense of disquiet grows within him that Chi Shikai's plan is not overly complex. Night raids combined with surprise attacks. This is the optimal strategy for light infantry confronting heavily fortified positions, with numerous successful precedents. Yet LV Meng feels that something is still amiss. As he watches, wide-eyed, Chi Shikai chuckles. "You're from the North Desert. Aren't you? Not from Xi'an." "Yes, I hail from Qicheng in the North Desert. We are both from northeast China. However, the environments of Xi'an and Qicheng differ significantly. Each year at the end of April, Xi'an experiences dense fog. The visibility can drop to merely 2 or 3 meters. Chi Shikai's words leave LV Meng utterly astonished. "Wow. Little Chi, your mind? It's incredible." This time, Chi Shikai's surprise assault involves only a modest number of personnel, 25 in total, including LV Meng's group. However, all are masters of close combat. As the fog rolls in, they are poised for melee. This method of engagement would leave Shishan coal mine utterly unprepared. Once Chi Shikai secures the forward position, the over 100 brothers at the mountain's base will charge like wolves. Not even the presence of tanks would deter Chi Shikai. He could dismantle them with ease. In this moment, LV Meng genuinely admires Chi Shikai. The latter is not merely a brute. The bravado is a mere fade. "Little Chi, what if the fog doesn't come? Even simpler, there are 5,000 to 6,000 zombies in Shuangmao town. I can lure them to assault the mountain." Chi Shikai's words elicit laughter from LV Meng. Thumbs up, he beams. "Little Chino, brother Chi, you're truly ingenious. Only you could conceive of using zombies to attack the mountain." "Brother, the fog has come." As soon as LV Meng finishes speaking, Gao Wu bursts in, his face alight with excitement. Upon hearing that the fog has arrived, LV Meng is even more stunned. As they all rush out of the room. A delicate mist indeed envelopes the surroundings. The stroke of 2 in the morning, Gao Wu extracted his bayonet from the back of Spy. With a swift gesture, he signaled to his 2 comrades, who promptly placed the lifeless body into a body bag. With a cold smirk, Gao Wu, gloved hands at work, discarded both a dagger and a spent cartridge. These were standard-issue bayonets and rifle shells used at the Shishan coal mine. Upon returning to the camp, Gao Wu addressed Chi Shikai, saying, "Brother, the nails have been thoroughly dealt with. Let us depart," came the reply. Over 200 men silently exited the camp, proceeding on foot towards the Shishan coal mine. The coal mine lay in close proximity to the Shicheng farm, a mere distance of less than 2 kilometers from the rooftop of the coal mine. One could even glimpse the Shicheng farm. 10 minutes later, Chi Shikai and his group arrived at the foot of the Shishan coal mine. After a brief glance at the concealed construction vehicles, Chi Shikai issued instructions to the Ding brothers before leading the assault team into the enveloping darkness. In the thick fog, visibility was nearly non-existent. The group traversed the 800 meters in over an hour by 4 in the morning. Chi Shikai's assault team found themselves 20 meters away from the coal mine's wall. The Shishan coal mine was fortified with a rudimentary wall fashioned from timber and stone, standing at just over 3 meters in height. Zhang Jun had established his firing positions atop the wall. Aside from a destroyed machine gun, 6 firing points remained intact. Chi Shikai and Zhao Gang took charge of the left and right flanks respectively, poised to launch their assault simultaneously when the moment was right. At a distance of 20 meters, they were practically under the enemy's noses. Chi Shikai could even discern the faint glow of a campfire atop the wall and hear the snores of slacking sentries. The fire provided some relief from the fog, but did little to illuminate the surrounding area. Due to the thick fog, the guard at the coal mine had not even fired off any illumination flares. 1, 2, 3, 20. Lying low, Gao Wu strained to listen to the footsteps above. In such fog-laden conditions, everyone was effectively blind, yet Gao Wu's keen hearing proved invaluable. With precise intelligence in hand, Chi Shikai sensed the opportune moment had arrived. He gently tapped 3 times on the earpiece at his EAR. In response, Zhao Gang acknowledged. Drawing a bayonet, Chi Shikai whispered to his companion, Meng, it seems we have yet to settle our score. We still haven't had that drink. Meng tightened his grip on his dagger and replied, shall we settle it tonight? They wagered. If Shikai lost, he would owe Meng 50 rifles. If Meng lost, he would owe Shikai a stunning beauty. I won't hold back then, Meng declared, and with a swift motion, he sprang into action, moving like a panther in the blink of an eye. Shikai lost sight of him, marveling at Meng's explosive agility. Soon, Shikai followed suit. On the wall, a drowsy machine gunner jolted awake. Shivering, he nudged his partner and said, wake up, or we'll catch hell from the inspection team. Got a smoke? Hand me one. None left. It's been days since anyone came down. We're running low on supplies. Damn this weather. My clothes are soaked. I need to relieve myself. As he spoke, the machine gunner's assistant yawned and approached the edge of the wall. At 4 a.m, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Staying awake was one thing, but once sleep took hold, waking was excruciating. The machine gunner assistant closed his eyes, and before he could even unfasten his belt, he felt a fierce wind. Thud! A dagger pierced his neck, and a large hand swiftly covered his mouth. 30 seconds later, the machine gunner watched as his comrade, clad in desert camouflage, returned. Lu'er, when did you change your clothes? Came the muffled response. Before Shikai, Meng had already been hailed as the fiercest warrior of Xiqing, a title well-earned. Meng excelled in close combat and hand-to-hand engagements to be why the time Shikai ascended the wall. Meng had effortlessly dispatched a machine gun post. Seeing the two fallen gunners, Shikai gave a thumbs up, while Meng flashed a broad grin. Holding up 2 fingers, 2 to 0. Shikai smiled slightly and dashed toward the next machine gun post. In the inky darkness, visibility was minimal. Even with the campfire's flicker, it illuminated only a 5-meter radius. Yet the fire in the darkness resembled the grim ledger of the underworld as Shikai advanced toward one of the campfires. He spotted 2 shadowy figures, alert and vigilant. After exchanging a glance with Gao Wu, who ready to rope at his waist, the 2 sprang into action. Swoosh! The rope, fitted with a soft metal collar, spiraled through the air toward one of the machine gunners. Thud! In an instant, the collar lashed around the gunner's neck, the internal serrations slicing through flesh, blood gushing forth in a fountain, drenching the other gunner in the process. This was Gao Wu's signature move. In earlier days, when their equipment was lacking, the group had relied on Gao Wu's grappling prowess to dispatch zombies, a technique he had dubbed the blood droplet. Witnessing his comrade fall, the surviving gunner's face blanched. Crack! The remaining gunner reacted swiftly, adjusting his heavy machine gun's aim. Thud! Before he could fully realign the weapon, a crossbow bolt struck him squarely in the forehead. Advancing with measured steps, Shikai held a military crossbow in one hand and a bayonet in the other. Reaching the 2 machine gunners, he delivered 2 final blows. Then the group hastened toward the next post. The wall became a theater of slaughter. Zombie hunters excelled at close-quarters combat, particularly in assassination, an essential skill of their profession. In the span of mere moments, every sentry position along the wall was neutralized. Shikai, Meng, and Zhao Gang regrouped at the base of the wall. In hushed tones, Shikai instructed, I'll infiltrate their command center. Gongzi, take care of the enemies resting in the dormitory. Damo, seek out the tank, that if you can capture it, do so. If not, destroy it. Wuzi, hand Damo 10 kilograms of explosives. As he spoke, Gao Wu promptly passed Meng a 10-kilogram bomb crafted by his mother. Meng stared at the bomb in disbelief. It was a formidable explosive, capable of releasing over 40,000 kilojoules of energy. Once detonated, any living creature within dozens of meters would likely meet their end. Such a sizable explosive was more than sufficient to obliterate a tank, even a towering mech. The threat posed by the Shishan coal mines T-59 tank was significant. If it could not be captured, it must be destroyed. Having assigned their tasks, Shikai stealthily made his way toward the Shishan coal mines office building. He understood the principle of capturing the king to catch the thief. After traversing around 100 meters, Shikai suddenly spotted a campfire ahead. Utilizing the firelight, his pupils dilated in alarm point. 2 ominous tubes were aimed directly at him. 266-style howitzers. Surrounding the howitzers were over 10 artillerymen wrapped in military coats. Sound asleep, with bombs equipped with fuses nearby. The sight of the howitzers filled Shikai with relief. The decision to launch a surprise attack in such foggy conditions had spared him significant casualties. However, a question arose in his mind. How did the enemy acquire artillery? With no time for contemplation, Shikai instinctively gestured for a throat-slitting motion. Yet he quickly whispered to Gao Wu, "Capture them alive." Upon hearing this, Gao Wu nodded, and a claw hammer appeared in his hand, transforming him into a formidable figure. The accompanying members also brandished blunt instruments, ready for action. Clang, clang, clang. The group led by Gao Wu swiftly incapacitated the artillerymen as if striking a turtle, subsequently binding them tightly. Technical troops are indeed a rare commodity. Approaching the artillery position, the office building of Shishan coal mine was now within close proximity. Crouched behind a flower bed, Shikai utilized the glow of a street lamp at the entrance of the building to survey the situation. Over 20 guards were stationed at the main entrance, one of whom operated a Maxim machine gun. As Shikai contemplated circumventing the front entrance, Gao Wu returned and whispered, "Elder brother, all the windows of the building are secured with protective nets. Infiltration is impossible." Then, before Shikai could finish his sentence, a piercing alarm resonated throughout Shishan coal mine. Soon, he heard hurried footsteps and voices from within the building. Machine gun positions 1 through 6. Report, report, garage, report, report, artillery position, report. Hello, hello. All personnel assemble. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed ominously, clearly indicating that the personnel at Shishan coal mine had realized something was amiss. Shikai, audacious and skilled, concealed himself behind a flower bed merely 3 meters from the office building's entrance, so close that someone standing at the door could easily douse him with a stream of urine. As more and more guards gathered at the entrance, notably a distinct leader among them, Shikai's eyes glimmered. He extended his hand, clenched his fist, and then relaxed it. Gao Wu and the 10 or so individuals accompanying Shikai swiftly produced 6 or 7 grenades each. With a hiss, more than a dozen grenades were simultaneously activated. The sound of their detonation was already deafening at such a short distance. Zhang Jun, stationed at the entrance, inquired with confusion, "What's that noise?" With a whoosh, the grenades arced into the crowd. Zhang Jun's pupils constricted in alarm upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the grenades. Enemy attack. Protect Her Majesty. Boom! Boom! Clouds of black smoke erupted at the entrance of Shishan coal mine, and the mounted Maxim machine gun was obliterated. Even Shikai, who had taken cover more than 10 meters away, felt the shockwave from the explosion. The moment he heard the blast, he drew his AKM and shouted towards the entrance. "Fire! Rat-a-tat-tat! Rat-a-tat! Rat-a-tat-tat! Boom! Boom!" Despite the short distance of merely 10 meters, the thick fog rendered marksmanship futile. Hitting the target relied solely on luck. That moment, Shikai issued a command to unleash firepower at the entrance as swiftly as possible. Bullets and grenades rained down on the office building's entrance without restraint. Buzzing at the foot of Shishan coal mine, Ding Jian and his comrades immediately directed bulldozers and engineering vehicles to advance the moment they heard gunfire. The main force barreled through the city gate without encountering any resistance. Under normal circumstances, it seemed that Shikai had successfully seized the mine inside the office building of Shishan coal mine. Wu Wangquan was startled awake by the sound of explosions. Approaching the window, she was alarmed by the cacophony of gunfire below. After steadying her nerves, she lit an incense burner. Subsequently, Wu Wangquan reclined on a luohan bed, striking a sultry pose. Bang! Bang! Occasionally, gunfire erupted within the office building. Zhang Jun's subordinates were fiercely tenacious. Even when caught off guard by Shikai, they refused to surrender, relying on the fact that the office building had only one main entrance. This group continued to resist stubbornly. Shikai refrained from rashly ordering an assault. With bullets indiscriminate and the situation already determined, Shikai saw no need to risk the lives of his comrades. His men were elite troops, and this surprise attack had gone flawlessly. There was no need to tarnish it with imperfections. Machine gun team, why are you conserving ammunition? Fire! Wu Zi, take a team and blow open a wall. 5 minutes. Resolve the conflict within 5 minutes. As the sound of the PKM general-purpose machine gun rang out, the resistance within the Shishan coal mine building fell silent. it was impossible. Chi Shirkai's machine gun fire was overwhelmingly powerful. The bullets rained down like a deluge. Each time the defenders inside dared to fire a shot, a barrage of bullets would sweep back in response to in an instant. It felt as though a festival had erupted at Shishan coal mine. Under the training of old Jai, Chi Shirkai's machine gun team had expanded to 50 men, with precisely 50 PKM general-purpose machine guns. Despite the poor visibility, the density of fire was insufferable for the defenders. The shooters inside dared not reveal themselves. Those who attempted to rise and shoot were turned into a sieve in an instant. With visibility compromised, Chi Shirkai opted for fire suppression, although he lacked artillery. He had an ample supply of ammunition that it was merely a matter of time before Gao Wu breached the wall and annihilated the occupants inside, while others labeled Chi Shirkai a reckless fool. He was remarkably astute in the heat of battle. Little Chi, the tank is secured, and I've captured the crew for you. While Chi Shirkai was engaged in combat with the remaining personnel inside the building, El Meng approached with his men that a short, bespectacled man was unceremoniously tossed to the ground like a chick by El Meng. Pointing at the man on the ground, El Meng chuckled. This is the commander of that tank. I've got all 4 crew members, and they surrendered without a fight. Observing the panicked commander, Chi Shirkai inquired, "What is your name?" "B. Beta." "What did you say?" Chi Shirkai was taken aback upon hearing the name. "Brother, my name is Beta." A smile spread across Chi Shirkai's face as he looked at Beta. "Don't be nervous that you happen to have a brother named Shook who flies planes?" "Brother, my name is truly Beta. My surname is Bay, and I live in Tajat that my father, lacking education, named me this." Beta appeared rather timid, considering the ferocious group surrounding him. The fact that he hadn't wet himself was already commendable. "Don't be anxious. If you can operate a tank, that's quite a skill. Have you served as a tank crew member?" Chi Shirkai instinctively felt that Beta might have military experience. It's not unusual for common folk to fire a gun. But operating a tank is no trivial matter. However, Chi Shirkai also sensed that Beta didn't quite fit the mold. Since the apocalypse, he had encountered many with military backgrounds. Those who survived were all tough as nails. He had never come across anyone as cowardly as Beta. "Brother, I'm nearsighted and unable to serve in the military. However, I have 3,000 hours of experience in World of Tanks. My vehicles are nearly maxed out." "Are you saying you learned from a game?" No, I studied tank technology at Wu Dazwai's training camp." "Brother, please don't kill me. I can operate any tank that I can handle Type 59, Type 99, and various armored vehicles. Even foreign tanks, I could drive them away." Beta was genuinely fearful that Chi Shirkai might eliminate him at any moment. After all, the scent of blood still lingered around Chi Shirkai. Fine, as long as you're honest. I want to make things difficult for you. Have you eaten? Are you hungry?" "I'm hungry." That Chi Shirkai hadn't mentioned food, and Beta hadn't felt much of a pang. But once food was brought up, his stomach audibly protested. Despite being a technical troop, Beta's rations were rather meager. Among Zhang Jun's gang, the best fed were his personal guards that non-corps members like Beta received only 5 cornmeal pancakes and some pickles daily. A diet worse than South Korean soldiers. After days of cornmeal pancakes, Beta's stomach was rebelling. Hearing Beta's stomach growl, Chi Shirkai waved his hand. Zhao Gang, standing nearby, promptly retrieved 4 cans of bull meat and some white flour pancakes from his backpack. These beef cans were 1 kilogram each, packed with solid meat. Upon opening the can, the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing Beta's eyes to widen in greed. "Thank you, elder brother. Thank you." Beta and the other 3 crew members were on the verge of kneeling before Chi Shirkai. Observing the 4 of them devouring their food ravenously, Chi Shirkai couldn't help but smile. Tank soldiers, indeed, are pure technical talents. This particular branch of the military is even more challenging to train than machine gunners. And over there, the artillerymen who have yet to awaken are precisely the talents that Chi Shirkai urgently needs. Boom! Just as Chi Shirkai had calmed down Beta and the others, the sound of an explosion echoed from afar. Soon, gunfire erupted within the building. In less than a minute, the not-so-tall Li Hongyan emerged, dragging a corpse behind him. "Brother Chi, the first floor has been completely cleared. This is the body of the bandit leader." Zhang Jun, taken down by Wu Gu, with a single shot. .19 enemies were eliminated on the first floor, With 23 injured, Wu Ge is currently securing the building. Brother Qi, shall we treat the captives as usual? Qi Shikai initially intended to say to kill them all. However, glancing at Beta, who was enjoying his meal, he swiftly changed his mind, saying, treat the captives. Provide proper medical attention to those who can be saved. Understood, Li Hongyan replied, initially believing that Qi Shikai had undergone a change of heart. However, upon hearing the latter part of the statement, he realized the truth. Naturally, the lightly injured were to be treated, but for those severely wounded, it would be a different story. After all, Qi Shikai's medical supplies were quite precious. Beta, overhearing Qi Shikai's intention to save the captives, cast a grateful glance his way. Those who opposed Qi Shikai need not fear death. And clearly, those who obediently complied would also be spared. Inside the building, Gao moved swiftly to eliminate the remaining enemies. The entire Shishan coal mine office building housed around 70 to 80 of Zhang Jun's close guards. When Gao Wu dispatched the last enemy, the building fell silent. Wu, the redwood door, given its extravagant appearance, could it possibly be the treasure trove of Zhang Jun? On the 4th floor, Zhang Tao pointed at a redwood door. At the mention of treasure, Gao Wu's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. Wu Ge loves to loot. Bang! With a single shot, he unlocked the door, kicked it open, and rushed inside. Upon entering, Gao Wu was taken aback. The room was incredibly opulent, filled with gold and jewels. The floor was adorned with exquisite handmade carpets, and a gentle fragrance wafted through the air. Holding his rifle, Gao Wu began to search the room. Suddenly, he spotted a Luohan bed, surrounded by a faint aromatic mist, and behind the sheer curtains was a graceful figure. Just a glance at that silhouette led Gao Wu to conclude that a great beauty lay upon the bed. Upon noticing his intrusion, the enchanting Wu Wanshu's distinctive voice rang out, "My warrior, I am your queen. What are you doing here?" Before Wu Wanshu could finish her sentence, Gao Wu darted out in a flash. He dashed away, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind that Wu Wanshu observed clearly as Gao Wu vanished from sight. Zhang Tao, standing guard outside, curiously inquired, "Wu Ge, was there nothing inside?" "Oh, there was a stunning beauty. Taozi, keep watch over the room. I'm going to fetch my brother. He has quite the taste." Outside the Shishan coal mine office building, Qi Shikai was filled with joy as he caressed the barrel of a howitzer. The 2 howitzers and a Type 59 tank before him were undoubtedly the greatest gains of his expedition. Moreover, compared to the Type 59 tank, the 2 Type 66 howitzers brought even more delight to Qi Shikai. The Type 66 howitzer was the former main artillery of Dongda, weighing 5.72 tons in march and 5.65 tons in combat. It boasts a maximum range of 17,404 meters and a minimum range of 4,400 meters, with a direct fire distance of 800 meters. S. Dongda's former primary howitzer, the Type 66, is far from outdated. It's simply that in the era of full information at Dongda, such artillery is no longer required, with a firing rate of 6 to 8 rounds per minute and a lethal radius of 50 meters. It is truly a formidable weapon on the battlefield of Nanjian. This howitzer has achieved remarkable feats. Qi Shikai lacked light firepower, but was entirely devoid of heavy firepower. Currently, he relied solely on self-destructing trucks for heavy fire support. With 2 Type 66 howitzers and 100 rounds of ammunition, Qi Shikai's strength would significantly increase. While Qi Shikai admired his new acquisitions, Lu Meng approached him. "Little Qi, still no victor determined?" Once the battle commenced, everything became chaotic. Neither Qi Shikai nor Lu Meng could accurately calculate how many enemies they had eliminated. Let's call it a tie. Later, I'll provide you with a new batch of firearms. Haha, then I'll find you a stunning beauty. Little Qi, this cannon looks familiar. Isn't this the type used by Han Sen's artillery battalion, something like the 6-9 artillery? Qi Shikai had not visited Han Sen's artillery battalion, but Lu Meng had. You mean the posture? This is the Type 66 howitzer. Right, the Type 66. Little Qi, something seems off. This artillery is quite heavy, and Zhang Jun is fleeing, but it's not surprising to have a tank. Those can maneuver easily, but this howitzer is far too cumbersome to transport. Upon exchanging glances, Qi Shikai and Lu Meng speculated about the origins of the howitzer. However, being astute individuals, they chose not to delve further into the topic. The people of Xiqing are not fools. Everyone is aware that Han Sun has been weakening others, but no one has considered rebellion, for with weakening comes strengthening. Everyone is gambling that they will be the ones to gain strength. It is precisely because of this collective mindset that Han Sun can maintain a delicate balance. Brother, we have made a significant discovery. Just as Qi Shikai was piecing together the origins of the howitzer, Gao Wu rushed over in a frantic manner. Upon hearing Gao Wu mention a discovery, Qi Shikai eagerly asked, "Did you find the crystal core?" The crystal core was precisely what Qi Shikai desired most. With the crystal core, he could enhance his equipment. Once Qi Shikai upgraded his system, he would be able to confront Han Sun head-on. No, brother, on the 4th floor, there is a room resembling a palace. A woman is inside that room. Her figure, her appearance, absolutely stunning. It's on the 4th floor, and Taozi is guarding. You want to go take a look? A woman. Qi Shikai paused slightly upon hearing the mention of a woman. Zhang Jun was fleeing, so it wouldn't be unusual for him to bring a woman along. However, granting a woman such lavish treatment was indeed peculiar. The Shishan coal mine had been abandoned for many years. Creating a palace-like room undoubtedly required a great deal of scavenged resources, likely some impractical ones. Seeing the puzzled expression on Qi Shikai's face, Lu Meng furrowed his brows and said, "I just had a conversation with Beta and learned some information. Zhang Jun is a young officer highly valued by General Wu. The Combined Guard Brigade is also one of General Wu's trump cards. This betrayal by Zhang Jun feels suspicious. Moreover, Beta mentioned that the valuable gifts given to General Wu by Commander Ma were not taken by Zhang Jun. Instead, he brought away a woman. This woman was a gift from Commander Ma to General Wu. Could she be the one upstairs? This Zhang Jun is quite the sycophant. He is a total pushover. What kind of beauties could he not encounter while following General Wu? General Wu is the leader of Chunjiang, the undisputed emperor of Chunjiang City. Compared to Xian City, Chunjiang is undoubtedly a major metropolis. Before the apocalypse, Chunjiang had a population nearing 10 million. Even with the impact of the apocalypse, Chunjiang still boasts a population exceeding 10 million. But it's not that Chunjiang is devoid of zombies. Rather, cities surrounding it are fleeing towards Chunjiang for survival. Even North Galilee has people traversing mountains and rivers to seek a living in Chunjiang. With a population base of 10 million, what type of woman could one not find? For Zhang Jun, a man with a bright future, to betray for a woman? Qi Shikai found it utterly absurd. "I'm going to take a look at this woman." Upon hearing Qi Shikai's words, Gao Wu couldn't help but chuckle, even going so far as to stop the eager LV Meng from joining the spectacle. Gao had always felt that there were far too few women around Qi Shikai in the past. When everyone lived in poverty, it didn't seem to matter much. However, the situation had changed. Qi Shikai was clearly in the ascendant phase of his career, with his family business expanding rapidly as Qi Shikai's sworn brother and trusted confidant. Gao Wu was particularly concerned about Qi Shikai's future descendants. To put it bluntly, Qi Shikai was the linchpin of their group. Should misfortune befall him, the entire assembly would inevitably fall apart. Yet if Qi Shikai were to have a child, the dynamics would shift dramatically. With a child, Qi Shikai would become the father of the heir. Upon reaching the 4th floor of the office building, Qi Shikai encountered Zhang Tao, who was stationed there. The moment he stepped into the corridor on the 4th floor, Qi Shikai noticed a distinct difference. Crystal chandeliers adorned the ceiling, and the walls were encrusted with gold and jewels. The floor was covered with luxurious carpets. In a world ravaged by chaos, these items might seem trivial, yet acquiring them required considerable effort. As he entered the room, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, an aroma unlike any conventional perfume. On the Luohan bed, Wu Wanju caught sight of a tall figure. Through the sheer veil, she discerned that the newcomer was rather handsome. Listening to the voice greeting him at the entrance, she realized that this individual appeared to be the leader. With a composed demeanor, Wu Wanju softly uttered, "My warrior, you have arrived." Her words momentarily stunned Qi Shikai. With one hand resting on his holstered pistol, he lifted a corner of the veil. The instant the veil was drawn aside, a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes gazed deeply into Qi Shikai's. In that fleeting moment, his mind went blank. The woman before him was strikingly beautiful, exuding an alluring charm. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, and her skin was as pale and smooth as mutton fat jade. Clad in delicate silk sleepwear, she revealed just enough to entice the eye. Most notably, her face was astoundingly exquisite. Her enchanting gaze was fixated on Shikai. Brimming with affection, lazily rising, Wu Wanju traced her slender, fair fingers along Shikai's lips. "My warrior, you have worked so hard. You once possessed a beautiful family, but the arrival of the apocalypse has shattered everything." A sudden rush of confusion engulfed Shikai's mind. It was as if time itself had reversed, transporting him to a wedding hall. On stage stood a blissful girl in a wedding gown, with a beaming Shikai by her side. This was Tian Fei. This was the scene of his wedding. It was meant to be the beginning of Shikai's happiness, but the onset of the apocalypse had turned it into a tragedy. His mind was in turmoil as Shikai's gaze grew distant. Wu Wanju's lips curled into a faint smile. Leaning closer to Shikai's ear, she murmured, "My warrior, I am your queen, I am your divinity. I am the direction you must pursue. Now, gaze upon me, revere me, and I shall restore all that you have lost. Now kneel." In the wedding hall, Shikai looked at Tian Fei, his voice filled with emotion. "Xiao Fei, will you marry me?" "I will," Tian Fei replied, her face radiant with happiness. For every girl, marrying for love is no small feat. As the couple embraced, cheers erupted from the audience. Shikai looked upon the familiar faces in the crowd, all of whom he cherished deeply. Gao Wu, grinning like a fool. Zhao Gang, ever composed. Gao Yang, with his dyed yellow hair. And Zhao Xiaomei, still sulking over her parents refusing to buy concert tickets. Each face belonged to someone dear to him. Just as Shikai leaned in for a deep kiss with Tian Fei, he suddenly froze. One person was missing from the crowd. "Husband, what's wrong?" Tian Fei inquired, sensing his distraction. "Where has Tianlan gone?" Shikai replied, bewildered. He had known Tianlan longer than Tian Fei. Back in high school, Tianlan, along with a few classmates, had been harassed by some unruly youths at a barbecue joint. Shikai, Gao Wu, and Zhao Gang had driven those ruffians away. It was during the police report that Shikai first met Tian Fei. Having just experienced a heartbreak, they quickly fell for each other. Ironically, Tianlan had played the role of matchmaker. Shikai's amiable nature had led Tianlan to become closer to him than even her own sister. Shikai searched desperately for Tianlan's presence. A sense of urgency washed over him, as if something vital had suddenly vanished. "Husband, stop looking for my sister. You must heed your queen's words. You are to devote everything to your queen, including your very life. The queen is your everything. Bow down and prostrate yourself at her feet." Tian Fei's words echoed like a sinister whisper. Suddenly, Shikai sensed something was amiss. It felt as though everything was an illusion. Yet he was reluctant to awaken from this scenario. Then a familiar voice pierced through the haze. "Brother-in-law, I'm scared. Where are those monsters? What happened to Mom, Dad, and my sister? Brother-in-law, are we going to die? I think I might like you. Brother, let me take care of you in place of my sister. Okay, I'll wait for your return." Memories of the past 3 years spent with Tianlan flooded Shikai's mind. His thoughts were in disarray. The wedding hall vanished, and before him loomed a chamber reminiscent of a grand palace, with the imposing figure of Wu Wan's. "My warrior, why do you not kneel?" Wu Wanju's brow glistened with beads of sweat. Shikai's defiance was proving difficult to manage, as he showed no inclination to bow. Wu Wanju had never encountered someone with such formidable willpower. "Kneel, kneel, and I shall grant you all that you desire. Everything before you is real. I am your divinity, your guiding light, that I can bestow upon you everything you seek. Kneel. Once you kneel, you shall possess me as a reward. I shall permit you to kiss my feet." With that, Wu Wanju extended her delicate foot, resembling an exquisite piece of art. Shikai regarded the seemingly pure but oddly cultish Wu Wanju with a smirk. "Damn, I almost got caught in your trap. You are quite the schemer." He spoke. Shikai reached for his weapon belt. Wu Wanju's expression shifted in surprise. She sensed something was amiss in Shikai's gaze. "My warrior, you must not disrespect your queen." "I am your goddess." Shikai drew his weapon belt, prepared to strike. "You are a deity? You are light. You are the only myth, but I am your reckoning. Call it reckoning. Outside the door, Zhang Tao heard Qi Shikai's shouts. Observing the laughter of the guards, he chuckled. Brother Qi is under too much pressure. It's only natural he indulges in some peculiarities that let's not linger here. Inside, Wu Wanju was taken aback that Qi Shikai had lost control. Unleashing a flurry of blows. This is bad. This is bad. Something must have gone wrong. How did he go berserk? She lamented. My warrior. Spare me. How could you treat a girl this way? Qi Shikai unleashed his pent-up frustration upon Wu Wanju, who had always lived a life of luxury and privilege. Overwhelmed by the unexpected humiliation, she couldn't help but weep. After resecuring his weapon belt, Qi Shikai lit a cigarette with a smile, saying, "Can't hit a woman? In the first year of the apocalypse, I saved a mother and daughter. Those two, with hearts of wolves and lungs of dogs, stole my food. Now they're in dire straits, barely able to find their way back into the cycle of life. If luck were to favor them, they might even end up as sisters in their next life. Hit a woman? I would not even blink at the act of murder. Pray tell, what methods have you employed? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift resolution. Otherwise, when it comes to dealing with women, I possess numerous stratagems, particularly with those of exquisite beauty. Wu Wanwan is indeed striking. However, Qi Shikai is no stranger to attractive women. This particular woman is exceedingly bewitching, nearly causing Qi Shikai to lose his sanity. Now he comprehends why Zhang Jun chose to forsake his future, and defect is entirely attributable to this woman's influence. Crack! As Wu Wanwan beheld the gleaming muzzle of the firearm aimed at her temple, she nervously swallowed. She could discern that Qi Shikai was not jesting. Oh, you are not under my control. How can this be? My hypnosis has never faltered before. Wu Wanwan was rendered dumbfounded, previously believing that there had been a flaw in the hypnotic process. Who could have anticipated that Qi Shikai had not succumbed to hypnosis at all? Hypnosis? Impossible. I have encountered hypnotists before. None have been as outrageous as you. Qi Shikai was utterly skeptical of the notion that this was hypnosis. While hypnotists do exist, their abilities are far from the extraordinary portrayals in films. Gazing at the dark barrel of the gun, Wu Wanwan hastily proclaimed, "Ordinary hypnosis is indeed ineffective. I utilized a special drug. Even conventional hypnosis requires the aid of medication. Why combining the auxiliary substances used in hypnosis with the red crystal core. This unique drug is produced. Red crystal core." Qi Shikai was once again taken aback. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had exterminated countless zombies, yet he had never encountered a red crystal core before. It is indeed the red crystal core. Please, spare my life. I can assist you in concocting this drug. I am a psychologist, and I could be of great benefit to you. You bear a heavy burden. You are suffering from severe post-war trauma and depression that if left untreated, you may develop self-destructive tendencies. I can help you. Wu Wanwan was a remarkably astute woman. Post-war trauma and depression are psychological ailments that many have suffered since the apocalypse. Particularly individuals like Qi Shikai, who tread the line of life and death. Wu Wanwan was confident that Qi Shikai exhibited such symptoms. However, what she did not realize was that Qi Shikai and his ilk were individuals who had faced death time and again. Their psyche and were as unyielding as steel. Have you finished your speech? Your drug may be extraordinary, but I have no need for it. If you have no final words, then prepare to meet your end. As Qi Shikai's finger hovered perilously close to the trigger, Wu Wanwan's pupils dilated in fear. Please, wait. Wu Wanwan was truly terrified. Her silk pajamas were nearly soaked through with sweat. Her abdomen tightened, and had it not been for her last vestiges of composure, she might have been reduced to a state of utter panic. Although Qi Shikai had struck her, Wu Wanwan was not afraid of physical pain. Initially, the blows had hurt greatly, but soon, an unusual sensation had washed over her. As both a psychologist and a hypnotist, she began to suspect she possessed some peculiar trait. While she was not afraid of pain, she was deeply afraid of death. She could see that Qi Shikai genuinely intended to kill her. The murderous aura emanating from him was almost tangible. In 3 years of the apocalypse, it was the first time Wu Wanwan felt death looming so closely. What are you waiting for? For your husband? I presume. If you have any last words, speak quickly. Qi Shikai's bellow sent a shiver down Wu Wanwan's spine. I am the youngest daughter of Wu Yuanshan, the governor of Beima. Please do not kill me. If you contact my father, he will reward you handsomely. I beg you, do not take my life. I do not wish to die. I am only 22. I truly do not want to perish. Tears streamed down Wu Wanwan's face as she wept, a sight that revealed her genuine fear. When she claimed to be merely 22 years of age, Shikai was incredulous. This woman's every expression and gesture exuded maturity, reminiscent of a seasoned seductress. Yet upon closer inspection, Wu Wanwan's features retained a hint of youthful innocence. Her age did not provoke further contemplation from Shikai. However, when she mentioned her father being the governor of Baima, Shikai was taken aback. Baima shares borders with Songjiang, and the eastern region of Baima falls under the jurisdiction of the northern district. While these details were of little consequence, what mattered was that Baima was the only force Shikai was aware of that maintained a singularly cohesive power. The arrival of the apocalypse had rendered the official systems completely paralyzed, leading numerous ambitious individuals to emerge in a mere city like Xiqing. There existed countless factions, and even a city like Xi'an could not achieve unity. The Wu family's ability to unify Baima spoke volumes about their strength. Of course, the sparse population of Baima contributed to this phenomenon. The area of Baima is 6 times that of Songjiang, yet its population is comparable. This low population density facilitates the extermination of zombies. For the denizens of Baima, threats from beasts and the elements outweigh those posed by zombies. Shikai, the Wu family of Baima had already established itself as a formidable warlord. Observing the seriousness in Wu Wanwan's demeanor, Shikai inquired, "What proof do you possess?" "I have proof." With that, Wu Wanwan retrieved her phone and displayed a photograph. The image depicted a large family portrait, evidently taken before the apocalypse. In the photo, Wu Wanwan was intimately nestled beside a middle-aged man. "This is my father, Wu Yuanshan, that he used to run the Baima Daily. His speeches were published therein. If you locate that newspaper, you will find no error. You can also inquire with merchants from Baima. I would not deceive you." "I fear you," Shikai skeptically took the phone and subsequently holstered his firearm. "I shall grant you a temporary reprieve, but you must remain compliant. I could easily end your life with a single bullet." Shikai had never intended to kill this woman. The mere fact that Wu Wanwan possessed such hypnotic abilities had deterred him from considering her demise. All his actions were merely a means to rattle her nerves. Otherwise, this girl would truly believe herself to be a queen. "I understand. I will be obedient, as long as you spare my life." "I shall comply." Her cheeks flushed. Wu Wanwan timidly asked, "May I use the restroom?" Upon receiving a nod from Shikai, she dashed towards the bathroom, forgetting to close the door behind her. Faintly, the sound of running water reached his ears. However, Shikai's mind was far from such trivial matters. Wu Wanwan was an unexpected boon. Her beauty was merely an additional benefit. Shikai's priority was to verify her identity. The governor of Baima is a significant warlord. It is rumored that Wu Yuanshan commands an armed force of 300,000 troops, including 100,000 highly mobile cavalry. Indeed, these are cavalrymen mounted on horses in the apocalypse. Oil and gas resources are exceedingly precious, and the cavalry has once again taken center stage in history. Though referred to as cavalry, most of these horsemen are infantry on horseback, aimed at achieving greater mobility. Wu Wanwan will inevitably have to negotiate with the Wu family in the future. Yet, Shikai was uncertain of the extent of her value, and such negotiations were not to be conducted at present. Sustaining an individual requires minimal sustenance. This card must be kept close to his chest. It may prove advantageous at an opportune moment. Shikai pondered. Wu Wanwan emerged. Her face flushed. It was her first time using the restroom in front of a man, and she wished to sink into the ground in embarrassment. Glancing at Wu Wanwan, Shikai produced handcuffs and secured her wrists. "Stay quietly in this room. I've planted explosives at the entrance. Any movement will result in your demise." "Understood." After placing Wu Wanwan under house arrest, Shikai called for Gao Wu. Upon seeing Shikai emerge so swiftly, Gao was taken aback. "Brother, that was quick. Did you drink? Get lost. Do you know who this woman is?" Shikai nearly kicked Gao Wu in frustration. Xiaoqi usually took at least 40 minutes, and drinking would only amplify his lethargy. "Who is she? Is she yet another governor's daughter?" Gao Wu spoke casually, but upon noticing Chi Shirkai's silence, he froze. No way. Could it be? She claims to be the youngest daughter of the governor of Baima.Wuzi. Please seek out several merchants from the northern desert to discreetly gather some information. That it would be ideal to find a photograph of the northern desert governor. Wu Yuan Shan. Understood, elder brother, Chi Shirkai replied, his demeanor turning serious as he broached the matter at hand. Before Gao Wu could depart, Zhao Gang and El Meng arrived. Elder brother, the battlefield has been cleared. In this battle, we have seized 200 automatic rifles, semi-automatic rifles, and bolt-action rifles, along with 50,000 rounds of ammunition of various calibers, that we also acquired 10 light and heavy machine guns, 4 of which are intact, and 20,000 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, we have 30 handguns with 300 rounds of ammunition each, 30 shotguns with 2,000 rounds, 1 Type 59 tank with 20 shells, and 2 Type 66 howitzers with 100 shells. Furthermore, we obtained 3 large drone jamming vehicles, 2 tons of explosives, primarily ammonium nitrate, 20 high-grade cores, and 100 cores of lesser quality, that we also secured 8 tons of grain and 2 tons of assorted meat. In addition, there are 80 captives. This battle has undeniably yielded a bountiful harvest for Chi Shirkai. Indeed, let us first secure the seized materials, thoroughly interrogate the captives, and retain the technical personnel. The rest should be sent to the mines. Chi Shirkai commanded. Elder brother, should we send a telegram to the western city? Certainly. First, inform Brother Yang and Boss Shun, and finally send a message to Han Senator. I wonder if our Lord Sun will be pleasantly surprised. Furthermore, make haste to prepare a meal, so the brothers can enjoy a hearty feast. I hope Lord Sun does not act impulsively. Should he do so, we might find ourselves embroiled in yet another conflict. El Meng, listening nearby, was left dumbfounded. He had heard tales of Chi Shirkai's audacity, but this was beyond anything he had imagined. Contemplating a confrontation with Han Sun, who commanded over 10,000 armed men. Although bewildered, El Meng understood that Chi Shirkai was determined not to be overshadowed by others. Recently, El Meng had visited the mine, and to his astonishment, the once exhausted coal seams had remarkably regenerated. Indeed, it seemed as if the coal had grown anew, enveloped in a shimmering blue light, concealing the precious cores within. With such an abundance of cores, it was likely that opportunists would soon arrive. Clearly, Chi Shirkai was preparing in advance at 8 o'clock that morning. The Han residence commenced its breakfast service. The dining hall, spanning over 300 square meters, featured an enormous table. More than 30 beautiful maidservants were busily serving dishes. Dressed in pajamas, Han Sun took his seat at the head of the table. After rinsing his mouth with a bowl of bird's nest porridge, a nearby maid quickly knelt to present a gold spittoon. After spitting out the porridge, Han Sun casually inquired, "What is today's staple dish? Are there any new side dishes?" "Master, the staple is flying dragon chicken noodles. Recently, the wild flying dragons have been plentiful, and the kitchen has experimented with various preparations. The sides include roasted deer tendons, stir-fried sea cucumbers, truffle omelets, and steamed bear cub. Oh, that sounds delightful." Han Sen's breakfast was modest, totaling 95 dishes, a strict rule he adhered to, neither more nor less. There have been instances where a wrong dish had resulted in dire consequences. The dining table was not crowded, occupied only by Han Sun and his 3 sons, 2 of whom were his adopted children. Han Sun had many women, boasting 18 concubines, none of whom were permitted at the table. As he lifted a piece of roasted deer tendon, Han Sun asked, "Bin, has there been any news from Chi Shirkai?" Upon hearing the question, Han Bin respectfully set down his chopsticks and replied, "Father, the individuals sent to monitor Chi Shirkai have gone missing." "Missing?" Han Sen's brow furrowed slightly. "I have already dispatched someone to investigate." "Report." Before Han Sun could finish, an intelligence officer from the Plum Blossom Squad rushed into the dining hall. "Lord Sun, young master, we have not located our spy at the Western City Farm. However, we discovered standard-issue bayonets, shell casings, and bloodstains at the scene that we cannot enter the Western City Farm, so we are unaware of the situation inside." "Report. Lord Sun, Chi Shirkai has contacted us. He has already retaken the Shishan coal mine." Before the intelligence officer could complete his report, the communications officer in the information room relayed the news of Chi Shirkai's recovery of the Shishan coal mine. "What?" Han Sun stood abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. "What were the casualties?" How did he manage to take the Shishan coal mine? Our intelligence personnel are investigating, but the Shishan coal mine is heavily guarded, making it nearly impossible to infiltrate. Based on our analysis, Shikai must have launched a surprise attack in the midst of the thick fog. Casualties? Casualties? The personnel in the information room hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Speak. Hansen's commanding voice made the communications officer tremble. According to Shikai's report, he suffered no casualties. However, one of his subordinates sustained a mild concussion after colliding with a wall due to the dense fog. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Han-sun overturned several dishes in front of him. The maidservants watching the food tumble to the ground felt a pang of regret, knowing those dishes were meant for them. Han-sun was genuinely furious. The situation had spiraled out of control. The Shishan coal mine was originally meant to be a blood-soaked grinder, a tool for Han-sun to weaken the power of the western city. Yet, Shikai had shattered that plan. Observing Han-sen's fury, Han-bin interjected, "Father, we cannot allow the coal mine to fall into Shikai's hands. Our scouts have reported that the Shishan coal mine harbors a substantial reserve of cores. Shikai is at the peak of his power, commanding a fierce group of warriors that if he establishes a foothold in the Shishan coal mine, the consequences could be dire." Hansen's brow furrowed tightly as he waved his hand in agitation. All the maidservants promptly exited the room, that I know full well that I cannot allow Shikai to grow stronger. He is too difficult to control. However, the people of the western city are watching me closely. I have already depleted Li Ren's resources, and discontent is brewing. If we seize the Shishan coal mine, there is a real possibility of rebellion. Father, Shikai is nothing but a reckless brute that I will gather our forces and eliminate him. Hansen's adopted son, Han Yong, declared, his eyes widening with determination. Han-sun had one biological son, Han Bin, and two adopted sons, Han Yong and Han Ji. Han Yong was Hansen's most formidable general, while Han Ji managed logistics and supplies, both serving as Hansen's right and left arms. As Han Yong prepared to rally support, Han-sun restrained him that we lack a legitimate reason for war. Our strength could easily overpower a faction in the western city. But if the entire western city rises against us, we would be in dire straits. Reputation is of utmost importance, especially in turbulent times. Seeing Hansen's anxious expression and his silence, Han Ji, with a soft voice, suggested, "Father, we cannot simply seize it, but we can purchase it or negotiate for management rights. The payment can be made in installments, or we could even delay payment. If Shikai sells, everyone benefits. If he refuses, it will be seen as a slight against you. Once word spreads that he has disrespected you, allies within the western city will surely come to our aid." Han Ji's words illuminated Hansen's mind. Yes, that a young that I am here. Father, gather 1,000 men. We will ascend the mountain." Understood. Fathered out at the Shishan coal mine, Yang Mingliang, dressed in a leather coat, was brimming with excitement. Standing before the mine entrance, he exclaimed, "Brothers, our scouts have just reported that the Shishan coal mine can produce 10,000 high-grade cores per month. Based on the prior allocation, you will receive over 3,000 high-grade cores each month. Is that all?" While 10,000 cores seems substantial, Shikai would only receive 3,000 at this rate. It would take him over 3 months to upgrade. With a smile, Yang Mingliang reassured, "That is still quite a lot that we lack skilled miners at the moment. All the cores are within the coal mine. Extracting and refining the coal is painstaking work. Once we acquire larger equipment and sufficient manpower, wealth will flow in abundantly." Shikai nodded in agreement. One must not be overly greedy. Noticing the absence of others, Yang Mingliang lowered his voice and asked, "Brother, do you think Shin Fuguwei will come to the mountain?" "He will undoubtedly come. Shun Fuguwei controls the energy trade for the millions in the western city that in the past, he had to rely on Hansen for energy. But now, Brother Yang, ambition is inherent in human nature. Indeed, ambition is a universal trait. However, what if Hansen turns against us? My capable subordinates barely number over 200 with a comparable force. We have around 500 men in total. The rest are hardly worth mentioning. Your forces amount to just over 300. Together, we are still under 1,000, while Hansen commands a whole battalion, outnumbering us significantly. Moreover, he possesses artillery that I fear our strength may be insufficient, especially since Shun Fuguei's troops are also rather limited. Noticing Yang Mingliang's troubled expression, Shikai chuckled reassuringly. Brother Yang, there's no need for excessive concern that I've already completed our defensive arrangements. This hilltop cannot be taken without at least 10 or 8,000 men. As for Hansen's artillery, I have devised a plan. Should war break out, I will directly eliminate his artillery camp. Let me confide in you, Brother Yang. I have arranged over 20 explosive trucks outside Hansen's artillery camp, each laden with 5 tons of high explosives. Shikai's words left Yang Mingliang utterly stunned. Such an amount of high explosives could nearly obliterate half of the West City. Brother, Hansen has brought a multitude of powerful allies up the hill, numbering over 1,000. Before Yang Mingliang could fully process this, Hansen arrived. By 10 in the morning, the sun had risen, its scorching rays dispersing the lingering fog. When Hansen and his entourage of formidable leaders arrived, the acrid scent of gunpowder still hung in the air at the West Mountain coal mine. The ground was littered with spent shells and over 100 corpses, a stark sight indeed. These bodies belonged to Zhang Jun's followers, who would soon be gathered for cremation and burial. The disposal of corpses is a crucial lesson for all factions in this apocalyptic world. Previously, due to the ability of zombies to produce crystal cores, some had resorted to using corpses to sustain more corpses, while others, even more depraved, had used humans to nourish zombies. The result was a transformation of the dead into zombies, but these particular zombies bore no crystal cores. Rather, they might evolve or mutate after consuming flesh. Thus, it is essential to incinerate the bodies after battle. Hansen was uninterested in the corpses. What shocked him was Shikai's combat prowess. According to Hansen's intelligence, Shikai had barely over 300 elite fighters. Such strength seemed excessive. Godfather, the machine gun positions. Han Yang's keen eyes spotted the machine gun nests atop the office building. .10 machine gun emplacements were lined up neatly on the rooftop, their scorching barrels inadvertently aimed at Hansen and his entourage. Humph, mere trifles, Hansen scoffed, retreating into the crowd. If Shikai were to issue a reckless command to open fire, it would likely spell doom for his group. Hansen dared not take that gamble. Master Son. Just as Hansen pondered whether to take refuge in an armored vehicle for a moment, Shikai approached with a broad smile. Upon seeing Shikai, a smile instantly appeared on Hansen's face, one that was both benevolent yet insincere. Ah, Shao Qi, impressive, truly in the prime of your life. The little warrior of West City lives up to his name. After shaking hands, Hansen regarded him with admiration. You flatter me. Master Senator Emir Zhang is hardly noteworthy. Shikai laughed heartily, his arrogance evident. Yet he had the credentials to back it up. He had successfully taken the tough West Mountain coal mine without incurring any losses. Now, the people of West City needed to re-evaluate Shikai's strength. Some even speculated that he deserved a spot among the top 10 powers in West City. After exchanging pleasantries, Hansen shifted the conversation. Shao Qi, technically I shouldn't be saying this. However, as the patriarch of West City, I have my own concerns. Noticing Hansen's troubled expression, Shikai inquired, What troubles you, Master Son? The crystal cores are the currency of this apocalypse. In some ways, they're even more vital than food. That I control the crystal core trade in West City, akin to being the bank president here. The emergence of crystal cores at the West Mountain coal mine is a good thing. But an uncontrolled overproduction of currency poses inherent risks. This affects everyone's interests. Wouldn't you agree? Hansen's words elicited strange laughter from several leaders present. They understood that Shikai's rising prominence had drawn scrutiny. The taller the tree, the more is shaken by the wind. Shikai, this budding sapling, was about to face Hansen's tempest. See, the old fox is still sharp. That Shikai, having expended countless rounds of ammunition, ended up with nothing. That I've always found him displeasing. The whispered discussions reached Shikai's ears, yet he maintained his cheerful demeanor. Master Son, what do you propose? Well, Shao Qi, I wish to negotiate the control and management rights of the West Mountain coal mine. The profits will still belong to you, but they will be regulated by my estate. As compensation, I offer you 500 tons of food, along with 200 automatic rifles and 50,000 rounds of ammunition. Furthermore, I've always held you in high regard. I've heard your parents are no longer with us. From now on, you may call me Godfather. Hansen's proposal left everyone in stunned silence. Initially, they expected him to seek a free ride. But who would have anticipated that he would actually change his tune? It appeared that while Hansen sought control over the West Mountain coal mine, he intended to return the benefits to Shikai, offering food and firearms. Most astonishingly, Hansen wanted to adopt Shikai as his godson. Inside, Shikai began to curse silently. The seasoned veterans have their ways, although it was stated that the profits would belong to Shikai. Once the management rights were taken, who could predict how many crystal cores would be generated in a month? As for the supplies, they were but empty promises. Moreover, Shikai neither lacked food nor weapons. And as for being adopted, he felt a thrill when Wu Wangquan called him father. But that didn't mean he was inclined to call anyone else dad. Though he harbored these thoughts, Shikai did not confront Hansen directly. Hansen was no mere street thug. It was unlikely that Shikai would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. In truth, Shikai shared Hansen's concerns that he was confident in his ability to keep Hansen in check and eradicate his artillery camp. But if West City lost the artillery suppression, the other three cities would inevitably attack. This equilibrium could not be disrupted until Shikai possessed sufficient strength. He needed time. The system upgrade required time. Training soldiers required time. Everything demanded time. Recognizing Hansen's maneuvering, Shikai had already prepared himself. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, and then Shikai suddenly slapped his thigh. Master Son, had you mentioned this earlier, I wouldn't have sought partners for the West Mountain coal mine. Partners? Hansen's triangular eyes widened in confusion. It had been years since he had heard that term. Indeed, Master Son, I lack business acumen. I only know how to fight. I wouldn't manage the West Mountain coal mine anyway. I merely sought partners to better exploit its resources. Hansen was left utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that Shikai intended to share the spoils he had just acquired. This defied the fundamental logic of survival in this apocalyptic world. Was it not customary for leaders in this era to seize as much as possible? Someone actually willing to share? Hansen found it incomprehensible. Before long, Hansen asked, Shao Qi, who are your partners? Buzzing. As Hansen's words fell, a convoy of 20 armored vehicles entered the courtyard. As the convoy came to a halt, fully armed soldiers disembarked. Master Son, I regret to inform you, but I am Shao Qi's partner, Shun Fugue announced. The moment Hansen laid eyes on Shun Fugue, his gaze narrowed sharply. Especially upon seeing the 20 armored vehicles, he realized Shun Fugue had revealed his trump card. Shun Fugue, with his rotund figure, approached with a hearty laugh. Upon spotting Shikai, he warmly pinched his arm. Old Shun, I thought you were ill. When Hansen had sought Shun Fugue's counsel regarding the West Mountain coal mine, Shun Fugue had claimed to be unwell. While he had indeed been ill, he had come once he realized there were matters that required his attention. Master Son, esteemed leaders, the West Mountain coal mine shall henceforth belong to me. Shao Qi and Old Yang. Rest assured, the 3 tents that belong to you will remain intact. I, Old Shun, am a person who adheres strictly to principles in my dealings. Han Sun, with his keen intellect, can discern from Shun Fugue's demeanor that this arrangement has long been settled. Even Shikai's preemptive mobilization of troops appears to have been a meticulously planned endeavor. It is plausible that his own spies have already fallen victim to Shikai's machinations. Observing the smiling Shikai, Han Sun realizes he has underestimated this individual. He is no mere brute. Many of the leaders are left astounded. They abruptly grasp a pivotal truth. Shun Fugue commands an army, ranking 3rd among the powers in Xiqing, while Yang Mingliang possesses grain, placing him 4th. Shikai is a formidable warrior, the foremost general of Xiqing. The convergence of these 3 constitutes a triangular alliance. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the combined forces of these 3, along with their respective factions, could rival Han Sen's own power. Gazing at the jovial Shun Fugue, Han Sen's expression fluctuates between dark and light. Noticing this, Han Yong approaches quietly, suggesting, Godfather, should we eliminate them? At this distance, I can assure you a single shot could take down Shikai and Shun Fugue. That I will wield dual pistols. A murderous intent permeates Han Sen's sullen countenance as he hesitates over whether to command Han Yong to take action. Sometimes, murder can resolve numerous issues. Han Sen also trusts Han Yong's prowess. However, he is aware that violence does not always provide a solution. While Han Sen's martial prowess is his reliance, maintaining balance is his strategy. He understands that balance, coupled with strategy, is the core reason Wu Dashui entrusted him with the governance of Xian City. The emergence of the Qiangshan Triangle has shattered the previous equilibrium, posing a threat to Han Sen's dominion. Eliminating these three is no trivial task for him, especially considering the significant repercussions of committing murder in the open, which could incite a rebellion in Xiqing. Most critically, Han Sen is allies, just as Yang Mingliang and Shun Fugui do. Xian City is nominally under the jurisdiction of Songjiang Province, and many in Xiqing are affiliated with the Spring River General's office. However, even within the General's office, factions exist. The power structure of the entire Spring River General's office comprises 4 departments and 10 bureaus. Han Sen is a trusted confidant of General Wu, while Yang Mingliang serves as the director of the Grain Department, and Shun Fugui is affiliated with the General Affairs Department. Had it not been for the recent setbacks faced by Old Sun regarding the formula, Han Sen would be even more troubled. After swiftly weighing the pros and cons, Han Sen resolves to refrain from action for the time being. Donning a quick smile, he booms, "Haha, Old Shun, it's reassuring to have someone at the helm." Young Qi, the war god of Xiqing. Indeed, the war god of Xiqing has emerged. Han Sen realizes that Yang Mingliang and Shun Fugui are not figures he can easily provoke. Nevertheless, Qi Shikai remains etched in Han Sen's memory. Qi Shikai's hand continues to lightly tap against his waist, while his blood-soaked brothers stand resolutely at their posts. Even a machine gun, mounted on Shun Fugui's armored vehicle, seems to be aimed. Whether intentionally or not, at Han's senator, should Han Sen exhibit any unusual behavior today, it would undoubtedly lead to a violent confrontation. The outcome is uncertain, but casualties would be significant. Listening to Han Sen's words, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. With Han Sen's softened demeanor, it seems that conflict will be averted for now. Qi Shikai keenly observes Han Sen's demeanor. This individual possesses an exceptional depth of cunning. After setting aside thoughts of confrontation, Han Sen takes an interest in touring the Shishan coal mine. Accompanied by Qi Shikai and his entourage, he even shares a simple meal with Qi Shikai's brothers. Before departing, Han Sen earnestly shakes hands with Qi Shikai, Shun Fugui, and Yang Mingliang, saying, "Young Qi, Old Shun, Old Yang, I entrust the Shishan coal mine to you. Be sure to manage it well." That a simple address serves as a subtle attempt at sowing discord. It is clear that Han Sen positions Qi Shikai above Yang Mingliang and Shun Fugui. Yang Mingliang, however, is unconcerned, having already resolved to wholeheartedly support Qi Shikai. Shun Fugui furrows his brow slightly, while Qi Shikai privately curses the old fox. He maintains an inscrutable facade. With the Shishan coal mine under his control, Qi Shikai's immediate task is to bide his time. Once the moment is ripe, he will be equipped to overpower Han Sr. Just before parting, Han Sen suddenly glances back at Qi Shikai, his gaze sharp and filled with lethal intent. In Qi Shikai, Han Sen perceives a formidable threat, one that is acutely palpable. There are many capable fighters in Xiqing and indeed throughout Xian City, with waves of armed individuals continually rising and falling. However, many of these fighters lack intelligence. There are few like Qi Shikai, who possess both cunning and the ability to seize opportunities. What troubles Han Sen most is Qi Shikai's firepower. The Soviet-style equipment is quite extraordinary. To date, Han Sen has failed to uncover any intelligence regarding Qi Shikai's armed sources. Observing Qi Shikai, Han Sen smiles and waves as he boards his vehicle. This individual cannot be allowed to remain. Han Sen has made up his mind. He will seek an opportunity to eliminate Qi Shikai. After watching Han Sen's convoy depart, Qi Shikai murmurs, "This old fox cannot be allowed to live." Qi Shikai, too, has begun to contemplate murder. Han Sen is the type who never reveals a crack in his facade. However, such individuals possess profound intentions and are exceedingly difficult to deal with. He is a smiling tiger. As for how to eliminate Han Sen, Qi Shikai must devise a new plan. Removing Han Sen is merely the first step. The real challenge lies in smoothly assimilating Han Sen's influence in Xiqing. "Haha, Brother Shikai, truly remarkable." After Han Sen's departure, Shun Fugui embraces Qi Shikai heartily. What is a windfall? This is a windfall. Just days earlier, when Qi Shikai approached him with a proposal for collaboration, Shun Fugui had deemed it a fantasy. According to Qi Shikai's plan, He would undertake the task of seizing the Shishan coal mine, and upon success, 3/10 of the profits would be allocated to Shun Fuguai in return. Shun Fuguai is to become an advocate for Shikai. Furthermore, in the future, Shun Fuguai will provide free energy resources such as water, electricity, and gas for Shikai's territory. 3/10 of the profits are no small sum, but a portion of the Shishan coal mine's profits will go to Han Sun, while the remaining 2/10 will be distributed among various leaders, leaving only 7/10. Among this 7/10, Shikai and Shun Fuguai will each take 3/10, while Yang Mingliang will receive 1/10. Thus, the matter of the Shishan coal mine reaches a temporary conclusion, and Shun Fuguai does not linger excessively, that he leaves behind 4 accountants to manage the accounts and returns to Shiqing. According to their prior agreement, in half a month, Shun Fuguai's personnel will come for a rotation. To prevent anyone from monopolizing the mine's resources, Shikai, Yang Mingliang, and Shun Fuguai will each dispatch accountants to oversee the situation. Han Sun and the representatives of Shiqing's various leaders will also send accountants for supervision. In terms of security, Shikai and Yang Mingliang will set up defenses first, and Shun Fuguai will take over half a month later. This rotation will continue every half month. The crystal will also be transported back to Shiqing every half month for profit distribution. For 7 consecutive days, Shikai remains at the mine site to establish defenses. During this period, Shikai constructs numerous machine gun bunkers and artillery positions. Additionally, he once again recruits 200 young men aged 18 to 25 from the Highland District. Most of these recruits possess at least a high school education. Upon arrival at the mine, some of them will learn to operate tanks, while others will train in artillery operation. These 200 individuals will serve as the seeds of Shikai's future technical forces. Time flies, and soon it is mid-May. With only 2 hours remaining before the rotation, Shikai summons Gao Wu and Zhao Gang to the Shishan coal mine. Have the secret tunnels and defense plans been backed up? Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang nods and replies, "Big brother, I have left 3 tunnels in the back mountain. The exits are extremely concealed, equipped with hundreds of kilograms of explosives and buried traps. If anyone inadvertently enters, the tunnels will collapse. That I have memorized the defense plans and the layout of the crystal storage room. When shall we strike?" Indeed, Shikai harbors intentions of appropriating his own assets, reluctant to share the fruits of his labor with others. He finds himself unwilling to concede. Observing Gao Wu's anxious demeanor, akin to an ant on a hot pan, Shikai chuckled. No need to rush. The Shishan coal mine has only recently found its footing, and production has yet to reach its limits. Let us wait a while longer. When the time comes to seize, summon me, and I shall devise a plan. Not long after, Shun Fuguai's relief team ascended the mountain. After completing the handover, Shikai descended with the crystalline cores produced over the past fortnight at the Shishan coal mine. Tomorrow, he would present these cores to Han Sun at the Shun residence for centralized distribution. In the dead of night, at Xi'an Normal University, East District, the gymnasium stood illuminated, its surroundings awash in light. A vigilant patrol team methodically traversed their assigned routes. Captain Pan Hong held in his grasp a Caucasian shepherd of considerable size, its keen gaze scanning the vicinity as it accompanied him in inspecting the gymnasium's posts. After confirming that both overt and covert watchpoints posed no issues, Pan Hong proceeded to the monitoring room to scrutinize the surveillance feeds. With no anomalies detected, Pan Hong rose and stated, "Everyone, stay alert. The hours between 3 and 4 are when fatigue peaks, making incidents more likely. After noon, Chi Ji's men will arrive for inventory. Once that is verified, we can change shifts. Understood, Pan Gu. You may rest. We will handle things here." Still uneasy, Pan Hong cast one last glance at the monitors before retreating to the rest area. His caution was not unwarranted. The gymnasium at Xi'an Normal University served as Shikai's armory, brimming with an extensive array of weaponry. Among the stockpiles, there were 3,000 firearms, including 500 AKM assault rifles. Additionally, the facility housed over 10,000 grenades and 100,000 rounds of various ammunition. Weapons equate to life. Should any mishap occur regarding the armament, it would spell disaster for Shikai and his associates. What enabled this group to act with such audacity of late? Was it not the formidable firepower at their disposal? Upon returning to the rest area, Pan Hong filled a large bowl with dog food for his beloved canine, Lulu, and then lay down on a single bed. Restless, Pan Hong found it hard to find peace, sensing that something was amiss. However, after some reflection, he deemed his worries excessive. The armory's security was stringent, comprising 50 elite members under Shikai's command, alongside 100 militia from Gaodian. The firepower configuration was robust, with 15 machine gun positions alone. Moreover, outside were military dogs, trained by Pan Hong himself. With such firepower, even 1,000 adversaries would be no match in the absence of heavy artillery. Furthermore, Xi'an Normal University was merely a street away from Gaodian. Should gunfire erupt, reinforcements could arrive in under 5 minutes. Feeling drowsy, Pan Hong succumbed to slumber. The guards in the monitoring room remained dutiful. As dawn approached, the outside world brightened, though the overcast sky cast a grayish pallor. Wanggu, shall we have instant noodles? Yes, add sausage and egg and a pack of spicy strips. One guard prepared noodles in the rest area. A section of the gymnasium floor inexplicably bulged upwards. Shortly thereafter, a periscope emerged. Just a few minutes later, the floor returned to its original state. After another 5 minutes, 2 wooden boxes, previously set apart, sank downwards and then vanished without a trace. Even the 2 guards, who had been intently monitoring the feeds, failed to notice this detail. After all, the surveillance was focused on people, not boxes. Before long, 2 crates filled with ammunition also disappeared into thin air. Creak, creak, clink, clink. After a series of faint sounds, the gymnasium returned to its tranquil state. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Shikai stepped out of his home. Tianlan's complexion was flushed, yet she appeared exceedingly fatigued. Casting a sidelong glance at Shikai, who wore a mischievous grin, she felt increasingly overwhelmed by her former brother-in-law's antics. As Shikai prepared to leave, Tianlan inquired, "Brother, what shall we do with that girl you brought back?" "Take care of her. Ensure she is well-fed and comfortable. However, no one is permitted to engage with her. That woman possesses hypnotic abilities. When conversing with her, be cautious not to meet her gaze, and she must not wear any fragrances." "Understood. Wait for me at home. I shall reward you tonight." The prospect of a reward left Tianlan in a state of apprehension. Sensing her own discomfort, she feared that Shikai might indulge in some violent escapade later that evening. After bidding farewell to Tianlan, Shikai escorted 5,000 assorted crystalline cores to the Han residence. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang and Sha Yongjiang arrived at the gymnasium armory to conduct an inventory check. Shikai maintained 4 warehouses, 2 for munitions and 2 for provisions, collectively housing all of his visible assets. 2 were located in Gaodian and 2 in Xi'an Normal University. Conducting inventory every fortnight was a rule established by Shikai. Zhao Gang and Pan Hong were familiar faces. Pan Hong was 2 years older than Shikai and hailed not from the ranks of zombie hunters, but from a grain procurement team. While Pan Hong's skills were merely average among Shikai's formidable crew, he possessed a unique talent uncommon among ordinary individuals. Coming from a lineage that had trained dogs for 3 generations, he was adept at handling even genetically enhanced canines. Upon arriving at the gymnasium, Zhao Gang exchanged greetings with Pan Hong. Subsequently, both he and the armory's warehouse manager produced keys to unlock the doors. Shortly thereafter, Sha Yongjiang entered with his team to commence the inventory. "Brother Gang, have we any activities planned recently?" Pan Hong inquired, stifling yawn as he offered Zhao Gang a cigarette. For the past fortnight, Pan Hong had been stationed at the armory, feeling the weariness settle into his bones. Big Brother intends to recruit 300 new members. These will form 1 grain procurement team and 1 zombie hunter team. "Pansy, I have some good news for you. You will lead the grain procurement team." Upon hearing this, Pan Hong's eyes sparkled with delight. "That sounds splendid. Work diligently, and you shall not be treated poorly under my command." "That is certainly agreeable." As Zhao Gang and Pan Hong conversed, time slipped by unnoticed, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Gang cast a glance at the armory, his brow furrowing slightly. "Pansy, something feels off. The inventory check is taking unusually long today." Before Pan Hong could respond, Sha Yongjiang emerged with a furrowed brow. "Yongjiang, what is the matter?" "Brother Gang, Pan Go, the counts do not add up." Upon hearing this, Pan Hong sprang to his feet. "What are you saying? Am I pansy capable of stealing from Chiga?" Seeing Pan Hong's alarm, Zhao Gang quickly interjected, "Pansy, do not jump to conclusions. Yongjiang, have you accounted everything properly?" "Yes, Brother Gang. 20 AKM assault rifles are missing. 10 Remington M870 shotguns are unaccounted for. And additionally, 3,000 rounds of 7.62 ammunition are also absent." Upon discovering the significant loss of weaponry, Zhao Gang found himself in a state of agitation. Unbeknownst to him, the arms his elder brother possessed were sourced from a system. The loss of several firearms and 3,000 rounds of ammunition was enough to cause Zhao Gang considerable distress. Meanwhile, Pan Hong's expression darkened, despite his naturally dark complexion. Swiftly, the group commenced an investigation into the surveillance footage. To their astonishment, after nearly half a month of scrutiny, they found no irregularities. The accounts had aligned during the inventory, and the previous stocktake had also matched perfectly. Yet this time, items had inexplicably vanished. The surveillance system was presumably functioning without error, and the personnel responsible for guarding the stock included others besides Pan Hong, making it implausible for him to have bribed them all. Everything appeared to be in order. The munitions seemed to have evaporated in a thin AT this moment. Pan Hong was equally perplexed. Rubbing his head, he said, "Ganga, what is it? Do you think it might be haunted?" "Ghosts stealing, guns. I heard that seeing Normal University used to be a mass grave. The 5 ghosts moving things? It's quite plausible. ISNT it. Otherwise, how could they just disappear? Perhaps we should consult a spirit medium." Pan Hong, unafraid of the heavens or the earth, was solely apprehensive of ghosts. Hearing Pan Hong's ghostly speculation, Zhao Gang could only laugh in exasperation. "What nonsense! I must inform my brother. The loss of several firearms and over 1,000 rounds of ammunition is no trivial matter." Within the banquet hall of the Han residence, the room was filled to capacity with notable figures from the West City, all engaged in convivial merriment. Seated at the head of the table, Han Sun wore a broad smile, occasionally toasting with others. Each of these magnates was accompanied by women clad in revealing attire, their appearances striking and alluring. Initially, these powerful men maintained a semblance of decorum. But as the drinks flowed, they soon relaxed their inhibitions. The sounds of clinking glasses and the melodic laughter of the women blended into a cacophony, creating a grotesque semblance of prosperity amidst the apocalypse. These leaders had ample reason to celebrate. Shikai had delivered nearly 10,000 assorted quality crystal cores to the Han residence. After setting aside Han Sen's share, each of these magnates received a distribution of 1,000 high-grade crystal cores. On average, each individual was bestowed with nearly 100 high-quality cores, a substantial amount considering it was merely half a month's yield and entirely free of charge. They had already agreed to provide Shikai with mining equipment to increase production, with some even proposing to send slaves to his mines. Observing Shikai indulging in food and drink, Han Sen cheerfully remarked, "Xiao Qi, Sunyi, come, let's share a drink." With a clink, they downed a glass of liquor. Han Sun then inquired, "What do you think of this woman?" The woman beside Shikai was a voluptuous young matron, around 30 years of age. While her figure was curvaceous, her face bore the marks of cosmetic enhancements, leaving Shikai rather disinterested. Who could say if her physique was natural? Haha, not at all. Sunlight, TS my oversight. You leave? Lao Li, summon Meng Zishuan. Xiao Qi, a young hero, deserves a beautiful companion. Upon hearing Han Sen's command to dismiss her, the matron nearly burst into tears. Being chosen by these powerful men promised a lucrative reward. She glanced back at Shikai repeatedly, yet he showed no inclination to keep her in terms of allure. Shikai already had a refined educator at home. The scholarly charm of his current companion was incomparable to this woman, who exuded a more worldly aura. However, when Han Sun mentioned the name Meng Zishuan, Shikai's expression shifted slightly. The name struck a chord of familiarity. Before long, a girl clad in a black off-shoulder gown and black stockings from Balenciaga was ushered into the banquet hall. The moment she entered, she captured the attention of all the influential men present. Irene stared at her for a prolonged moment before exclaiming, "Sunyi, isn't this the actress everyone is talking about?" Yes, I thought she looked familiar." Didn't Tishi perform at the Spring Festival Gala? The comments continued, praising her figure and lengthy legs. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Meng Zixuan lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed with humiliation. Before the apocalypse, she had been a revered goddess. After, she had become a mere commodity. Were it not for her usefulness, she feared she might be discarded like an old shoe. Shikai also found the girl before him strikingly familiar. Yet he was certain he had not seen her on television. The girl stood at an impressive height of 1.77 meters, her long legs almost defying belief. In high heels, she likely surpassed 1.80 meters, standing nearly eye-to-eye with Shikai. Despite her petite frame, her figure was voluptuous with a slender waist, and her oval face was virtually flawless. Her large eyes and long lashes seemed to possess a life of their own. She was undeniably beautiful, yet Shikai remained unperturbed by her allure. Zixuan, come sit beside your Chigo. Tonight, you must keep him company, otherwise it would betray my expectations of you. Understood, Godfather. Her reply elicited laughter throughout the hall. Ha! Sun Yi, still vigorous as ever. Indeed, Sun Yi, your prowess remains unmatched. Sun Yi, this little darling is not just affectionate, is she? I fear she might be too close for comfort, as the crowd jested, Han Sun with a grin. Remarked, Xiao Qi, are you satisfied? This is my finest adoptive daughter. She has never been in a relationship or dated anyone, and yet she is a star. Xiao Qi, if you fancy her, take her home if she doesn't meet your standards. I shall provide another. Han Sen's words sparked envy among many. However, those envious of Shikai were primarily the brawny enforcers of West City, while the influential figures observed him with intrigue. A run shot Shikai, a look filled with jealousy. And Yang Mingliang kept signaling him. This was Han Sun's strategy of seduction. Whether Shikai accepted or not, he was bound to comply.